Chapter 1 Rebirth 71. Are you asking me to marry into the family? In the year 1971, on a mud kong in Muyang County, Zheng Shao'an suddenly opened his eyes, feeling a dull ache in his chest. How curious. Hadn't he been killed by that rotund woman? Why did he now feel no pain whatsoever? As he looked down, he noticed his slender arms and legs, with his undershirt patched in several places. Just as he was pondering this, a shrill voice pierced through the air, causing his temples to throb. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and tie him up. Our family owes over 1,000 yuan due to the famine these past few years if he marries in place of Wen Kai. Won't that clear our debts? Besides, she has only this one daughter. Although she may not be the most attractive, her family is well off. Sending Shao'an over means a life of comfort. This was the voice of his grandmother, Zhu Shuqiang. Witnessing her unwavering stance, his father, Zheng Xiang, remained frozen in place, anxiously exclaiming, "Mother, what do you mean? Didn't my elder brother agree to this marriage? Now that the eldest has run off with 1,000 yuan for marrying in, are you asking my son to take the blame? That's hardly fair, is it?" Smack! The old lady struck the edge of the kong, her long face etched with displeasure. "What's wrong? Is my word no longer effective? If you won't send your son, should I send Minxiang instead? With his frail body, can he withstand such trials? If you still recognize me as your mother, quickly bind him and send him off. Otherwise, you need not acknowledge me as your mother." Her words left Zheng Minxiang speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet Zheng Shao'an's mind buzzed as he finally grasped the situation had indeed been reborn, returning to the day prior to being drugged and sent off to marry into another family. In his previous life, his father had been a foolishly filial and honest pawn. Fortune never smiled upon him. Yet when it came to deceitful matters, his grandmother was ever present, wailing for help. When the family of the eldest son took the bride price and fled, his father was left to clean up the mess. Forced into marriage, he endured a myriad of misfortunes. That rotund woman, Wang Zihua, weighed over 200 pounds, shaking the very ground with her steps. On the very first day, he was stripped and pressed onto the kong to be inspected from that moment on. He toiled in the fields by day and was treated as a mere breeding stallion by night. Years later, worn down by toil and illness, he was left to die in a woodshed after having his kidney harvested by that obese family. Tonight, it would be tonight, his grandmother would come with people to force medicine down his throat, binding him like livestock to shove him into a donkey cart. To hell with foolish filial piety. To hell with marrying into another family. A family with hearts as cold as wolves, causing harm to their own for a mere 1,000 yuan. Zheng Shao'an sprang to his feet, kicking the kong table over. "I won't go. Whoever wants to go can go. I refuse to serve." Grandmother Zhu Shuqiang's face instantly lengthened, her eyes narrowing as she slammed her hand onto the kong and wailed. "Heaven above, what sins have I committed to raise such an unfilial creature?" With that, she smeared her tears and snot onto his father, Zheng Minxiang. "Second son, look at the son you have raised. He dares to defy even his own grandmother. If this were the old society, he would have been dragged out to drown like a pig long ago." Zheng Minxiang hunched his neck, rubbing his hands nervously and stuttering. Shao'an, your grandmother is old. You should say less. Old? Just because she is old, does that mean she can push me into the fire pit?" Zheng Shao'an scoffed. The main house took 2,000 yuan and vanished without a trace. And now I'm expected to fill the hole? Not a chance. Suddenly, the old lady let out a howl and lunged at him, attempting to scratch his face. "You ungrateful wretch. That money was for your uncle's medical treatment. You heartless ingrate." Zheng Shao'an seized the old lady's wrist, as frail as dry twigs. "Medical treatment? Bah! Is a new brick house built by the main house made of mud? My fate is mine to determine. It is not for you, an old hag with one foot in the grave, to dictate. Whoever took the money should be the one to marry in. If your uncle runs away, then Zheng Wen Kai can go himself when they come to demand him." Upon hearing this, Zheng Wen Kai, who had been cowering nearby, trembled and quickly clung to Zhu Shuqiang, crying, "Grandma, I cannot go to that fat woman's house." Zhu Shuqiang, filled with sympathy, wrapped her arms around Zheng Wen Kai and turned to stomp her foot at Zheng Shao'an. "Zheng Shao'an, I am your dear grandmother. I can't go on living. My grandson is trying to drive me to my death." Zheng Minxiang, If you do not put an end to this unfilial son today, I shall hang myself at your doorstep." Zheng Minxiang turned pale with fright, trembling as he stammered, "Shao'an, Shao'an, please say less." Zheng Shao'an slammed his palm on the table. "Father, wake up. This old lady is trying to take my life. 2 years ago, during the famine, she hid a jar of white flour and let it rot rather than share it with us. Now, she pretends to be a kind grandmother?" The old lady suddenly ceased her wailing, fixing him with a chilling glare. "You ungrateful wretch. Even if you die today, you must die at the Wang family's. Aaronai, go fetch the rope. Aaronai, I tell you, if you still recognize me as your mother, then listen to me." Zheng Shao'an directly grabbed the scissors by the bed and slammed them into the table. "Come on, let's see who bleeds first today. What kind of nonsense is this in my house? It'll make my stance clear. You old hag, dreaming of pushing me into the fire pit? Not a chance. Let's sever ties and split the family." Upon hearing the phrase, "sever ties and split the family," the old lattice eyes nearly bulged out. "You ungrateful wretch. What did you just say? Can't comprehend human speech?" Zheng Shao'an sneered, "Sever ties and split the family. If you wish to go, let your good grandson do it." Zheng Wenkai collapsed to the ground, clutching the old lady's legs and wailing, "Grandma, I cannot go. That fat woman's last 3 husbands were all worked to death by her. I am frail and weak. That woman weighs over 200 pounds. I cannot marry in. Shao'an is strong and healthy. He wouldn't suffer." Zheng Shao'an sneered. "Oh, now you're afraid? Why weren't you worried when you took the money? My strength is none of your concern. Regardless, I refuse to go, no matter what you say." Zhu Shuqiang slammed her palm against the table, pointing at Zheng Minxiang beside her, and exclaimed, "Second, will you just stand by and watch your son treat me this way? Listen to yourself. Is this how one speaks to their grandmother? The Wang family has already made it clear that Shao'an must go today. If not, I shall disown you as my son." Zheng Minxiang's complexion shifted between shades of blue and white, gazing at his son, gritting his teeth in uncertainty. Zheng Shao'an tore open his shirt, revealing his well-defined chest. "Father, look at us. We can barely afford to eat, while the main house feasts on white bread every day. Last year, when you had a high fever, the old lady wouldn't even spare a single antipyretic for you. Now, you want to sell your own son to pay off debts, and you still cannot see the darkness in this old wretch's heart?" Upon uttering these words, the room fell silent, akin to a graveyard. Zhu Shuqiang's aged face first turned a deep shade of purplish red, then paled dramatically, her lips trembling as she pointed at Zheng Shao'an. You little beast. I am the beast." Zheng Shao'an retorted with a cold laugh. "Then what are you? An old beast?" Zhu Shuqiang grabbed her shoe and swung it at Zheng Shao'an's face. "I will beat you to death, you homewrecker. Second, are you ignoring your mother's words?" At this moment, Zheng Minxiang could no longer hold back, slamming his palm on the table. "Shao'an, how dare you speak to your grandmother like that?" "Father." Zheng Shao'an turned to face him, enunciating each word. "Do you intend to be a mama's boy for life? You heed everything she says, and what has it brought us? Our family is impoverished, and all the good fortune has been seized by your elder brother. What use is your blind filial piety? Does she care for you as a son, or for me as a grandson? Father, when the axe is not cleaved, the consequences are dire. Give me a clear answer. Will you sever this relationship or not?" Chapter 2. No longer blindly filial, gaining independence. These words seemed to awaken Zheng Minxiang, his hands trembling as he stood there, a man in his 40s. Zheng Minxiang suddenly kicked over a stool with a crash, his eyes reddening. "Mother, for these years, I have toiled like a beast. Do you not have a conscience? What have I done to dishonor the Zheng family? During the Great Flood, I carried you through waist-deep mud, suffering a high fever for 3 days without a word. Last year, you expressed a desire for fish, and I broke the ice in the dead of winter, losing 2 toes to frostbite. I have fulfilled my duties as a son. Yet now you wish to bring ruin upon my son?" The old lady trembled at his outburst, then began to pound her thigh in a fit. "This is outrageous. Second, do you dare to raise your voice at me? It would be better to raise a dog than you. At least a dog knows how to wag its tail." Zheng Shao'an seized a porcelain jar and smashed it on the ground. "Wag your own tail? The labor credits my father earned over the years have all gone to fill the main house's coffers. Your precious eldest son, Zheng Minxiang, stole grain from the production team, and it was my father who bore the brunt of the criticism. Zhu Shuqiang shot a sidelong glance. He should. He should. Should what? Zheng Minxiang suddenly roared, veins bulging on his neck. Today I declare this. Whoever dares to harm my son, I shall fight them to the bitter end. The elderly lady plopped down onto the ground and began to roll about, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I can't go on living. My son is driving his own mother to despair. Heaven, open your eyes. How long has it been since your father left? And already my son has turned against us." Zheng Shao'an seized the chamber pot and charged forward, shouting, "What are you wailing about?" With a splatter, the contents of the pot, stale urine, drenched the old woman's face, running down through her wrinkles. Ugh! Zhu Shuqiang opened her mouth and inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of the stale urine, choking and rolling her eyes. Zheng Wenkai was just about to rush over when Zheng Shao'an swung a bench at the back of his leg. "Get lost. If you come looking for trouble, you'll get splashed too." With her face reeking of urine, Zhu Shuqiang trembled as she pointed a shaky finger at them. You all, what's wrong with us?" Zheng Minxiang suddenly laughed, his smile more grotesque than tears. "Mother, you always say the eldest son can be relied upon. Then go rely on the eldest. I've borne the guilt of being unfilial for many years. There's no way my son is going to be married off. If you force him, well, sever ties." The old lady scrambled to her feet, angrily pointing at the father and son. "Fine. You have guts. Sever ties, huh? Divide the family, is it? When Wang Jia arrives tomorrow seeking my grandson, let's see what you will say." Zheng Shao'an grabbed a broom and swung it towards the door. "You can explain to your grandmother. Get lost." The old lady was struck by the broom, hopping back to the entrance while still cursing. "You little beast, wait for me. Tonight, you will learn what the Lord of Horses is really like." Zheng Wenkai supported his grandmother, suddenly kneeling down and wailing, "Second uncle, have mercy on me. Wang Cuihua is truly a tormentor." Zheng Shao'an slammed the door shut. "Then go die." Just as he closed the door, Zheng Wenkai's expression shifted, and he kicked the mud wall with a fierce curse. "You son of a dog, Zheng Shao'an, you're asking for trouble. What are you even worth? Do you think you can compete with me?" The old lady Zhu Shuqiang wiped her face, biting her teeth and spitting on the ground. "Bah, you little beast! How dare you!" She gripped Zheng Wenkai's arm and whispered, "Wenkai, don't rush. Grandmother has a way to deal with him." Upon hearing this, Zheng Wenkai leaned closer, a mournful expression on his face. "Grandmother, I absolutely cannot go to Wang's house. That fat woman has driven her last 3 husbands to their graves. How could my frail body withstand it?" Zhu Shuqiang squinted her triangular eyes, her voice cold and menacing. "Don't worry, grandmother wouldn't send you there. Tonight we'll get him drunk, then sneak something into his room and say he stole our money. When the uproar arises, he'll have no choice but to go." Zheng Wenkai's eyes brightened, immediately feigning a pitiful look. "Grandmother, you truly care for me. But what if second uncle gets protective of that brat?" The old lady snorted coldly. "Your second uncle is a spineless coward. For years I've directed him east, and he hasn't dared to turn west. Tonight, he'll personally see to it. Let's see if he dares to stop me. Once we bind that little beast and deliver him to the Wang family, our debts will be settled, and we shall reap another fortune." Zheng Wenkai rubbed his hands together, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Mother, your wisdom is truly unparalleled." Meanwhile, inside the room, Zheng Minxiang hunched his back, appearing as though he had aged a decade overnight. "Shao'an." His voice trembled. "I have failed you, my son." Just as Zheng Shao'an was about to respond, a blinding flash of white light suddenly illuminated his vision. He staggered, bracing himself against the wall as a cacophony of images exploded in his mind. The golden finger has been activated, gained 10-fold physical enhancement, acquired 10 acres of spiritual farmland, gained 10 acres of storage space. Zheng Shao'an felt a series of cracking sounds echoing through his bones, and his previously frail arms seemed to swell with newfound muscularity. He abruptly lowered his head, and a mist-shrouded field materialized in his mind's eye. 10 acres of black soil shimmered with an oily sheen, flanked by piles of hoes and sickles. He wondered if he were merely hallucinating. Was it possible that he had not truly been reborn, nor experienced the previous humiliation? Was it all a figment of his own obsession? It wasn't until he opened his eyes again and saw his father weeping nearby that Zheng Shao'an's body trembled with realization. With a mere thought, he returned to the space. The stick he'd been holding was also drawn into it. Now, the space contained nothing but land and a spring of water. If the earlier indications from the space were accurate, could it mean he would live his life with a golden finger? In the village, he could finally hold his head high. Indeed, in this lifetime, he would ensure that those bloodsuckers paid in kind for their transgressions. Son, seeing Zheng Shao'an's silence, Zheng Minxiang quickly rose to his feet. Zheng Shao'an took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. He discreetly felt the surging power within him, as if the fertile soil of the 10 acres of spiritual farmland flowed through his fingertips. Father, he lowered his voice, please lock the door at home. Do not open it for anyone. I need to go to the city for some matters. Zheng Minxiang wiped his face. At such a critical moment, you still. It is precisely the right time, Zheng Shao'an replied with a cold smile. Rest assured, I will exercise caution. He turned and retrieved his crumpled high school diploma from beneath the bedding, the only item from his former life that had not been tarnished by that family. As he reached the door, he suddenly paused. By the way, father, if uncle returns. He dares. Zheng Minxiang straightened his back suddenly. I will break his legs. Zheng Shao'an chuckled. It seemed that his father's foolish devotion had been largely cured. Stepping out of the courtyard, the early summer heat enveloped him. Zheng Shao'an squinted at the crooked-necked willow tree at the village entrance. It was there that he had succumbed to the effects of a drug in his previous life. He clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking audibly, to upgrade the space, capture, and cultivate 30 different species of precious seafood. After expansion, the space can be increased by 5 acres. Chapter 3. The 200-pound earthy round woman comes to propose marriage. A series of thoughts swirled in Zheng Shao'an's mind, prompting him into deep contemplation. Now that he possessed space in this life, capable of storing goods, it seemed that the land could still be cultivated. Remaining in the city would surely be a waste. It would be wiser to venture into the countryside to fish and dive. Having lived 2 lives, he could rely on the memories of his past existence to pass exams and secure a job as a worker. Yet, would that not render the space he acquired utterly futile? It would be better to embark on a path as a fisheries tycoon. However, the immediate priority was to acquire his first pot of gold. He rummaged through his pocket, finding a mere 50 cents, and suddenly recalled the date of the recruitment exam at the county machinery factory from his previous life. Today was the day. He would first register for the exam and then sell his spot, thus luring back that elusive cousin of his to exploit his funds. The family of that gluttonous woman had taken all the money, and naturally, it was time to settle the score with those who had profited. Whoever committed the wrongdoing must bear the consequences. Determined, Zheng Shao'an quickened his pace towards the center of the county. The yellow dirt road beneath his feet was scorched by the sun, yet he pressed on with increasing urgency. In his previous life, his father worked at the county agricultural machinery factory, and under policy, his children could receive priority in the recruitment exams. Unfortunately, the family's funds had been entirely drained by the old matriarch to support the larger household, and even the pen he used for the exam was borrowed. Ultimately, he fell short by 3 points, a regret that lingered throughout his life. This time, Zheng Shao'an touched the 50 cents in his pocket, a cold smile forming. He intended to reclaim both the principal and the interest. As he passed by the supply and marketing cooperative, he caught sight of the recruitment notice on the wall. Indeed, it was today, in bold black letters on red paper. It announced the recruitment exam for the Mu County Machinery Factory, with the date boldly stated as May 13th, 1971. Comrade, where's the registration office? Zheng Shao'an stopped a gentleman sporting a red armband. The elder squinted at his patched-up clothing. A child of the machinery factory? Do you have a letter of introduction? Zheng Shao'an retrieved a neatly folded graduation certificate from his pocket, followed by his father's work ID. My father is Zheng Minxiang from the 3rd workshop. From the old Zheng family? The elder suddenly lowered his voice. Is your uncle gone? Zheng Shao'an replied without flinching. He absconded with 2,000 yuan, and now the whole family is left to face the consequences. The elder shook his head, pointing towards the backyard. Hurry, it's about to close. A long line formed at the registration office. Just as Zheng Shao'an steadied himself, he heard someone call out, Oh, isn't this the boy from the Zheng family? Looking up, He saw a middle-aged man with a center-parted hairstyle, the very director of the recruitment office, Ma Weigua. In his previous life, this man had expressed regret after Zheng Shao'an's failure, remarking on his solid foundation. Uncle Ma, Zheng Shao'an nodded obediently. I am here to take the exam. Ma Weigua patted him on the shoulder. Your father has had a tough time. Do well in the exam. He then exchanged glances with the registrar and gently instructed, please arrange a front row seat for this child. When the examination bell rang, Zheng Shao'an looked at the familiar test paper, nearly bursting into laughter. He had pondered these questions repeatedly in his past life, even remembering the punctuation. The pen scratched against the paper, and in less than an hour, he completed the exam. Upon exiting the examination hall, Zheng Shao'an squinted at the sun. In these times, worker quotas were incredibly precious, with each slot fetching a price of 3,000 yuan. He licked his back molars and let out a cold chuckle. Wasn't his uncle, Zheng Minsheng, the one who absconded with the money? Fine. So tonight he thought he could deceive me? Let us see who deceives whom. In the previous life, he had been made a fool. This time, he would reclaim his due. Now, it was Zheng Minsheng's son who found himself in a predicament. Let us see if that scoundrel returns. He had no interest in the workers' quota. Selling it for cash was the real deal. 3,000 yuan. How many fish fry could that purchase? Once his space was upgraded, he could raise fish and cultivate land, living as a carefree local magnate. Why endure the torment of those city vampires? The more Zheng Shao'an pondered, the more pleased he felt, and he turned to head home. As he entered the yard, an enticing aroma of scallion pancakes wafted towards him. Mom? A slight figure emerged from the kitchen. It was his mother, Li Xiaolan. Shao'an. Her eyes were red-rimmed. Your father told me about today's events. She wiped her hands and pulled a steaming pancake from the pan. Here, eat. I just made these. Zheng Shao'an felt a pang in his heart. In his previous life, his mother had suffered greatly to protect him, enduring a back injury from an elder's blow that left her incapacitated for half her life. Mom, don't worry, he assured, taking a bite of the pancake. I have a plan. Li Xiulan Siga. What if you go to the countryside? The current policy requires every family to send a youth to the countryside, and your uncle's family certainly won't comply. We have no job here. The street office will eventually come looking for you. Staying in the city will only bring distress. It will be better for our family to go to the countryside and live a peaceful life. Zheng Shao'an chuckled lightly, offering comfort. Mom, you needn't worry. I attended the mechanical factory exam today. What? Li Xiaolan's hand trembled. Where did you get the money to register? I borrowed it, Zheng Shao'an replied vaguely. The results will be out tomorrow. I'm sure I'll pass. Tears streamed down Li Xiaolan's face. My son is making something of himself. Just then, the yard gate creaked open. Is Sister Xiaolan home? A woman dressed in a blue cloth jacket entered, carrying a basket, her face adorned with a forced smile. Zheng Shao'an narrowed his eyes. Wasn't that his aunt, Lu Jinfeng? In his previous life, she excelled at feigning kindness while secretly plotting against him. Oh, Shao'an is also here. Lu Jinfeng exclaimed, slapping her thigh. I've heard about today's events. Your grandmother and Wen Kai have acted terribly. She leaned closer, her presence heavy with the scent of cheap lotion. Your grandmother specifically stewed an old hen and sent me to invite you all for dinner. Families shouldn't harbor grudges overnight. Wen Kai is just a child. You ought to be more forgiving. Zheng Shao'an swallowed the last bite of his pancake, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Would this old witch truly apologize? More likely, she was a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year. Li Xiaolan instinctively stepped in front of her son, wary. Sister, this. Xiaolan, Lu Jinfeng said, warmly grasping her hand. The old lady said she was confused earlier. She specifically asked me to come and apologize. Turning to Zheng Shao'an, she added with a smile, Shao'an, your cousin even prepared some liquor, hoping to share a few drinks with you. Brothers shouldn't hold on to grievances. Zheng Shao'an nearly burst into laughter. Drink? In the previous life, I foolishly believed in such nonsense. I was unceremoniously shoved onto a donkey cart. Fine. He stood up with a decisive air. Aunt, you head back first. I shall change my clothes and follow. Lu Jinfeng's eyes lit up. Then it settled. Once the woman had swayed her hips away, Li Xiaolan grasped her son tightly. Shao'an, you must not go. They surely harbor ill intentions. Zheng Shao'an, Observing his mother's anxious expression, gently patted her hand. "Mother, fret not. I am aware of what I must do." But Li Xiaolan's hands twisted in distress. After causing such a ruckus during the day, suddenly inviting us to dinner in the evening can only mean trouble. It is precisely because I am aware of their malicious intent that I feel compelled to go. A flicker of coldness passed through Zheng Shao'an's eyes. "Mother, ensure the door is locked tight at home. Do not open it for anyone." Li Xiaolan wished to protest further, but Zheng Shao'an had already turned to exit. Since he wished to play tricks, Zheng Shao'an scoffed softly. "Then let calamity befall you. I shall return it to you in full measure." Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Zheng family's main residence. "Oh, my dear daughter, temper your anger." Zhu Shuqiang fawned over Wang Cuihua, waving a fan. "Tonight, I will surely deliver that little wretch to you." Wang Cuihua plopped down heavily on a bench, her 200-plus pounds causing it to creak under her weight. Her thick, stubby fingers cracked open sunflower seeds, discarding the shells onto the ground. "My father said, if we don't see that person today, we shall have the street office take Zheng Wenkai in as a scapegoat." Upon hearing this, Zheng Wencai's legs turned to jelly. "Cuihua, could you grant me one more day?" "Grant you more time?" Wang Cuihua glared with her beady eyes, the flesh on her face quivering. "Are the 2,000 yuan from our family merely for feeding dogs? Your father absconded with the money. You must repay this debt. If Zheng Shao'an does not come, you shall serve me." She yanked Zheng Wencai's collar, spewing saliva as she sneered. "Look at your frail frame. You're as thin as a monkey. Can you truly serve me well?" Zheng Wenkai gazed at Wang Cuihua's greasy face, his stomach churning. Her thick lips were smeared with sunflower seed shells, and the smell of garlic mixed with scallions wafted from her mouth. "Grandmother," Zheng Wenkai lamented, his face a mask of despair as he looked to Zhu Shuqiang. Zhu Shuqiang quickly put on a smile. "Cuihua, Wenkai is weak and cannot handle heavy labor. Furthermore, he suffers from tuberculosis. What if he passes his illness to you?" She narrowed her beady eyes, ominously stating, "Regardless, if that person is not delivered tonight, I shall have the street office come to arrest Zheng Wenkai tomorrow. At that time," she extended her pudgy hand to stroke Zheng Wencai's face. "Ha! I shall personally inspect the goods." Chapter 4. The Art of Subtle Manipulation. Zheng Wenkai felt a chill run down his spine, nearly retching from the intensity of the situation. He tugged at Zhu Shuqiang's sleeve, pleading softly, "Grandmother, you must save me." A glimmer of malice flickered in Zhu Shuqiang's slanted eyes as she assured him, "Do not worry. That little wretch has agreed to join us for dinner. We shall slip something into his drink and send him directly to the Wang family." This was a more agreeable plan. Wang Cuihua, satisfied, seized a roast chicken from the table, tearing off a leg and stuffing it into her mouth, grease dripping down her chin. Suddenly, Zheng Wenkai perked up, his expression shifting. "Grandmother, that scoundrel has arrived." Zhu Shuqiang shot him a sharp glare and hastily urged Wang Cuihua, "Quick, hide in the back room. We cannot let him see you here." Reluctantly, Wang Cuihua stood, the stool creaking beneath her. She swayed her ample hips, still chewing on the chicken leg, muttering, "What is there to fear? He is bound to be part of our family sooner or later." "Oh, my dear aunt," Zhu Shuqiang exclaimed, exasperation evident in her foot stomping. "If that young man sees you here, how can he be deceived?" Only then did Wang Cuihua begrudgingly shuffle away, but not before grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds from the table, her hefty form crashing into the back room with a loud thud as she closed the door. Just as they settled in, Zheng Shao'an's languid voice drifted from outside. "Oh, grandmother, didn't you say you were inviting me for dinner? Why is the door still closed?" With a swift kick, he flung open the courtyard gate, a bemused expression plastered on his face. "Ah, quite the lavish spread you have here." In the courtyard, an 8 immortals table was set, and Zhu Shuqiang, Lu Jinfeng, and Zheng Wenkai rose simultaneously, plastering forced smiles upon their faces. "Shao'an is here," Lu Jinfeng called out, hastening to embrace his arm warmly. "Come, take a seat. The dishes are getting cold." Zheng Shao'an surveyed the array of food laid out before him. Braised pork, stewed chicken, scrambled eggs, and a jug of strong liquor. "Goodness, the Zheng family is truly pulling out all the stops to ensnare me," he mused. "Come, let us drink a toast." Zheng Wenkai eagerly filled the cup, his eyes darting about. During the day, I was in the wrong, and I owe you an apology. As Zheng Shao'an accepted the cup, he caught a glimpse of a plump waist peeking through the crack of the backroom door. Indeed, Wang Tsuehua was hiding there. My dear cousin, you are too kind. He feigned ignorance, raising his cup and downing the contents in one swift motion. In truth, he discreetly poured the liquor into his space. Excellent. What a spirited toast. Zhu Shuqiang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Fill it up again. Let's clear the air as a family today. As the cups clinked and laughter flowed. 2 bottles of liquor had already been consumed. Zheng Wenkai began to slur his words. Brother, I must tell you, that Wang Tsuehua, well, she is rather quite charming. Zheng Shao'an stifled a laugh within, though his countenance feigned drunkenness. Cousin, I feel a bit dizzy. We've only just begun. Lu Jinfeng filled his cup once more. Come, Annie also raises a toast to you. After several rounds, Zheng Wenkai had succumbed to lethargy, drooling upon the table. Upon witnessing the scene, Zheng Shao'an feigned inebriation, collapsing onto the table with a thud. Zhu Shuqiang and Lu Jinfeng exchanged knowing glances, a triumphant smile illuminating their faces. Success. Zhu Shuqiang whispered, her slanted eyes sparkling with mischief. Let's swiftly summon others. Lu Jinfeng rubbed her hands together, excitement causing her to stomp her feet. Yes, everyone must witness this. He. Zhu Shuqiang grinned wickedly, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Not only shall we send this little wretch to the Wang family, but we shall also extort 2,000 yuan from him. The duo stealthily maneuvered around the inebriated Zheng Wenkai, casting a glance at the unconscious Zheng Shao'an, unable to suppress their laughter. Come on, let us hurry and call for help. Zhu Shuqiang tugged at Lu Jinfeng's sleeve. When we return, let us claim we saw Shao'an stripping the clothes off Wen-Sai's future bride. Lu Jinfeng nodded vigorously. Yes, then Wenkai will reluctantly part with the 2,000 yuan transfer fee without question. We'll just say this scoundrel was drunk and sullied the purity of his future sister-in-law. It will naturally lead to Zheng Shao'an being handed over to that hefty woman, and will demand 2,000 yuan as a fee. Thus, Zheng Shao'an would not only be the scapegoat, but also enrich them by 2,000 yuan. The 2 women chuckled gleefully, tiptoeing towards the courtyard gate. Zhu Shuqiang glanced back at the inebriated Zheng Shao'an, spitting in triumph. Little wretch, you dare to contend with me. The courtyard gate creaked shut, faint echoes of their suppressed laughter lingering. We are about to strike it rich. Wang Tsuehua, hearing the gate close, immediately squeezed out from the inner room. Her substantial bulk made the doorframe groan, her beady eyes fixating hungrily on the unconscious Zheng Shao'an, drool trickling down her plump lips. Oh, my little husband. She rubbed her greasy hands together, her voice rasping like sandpaper on an iron pot. At last, you have fallen into my clutches. She extended her thick, carrot-like fingers, brushing Zheng Shao'an's face. TSK, far superior to your ugly cousin. Zheng Wenkai is a pitiful wretch, as thin as a monkey, unlike your handsome self. Wang Tsuehua chuckled, her flabby face quivering with joy. You shall toil for me, repaying our 2,000 yuan. She seized Zheng Shao'an's collar, her breath reeking. The dowry money shall be considered the price of livestock. During the day, you shall work, and at night. Just as she leaned in, her shiny lips poised to meet Zheng Shao'an's face, she suddenly locked eyes with a pair of clear, piercing ones. Oh, Zheng Shao'an spoke coldly. Unfortunately, your cunning plans will not prevail against me. Wang Tsuehua's plump face froze instantly, her beady eyes widening in disbelief. The flesh on her face trembling. Why you? Are you awake? Zheng Shao'an leisurely straightened himself, a mocking smile forming. My capacity for alcohol is quite commendable. Your petty tricks have long been seen through. Wang Tsuehua stumbled backward, stuttering as she yelled, Help! Zheng Shao'an is being lewd. Spare me, Zheng Shao'an retorted, seizing her plump arm and squinting menacingly. What you're doing is illegal. When Grandma and the others arrive and see you in this state, who would believe you? Will your family end up in jail? Wang Tsuehua's expression shifted dramatically before she broke into a sinister grin. You little brat, today I'll go all out. She abruptly tore open her collar, exposing her ample shoulder. If I strip off my clothes and claim you took advantage of me, you'll have no choice but to marry into my family. The money has been paid, the engagement's set. Now that you're awake, it'll be even more enjoyable. With that, she lunged toward Zheng Shao'an. Disgusting. Zheng Shao'an dodged, his voice laced with disdain. You shameless wretch, seeking a man in such a sordid manner. How could your parents raise such a creature? Unfazed, Wang Cuihua swayed proudly. Shame? What good is that? Can it be eaten or used to attract a man? As she lunged again, she exclaimed, Dear husband, just yield to me. A cold glint flashed in Zheng Shao'an's eyes as he sneered. Wang Cuihua, was it not your father who secretly sheltered a nationalist officer in 1949? Last year, your family was still in correspondence with the other side, engaging in unsavory dealings. Wang Cuihua froze as if struck by lightning, her face twitching with shock. How do you know? I know much more, Zheng Shao'an whispered near her ear, his tone as frigid as ice. I'm also aware that your family has a box of gold bars hidden in the cellar. The ill-gotten gains from your father's arms dealing. Her legs weakened, nearly dropping her to the ground, her flesh quivering. What do you want from me? Zheng Shao'an chuckled coldly. Aren't you in need of livestock? My cousin, Zheng Wenkai, though not handsome, is sturdy enough for the task. But, Wang Cuihua stammered, the money was taken by my uncle, and the engagement was arranged by his son. Zheng Shao'an interrupted. If you refuse, I'll report your family for treason right now. Fear flickered in Wang Cuihua's beady eyes. Weighing her options, her trembling lips finally yielded. All right, I agree. Zheng Shao'an nodded with satisfaction. Good. When the others arrive, you know what to say, don't you? Chapter 5. The relentless pursuit of marriage. I refuse to be a son-in-law. Wang Cuihua bit her lip, casting a reluctant glance at Zheng Wenkai, who lay sprawled on the table, before fearfully glancing at Zheng Shao'an. Ultimately, she dejectedly nodded her head, resolute in her decision. Wang Cuihua immediately tore open her clothing, revealing a disturbing sight, and began to weep profusely. Observing this, Zheng Shao'an promptly feigned sleep once more. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from outside the courtyard, accompanied by the shrill voice of Zhu Shuqiang, echoing from afar. Everyone come quickly. This little rascal, Shao'an, has gotten himself drunk and is causing a scene. Lu Jinfeng chimed in. I swear, his grandmother and I cannot restrain him. Everyone, please come and lend a hand. With a resounding bang, the courtyard door was kicked open. Zhu Shuqiang stormed in, leading 7 or 8 villagers, her face betraying an unmistakable sense of triumph. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of Wang Cuihua, sobbing on a stool, her clothing in disarray. The two women exchanged glances, and their eyes gleamed with a malevolent light. Excellent, just as I expected. Zheng Shao'an will have no way to deny it. Oh my heavens! Zhu Shuqiang exclaimed, smiting her thigh. This wretch dares to bully his future sister-in-law. Lu Jinfeng feigned tears, lamenting, what misfortune has befallen our family? How could such a shameless creature emerge? May the heavens strike him down. She lunged toward the table, pointing at Zheng Shao'an, trembling with indignation. Everyone, look, the daughter of the Wang family has been reduced to this state. This heartless scoundrel dares to strip the future sister's clothing after a few drinks. I can no longer endure this. The gathered villagers, initially present to assist, were taken aback by the unfolding drama. The atmosphere became electric with gossip. Has the Zheng lad gone mad? Can he truly lay hands on such a hefty woman? My word, this is beyond comprehension. Seeing the momentum building, Zhu Shuqiang stood tall, adopting a righteous demeanor. Fellow villagers, bear witness. Our Zheng family is not one to evade responsibility. This beast has dared to bully his future sister-in-law, an affront that cannot be tolerated. Lu Jinfeng joined in, striking the table, her spittle flying. He must provide an explanation today. The elderly woman wiped non-existent tears, her voice choked with emotion. Though family shame should remain private, this wretch has committed acts more beastly than man. Our Zheng family will not shield him. He must marry or compensate. Indeed, Lu Jinfeng quickly echoed, 2,000 yuan, not a penny less. He must also kneel and apologize to Cuihua. The villagers murmured among themselves. The Zheng matriarch certainly speaks with clarity. What a pity for the daughter of the Wang family. This situation has escalated. Zhu Shuqiang, sensing the moment was ripe, wiped her eyes and turned to Wang Tsuhua with a tender expression. My dear, do share with your aunt how this scoundrel has wronged you. The corners of her mouth barely concealed a smile, eagerly anticipating Wang Tsuhua's identification of Zheng Shao'an. Wang Tsuhua wiped her nose and suddenly pointed at the inebriated Zheng Wenkai beside her. It's his brother Wenkai who tugged at my clothes, what? Zhu Shuqiang and Lu Jinfeng exclaimed in unison, their aged faces contorting in shock. Lu Jinfeng rushed forward, her voice quaking with disbelief. Tsuhua, have you lost your mind? It's that beast Shao'an who is bullying you. Are you sure you didn't misremember the name? Wang Tsuhua pouted in distress. It was brother Wenkai. He suddenly lunged at me and tugged at my dress. You must be eager to marry me. Zhu Shuqiang felt a wave of darkness wash over her. Nearly collapsing, trembling, she pointed at Zheng Shao'an. Look again. Is this the beast sprawled out before you? Hurry, take a good look. No, no. Wang Tsuehua scoffed. Leaning against Zheng Wenkai, brother Wenkai drank too much and insisted on tugging at my clothes, while brother Shao'an has been lying still, not moving at all. Nonsense. Lu Jinfeng had lost all composure, seizing Wang Tsuehua by the collar. How can you speak such lies? Before she could finish, Zhu Shuqiang yanked her back fiercely, her face pale with fury, and through gritted teeth, she managed to utter, say that again. Who is it that is bullying you? Wang Tsuehua shivered in fear, yet insisted. It's brother Wenkai. He tore my dress and said he wants to marry me soon. The villagers around them erupted in a clamor. Oh, so is Zheng Wenkai? So, it seems this wild couple is eager to settle down. Why not consummate the marriage tonight and make it official? Almost made it seem like it was brother Shao'an's fault. Poor Zheng Wenkai nearly got crushed by a mere arm from Wang Tsuehua. Zhu Shuqiang felt the world spinning around her, her carefully laid plans crumbling at the last moment. She fixed her gaze on Wang Tsuehua, her voice trembling. Are you certain it was Wenkai? Wang Tsuehua nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Brother Wenkai even said he would buy me gold bangles. At that moment, Zheng Shao'an groggily awakened, rubbing his eyes, utterly bewildered by the chaotic scene before him. What happened? He asked innocently, his voice still tinged with drunkenness. Wasn't I just drinking with my cousin today? Tomorrow, my cousin is marrying in. I'm going to miss him. He burped apologetically, glancing at the crowd. I'm sorry, everyone, I drank too much. Zhu Shuqiang trembled with rage, her wrinkles quaking, yet she found herself at a loss for words. What could she say? Could she confess that they had plotted to frame Zheng Shao'an, only to inadvertently ensnare her own grandson? The villagers exchanged glances, their chatter rising in a cacophony. Oh, it turns out the young couple was just playing around. Exactly. They're already engaged. What is wrong with enjoying themselves early? Isn't this all just nonsense? Dragging us out in the middle of the night. Wasting my sleep time. Let us disperse. The villagers continued their animated discussions, gradually making their way out. Before departing, someone couldn't resist jesting. From the Zheng family, why not consummate the marriage tonight? Indeed, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Zhu Shuqiang's face turned ashen, her lips trembled, yet she could not utter a word. Lu Jinfeng, in a fit of agitation, stomped her feet, wishing she could strangle that insufferable woman on the spot. Zheng Shao'an, inebriated, rose unsteadily and approached Wang Tsuehua with a sincere expression. Cousin, oh wait, you're not officially my cousin yet. Sister Tsuehua, I apologize on behalf of my cousin. As he spoke, he attempted a bow, but stumbled, nearly falling down, eliciting a round of laughter from the villagers who had yet to leave. Look how considerate Shao'an is. He even knows to apologize for his cousin. Finally, Zhu Shuqiang could no longer contain herself, pointing a finger at Zheng Shao'an and scolding. You little brat, you. Grandma! Zheng Shao'an suddenly raised his voice, interrupting her with a look of feigned grievance. I understand you're upset, but please refrain from scolding my cousin. He just drank too much. This statement left Zhu Shuqiang nearly speechless. She could not publicly admit that she intended to frame Zheng Shao'an. Could she? Ultimately, the elderly matron could only grit her teeth and retort, return to your room. Close the door and speak. Well then, Grandma, I shall take my leave as well. Zheng Shao'an hastily responded, eager to escape the impending confrontation between the two women. As the last villager departed the courtyard, Zhu Shuqiang slammed the courtyard door shut and turned to pounce on Wang Zuohua. "You wretched woman!" she screamed, her face contorted in fury. "What do you mean? We had an agreement. How can you suddenly change your mind? Are you deliberately trying to ensnare my grandson? You will ruin his life." Lu Jinfeng, seizing Wang Zuohua by the collar, fumed. "What happened to identifying Zheng Shao'an? Are you playing us for fools?" Wang Zuohua shrugged off Lu Jinfeng's grip, her expression shifting from victimhood to brazen arrogance. "I've set my sights on Zheng Wenkai, so what?" She stood defiantly, spitting words at the two women. "Is there a problem? If you're unwilling, then return the bride price and double." At that moment, Zheng Wenkai finally stirred from his slumber, groggily lifting his head. What is happening?" "The day after tomorrow, my father and I will come to collect the bride," Wang Zuohua yelled, without sparing him a glance. Continuing her tirade at Zhu Shuqiang. "Prepare everything for me. Make sure the bed is clean when I arrive. If you dare to wail and weep, you will regret it." "You." Zhu Shuqiang trembled in anger. We can call off the engagement." "Call off the engagement?" Wang Zuohua scoffed. "Fine, return the bride price and double. Otherwise, I will report you for fraud and have your entire family imprisoned. Furthermore, with so many witnesses to your son's bullying, do you think you can evade responsibility? You either face jail time or pay double the amount. You ought to weigh your options wisely." Chapter 6. On Filial Piety. I am indeed the white-eyed wolf of 10 miles and 8 villages. Zheng Wenkai finally grasped the situation, his face turning ashen. "What? I refuse to marry that fat woman." With a sharp slap, Wang Zuohua struck him, causing Zheng Wenkai to stagger. "How dare you speak such nonsense?" She spat venomously. "When you accepted the betrothal and the bride price, you became nothing more than a dog in our family. What do you expect? If you dare utter anything untoward again, I shall confine you to the livestock pen." With that, she tossed her head arrogantly and strutted out, her ample figure swaying as she left. Before exiting, she turned back and ominously declared, "See you the day after tomorrow." The gate slammed shut with a resounding bang, and Zhu Shuqiang collapsed onto the ground, pounding her thighs and wailing, "What have we done? Mother, grandmother, I cannot be married into that family." Zheng Wenkai was half awake from his drunken state. Upon receiving this dreadful news, he nearly fainted from the shock. Zhu Shuqiang and Lu Jinfeng scrambled towards the small shop on the street. "Quick, send a telegram to Minsheng." Zhu Shuqiang gasped, pounding on the counter. Old Wang at the shop yawned. "It's the middle of the night. A telegram costs 50 cents each, and you can only send 30 words. Make haste. Do not delay our family's affairs." Lu Jinfeng tossed down 50 cents and swiftly sent the message. "Minsheng, hurry back. Something serious has occurred. Your son has been swindled by that fat woman. Do not hide away any longer. Return and resolve this. If you do not come back soon, our family will be ruined." Meanwhile, Zheng Shao'an hummed a tune as he returned home. Upon entering, he found his parents waiting at the door with an oil lamp. "What is going on? Why is it so noisy outside?" Zheng Minsheng inquired, frowning. "There's nothing to worry about, Father," Zheng Shao'an waved dismissively. "It's just a minor misunderstanding between my cousin and Wang Zuohua after he drank too much. Just wake him up." "How could you drink so much?" his father admonished. "Quickly go to bed. You need to check your grades tomorrow." Li Xiaolan brought in warm water for Zheng Shao'an to wash his face. The three of them then settled onto the Kong to sleep. The following morning, Zheng Shao'an rose early. After a brief wash, he hurried to town. He first stopped at the stationery store to purchase writing paper, ink, and sealing wax. Then went to the supply and marketing cooperative to weigh half a pound of fruit candy. Passing by the post office, he deliberately observed the official documents posted on the wall, memorizing their formats. Upon returning home, Zheng Shao'an locked the door and began to diligently forge a recommendation letter. He first lightly sketched the outline with a pencil, then transcribed it with a fountain pen, and finally stamped it with a homemade seal of the County Education Bureau. The entire process was executed seamlessly, with the paper intentionally aged to appear authentic. Finished, Zheng Shao'an dried the ink and gazed at his creation with satisfaction. This letter was sufficiently convincing to deceive even the most discerning eyes. It would pass scrutiny even if compared to the county office. He carefully stored the forged letter in the drawer and disposed of the remaining materials in the stove. By the time he completed his task, it was already noon. Just as he finished his lunch, there was a loud knocking at the gate. Zheng Shao'an. Is Zheng Shao'an at home? A postman clad in a blue coat stood outside, clutching a brown paper envelope. Your letter. From the county machinery factory. Zheng Shao'an snatched the envelope, his fingers trembling slightly. Upon opening it, he discovered an acceptance letter. Dad! Mom! I've been accepted! Zheng Shao'an exclaimed, jumping with joy while holding the letter high. Zheng Minxiang seized the letter from him, squinting with his presbyopic eyes, reading it thrice before suddenly exclaiming and embracing his son. My son has made it! Li Xiaolan wiped away tears, murmuring, Heaven has opened its eyes. Our family has finally seen the light. The acceptance letter boldly stated, Comrade Zheng Shao'an, after passing the assessment, has been admitted as a grade 3 fitter at our factory with a monthly salary of 37.5 yuan. 37.5. Zheng Minxiang calculated with his fingers. That is even more than my salary. Zheng Shao'an grinned. Dad, this job position could be sold for 3,000 yuan. What? Both parents stared wide-eyed in disbelief. No selling. Zheng Minxiang tightly grasped the acceptance letter. My son worked hard to get this. Exactly. Li Xiaolan hurriedly locked the letter away in a cabinet. No matter how poor we are, we cannot sell his future. Zheng Shao'an felt warmth in his heart. If only his parents had this awareness in their past lives, he wouldn't have suffered so much. Just then, a sudden thud echoed from beyond the courtyard wall. Zheng Shao'an squinted to see Zheng Wenkai, that rascal, peering over the wall. Oh, cousin, are you practicing your wall scaling skills? Zheng Shao'an shouted, grabbing a broom and charging outside. Zheng Wenkai, startled, lost his balance and tumbled down, landing unceremoniously. Ouch, my backside. This coward didn't even have time to complain about the pain. Scrambling away back to the old residence. In the main courtyard of the Zheng family, Zheng Minxiang was reclining with his legs crossed, sipping tea. This old rascal had been avoiding debts for over half a month, returning only upon hearing his son was to be betrothed. Mom, don't worry. Zheng Minxiang spat out tea leaves. It's just a hefty woman. This matter should be settled by the second son's family. Before he could finish, Zheng Wenkai burst in, wailing, Dad. Grandma, it's bad. That rascal Zheng Shao'an has been accepted into the machinery factory. Zhu Shuqiang seized Zheng Wencai's collar. Did you see it clearly? Absolutely. The postman delivered the acceptance letter. Monthly salary is 37.5. Lu Jinfeng sank to the ground. It's over. There is no way they let Wenkai get betrothed now. Zheng Minxiang's eyes darted, suddenly slamming the table. Mom, this cannot be allowed to stand. No matter how capable Zheng Shao'an is, he is still a member of the Zheng family. The Wang family has already received the payment. We must send him over today. That Wang woman changed her mind suddenly yesterday. It must be this scoundrel's doing. We should confront him. He should also hand over that worker position to Wenkai. Zhu Shuqiang's eyes sparkled with realization. Yes. When Zheng Shao'an is betrothed, Wenkai will still be a worker. What a grand affair. Just as Zheng Shao'an locked the acceptance letter in the cabinet, the courtyard door was kicked open with a loud bang. Zheng Shao'an, come out here. How dare you? Zheng Minxiang bellowed, his voice a cacophony. You are responsible for your own misdeeds. Come out. Zheng Shao'an emerged slowly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Ah, has my esteemed uncle finally returned? Were you not hiding in the city like a coward? Zheng Minxiang's face flushed crimson. Enough of your nonsense. I was in the city on business. Zhu Shuqiang, leaning on her cane, interjected sharply, You ungrateful wretch. Do you have no conscience? Was it not you who orchestrated that debacle with the fat woman last night? Grandmother, how can you accuse me so? Zheng Shao'an feigned innocence. It was my cousin who stripped her of her clothes. What does it have to do with me? The villagers all witnessed it. Lu Jinfeng suddenly burst into tears. This is outrageous. A brother who turns his back in times of need. If Wenkai is forced into marriage, his life will be ruined. Zheng Wenkai joined in the lamentation. Shao'an, I am your own cousin. You cannot abandon me in my time of need. A crowd of villagers gathered at the courtyard, murmuring amongst themselves. What trouble is the Zheng family brewing now? I hear they want to coerce Shao'an into marrying Wencai's bride. How shameless. Zheng Minsheng let out a derisive laugh and slammed his hand on the table. You insolent brat. While I was away, did you think this household fell under your command? You will comply with this arrangement, whether you like it or not. There is still time. You must marry on behalf of your cousin. If you refuse, then relinquish your worker quota to redeem him. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shao'an nearly erupted with laughter. Goodness gracious, is this a blatant robbery? I can hear your scheming from the village entrance. He smirked. You made this agreement yourself and accepted the money. What is it to me? Now that your life is at stake, you come crying for help? Zhu Shuqiong collapsed on the ground, wailing dramatically. What is sin? My grandson is trying to kill me. How could our family produce such an ungrateful wretch? Wenkai is your dear cousin. What harm is there in requesting a quota? Lu Jinfeng joined her in tears. Shao'an, we are family. Enough of this nonsense. Zheng Shao'an interrupted. When the money was taken, did you call us family? Now that the situation has soured, you think of me? The onlookers murmured among themselves. The Zheng family is truly disgraceful. Is this not outright theft? They squandered the money and cannot find a way out. Shao'an's success was hard-earned. Zheng Minsheng glared silence. This is a matter of the Zheng family. He turned to point a finger at Zheng Shao'an. If you do not surrender your quota today, do not expect to call me your uncle. How frightening. Zheng Shao'an rolled his eyes. What is your worth as an uncle? Can you trade for 2 tails of pork? Suddenly, Zhu Shuqiong lunged at him, shrieking, You wretched child! Are you trying to drive me to madness? If Wenkai is forced into marriage, I shall hang myself at your doorstep. Was it to exchange your spot for your cousin's life? Zheng Shao'an leaned back, his heart brimming with joy. Here it comes, just what he desired. He immediately feigned a look of distress. Grandma, are you not putting me in a difficult position? If I lose my job, the street office will surely send me to the countryside. Everyone knows the recent crackdown on rural assignments has become stringent. Previously, one could get by with a small business, but now it is far from simple. Without a job, I would have to go to the countryside and toil in the fields. If you seize my spot, how am I to survive? If I am sent away, what will happen to my family? What will become of my parents? Would I not be unable to fulfill my filial duties before you, Grandma? Chapter 7. Acquiring supplies and filling the space. Zhu Shuqiong glared with her triangular eyes, smiting her thigh as she exclaimed, Your cousin is on the brink of being ruined by that corpulent woman, and you still possess no sense of conscience? 1 quota exchanged for a life, and you dare to claim it as a loss? Nearby, Zheng Wenkai quickly interjected, You have gone to the countryside, and I shall take care of your home, dear cousin. Zheng Shao'an, inwardly amused yet feigning a look of reluctant resignation, replied, Very well, if you desire the quota. It is yours. However, venturing to the countryside requires funds, and over the years, your family has squandered all the money in our household. You may sell the quota in the black market, but I demand compensation. Upon hearing this, Zheng Minsheng and Zhu Shuqiong immediately grew wary. What do you want? Zheng Shao'an cleared his throat and stated, I desire the house left by grandmother. This residence had been inherited from grandfather, but most of it had been claimed by the uncle's family, leaving him and his parents in a small side room. As for money, he recalled that the old hag still had a couple of thousand saved. Last lifetime, she had only taken it out when his cousin was marrying. Now, the visible cash had been entirely squandered by Zheng Minsheng, that worthless fellow. Before heading to the countryside, he intended to drain the old hag's resources completely. Zhu Shuqiong exploded at the mention of the house. You must be joking. How dare you covet what your grandfather left behind? The elderly lady trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Zheng Shao'an. You ungrateful wretch. How could the Zheng family produce such a beast as you? Zheng Shao'an immediately adopted a look of feigned grievance. Grandmother, how can you say such things? I must have a place to settle when I go to the countryside. Mustn't I? The quota is worth 3,000. The house is scarcely worth 800, so you still profit 2,200. He continued, Moreover, if I have no money to go to the countryside, am I not courting death? Lu Jinfeng's eyes darted, and she suddenly tugged at Zhu Shuqiong's sleeve. Mother, what are you hesitating for? Do you truly wish to witness Wenkai being tormented by that corpulent woman? Are you no longer a loving grandmother? Can you not part with this little amount? Zheng Minsheng chimed in, Indeed, that dilapidated house cannot be sold. It is merely a deed. It belongs to the public, and taking the deed is of no consequence. Once this lad departs for the countryside, we can retrieve it from the second uncle. Can't we? He cannot sell it. Just give it to him. Zhu Shuqiang's triangular eyes darted, and suddenly she smote her thigh. Very well. It is yours. She turned and entered the house, and shortly thereafter emerged with a yellow deed, which she angrily thrust at Zheng Shao'an. Take it. Hurry and hand over the quota. Zheng Shao'an received the deed, his heart swelling with joy. Externally, he feigned gratitude. Thank you, grandmother. As he spoke, he produced the forged recommendation letter from his pocket. This is the recommendation from the county. With this, I can exchange it for my quota. Zheng Minsheng snatched it away, squinting at it for a while, before suddenly breaking into a grin. It works. Zhu Shuqiang leaned in, her old face blooming with delight. My eldest grandson truly has a promising future. Lu Jinfeng cast a triumphant glance at Zheng Shao'an, her expression laced with disdain. Foolish creature. Do you genuinely believe you have stumbled upon an opportunity? She scoffed. Wait until Wen Kai becomes a factory worker. Then we shall see how you flaunt your arrogance. Zheng Wen Kai, with his nose held high, spat dismissively. Bah, pathetic and impoverished. You are destined for a life of toil in the fields. The entire family, brandishing a forged letter, strutted away with an air of superiority. As they departed, Zheng Minsheng turned back, spitting on the ground. You little brat, challenge me? Perhaps in your next life. Zhu Shuqiang, leaning on her cane, chuckled, her face creased with joy. Wen Kai, you must report to the factory tomorrow. Grandmother will sew you a new outfit. Lu Jinfeng, supporting the elderly lady, responded with a sarcastic tone. Some individuals are simply not meant to enjoy a life of comfort. They are fated to gnaw on the dirt for eternity. Zheng Shao'an stood at the door, observing the family's oblivious retreat, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just as he secured the property deed, the courtyard door was flung open violently. Shao'an, Li Xiaolan, and Zheng Minsheng rushed in, drenched in sweat and pale with anxiety. The villagers are saying, you relinquished your job opportunity? And that you intend to move to the countryside? Li Xiaolan's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes. Have your uncles pressured you again? Zheng Shao'an quickly ushered his parents inside, closing the door behind them. He retrieved the genuine acceptance letter from his pocket. Father, mother, look. That recommendation letter is a forgery. I crafted it myself last night. The real one is here. However, it is true that I must go to the countryside. Zheng Minsheng snatched the letter, scrutinizing it repeatedly before heaved a sigh of relief, though his brow soon furrowed again. But why would you choose to go to the countryside? Being a worker in the city is far better. Zheng Shao'an had already formulated a plan in his mind. He possessed a space and needed to develop in a resource-rich environment. The city imposed strict regulations. Even agriculture was restricted, and being a factory worker merely meant a life of mediocrity. Yet, he could not voice these thoughts aloud. Father, mother, he sighed. You've seen how my uncle's family buzzes around like flies, incessantly. If I remain in the city, they will continually meddle in my affairs. And who knows what trouble they might stir up next. Furthermore, the current restrictions in the city make it inconvenient to pursue any endeavors. It will be better to venture into the countryside. Li Xiaolan wiped her tears, but the countryside is harsh. Mother, I'm not afraid of hardship. Zheng Shao'an grasped her hand firmly. It is certainly preferable to being tormented by that family in the city. Zheng Minsheng fell silent for a moment before suddenly looking up. Son, do you have some sort of plan? A flicker of cold determination flashed in Zheng Shao'an's eyes. Father, mother, trust me. I will carve out a name for myself in the countryside. However, before I leave, I must deal with my uncle's family. Otherwise, they will continue to buzz around, causing disturbances. Li Xiaolan gasped. What do you intend to do? You must not break the law. Zheng Shao'an smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, mother. I know my limits. Father, tonight, please invite my uncle's family for dinner, and tell them it is a farewell gathering. We shall dine at the state-run restaurant. Zheng Minsheng looked perplexed. Why? I have a plan. Zheng Shao'an replied with conviction. Zheng Shao'an mysteriously winked. Do not inquire further. In due time, all will be revealed. The elderly couple exchanged glances, ultimately exhaling a sigh. Very well. Zheng Minsheng nodded. Father trusts you. However, promise me that you will take good care of yourself in the countryside. Zheng Shao'an flashed a grin. Rest assured, he had already formulated his plan in his mind. This evening's meal would ensure that his uncle's family would be utterly ruined. He would confine Zheng Minsheng, that good-for-nothing, within the state-operated restaurant, rendering him a sitting duck, and then report him, leaving him no chance to escape. When the time came to dine, he would also relocate the household of the first branch. He had storage space for that. Not a shred of clothing would he leave for that swarm of leeches. After seeing his father off, Zheng Shao'an turned and made his way to the youth volunteer office. He recalled that in his previous life, a youth volunteer had been assigned to the Zhoushan archipelago, a coastal area abundant in fish, perfectly suited for him to exploit his spatial advantages. This region had even made the news, producing several successful youth volunteers. As he passed the supply and marketing cooperative, Zheng Shao'an deliberately entered to purchase a pack of the Qianmen cigarettes. In those days, gifting a cigarette was more effective than anything else. Director Zhang of the youth volunteer office was lounging with his legs crossed, engrossed in a newspaper. Upon Zheng Shao'an's entrance, he did not even lift his eyes. "What is it?" "Good day, Director Zhang," Zheng Shao'an replied with a smile, placing the cigarettes on the desk. "I am here to apply for a position in the countryside." Only then did Director Zhang raise his head, regarding him with a hint of suspicion. "Oh, a voluntary application? How rare." He glanced at the cigarettes on the desk and discreetly tucked them away in a drawer. "Where do you wish to go?" "Zhoushan Archipelago," Zheng Shao'an replied straightforwardly. "I have heard they are in need of manpower there." Director Zhang arched an eyebrow. "You are quite well informed." He opened the registration book and, in a leisurely manner, stated, "But that place is quite harsh. Are you certain about this?" "Absolutely," Zheng Shao'an affirmed with determination. "Young people ought to train in the most arduous environments." Director Zhang chuckled. "Very well, you possess the right mindset." He picked up a fountain pen and swiftly inscribed Zheng Shao'an's name in the registration book, noting Zhoushan Archipelago in the remarks section. "Thank you, Director Zhang." Zheng Shao'an bowed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he turned to leave. It was done. Zhoushan Archipelago, a veritable treasure trove. Soon he would catch a bounty of fish and become a seafood magnate, leading a life of bliss. With the acceptance notice in hand, Zheng Shao'an headed straight for the black market in the county town. He was well acquainted with this place, having frequented it in his previous life. After navigating through winding alleys, he pushed open a rickety wooden door. Inside, smoke swirled around as several burly men played cards. "We want." One with a scarred face glared at him. Zheng Shao'an brandished the notice. "Selling worker quotas, looking for Brother Long." The scarred face perked up and quickly led him into the inner room. Brother Long was reclining with his legs crossed, munching on sunflower seeds. Upon hearing Zheng's purpose, his eyes immediately sparkled. "Oh, a rare find." He snatched the notice, examining it closely. "Level 3 fitter? A legitimate state factory? If it's a fake, I will pay tenfold." Zheng Shao'an rapped on the table. "Flat price, 3,005. Brother Long chewed thoughtfully. "You're quite shrewd, aren't you? Isn't the market price just 3,000? I urgently need the money." Zheng Shao'an grinned widely, saying, "You can resell it for 4,000. It's a guaranteed profit." Brother Long squinted at him for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "All right, it's your straightforwardness that has won me over." He turned and rummaged through a nook, producing a cloth bag, moistening his fingers as he counted the money. 3,005. Count it clearly. Zheng Shao'an swiftly tucked the money away and immediately plunged into the black market for purchases. He first headed to the fishing gear stall. "Boss, 5 sea rods, please. 10 sets of hooks and lines. As for the nets, I need the sturdiest ones. Both casting nets and drag nets. 2 fish spears with barbs." The stall owner beamed widely, his delight evident. "Are you planning to change careers to fishing, young man?" Zheng Shao'an chuckled, "Just supporting rural construction." He then turned and stormed into the general store. 3 kerosene lamps, 2 flashlights, a dozen batteries, iron pots, kitchen knives, scissors, nails. "Anything made of iron, I'll take it. Salt, sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, whatever you have, I want all." Chapter 8. Drunk Uncle's Family. Emptying the house in a flash, the shopkeeper almost knelt. "Comrade, are you planning to open a supply and marketing cooperative?" Zheng Shao'an flung out several large bills. "No matter. Pack it up. He finally turned into the grain and oil shop. 50 pounds of flour, 50 pounds of rice, 2 barrels of soybean oil, noodles, rice vermicelli, peanuts. Load everything that can be stored. The shopkeeper's wife flustered. Oh my goodness, you need an introduction letter for this. Zheng Shao'an slipped her 2 packets of cigarettes. Annie, just make an exception. While the goods were being packed, he stealthily transferred items into a space. With 10 acres of storage space, this was more than sufficient. Passing by the department store, Zheng Shao'an abruptly halted. Soap, toothpaste, towels, a full set of daily necessities, 3 pairs of rubber shoes, 2 raincoats. Oh, and a thermos. The salesgirl gasped. Comrade, your wealth is quite substantial. Zheng Shao'an smiled silently. He was a reborn individual with a golden finger. These items were trivial. After exiting the black market, he still had over 2,000 left in his pocket. Zheng Shao'an weighed the money bag, grinning broadly. With this, heading to Zhoushan would be akin to a dragon entering the sea, a tiger returning to the mountains. As for the fat ant and blood-sucking relatives, they could all go to hell. Just as Zheng Shao'an turned out of the black market, a sudden flurry of urgent whistles pierced the air. Halt! Red armbands are checking the streets. He jolted, turning to see 3 individuals with red armbands charging towards him. Several ahead had already been pressed to the ground, their stolen goods scattered. Damn! Zheng Shao'an took off running, the money bag clattering in his arms. Though his pockets were clean, he felt a tremor at the sight of the red armbands, knowing he had committed a wrongdoing. Just as he turned down an alley, he collided with a girl in a blue cloth jacket. Oh no! The girl stumbled, her net bag dropping to the ground, a few potatoes rolling out. Zheng Shao'an was about to apologize when he heard the shout from the red armbands behind him. Those 2 in front. Halt! Run! He grabbed the girl and dashed into the alley. What are you doing? Let go of me. The girl, startled, struggled fiercely. If you don't want to be caught, run with me. Zheng Shao'an whispered urgently. The red armbands are arresting people. The girl's face paled at his words, and she lifted her skirt to follow him in a frantic sprint. The 2 twisted and turned through several alleys, and the girl was soon gasping for breath. I can't go on. Zheng Shao'an glanced back, ensuring they had evaded their pursuers, before finally releasing her. I apologize, comrade. It was an emergency. Are you all right? The girl leaned against the wall, panting, eyeing him warily. Who are you? You also just came out of the black market? Zheng Shao'an finally took a good look at her. She had a round face and apricot-shaped eyes, with 2 braids falling over her chest. Although her clothes were patched, she appeared neat and tidy. My name is Zheng Shao'an, he explained. I just bought some things from the black market. What about you? Why were you wandering outside? And why were the red armbands after you? My name is Duyali. The young woman hesitated for a moment, saying, I wish to purchase some items to take to the countryside. She glanced at the empty net bag, her eyes slightly reddened. But I didn't have enough grain coupons, so I thought of buying some on the black market, yet I couldn't find it, and then I considered making a purchase outside. Zheng Shao'an immediately understood. This foolish girl had undoubtedly been deceived. With the scrutiny outside, how could anyone conduct business under the watchful eyes of the red armbands without being caught? The black market had long since relocated. He lowered his voice, asking, What do you wish to buy? Just some daily necessities. Duyali's voice grew quieter. I heard there's a shortage of medicine over there. Zheng Shao'an smiled broadly. Follow me. He led Duyali through winding alleys until they arrived at a concealed courtyard. Brother Long. Zheng Shao'an knocked in a specific pattern. The door creaked, opened slightly. Oh, you're back again? A scar-faced man peeked out. Noticing another person beside Zheng Shao'an, he became cautious. Who is this? My friend. She also wishes to buy something, Zheng Shao'an replied. That's the good stuff. Half an hour later, Duyali emerged with a bulging bundle, her eyes sparkling. Thank you so much. These medicines, they can't be found at the supply and marketing cooperative. Zheng Shao'an waved his hand dismissively. It was nothing. He glanced at the sky and inquired, You mentioned going to the countryside? Where to? Zhoushan Islands, Duyali replied. The train is at noon tomorrow. Zheng Shao'an's eyes brightened. What a coincidence. I'm also heading to Zhoushan. I just registered today, and my train is at noon tomorrow as well. Duyali's eyes widened in surprise. Really? We're on the same train? Why would I lie to you? Zheng Shao'an chuckled. Shall we meet at the train station tomorrow at noon? We could travel together. It will be nice to have company on the journey. Duyeli nodded vigorously, finally smiling. Yes. As they parted ways, the young woman suddenly turned back. Comrade Zheng. Thank you. Zheng Shao'an touched his nose, watching her retreating figure. This trip to the countryside seemed it would not be too dull after all. Meanwhile, the Zheng household was in a state of jubilation. Mother, rest assured. Zheng Minsheng lounged with his legs crossed, proudly blowing smoke rings. I've asked old Li to go to the black market. That quota can sell for at least 3,000. Zhu Shuqiang laughed heartily, her face wrinkling with joy. Wonderful. Now, when Kai won't have to be adopted, we'll keep the remaining money. Lu Jinfeng remarked, munching on sunflower seeds, rolling her eyes. That fool Zheng Shao'an, getting sold and still helping others count the money. Indeed, Zheng Wenkai, with his feet up, bit into an apple. That simpleton thinks he's gained a great advantage. Suddenly, Zhu Shuqiang remembered something and clapped her thigh, laughing. By the way, didn't that lad say he would treat us to dinner at the state-run restaurant tonight? Let us go. We must go. Zheng Minsheng crushed his cigarette, but the whole family will go. Lu Jinfeng's eyes gleamed. Right? Let us make him regret it. I want braised pork. Zheng Wenkai excitedly shouted, and sweet and sour ribs. How pitiful. Zheng Mingsheng cast a sharp glance at his son. Order the most expensive dishes. Let's indulge ourselves. The second son has saved quite a bit during his years as a worker. Zhu Shuqiang squinted her triangular eyes. Calculating. I heard a new chef at the state-run restaurant makes an exceptional braised pork knuckle. We must order two. Lu Jinfeng quickly chimed in. And let us get a large yellow croaker. Zheng Mingsheng rubbed his hands together. I've also heard they have moutai there. The family grew increasingly excited, as if they could already envision Zheng Shao'an emptying his wallet. Let us go. Now. Zheng Mingsheng waved his hand decisively. Let us feast until we're bankrupt. Zhu Shuqiang, leaning on her cane, stood up and spat venomously. Serves him right. Let that little brat learn what happens when he challenges us. The family, filled with indignation, marched out the door towards the state-run restaurant. Zheng Wenkai had even changed into new clothes, shouting as he walked. Tonight, I want 3 bowls of rice. Under the setting sun, their silhouettes stretched long against the horizon, resembling a pack of wolves ready to feast. When Zheng Shao'an returned home, his parents had nearly finished packing their bags. Son, are you really leaving? Li Xiaolan wiped away her tears. Once you go. Mother, don't worry. Zheng Shao'an reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand. Once I establish myself over there, I'll bring you both to enjoy a life of comfort. Zheng Minxiang squatted on the threshold, smoking a pipe. That state-run restaurant. We must go. Zheng Shao'an grinned. Aren't Uncle and his family waiting to feast on us? Let them. The 3 of them, burdened with their belongings, made their way to the restaurant, and, as they approached the entrance, they could hear a ruckus inside. What time is it? Are we late for the meal? Zhu Shuqiang shouted, her voice sharp. Have you no respect for your elders? Zheng Mingsheng pounded the table. Waiter, bring us 2 bottles of moutai. Charge it to my brother. Zheng Shao'an entered, instantly donning a cheerful demeanor. Uncle, Grandma, my apologies. We were delayed packing. Oomph. Lu Jinfeng rolled her eyes. There's no sincerity in this invitation. Zheng Wenkai had already started munching on the complimentary peanuts, mumbling, I'm starving. Hurry up and order. Zheng Shao'an glanced at the table, to his surprise. All the cold dishes were already served, and a bottle of moutai was opened. Dad, Mom, please sit down, he urged, pulling his parents to their seats. Today, I'm treating everyone, so let us eat heartily. Zhu Shuqiang's eyes gleamed. Now that's more like it. Waiter, bring us all the most expensive dishes. Zheng Mingsheng, reclining with his legs crossed, exhaled smoke rings. Shao'an, it's not that Uncle is criticizing you, but when it comes to being a person, you must be sensible. Zheng Shao'an quickly responded, his expression earnest. Uncle, your advice is well taken. He turned to the waiter. 2 orders of braised pork knuckle, sweet and sour ribs, steamed yellow croaker. Lu Jinfeng's eyes lit up. And let us have some braised pork. The fattest pieces, Zheng Wenkai shouted, and 4 happiness meatballs. Zheng Minxiang's face turned pale, ready to speak, but was silenced by his son's hand. Dad, just eat, enjoy. Zheng Shao'an smiled broadly. Come everyone, Let us raise our glasses. I'll toast to Uncle first. He filled Zheng Mingsheng's glass with Mao Tai. Oh, Mao Tai, is it? Zheng Mingsheng, with an air of arrogance, exclaimed, At least you, young man, are somewhat sensible. You ought to eat less. At your uncle's age, he should indulge in more drink. This fine wine could hardly be afforded by Zheng Shao'an, who wore a pained expression while forcing a smile, murmuring, It is only fitting. Only fitting. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Shuqiang immediately perked up, calling out, Waiter, bring us 2 more bottles. As the evening progressed with drinks flowing and dishes being savored, Zheng Mingxing's face turned a deep crimson. He clapped Zheng Shao'an on the shoulder, exhaling a cloud of alcohol-laden breath. Dear nephew, now, this is more like it. When you go to the countryside, remember to send your work points back to the city. Understood? It would have been better had you been this considerate sooner. Look at the mood you've created. It has dampened everyone's spirits. Such words are unwarranted, Zheng Shao'an replied, pouring more into his uncle's glass. We are family. How could I ever hold a grudge against you? Lu Jinfeng, munching on a pork knuckle, added, Indeed, Shao'an is quite the sensible one. Absolutely, Zheng Wenkai chimed in, his mouth stuffed with braised meat, far better than certain others, not even granting face to his own brother. He cast a sidelong glance at Zheng Minxiang. Li Xiulan, visibly irate, trembled with indignation, while Zheng Shao'an gently squeezed his mother's hand beneath the table. Come now, cousin, this toast is for you. He filled Zheng Wencai's glass once more, wishing him, May you, soon escape from your suffering. Zheng Wencai downed his drink in one gulp, exclaiming, Refreshing. More, please. Zhu Shuqiang, already quite tipsy, continued to scheme, Shao'an, about that housing deed. Do not worry, grandmother, Zheng Shao'an reassured her, thumping his chest. Once I'm in the countryside, you may stay in a house as you please. The deed is merely a keepsake for me. Now, that is more like it. The elderly lady sighed contentedly, letting out a small hiccup. Suddenly, Zheng Mingsheng stood up, swaying slightly as he raised his glass. Today, I am delighted. My dear nephew has made something of himself. He knows to honor his elders. This meal has been splendid. Bring 2 more bottles of Mao Tai and 2 plates of braised meat. I'll take some home later. With that, he opened another bottle of Mao Tai with a loud pop. Zheng Shao'an glanced at the bill, now totaling 25 yuan and 8 cents, and felt an overwhelming joy. Drink up, everyone. In due time, there will be tears. The money you spend now will surely be repaid in double. Chapter 9. The uncle's family cries in deception. Uncle was excessively generous. He filled Zheng Minxing's glass once more, another drink. Zheng Minsheng tilted his head back and gulped it down, only to suddenly retch and expel it all. Ugh, I can't. He slumped into his chair. I've had too much. Lu Jinfeng swayed precariously, calling out, Waiter, pack it up. Zheng Wencai had long retreated beneath the table, snoring thunderously. Zhu Shuqiang, leaning on her cane, stood unsteadily, pointing at Zheng Shao'an. You little rascal, have some sense. With that, she plopped down onto the ground. Zheng Shao'an hastily produced some money to settle the bill. His face contorted in pain as he counted out 25 yuan and 80 cents. Li Xiulan murmured softly, her heart heavy. How much food could this buy? Mother, don't worry, Zheng Shao'an whispered. Tonight, we shall make them pay. As the family of 3 exited the restaurant, the haunting wails of Zheng Minxing's drunken singing echoed behind them. The night breeze rustled, causing Zheng Shao'an to squint. The real spectacle was only just beginning. In the stillness of the night, Zheng Shao'an stealthily approached the front door of the main house. He glanced up at the moon, a grin spreading across his face. You old fools, tonight you shall learn what retribution means. Through the crack of the door, the sounds of snoring seeped out. Zheng Minxing lay in a drunken stupor, snoring like a thunderstorm. Zheng Shao'an pulled a piece of iron wire from his pocket and deftly picked the lock. Huh, sleeping like a dead pig, he thought, as he tiptoed inside. He first felt his way to Zhu Shuqiang's bed. The old lady lay sprawled out, muttering Matai. Another bottle. Zheng Shao'an let out a cold laugh and abruptly yanked aside the bedding. Indeed, beneath it lay a wooden box. Upon opening it, he was astounded. A thick bundle of cash, at least over 1,000 yuan. Beside, it was a savings book, clearly stating a balance of 1,500 yuan. Old hag, hiding it quite well, eh? So much hidden wealth, Yet she had always lamented poverty before his parents. A decrepit parasite. Without a moment's hesitation, he stashed it all away into his space. Before departing, he cast a glance at the silk quilt on the old witch's bed, waving his hand to send it into his space. Did she think she could keep warm under it? In her room, he rummaged through, taking every valuable item, fine fabrics, radios, everything went into his space. Such valuables, and yet the old lady did not deserve them. He turned and made his way to Zheng Minsheng's room, where the old fool's belt had loosened, his pockets bulging. Zheng Shao'an reached in. Wow, the dowry money is all right here. A full 2,000 yuan. Not a cent less. Even in sleep, he clutched onto it. Oh, uncle, how swiftly does your money come? Zheng Shao'an chuckled as he pocketed the cash. Too bad you won't have the chance to spend it. Lu Jinfeng's vanity table drawers overflowed with gold and silver jewelry. Zheng Shao'an took every piece without leaving a single item behind. Always so stingy, yet it turned out she had hoarded for these. Most gratifying was Zheng Wenkai's room. The lad slept like a dead pig, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. Zheng Shao'an stealthily absconded with all the hidden wealth beneath his pillow, leaving no spare change in his pockets. Cousin, this money will only bring you misfortune. Allow me to take care of it for you. Before departing, Zheng Shao'an meticulously ransacked the kitchen, collecting flour, rice, cured meat, and eggs. Anything edible found its way into his possession. Now you shall long for the provisions of my household every day. Ultimately, he stood in the center of the empty grand hall, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. You old fools, come morning, I shall relish your tears. With a gentle closing of the door, he hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way back. The night breeze enveloped him, and with a deep inhalation, he felt an exhilarating sense of ease. This was merely the beginning. He squinted at the starlit sky, resolved that before heading to the countryside, he would ensure this band of leeches would weep inconsolably. At the break of dawn the following day, Zheng Shao'an tucked his savings book into his pocket and hurried to the credit union, deliberately smudging his face with dirt and donning a tattered straw hat. He hunched over to feign the appearance of an elderly man. Comrade, I would like to withdraw some funds. He slid the savings book across the counter, his voice deliberately raspy. The young clerk behind the counter barely glanced up, asking, how much? All of it. Only then did the clerk lift his gaze, noting the elderly guise and refraining from further inquiry. 1,500 yuan, please count it. Zheng Shao'an took the thick stack of money, his hands trembling, not from anxiety, but from exhilaration. Thank you, comrade. He secured the money and turned to leave. Once outside the credit union, he ducked into an alley to recount the funds, glee radiating from him. The old witch's coffin fund is now mine. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the Zheng family's grand residence. Where's my money? Zhu Shuqiang's scream could have lifted the roof off. The old woman frantically overturned the bedding and rummaged through every drawer. Where's my box? My savings book? Why is everything gone? We've been robbed. Damn it. Zheng Minsheng turned his pockets inside out, his face paling. My 2,000 yuan is gone as well. Lu Jinfeng lamented, my gold bracelet, my silver hairpin, all of it vanished. The entire family flitted about the house like headless flies, eventually collapsing on the floor, faces ashen. It must be that bastard Zheng Shao'an. Zheng Minsheng suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing red. Inviting us to dinner yesterday, pouring drinks. He had ill intentions for sure. Who the hell would steal even the cured meat? Zhu Shuqiang slammed her thigh. That wretched little beast. I knew something was off with him all of a sudden. He means to drive us to despair. Let us go. Zheng Minsheng seized a rolling pin. Charging outside. We'll settle the score with that little beast. Zhu Shuqiang, leaning on her cane, trembled after him. I shall flay him alive today. The family, resembling a band of debt collectors, stormed towards Zheng Shao'an's abode with fierce determination. Along the way, Zhu Shuqiang cursed passionately. May you be cursed 1,000 times. You little demon, may you meet a terrible end. May lightning strike you down. Zheng Minsheng gritted his teeth. If he doesn't return the money today, I swear I will break his legs. At this moment, Zheng Shao'an lay contentedly on his bed, counting money, when he heard a series of loud knocks at the door. Zheng Shao'an, you scoundrel, get out here. The The thunderous voice of Zheng Minsheng shook the windows. You little wretch. Have you stolen from your own family? Come out. You uncouth brat. Are you trying to drive your grandmother to her grave? Shameless thief. Stealing should cost you a hand or a foot. Zheng Shao'an leisurely tucked the money away before he finally opened the door. As soon as he pulled back the bolt, Zheng Minsheng stumbled in. Uncle, what is the matter so early in the morning? Is it already time for New Year's greetings in summer? Zheng Shao'an feigned confusion. Stop pretending. Zheng Minsheng's eyes nearly bulged out as he seized Zheng Shao'an by the collar. Where's my 2,000 yuan? Where are the cured meats? You've even rolled up the blankets. You gluttonous ghost. Damn it. Have you even stolen from your own home? Do you have no shame? You little bastard. Return my money. Zhu Shuqiang raised her cane, ready to strike. You little wretch. Spit out my coffin fund. Zheng Shao'an nimbly dodged, his expression suddenly darkening. Uncle, grandmother, what are you doing? Why are you running to my house early in the morning to cause a scene? What are you talking about? What theft? Has the house been robbed? Then hurry to the police station. Stop playing dumb. Zheng Minsheng spat angrily. Last night, you deliberately got me drunk. If you didn't steal it, who did? Upon hearing this, Zheng Shao'an's lips quivered as he looked at everyone with a pitiful expression. Uncle, what do you mean? I reserved a spot for you. I thought it was my fault for one in my family to have a meal before heading to the countryside. Besides, wasn't it you who ordered the mitai? What does it have to do with me? I treated you. Am I now the villain? A crowd had gathered outside, and upon hearing his words, they shook their heads in disapproval. Oh dear, what a tragedy. Look at Shao'an, how pitiful. The second branch is being bullied by the first. Losing things has nothing to do with him. Could a child do such a thing? Zheng Minsheng's face turned green with anger. Stop pretending. If it's not you, then who? Oh, how well you've done. Now you're even stealing. You've disgraced the Zheng family. Hurry and return what you took. Or don't blame me for being ruthless. To catch a thief, you need evidence. Zheng Shao'an retorted with a cold smile. How could I possibly move thousands of yuan, along with blankets and cured meats, all by myself? You've offended someone and are placing the blame on me? What kind of reasoning is this? Uncle, grandmother, well, have I wronged you? These words nearly caused Zhu Shuqiang to faint with rage, as her silk quilt had been bought at a high price. Now, it was simply gone. The mere mention of it caused her to lose her composure. She plopped down on the ground, throwing a tantrum. What a calamity! Truly a calamity! A thief has emerged from the Zheng family. And still, they won't admit it. Return my quilt, return my retirement funds. I have cared for you all these years. You ungrateful wretch. The onlookers could not help but murmur among themselves. What is all this fuss about? How can one person move so many belongings? Zheng Minsheng is usually so stingy. How much could he possibly lose? Just yesterday, Shao'an treated them to a meal. This family truly lacks gratitude. Zheng Minsheng was so enraged he could hardly contain himself. You. Suddenly, Zheng Shao'an lowered his voice and sneered. Instead of causing a scene here, why not concern yourself with Brother Wenkai? He is set to marry into another family this afternoon, and I hear they are not to be trifled with. One moment you claim something is missing, and the next you speak of other matters, trying to pin it all on me? Perhaps you should return home to prepare for your daughter's wedding? These words fell upon Zheng Minsheng like a bucket of cold water. His face turned pale, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. Zhu Shuqiang attempted to rush forward and tear at him, but Zheng Minsheng grasped her firmly. Mother, let us return. This is not over. Before departing, Zheng Minsheng pointed menacingly at Zheng Shao'an. You little beast, just wait. I shall ensure you face the consequences. Zheng Shao'an leaned against the doorframe, beaming with delight. Uncle, take care, and remember to prepare a dowry for Brother Wenkai. Zheng Minsheng nearly stumbled upon hearing this. He shot Zheng Shao'an a furious glare before slinking away. Father, what shall we do now? Zheng Wenkai asked, clutching his swollen face, his voice quavering. If we cannot gather the money by this afternoon, I cannot go to that wretched woman's home. Zheng Minsheng's countenance darkened ominously as he gritted his teeth. The only option left is to sell that position on the black market. Old Li's side is unreliable. We must go directly to Brother Long. Chapter 10. Take them all away. Brother Long? Zheng Wenkai trembled in fear. He is the most ruthless figure in the black market. What is there to fear? Zheng Minsheng retorted fiercely. We possess the quota. He cannot possibly devour us. Zheng Minsheng pulled Zheng Wenkai and headed outside. Let us hurry to find Old Wang and have him take us to meet Brother Long. Old Wang, the intermediary in the black market, specialized in making connections. Zheng Minsheng handed him the last few bills, pleading for his assistance in introducing them to Brother Long. Old Wang weighed the money in his hand, his brow furrowing. Old Zheng, Brother Long has not been in a good mood lately. If you don't have something genuine, you better not court disaster. Do not worry. Zheng Minsheng patted his chest confidently. This is a legitimate quota. There will be no issues. With a sigh, Old Wang reluctantly agreed to guide them. Old Wang, who are these two? Upon reaching the black market, a burly man asked coldly. Brother Zheng, Brother Li, this is Old Zheng. He has a worker quota and wishes to speak with Brother Long. Old Wang replied with a forced smile. The two men scrutinized Zheng Minsheng and his son with disdain, snorting in response. Wait here. They then turned and entered to make a report. Before long, a gruff voice echoed from within. Let them in. Zheng Minsheng swallowed hard and steeled himself to enter. The warehouse was dimly lit and shrouded in smoke. A burly man lounged on a tattered sofa, idly toying with a dagger. He had a buzz cut, a menacing scar across his face, and a chilling gaze that could freeze the heart. Greetings, Brother Long. Zheng Minsheng immediately bowed, his face plastered with sycophantic smiles. Brother Long glanced at him, a cold sneer forming on his lips. I hear you have a quota. For sale? Indeed. Zheng Minsheng quickly produced the quota certificate from his pocket, offering it with both hands. Brother Long, see here, this is a legitimate worker quota, worth at least 2,000. Brother Long accepted the certificate, squinting at it for several seconds before suddenly darkening his expression, slamming his hand on the table. Nonsense. Zheng Minsheng quaked in fear. Be Brother Long, what's the matter? This is a fake. Brother Long hurled the certificate back at Zheng Minsheng's face. Are you trying to fool me with counterfeit goods? Are you tired of living? Fake. How can it be? Zheng Minsheng's face turned ashen, disbelief flooding his features. This was clearly exchanged from Zheng Shao'an. Smack. Without a moment's hesitation, Brother Long delivered a resounding slap, sending Zheng Minsheng staggering several steps, nearly losing his balance. Dad! Zheng Wenkai, terrified, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Bring them. Brother Long barked in fury. Beat them. Several hulking brutes surged forward, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks upon Zheng Minsheng and his son. Zheng Minsheng was left bruised and battered, while Zheng Wenkai cried out in despair. Cowering on the ground, clutching his head. Spare us, Brother Long. Spare us. Zheng Minsheng wailed from the floor. We truly did not know this was a fake. Didn't he know? Brother Long sneered. Is that all it takes to dismiss this? Do you think this is a marketplace? Unless you pay up today, you too shall not leave. The menacing voice of Long Gu resonated as Zheng Minsheng trembled, asking, How much? 3,000. Long Gu replied ominously. Dare to deceive me with counterfeit goods, and you shall face the consequences. 3,000? Zheng Minsheng nearly fainted. Long Gu, we have no money. No money? Long Gu kicked Zheng Minsheng, sending him sprawling. Then write an IOU. Forced to inscribe an IOU for 3,000. Zheng Minsheng and his son pressed their handprints in submission before being released. As they departed, Long Ji's chilling warning echoed. If you do not repay within a month, I will sever your hands. Zheng Minsheng and Zheng Wenkai limped out of the black market, their faces bruised and battered, utterly disheveled. Father, what shall we do now? Zheng Wenkai lamented. If we cannot pay, that wretched Wang Tsuhua will drag me off to be a beast of burden. Father, I cannot become a son-in-law. Zheng Minsheng's countenance darkened ominously. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. It is all that wretched Zheng Shao'an's fault. Let us go. He seized Zheng Wenkai and declared, We must confront that scoundrel. I will make him pay. As they reached their doorstep, a cacophony of gongs and drums erupted. A tractor adorned with bright red wedding characters stood before them, while several stout men busily loaded items onto the vehicle. The most conspicuous figure was Wang Tsuhua, standing in the yard, clad in a tight red outfit. Her waist was broader than a grinding wheel, and her face, plump to the point of squashing her eyes into slits, was framed by her hands on her hips as she bellowed. Ah, the head of the household has returned. Upon seeing Zheng Wenkai, Wang Tsuwa broke into a wide grin, her facial flesh quivering. I prepared your attire. Hurry and change, so we can head home. Tonight, we shall have a grand time. Zheng Wenkai felt faint, nearly collapsing. He let out a cry and dashed into the house, only to be yanked back by Wang Tsuwa, who seized him by the nape like a chick. Where do you think you're going? Her palm, the size of fan, struck Zheng Wenkai's back, nearly toppling him. You promised to come over today. Do you think I, the Wang family, am to be trifled with? A growing crowd of neighbors gathered, some stifling laughter, others whispering and pointing. Zheng Mingxing's face flushed crimson as he mustered the courage to approach. Suehua, could you possibly grant us a 2-day extension? I assure you, I will gather the funds. What are you staring at? Wang Suehua glared, spitting words laced with venom at Zheng Mingxing's face. Do you think I jest with you? Zheng Wenkai fell to his knees, clutching Wang Suehua's leg and weeping, Sister Tsuehua. Suehua, please grant us 2 more days. A resounding slap echoed as Wang Suehua struck him, leaving a crimson mark on his cheek. Who are you calling sister? From today onwards, you shall call me your wife. Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? Either you present double the betrothal gift now, or you shall become a breeding stallion for our family. With that, she raised her arm once more, ready to strike. The onlookers erupted in laughter. A few adolescents began to tease. Wenkai is going to be a little bride. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Old Wang's daughter is quite fierce. Zheng's boy is as timid as a quail. With that physique on top, he wouldn't stand a chance. Zheng Mingxing's face turned various shades of pallor, while Zhu Shuqiang emerged with a cane, exclaiming, "What a calamity!" only to be met with a sharp retort from Wang Tsuwa. "Shut your mouth, old hag. If you can't produce the money, spare us the nonsense." She brandished a promissory note, making it rustle ominously. Suddenly, Zheng Wenkai broke free and dashed towards the house. Wang Tsuehua, with a swift determination, caught up to him, her substantial weight crashing him down onto the threshold. Zheng Wenkai let out a wail, resembling a squashed frog. "So you want to play hard to get, do you?" Wang Tsuehua straddled him, delivering 2 resounding slaps. "Either come with me now, or I'll break your legs and carry you." With that, she pulled out a rolling pin from her waist. Lu Jinfeng rushed forward to intervene, only to be shoved aside by Wang Tsuwa, who proclaimed, "Don't fret, Granny. Tomorrow you'll be cradling your grandson." The words nearly caused Lu Jinfeng to swoon. Ultimately, Zheng Wenkai was dragged onto a tractor like a lifeless dog. Wang Tsuehua tossed him into the trailer and addressed the gathered villagers with a flourish. "Ladies and gentlemen, bear witness. From this day forth, Zheng Wenkai shall be my husband." With that, she leaped onto the vehicle, landing squarely on Zheng Wenkai, who let out a pained cry. The tractor chugged away, belching black smoke, while Zheng Wenkai's feeble lament echoed from the trailer. Zhu Shuqiang collapsed onto the ground, pounding her thighs in despair. The Zheng family is doomed to extinction. Zheng Mingxing glared at the departing tractor, his eyes ablaze with fury, before turning abruptly towards Zheng Shao'an's home, muttering, "You little rascal. This isn't over." The crowd lingered, buzzing with speculation. Can Wenkai endure such torment? Old Wang's daughter is truly formidable. The Zheng family has met its match. Someone lamented, "If only we had known, why bother with that little money?" prompting a wave of sympathetic murmurs. Zheng Shao'an, lurking at the back of the crowd, watched as Zheng Wenkai was dragged onto the tractor like a butchered pig, nearly bursting into laughter. "Serve him right," he whispered to himself, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Once the tractor had vanished from sight and the spectators dispersed, Zheng Shao'an swiftly made his way to the black market. The black market under Long Ji's dominion. Seeking Long Gu to negotiate a deal, Zheng Shao'an slammed a property deed onto the table. Long Gu, cigarette in mouth, squinted at him. "Isn't this property yours?" "Damn it. She is old and forgetful," Zheng Shao'an replied with a grin. "Rent for 10 years, $300. You'll make a tidy profit." Long Gu grunted, "You're quite the schemer. 300, it's a deal." Once the money was in hand, Zheng Shao'an pocketed it and departed. At the entrance of the security office, Zheng Shao'an produced a meticulously prepared letter of denunciation, slapping it onto the table before swiftly making his exit. The letter explicitly stated, Zheng Mingxing's family has been pilfering collective grain, trafficking in ration coupons, and oppressing the populace. The evidence is irrefutable. I implore the organization to conduct a thorough investigation. After running a considerable distance, Zheng Shao'an glanced back at the security office, rubbing his hands in glee. You old rascals. Brace yourselves for the consequences. This will be quite the reckoning for you. He surveyed the sky, estimating that Zheng Minxing's family was currently embroiled in a frenzy, desperately coping with the situation involving Wang Suihua's household, and would not return anytime soon. Seizing the opportunity, he hastened to empty their home. Zheng Shao'an approached the house with brisk steps, humming a cheerful tune. At the entrance, he looked around to ensure no one was watching, and with a few deft movements, he pried open the door lock. Huh, those old fools don't even lock their door. How careless of them. He pushed the door open, revealing a disheveled interior, clearly having been ransacked earlier that morning. Serves them right. Zheng Shao'an scoffed, diving straight into the task at hand. In Zhu Shuqiong's room, the old hag's bedding had been whisked away. Zheng Shao'an yanked aside the bedding, along with the tattered cotton stuffing beneath, and stored it in his space. This decrepit wardrobe? It merely takes up space. Take it, he declared. A vanity table? That too shall be taken. A radio? A rare treasure. I shall claim it. He even seized the old woman's chamber pot, tossing it all into his space without hesitation. In Zheng Minxing's room, he declared, this rickety table? It's mine now. The chair? I'll take that as well. Even the bed slats are coming with me. Chapter 11. Public announcement, severing ties. Zheng Shao'an unceremoniously dismantled Zheng Minxing's bed, even taking away the foul socks hidden beneath it. Even if he had no use for them, he would not allow these brutes to have them. Let them sleep on the floor. Lu Jinfeng, that miserly woman, had plenty of possessions despite her stinginess. Zheng Shao'an emptied her wardrobe and vanity, even pilfering the few coins she had secretly tucked away in the wall crevices. Let her constantly ponder over the grain for my household. However, there was little of value in Zheng Wencai's room. The place was cluttered with rags. Zheng Shao'an disdainfully rummaged through, collecting Wencai's tattered clothing and worn shoes, even tearing down the alluring pin-up posters from the walls to dispose of them. Pots, pans, rice jars, flour containers, everything was seized. He didn't even leave them their pickled vegetables. In the end, Zheng Shao'an even pried the iron pot from the stove, tossing it into storage as well. Let them subsist on the bitter winds of the northwest. With swift efficiency, Zheng Shao'an soon cleared the house of all furniture, leaving only the bare walls and windows behind. How satisfying this was. Standing in the empty room, he felt a sense of vindication. Old folks, when you return tonight, see how you weep. Zheng Shao'an clapped his hands and hummed a little tune as he left. Before departing, he deliberately locked the door, feigning that nothing had transpired. On the way, the more he contemplated, the more amused he became, unable to suppress his laughter. They would certainly have a hard time now, with no furniture, no food, and even no bed. Let us see how they manage. This was true retribution. Zheng Shao'an hummed his tune as he returned home. Upon entering, he found Li Xiulan and Zheng Minxiang in tears. Their only son was going to the countryside, and the elderly couple could not bear the thought. Zheng Shao'an's gaze softened, and he reassured them, don't worry, Mom and Dad. I'll be back in a few years after going to the countryside. I will write to you regularly, and whenever I have time, I will come back to see you. By then, I will have established a prosperous life in the fields, and you will both be proud. Li Xiulan gently held her son's hand, lamenting, it's our failure as parents for not protecting you, forcing you to go to the countryside. Mom, what are you saying? Zheng Shao'an comforted them. Don't worry about Uncle. I've already prepared the report, and he will be arrested by noon. He added, when the time comes, Grandma will be left helpless and won't dare to cause any more trouble. If she gets thrown out, Dad, don't be soft-hearted. Let her find her own place to stay. After a brief family conversation, as noon approached, Zheng Shao'an bid farewell to his parents and headed for the train station. Before leaving, he discreetly tucked 300 yuan beneath Li Xiulan's pillow. Just as Zheng Shao'an stepped out, chaos erupted at the Zheng family's main house. Zheng Minxing and his family returned home, cursing loudly. That damn Zheng Shao'an. I'll make him pay dearly. Zheng Minxing grumbled, his face marked with bruises. Lu Jinfeng wore a sorrowful expression, lamenting, Wencai has been taken away by that wretched fat woman. What shall we do now? Zhu Shuqiong. trembling as she leaned on her cane, exclaimed, "My life savings. Over 2,000 yuan." As the family turned into the alley, they were suddenly struck dumb. Their front door stood ajar, surrounded by a gathering of curious neighbors. What on earth is happening? Zheng Mingxiang felt a jolt of anxiety and sprinted home. Upon entering the courtyard, the entire family was left in shock. The house was as barren as if it had been licked clean by a dog. "Where's my cabinet?" Lu Jinfeng shrieked. "Where's the pot? Why is the stove missing?" Zheng Mingxiang's legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. Zhu Shuqiang, trembling, lifted the curtain only to plop down onto the ground. "Where's my Kong mat? My quilt?" Zheng Wencai's aunt, munching on sunflower seeds, remarked with a hint of mockery. "Oh, are you moving?" "Moving my foot." Zheng Mingxing's eyes reddened with fury. "We've been robbed. Who the hell did this?" Suddenly, Lu Jinfeng noticed something, pointing to the corner. "Hey, our bedding is still here." Indeed, several tattered quilts were neatly stacked in the corner, seemingly left on purpose. Zheng Mingxiang slapped his thigh. "It must be that bastard Zheng Shao'an. Let us go settle the score with that little scoundrel." No sooner had he spoken than the courtyard door was kicked open with a loud bang. 3 burly men swaggered in, the leader smoking a cigarette, a dragon tattoo adorning his arm. "This house is quite nice," remarked the tattooed man, disregarding the family's cries as he surveyed the surroundings. "Brother Long has a good eye." Zheng Mingxiang blinked in confusion. "Who are you?" The tattooed man ignored him completely, pointing to the main room, saying to his accomplices, "This room will serve as a storage, and those two will be for living." Zhu Shuqiang, leaning on her cane, rushed forward. "Who are you scoundrels? Get out." Only then did the tattooed man glance at her. "Old woman, this house now belongs to Brother Long. Nonsense." Zheng Mingxiang leaped up. "This is my house." The tattooed man slapped down a piece of paper. "Read it carefully. The deed is mortgaged black and white." Zheng Mingxiang snatched it up, his face draining of color. The deed bore his mother's name and prominently featured Zhu Shuqiang's signature and fingerprint. "What? How did this happen?" Zheng Mingxiang turned and shouted. Zhu Shuqiang was equally bewildered. I never signed anything." The tattooed man sneered. "Stop pretending. You pressed your fingerprint last night, and you took the 300 yuan quite eagerly." Realization struck Zheng Mingxiang, his body trembling uncontrollably. It was Zheng Shao'an. It must have been that little scoundrel. He had the deed before. "I don't care who signed it." The tattooed man waved his hand dismissively. "Now scram." Lu Jinfeng rushed forward, throwing a tantrum. "You scoundrel. This is our house." A sharp slap echoed as the tattooed man struck Lu Jinfeng, sending her spinning. "If you keep whining, I'll throw you all out." Zhu Shuqiang raised her cane to strike, only to be seized by the tattooed man by the scruff of her neck, lifted like a chick. "Old hag, tired of living?" The elderly woman flailed. "Help. Robbery." The tattooed man unceremoniously hurled her out the door, exclaiming, "Get lost." Zhu Shuqiang fell into a muddy puddle with a cry, her dentures flying out. Just as Zheng Mingxiang was about to intervene, 2 burly men had already seized rolling pins. "Bro, let us talk this over." Zheng Mingxiang quickly relented. The tattooed man kicked over a cabinet, declaring, "You have 10 minutes to pack your things and get out." He glanced around the room and chuckled. "With this mess, I suppose there is no need for tidying up." The onlookers from the neighborhood gathered in increasing numbers, pointing and whispering. "The Zheng family is receiving their just desserts. They usually bully the second family. They deserve this. They've even lost their house." Lu Jinfeng sat on the ground, wailing, "Curse you, Zheng Shao'an. May you meet a dreadful end." Irritated by the commotion, the tattooed man splashed a basin of foot-soaking water in her direction, threatening, "Keep crying, and I'll toss you into the cesspit." The Zheng family was forcibly expelled from the courtyard, standing on the street like a pack of strays. Zhu Shuqiang, with her dentures lost in the mud, lamented, "What a sin! That wretched little beast." Lu Jinfeng collapsed in despair, crying, "We've lost our home. Our son is gone. How can we live like this?" Zheng Mingxiang's eyes reddened, his fists cracking with tension. "Let us go. We must settle the score with that little beast. He shall not escape today." As the family angrily marched towards Zheng Shao'an's home, they collided with 3 militia members clad in green uniforms at the alley's entrance. "You must be Zheng Mingxiang," the leading militia member said coldly. "Come with us." Zheng Mingxiang was taken aback. still processing the situation, when Zhu Shuqiang suddenly lunged, clinging to the militia member's leg. "Comrade, you must help us." With tears and snot streaming down her face, she cried, "My grandson Zheng Shao'an is a monster. He stole money from our home. He even sold our house. That beast." Zheng Mingsheng quickly caught on, eager to report the wrongs. "Militia comrades, you arrived just in time. My nephew is trying to drive me to ruin, emptying our home, and now he's even renting it out. We have nowhere to live. You must help us." "Shut up." The militia member kicked Zhu Shuqiang aside and slapped Zheng Mingsheng across the face, stating, "Who the hell asked you for that?" Zheng Mingsheng, stunned by the blow, hastily replied, "Comrade, did that scoundrel Zheng Shao'an get into trouble? I want to report him." Smack! The militia member delivered another sharp slap, causing Zheng Mingsheng to spin in place. "Did I ask you to speak? I haven't even said anything, yet you're already babbling like fools. Do you think I'm here for nothing?" Lu Jinfeng was about to wail again, but shrank back at the militia member's glare, silenced. The leader of the militia pulled out a piece of paper and unfolded it, declaring, "Zheng Mingsheng, someone has reported you for stealing grain from the production team, for trafficking grain tickets, for oppressing the masses. The evidence is irrefutable. Now come with us for an investigation." Zheng Mingsheng's legs buckled, nearly bringing him to his knees. "Comrade, this is a grave injustice. It must be that little beast Zheng Shao'an who has framed me." Zhu Shuqiang lamented, "Curse him. He even betrays his own uncle." The militia chuckled coldly. "Is this a false accusation? Go back and clarify." Suddenly, Zheng Mingsheng's eyes darted, pointing towards Zheng Shao'an's home. "Comrades, Zheng Shao'an is my nephew. His parents are accomplices as well. If you are to arrest, then arrest them all. Yes, arrest the entire family." Lu Jinfeng piped up with a sharp voice. The militia, impatient, waved his hand, "Take them away." A group of individuals escorted Zheng Mingsheng's family toward Zheng Shao'an's residence. As they walked, Zhu Shuqiang cursed. "There is not a single good thing in the second family's lineage. They deserve to be cut off completely." Just as they arrived at the courtyard entrance, Zheng Mingsheng and Li Xiulan emerged, alerted by the commotion. "Brother, what is this?" Zheng Mingsheng looked bewildered. Zheng Mingsheng leaped up and shouted, "Bastard! You raised a fine son, reporting your own uncle. May your whole family meet a terrible end." The militia restrained him and turned to Zheng Mingsheng. "Are you Zheng Shao'an's father? Where's your son?" Li Xiulan trembled in fright. Yet Zheng Mingsheng stood tall. "My son took the train to the countryside this noon." "Comrade, you must investigate thoroughly. My son voluntarily went to the countryside to contribute to the nation. How could he be an accomplice?" "Nonsense." Zheng Mingsheng leapt up. "He must be hiding. Comrades, search his home." Just as the militia was about to speak, Zheng Mingsheng suddenly turned and went back inside, emerging with a newspaper and a sheet of paper. "This is today's county newspaper. My son has publicly severed ties with Zheng Mingsheng's family." The newspaper boldly declared, "Zheng Shao'an announces the termination of kinship with the Zheng Mingsheng family, accompanied by a formal severance document bearing the signatures and seals of Zhu Shuqiang and Zheng Mingsheng." "This? When did this happen?" Zheng Mingsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Zheng Mingsheng sneered, 2 days ago. You coerced Shao'an into signing that severance document to deceive him of a job opportunity. Shao'an made the announcement this morning. The whole county is now aware. You are the ones breaking the law. It has nothing to do with us." Li Xiulan also grew defiant. "Shao'an is innocent in going to the countryside. Don't think you can frame him." Chapter 12. The Zhoushan Archipelago. Only then did a few recall. After obtaining the worker quota, Zheng Wenkai proposed to draft a severance letter to avoid being entangled with his family. Little did they know, it has now become a certificate of disgrace. Zhu Shuqiang fell to the ground, pounding her thighs and wailing, "Damn it! Are they trying to drive us to our deaths?" Zheng Mingsheng suddenly lunged at the newspaper. "It's false. It must be false." A militia member seized Zheng Mingsheng by the collar, his eyes wide as saucers. "How dare you slander a glorious family? Their son volunteered to support rural development, while his parents worked dutifully in the city, not even taking a worker's quota. And you still have the audacity to defame them? Do you think I'm going to let you off the hook? You've wasted so much of my time." With that, A resounding slap echoed as Zheng Mingxiang's lip bled. You vermin, stealing collective grain and daring to accuse revolutionary comrades? A militia member kicked Zheng Mingxiang behind the knee. Kneel! Zheng Mingxiang collapsed to the ground, his knees aching painfully. Zhu Shuqiang attempted to make a scene, lunging to scratch at the militia. Damn it! You're bullying the common people. I can't go on like this. If you're taking me, then take me. An old woman. You wretched beasts. You do nothing for the people, only know how to oppress us. The leading militia member sneered, pulling out a rope from his waist. Old woman, if you keep this up, I'll tie you up and parade you through the streets. Let the whole county see your family's true colors. You can choose, back down, or be paraded. The old lady immediately wilted, like a hen with its neck grasped, shrinking back in silence. Lu Jinfeng sat slumped on the ground, her pants soaked, trembling as she stammered. Comrade, we are wronged. Wronged? The militia member pulled out a stack of documents. The production team's accounts do not add up. The granary is missing 300 pounds of grain. The grain tickets from the supply and marketing cooperative were all sold by you. Your son's signature is right here. Now you want to deny it? It's too late. Why didn't you speak like this when you were enjoying the benefits? Take them away. Two militia members seized Zheng Mingxiang, dragging him out like a dead dog. Zhu Shuqiang watched helplessly as her eldest son was taken away, her legs giving way as she knelt down, suddenly turning to Zheng Mingxiang, her old face squeezing out a smile. My second son, I've been foolish all these years. She leaned forward with her cane, her voice suddenly turning extremely gentle. Your elder brother is no good. I've seen through him long ago. You are the one who is good, diligent, and hardworking. The old lady leaned closer, her murky eyes sparkling. From now on, I will live with you. We are the true family. Her face, lined with wrinkles, formed a fawning smile, reminiscent of a tail-wagging, begging old dog. Li Xiaolan anxiously watched her husband, fearing he would soften his heart once again as he had in the past. Zheng Mingxiang stared at this familiar yet unfamiliar old face, letting out a deep sigh. He reminisced about his childhood, recalling how the only boiled egg at home was always reserved for his elder brother. He remembered his wedding day, when the old lady was reluctant to part with even the new bedding. He recalled how, during Shao'an's childhood illness, the old lady wouldn't spare a single egg. Mother, Zheng Mingxiang's voice trembled slightly. Over the years, I have contributed both financially and physically, and I have had enough. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shuqiang's face immediately fell. Second son, are you trying to drive your own mother away? The eldest has brought this upon himself. I do not wish to involve myself. Zheng Mingxiang gritted his teeth. I will provide you with the maintenance fees, every last cent. But our relationship now is purely a matter of obligation, devoid of any affection. The old lady erupted with fury. Ungrateful wretch. I raised you all these years for nothing. She lunged at Zheng Mingxiang, aiming to claw at his face. You are no different from that beastly son of yours. All these years I have truly wasted my care on you. You ingrate. Zheng Mingxiang seized her wrist firmly. Mother, speak with some conscience. Were it not for Shao'an, I would still be your prey. I have come to realize that tending to my own family is far more important than anything else. When Zhu Shuqiang saw that being forceful was futile, she quickly donned a pitiful expression. Son, you cannot just watch your mother end up on the streets, can you? That house has already been taken over. As she spoke, she squeezed toward the door, her frail figure wriggling like an eel. Bang! Zheng Mingxiang slammed the door shut, nearly catching the old lady's nose. Mother, it's time for you to leave. Li Xiaolan's voice came from inside. Do not force us to call the militia. The onlooking neighbors began to chatter. Does the old lady of the Zheng family still have the audacity to show her face? She has always favored the eldest son. Now it's her turn to face the consequences. It's only fitting. How many years has she bullied the second family? TSK. Her face is thicker than a city wall. Zhu Shuqiang plopped down on the ground, pounding her thighs, wailing, this is unjust. My son is casting his mother out. As she wailed, she furtively glanced around. Seeing no one paying her heed, her cries grew more fervent. Ancestors of the Zheng family. Open your eyes. Zheng Mingxiang scoffed from within. Mother, if you continue to make a scene, I will call the militia right now. Our ties are already severed. Do as you wish. The old lady's wailing abruptly ceased. She shakily rose, dusting off her backside, and spat vehemently at the door. Ungrateful wretch. May you meet a dreadful fate. Before leaving, she turned back to curse. You all will get your comeuppance. The neighbors erupted in laughter. The old lady still has plenty of spirit. With this energy, she might as well find a job. TSK. Why didn't she speak of consequences when she was bullying the second family? Zhu Shuqiang left in a dejected manner, her back hunched like an old shrimp. She continued to mutter curses, but her voice dwindled, ultimately fading away at the alley's end. Inside the door, Li Shao'an let out a long sigh, tears streaming down her face. Father, we have finally... Zheng Shao'an embraced his wife, his eyes also glistening with emotion, thanks to Shao'an. If it weren't for this child, the couple stood in the courtyard, gazing at the empty alley, as if they had shed a burden carried for many years. Meanwhile, at the bustling train station platform, Zheng Shao'an, with a bulging canvas bag slung over his shoulder and a net bag in hand containing enamel jars and lunchboxes, stood amidst the crowd. The rest of his belongings were stored away. However, carrying nothing while heading to the countryside inevitably aroused suspicion. The thunderous roar of the steam locomotive made their eardrums throb, and the mingling scents of coal smoke and the sweat of the crowd hit them directly. Comrades, make way. An elderly man with a shoulder pole squeezed through the throng, and Zheng Shao'an stepped aside. Just then, he caught sight of Du Yali nearby, flustered as she struggled with two large bundles. Kulhad Du. Zheng Shao'an hurried over and took one of her burdens. Let me help you. Du Yali wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled gratefully. Thank you, Comrade Zheng. These things are quite heavy. Here, eat while it's hot. Zheng Shao'an pulled out an oiled paper wrap from his pocket. My mother made these pancakes this morning, filled with pickled vegetables. Du Yali's eyes brightened as she accepted the still-warm pancake. You are so thoughtful. I didn't even have time to eat breakfast. Suddenly, a long whistle blew, and the conductor waved a small flag, urging passengers to board. The two quickly squeezed into the green train carriage and found their hard seats. The compartment was crowded with young intellectuals heading to the countryside, their luggage piled high on the racks, the air filled with the scents of sweat, tobacco, and boiled eggs. I heard there are plenty of fish in Zhoushan, Zheng Shao'an said, stowing their luggage beneath the seat. I brought a fishing net. We can catch our own fish to eat. Du Yali's eyes sparkled. Really? I've never seen the sea before. I can't believe we're going to become fishermen. With a clatter, the train began to move, the platform outside gradually receding. Zheng Shao'an gazed at the city disappearing in the distance, a complex feeling swelling within him. He turned to Du Yali and noticed her nibbling on the pancake, a bit of oil staining the corner of her mouth. Here, Zheng Shao'an offered his water bottle. Drink some water, don't choke. Du Yali smiled shyly, and as she took the water bottle, their fingers brushed unintentionally, quickly retracting. The cacophony of voices, the rhythmic clatter of wheels against the tracks, and the ever-changing scenery outside made this journey feel particularly fresh. After a day and night of jolting travel, the train finally arrived at a small station by the sea. Zheng Shao'an and Du Yali disembarked with the other young intellectuals, greeted by the briny breeze. Is everyone here? A burly, dark-skinned, middle-aged man called out from the platform, holding a list. Everyone, please quiet down, gather over here. I am Wang Dihai, the captain of the Zhoushan Islands fisheries team, here to welcome this group of young intellectuals. Zheng Shao'an observed that although the captain appeared rugged, his eyes radiated kindness, and he spoke with an earnest smile. He seemed rather amiable, which would surely facilitate communication in the village, far better than encountering a corrupt official. Come with me to the dock. We shall take a boat to the island. Wang Dihai waved his hand, leading over 20 educated youth toward the shore. Upon reaching the dock, several wooden fishing boats lay moored at the water's edge, their hulls weathered and paint peeling, revealing their age. Just as the group prepared to board with their luggage, a sharp female voice pierced the air. This dilapidated vessel can even set sail? What if it sinks halfway? This is outrageous. I dare not board. Zheng Shao'an turned to see a young woman with stylishly curled hair, clad in a pristine blue uniform, scrutinizing the fishing boat with a look of disdain. Surrounding her were 3 or 4 similarly attired youths, echoing her sentiments. Indeed, this is far too shabby. I've never seen such an old boat in the city. Surely we cannot be expected to travel on this? It is perilous. I've heard the sea can be quite treacherous. Will this boat withstand it? Wang Dihai's expression darkened instantly. Comrades, this is the livelihood of our fishermen. How can it not venture out to sea? Your words are inciting panic. Cease your baseless remarks. The young woman, Lu Meiwan, scoffed, pulling a handkerchief from her pocket to dab her nose. I am Lu Meiwan, from the provincial capital. Captain Wang, we are here in response to the nation's call for support and development. Yet we are to be given such a vessel? This is utterly unreasonable. It shows a complete disregard for us, the youth sent to the countryside, who will still be devoted to building your islands after this. Raising her voice intentionally, she continued, this boat lacks even decent seating, and the cabin reeks of fish. How are we to sit comfortably? Zheng Shao'an noticed Du Yali discreetly tugging at his sleeve, whispering, why is she behaving this way? Leaving aside everything else, we educated youth have endured a long train journey to arrive here. Although the conditions are lacking, we were somewhat prepared. Yet, hearing such comments makes everyone uncomfortable. Anyone harboring resentment is bound to be provoked. This woman certainly has a strong character. Wang Dihai's face had darkened to a shade reminiscent of a soot-covered pot. He retorted sternly, Comrade Lu, what is this attitude? Our fishermen have been using such boats to fish at sea for generations. Why are they deemed unworthy for you? Chapter 13. Arrival at the island as educated youth. Those are your fishermen. Lu Meiwan lifted her chin defiantly. We are educated youth, here to support the construction, not to suffer. Her entourage chimed in, voicing their discontent. Indeed, this is an utter disregard for us at the very least. A proper boat should have been arranged. I've heard that other educated youth sites of tractors for transport Zheng Shao'an could no longer endure the complaints and stepped forward, saying, Comrade Lu, we have come to receive re-education from the poor and lower middle peasants, not to indulge in comfort. Besides, if the fishermen can board this boat, why can't we? Who do we have here? Lu Meiwan scrutinized Zheng Shao'an with a sidelong glance. So eager to show off? You are indeed trying to curry favor with the captain, are you? Du Yali could no longer restrain herself. Comrade Zheng is right. We are here to endure and grow, not to play the role of a spoiled princess. Lu Meiwan scoffed. Ah, yet another sycophant. Wang Dihai suddenly bellowed, enough. He strode up to Lu Meiwan, his dark face taut with veins bulging. Comrade, Lu Meiwan, I don't care what pampered lady you are in the city. Here, you must abide by the rules of the fishing village. You can either board this boat or return for reassignment. Lu Meiwan was taken aback by his outburst, her face flushing with anger. How can you speak to me like that? I will report this to the organization. Go ahead, Wang Dihai retorted, clearly infuriated. I have led educated youth for over a decade and have never encountered someone as delicate as you. Either board the boat or leave. The choice is yours. The dock fell silent, all the educated youth watching the confrontation. Lu Meiwan's face shifted between shades of red and white, her lips quivering, yet no words came forth. Her companions dared not utter a sound, each lowering their heads and retreating. Finally, gritting her teeth, Lu Meiwan shot a furious glare at Zheng Shao'an and Du Yali before dragging her luggage onto the boat. Wang Dihai then softened his tone, addressing the other educated youth. Comrades, conditions in our fishing village are harsh, but the fishermen are earnest individuals. As long as you are willing to endure hardships, you will surely learn valuable skills here. As educated youth, you will become one family with the villagers on the island. Do not carry the airs of the city. With that, he cast a pointed glance at Lu Meiwan. Her face turned a shade of green with anger as she huffed and reluctantly boarded the vessel. Not long after the fishing boat set sail, the sea suddenly changed. The previously calm waters began to churn, and dark clouds swiftly obscured the sky. Hold on tight, Wang Dihai shouted from the bow. A storm is brewing. Everyone, grab the railings. Zheng Shao'an immediately grasped the wooden railing, using his other hand to pull Du Yali closer. Hold on tight. The boat began to sway violently, waves crashing against the hull with a resounding thud. Most of the educated youth turned pale, clinging desperately to the railings, too frightened to let go. Oh no, my new clothes! Lu Meiwan suddenly shrieked. The seawater is splashing everywhere. She stood at the center of the boat, resolutely refusing to touch the filthy railing, instead striking a pose of elegance with one hand holding her hat and the other clutching her small handbag, embodying the very essence of a city dweller. A group of the inexperienced exclaimed, "Is it merely a bit of turbulence? Have you lost all sense of decorum?" Comrade Liu quickly grasped the railing. Wang Dihai shouted anxiously as he noticed her standing there like a statue. "I refuse." Lu Meiwan disdainfully regarded the damp railing. "It's disgusting. I just bought this." Before she could finish her protest, a massive wave crashed against the boat, causing it to lurch violently. Lu Meiwan was thrown into the air like a kite with its string cut, plunging into the sea with a splash. "Someone has fallen overboard," came the startled cries. Zheng Shao'an, quick on his feet, grabbed a life buoy to throw, but Wang Dihai stopped him, saying, "Wait, let Sanpao handle it." A dark-skinned, robust young man had already stripped off his shirt and leapt into the water. This fellow moved with remarkable agility, swimming towards Lu Meiwan like a fish. Lu Meiwan flailed about, far removed from her earlier demeanor as a refined young lady. "That's Li Sanpao from our village," Wang Dihai explained. "He has the best swimming skills. You young intellectuals who have just come from the city might be accustomed to swimming in rivers, but the sea is entirely different. In such situations, do not jump into the water rashly. Prioritize your safety." Though he spoke these words, Wang Dihai couldn't help but cast a few more glances at Zheng Shao'an, who appeared solid and earnest, having spoken up just moments ago, someone who might indeed benefit the island. In the water, Lu Meiwan struggled desperately. "Help? Gulp. Save me, ah." Her hair had come undone. Her meticulously styled curls now clung to her face, and seawater rushed in her mouth. That little handbag had long since vanished. Li Sanpao swam alongside her, seizing her collar with a firm grip. "Don't flail about. I'll take you back up. Get away from me." Lu Meiwan surprisingly continued to struggle. "Don't touch me, you filthy." Gulp. Li Sanpao was unyielding. With a swift maneuver, he locked her throat and dragged her towards the boat like a drowning dog. The people aboard hastily reached out to pull them up. Lu Meiwan flopped onto the deck, soaked and coughing up seawater. Her makeup had completely run, leaving her with panda-like eyes and smeared lipstick all over her face. The brand-new blue uniform clung to her, rendering her utterly disheveled. "My bag, my money." She suddenly recalled something and began to wail. "It's already drifted away." Li Sanpao scratched his head sheepishly. "I was too focused on rescuing you to notice the bag. At least you're safe." Upon hearing this, Lu Meiwan cried even harder. "There were 20 yuan in there, and ration coupons. It's all your fault for this wretched boat." Wang Dihai shook his head in anger. "I told you to hold onto the railing, but you refused. Now you blame the boat." "Exactly. How can you say that?" Li Sanpao chimed in. "Our boat is sturdy. It's your own carelessness. You're the only one who fell into the water. If not your own doing, whose could it be?" Zheng Shao'an stifled a laugh as he handed over a dry towel. "Lu comrade, wipe yourself off." Lu Meiwan snatched the towel with a fierce glare. "What do you mean by pretending to be kind?" Diyali muttered softly, truly a case of a dog biting El Dongbin. Throughout the remainder of the journey, Lu Meiwan became considerably more subdued. She curled up in a corner, hugging her knees and trembling, no longer daring to complain about the boat's filth. Li Sanpao, with genuine concern, offered her an old cotton coat. "Put this on, don't catch a chill." Lu Meiwan eyed the patched coat, initially inclined to refuse. But the cold was unbearable, so she reluctantly accepted it. Thank you," she murmured, her first coherent words since boarding the vessel. Li Sanpao smiled warmly. "It's nothing. We fishermen are straightforward folk. We won't let our comrades suffer from a cold." By the time the boat reached shore, Lu Meiwan's lips had turned a shade of blue. She staggered to her feet, the old cotton coat draped around her, resembling someone fleeing from disaster. Wang Dihai glanced at her and shook his head. "First, go to the brigade office and change into some dry clothes." Li Sanpao, take her there." "Sure thing." Li Sanpao readily agreed. Lu Meiwan followed behind him. Her earlier bravado vanished. As she passed by Zheng Shao'an, she stole a furtive glance, her expression complex. Du Yali leaned closer to Zheng Shao'an's ear. "Now she'll surely remember this lesson." Zheng Shao'an smiled, observing Lu Meiwan's disheveled figure. This first lesson in the countryside would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. As the fishing boat docked, the fishing village on the island gradually came into view. Low stone houses were scattered along the shore, with rolling green hills in the distance. The sea breeze carried a briny scent. "We've arrived," Wang Dihai called from a bow. "Everyone, grab your belongings and prepare to disembark." The educated youth rose in unison, while Lu Meiwan, still wrapped in the tattered cotton coat, huddled in the corner with a pale face. Her hair clung damply to her face, the meticulously permed curls long gone. "Comrade Lu," Li Sanpao said with a friendly smile, "I'll take you to the brigade office to change clothes." Lu Meiwan shot him a fierce glare. "You don't need to bother with that." She grabbed her sodden luggage and wobbled off the boat. Wang Dihai led the group through the fishing village, arriving at a stone courtyard. "This is our youth station. Males on the left, females on the right. Find your own sleeping arrangements." Zheng Shao'an noted that although the courtyard was modest, it was well kept. The male youth had 2 large dormitories, while the females had 3 smaller rooms, each accommodating 4 to 5 individuals. "Comrade Du, let us head inside," Zheng Shao'an offered, assisting Du Yali with her luggage as they prepared to enter, when Lu Meiwan suddenly blocked their path. "Wait." Having changed into clean clothes, but with still wet hair, she pointed at Du Yali. "I want to stay in this room and take that bed." Du Yali was taken aback. "Why?" "Because I have my eye on it." Lu Meiwan lifted her chin defiantly. "This room has good lighting. I want the spot by the window." Behind her, several followers echoed, "Indeed. Sister Meiwan is unwell and requires sunlight. What do you country folk understand? Step aside quickly." Zheng Shao'an furrowed his brow. "Comrade Lu, the allocation of beds is a matter of fairness. There is no precedence in this regard. What concern is it of yours?" Lu Meiwan retorted with a cold laugh. "This is a matter for the female educated youth. Why do you, a man, feel the need to interject? Must you meddle in everything?" Du Yali tugged at Zheng Shao'an's sleeve. "Forget it, Comrade Zheng. I can stay in another room." "Absolutely not," Zheng Shao'an replied firmly. "This is not merely an issue of bed allocation. It is a matter of principle. We come to the countryside for re-education, not to assume the role of a pampered lady." "Who are you calling a pampered lady?" Lu Meijuan's voice suddenly rose. "My father is the deputy director of a textile factory in the provincial capital." "That is enough." Wang Dihai appeared at the gate, his expression dark and foreboding. "Lu Meiwan, what trouble are you stirring up now?" Lu Meiwan immediately donned a look of grievance. "Captain Wang, they are bullying me." "Nonsense." Wang Dihai erupted. "I saw you take someone else's bed with my own eyes. Do you think I am blind?" "I." Lu Meiwan attempted to argue. "What do you mean I?" Wang Dihai snapped. "If you have money, go rent a place. If not, then be honest and stay in the communal dormitory. Stop pretending to be something you're not." Lu Meijuan's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. She indeed had money, but her wallet had fallen into the sea, leaving her penniless. "I." She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Wang Dihai, growing impatient, waved his hand. "Hurry up and pack. The commune's canteen serves dinner at 6. If you're late, you will go hungry." He then turned to Zheng Shao'an and Du Yali. "You two ignore her. Stay where you belong." Chapter 14. Settling in and preparing for the sea. Lu Meiwan cast a resentful glare at Du Yali before turning on her heel and entering another room, her followers trailing behind her in a dejected manner. Du Yali whispered her gratitude to Zheng Shao'an. "Thank you, Comrade Zheng." Zheng Shao'an smiled in response. "No need for thanks. People like her are simply asking for it." They each set about organizing their belongings. Noticing that there was still ample time, Zheng Shao'an did not rush to make his bed, but instead decided to take a leisurely stroll. The scenery on the island was breathtaking, azure seas and skies, with distant fishing boats dotting the horizon. As he meandered along the paths of the fishing village, he took in the sights of the place he was about to call home. The stone houses were charmingly scattered. Fishing nets hung to dry on wooden frames, and the air was infused with the briny scent of the sea. He observed a small supply cooperative in the village, though its offerings were limited. It stocked essential daily necessities. Nearby, a modest health clinic displayed a Red Cross flag at its entrance. It appeared the conditions were better than he had anticipated. Zheng Shao'an nodded to himself and turned back. As he passed a rocky shore, he seized the opportunity to discreetly retrieve a packet of brown sugar, 2 bags of biscuits, and a small jar of pickled vegetables from his space, wrapping them in old newspaper and concealing them in his coat. Upon returning to the youth brigade, Zheng Shao'an spotted Du Yali hanging laundry in the yard. Her delicate hands were reddened from the seawater, yet she diligently wrung out each piece of clothing. "Comrade Du." He approached her, lowering his voice. "I brought you some things." Du Yali gazed at him in surprise as he pulled out the paper package. This is too much. "Take it," Zheng Shao'an insisted, placing it in her hands. "Brown sugar is good for replenishing energy, and the biscuits will stave off hunger. I fear the meals at the cafeteria may not suffice. If you get hungry at night, they can serve as a snack." Du Yali's cheeks flushed crimson as she nervously twisted the corner of her garment. No, this is far too precious. "We are from the same place and know each other well," Zheng Shao'an maintained. "In this unfamiliar environment, it is only right to support one another." Most importantly, he thought, the girl was quite lovely, far superior to the last plump woman he had known. Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted. "What do we have here?" Lu Meiwan appeared at the door. Having changed into a fresh outfit and neatly arranged her hair, her demeanor once again exuding arrogance. "In public, do you not know that men and women should maintain a certain distance?" she remarked sarcastically. "Du Yali, have your parents not taught you about modesty? And you, Zheng Shao'an, a male youth, always hovering around the female youth, do you not have any shame?" Du Yali's face paled, and the packet nearly slipped from her grasp. Zheng Shao'an stepped protectively in front of her. "Comrade Lu, I would appreciate it if you could be mindful of your words. I am merely delivering some food to a fellow compatriot." "What is the issue with that? Fellow compatriot?" Lu Meiwan laughed exaggeratedly, covering her mouth. "I see it as something more insidious." The followers behind her erupted in mockery. Indeed, a man delivering gifts to a lady. Who knows what his true intentions are? Those from the city lacked decorum. Zheng Shao'an's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, "Lu Meiwan, your wallet has fallen into the sea, leaving you penniless. Are you not quite anxious?" Lu Meiwan's face instantly froze. "You, what nonsense are you spouting?" "I have heard," Zheng Shao'an continued leisurely, "that the supply and marketing cooperative on the island can make long-distance calls. Would you like me to lend you 2 dimes? So you can call your father, the deputy factory director, for assistance?" Lu Meiwan's face flushed crimson. "You." However, Zheng Shao'an persisted. "I recall that we are currently in the midst of the Critique Lin Biao and Critique Confucius movement, and the children of leadership cadres must hold themselves to a stricter standard. If your father were to learn that you are flaunting your status here and bullying the poor peasants, if this were to reach your workplace—" "Shut your mouth," Lu Meiwan shrieked, trembling with rage. She shot Zheng Shao'an a venomous glare and stormed towards the room, only to trip over the threshold and nearly fall flat on her face. A few followers hurried to assist her, but she shoved them away, exclaiming, "Get lost, useless fools." Observing Lu Meiwan's disheveled retreat, Du Yali could not suppress a chuckle. "Comrade Zheng, thank you," she said softly, her eyes sparkling. "However, please take these items." "Keep them," Zheng Shao'an replied gently. "Remember, the more you tolerate those who bully the weak, the more arrogant they become." Du Yali nodded, carefully stowing the paper package. "I will find a way to repay you." "No need to repay," Zheng Shao'an waved his hand. "We are comrades. It is only right that we assist one another." In the distance, the whistle for assembly sounded, and Wang Dihai's boisterous voice echoed through the courtyard. "All educated youth assemble in 1 hour. Prepare to go to the canteen for a meal." Zheng Shao'an nodded at Du Yali. "You tidy up first. We will eat shortly. Remember, you can always seek me out if anything arises." After exiting the educated youth point, Zheng Shao'an glanced at his watch. Nearly an hour remained before assembly for dinner. He turned towards the team leader's office, retrieving a fountain pen, 2 packs of Dakium cigarettes, and a bottle of Fungio from his space, wrapping them in old newspaper. "Is team leader Wang in?" Zheng Shao'an gently knocked on the wooden door of the office. "Gumin," Wang Dihai's gruff voice responded from within. Upon entering, Zheng Shao'an saw Wang Dihai engrossed in sorting documents, his dark face still bearing a hint of anger, clearly still vexed by Lu Meiwan's antics. "Comrade Zheng, what brings you here?" Wang Dihai lifted his head, his brow relaxing. Zheng Shao'an smiled as he placed the paper package on the table. "Team leader Wang, as a newcomer, I bring a small token of appreciation." Wang Dihai opened it, his eyes widening in shock. This is too much." He waved his hands repeatedly. This is far too precious. The folks in the countryside are simple and honest. They have never even seen such things. Team leader Wang, Zheng Shao'an said earnestly. My recent journey to the countryside was driven by a sincere desire to contribute to the development of the island. These modest offerings are merely tokens of my goodwill. I hope to continue receiving the guidance of Captain Wang in the future. Wang Dihai, caressing the pristine fountain pen, was reluctant to accept it, insisting, no, this would contravene regulations. Captain, Zheng Shao'an lowered his voice. I find myself in a bit of a predicament. What predicament? Speak. Wang Dihai inquired with immediate concern. Zheng Shao'an sighed. I am a light sleeper, and the noise from the youth commune is quite bothersome. I fear that poor rest may hinder my work. What do you think? Wang Dihai suddenly understood. You wish to move out? Indeed. Zheng Shao'an straightened his posture with conviction. I intend to settle down on the island. This venture is not merely for a year or two. I aspire to make this place my second home. Therefore, I seek to rent a house, a place to call my own. Splendid. A commendable comrade indeed. Wang Dihai exclaimed, rising in excitement. I truly appreciate your genuine commitment to the island's development. It surpasses all else. Your request shall be honored. He seized the liquor and tobacco from the table, declaring, I accept these as a celebration of our fishing village gaining yet another capable worker. Come, I shall show you some houses. Wang Dihai, throwing an arm around Zheng Shao'an's shoulder, led him out of the office. Upon stepping outside, his booming voice echoed across the courtyard. Li Sanpao, fetch my bicycle. I am taking Comrade Zheng to view a house. Pushing the bicycle, Wang Dihai guided Zheng Shao'an along the narrow paths of the fishing village, where the sea breeze caressed their faces, mingling with the briny scent of the ocean. Comrade Zheng, that building ahead is the one. Wang Dihai pointed toward the nearby residence adorned with dark tiles and green bricks. It once belonged to the Chun landlord on the island. It was confiscated after the land reform and has remained unused. Zheng Shao'an's eyes brightened. Although the residence bore the marks of age, it was impressively constructed, far superior to the stone houses in the village. As they approached, he noted the walls built of green bricks and the copper ring on the gate, though rusted, still hinted at its former grandeur. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, they entered a spacious courtyard paved with flagstones, complete with an old well in the corner. Is it truly possible for me to rent such a splendid house? Zheng Shao'an asked in astonishment, surveying his surroundings. Wang Dihai chuckled warmly. What is stopping us? It's been vacant for too long. While the house is large, it has aged and may require some tidying. Zheng Shao'an stepped eagerly into the main house. Inside, 3 spacious rooms awaited. Despite the dust, the doors and windows were intact, and the beams were sturdy. An antique, intricately carved wooden bed sat in the east room, exuding comfort. Captain, this house is marvelous. Zheng Shao'an exclaimed sincerely. I shall take this one. It is even more impressive than the housing complexes in the city. Wang Dihai rubbed his hands together. If you are satisfied, a monthly rent of 5 yuan will suffice. Should future policies permit, you might even purchase it. I am immensely grateful. Zheng Shao'an grasped Wang Dihai's rough hand, declaring, I shall pay a year's rent right away. As he spoke, he retrieved a handful of grain and cloth tickets from his pocket and pressed them into Wang Dihai's palm. Resources on the island are scarce. Please use these tickets to procure some necessities. The surplus is for maintenance. I kindly request the captain to enlist a few villagers to assist with the tidying up. Wang Dihai repeatedly waved his hands, insisting, this is far too much. It is only right, Zheng Shao'an replied with a smile. Since I intend to root myself on this island, I must treat this place as my own home. Wang Dihai, moved, patted Zheng Shao'an on the shoulder. What a good comrade you are. I shall write you a receipt right away. From this day forth, this house is yours. After Wang Dihai departed, Zheng Shao'an closed the courtyard gate and carefully surveyed his new abode. He reached out to touch the cool, solid surface of the blue brick walls, clearly a testament to the considerable effort invested in its construction. What a treasure I've stumbled upon, he murmured to himself as he hurried into the main room. He retrieved a broom and a cloth from his supplies and diligently cleaned the 3 spacious tile-roofed rooms. Dust swirled in the sunlight, creating beams of golden light. Coughing lightly, Zheng Shao'an waved his hand, and opened the windows for ventilation. The sea breeze rushed in, carrying with it a briny scent. Once the cleaning was completed, he began to extract furniture from his supplies. First, he placed an octagonal table, which he had acquired from Zheng Minxing's home, in the center of the living room. Next, he arranged several solid wood chairs, fine items brought from the city. These treasures his uncle had hoped to keep? Nonsense. They were perfect for decorating his rustic landlord's residence. The bed was a simpler matter. Zheng Shao'an patted the intricately carved wooden bed in the east room and laid out a brand new set of bedding from his supplies. He had no desire to use the old woman's silk quilt, which carried an unpleasant odor of age. He also retrieved a porcelain basin and a thermos, neatly arranging them. Finally, he placed an oil lamp on the octagonal table in the living room and hung a landscape painting he had found among his supplies. Instantly, the entire room was imbued with vitality. Suddenly, a growl emanated from his stomach, startling Zheng Shao'an into realizing that mealtime had crept upon him. He washed his face, secured the courtyard gate, and headed toward the communal dining hall. As the sun dipped low in the west, a long queue had formed outside the hall. Upon his arrival, he found over 20 young intellectuals gathered, chatting in small groups. Du Yali stood at the edge of the crowd. Her eyes brightened upon spotting him, and she waved him over. "Comrade Zheng, over here," she called softly. "I've saved you a spot." Chapter 15. Crabbing on the Rocky Beach. "Comrade Zheng, over here," Du Yali whispered. "I've saved you a spot." Zheng Shao'an hastened over, enveloped by an enticing aroma of fish. In a large iron pot by the canteen entrance, sea fish simmered away, while several women busied themselves at the stove. "I heard we're having mixed fish pot stickers today," Du Yali remarked softly. "It smells heavenly." As they spoke, Wang Dihai strode over, brandishing a tin horn. Silence. For a line, the crowd immediately fell silent, quickly arranging themselves into two orderly rows. Lu Meiwan stood in the midst of the line, wrinkling her nose in distaste as she covered it with a handkerchief. "What is that smell? It's unbearable." Wang Dihai shot her a glare and raised the horn. "Comrades, today's meal is to welcome you warmly. Starting tomorrow, you will have a day to acclimatize, with work commencing the day after. Our fishing village is not like the city. Conditions are tough, but you shall not go hungry." He thumped his chest. "As long as you're willing to work hard, sustenance is assured, and your labor credits will suffice." A ripple of laughter passed through the crowd. Zheng Shao'an Notisa Li Sampo, accompanied by several young fishermen, glancing over with a simple, earnest demeanor. "Tomorrow, you may move freely," Wang Dihai continued. "If you wish to purchase daily necessities, you may visit the supply cooperative. If you wish to familiarize yourself with the environment, you may accompany the fishermen to the shore. However," he suddenly raised his voice, "no unauthorized swimming, no venturing into dangerous areas. Anyone who violates the rules will face consequences." Lu Meiwan scoffed, muttering under her breath, "As if I care. Now, it's time to eat." Wang Dihai waved his hand. "Each person gets 2 cornmeal buns and a bowl of fish soup." Lu Meiwan looked at her bowl, filled with dull gray buns and watery fish soup, her face paling. "Can we even eat this? There's not a trace of oil." The attendant beside her immediately chimed in. "Exactly. There are only a few fry in this soup. Not a morsel of meat in sight. Sister Meiwan is used to eating steamed buns made from white flour in the city. How could she swallow this coarse grain?" They claimed it was about educating youth to build a countryside, but it felt more like a ruse to make us suffer. They can't even spare some meat. What a pitiful island. Zheng Shao'an smirked. "Displeased with the food? If you have money, go buy fish on the shore. I heard they just caught some fresh yellow croaker this morning." Lu Meijuan's face twisted in anger. "Zheng Shao'an, you know perfectly well that I lost my money." "Then kindly keep your mouth shut," Zheng Shao'an replied, leisurely breaking apart his bun. "What? Are 2 buns not enough to fill you?" Laughter erupted from the surrounding youths. Fuming, Lu Meiwan stamped her foot, but as no one paid her any mind, she begrudgingly nibbled on her bun. Zheng Shao'an sat down next to Du Yali, saying, "Ignore her. Make sure you eat well." Du Yali smiled slightly. "Actually, it's quite tasty. These buns have a sweet corn flavor." "Yes, eat while it's hot." Zheng Shao'an offered her a piece of fish. "Rest well over the next few days. If you need anything, just come find me." Du Yali nodded slightly, sipping the fish soup. After finishing the meal, Zheng Shao'an returned the bowls and chopsticks to the cafeteria and made his way alone to his new home. The sea breeze caressed him, and in the distance, he could hear the fishermen's calls as they gathered their nets. He touched the keys in his pocket, a faint smile gracing his lips. This new life on the island seemed quite promising. As night fell, Zheng Shao'an lay on the intricately carved wooden bed, listening to the sound of the waves crashing against the shore outside his window. A thought crossed his mind, and he sank into his inner space. Suddenly, the scene before him transformed. Half of the space was filled with fertile, dark soil, while the other half shimmered with a crystal-clear pond. The black earth was already sprouting tender green seedlings, and under the unique growing conditions of this space, the recently sown crops had miraculously pushed forth new shoots. The growth was indeed impressive. Zheng Shao'an crouched down, his fingers gently brushing over the tender green shoots with satisfaction. Once he upgraded the space, he would purchase more seeds to plant. Turning his gaze toward the pond, he saw the water's surface glistening, reflecting the hazy light of the space. He reached out to stir the water, feeling a refreshing coolness against his fingertips. Tomorrow, I will venture to the seaside to gather some fish fry, he mused to himself. Both saltwater and freshwater fish would be raised, ensuring that he could catch fish whenever he desired. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but swallow hard. The bowl of insipid fish soup from the cafeteria earlier had been far from satisfying. Once his fish grew, he would surely concoct a fragrant pot of fish soup. Exiting the space, Zheng Shao'an lay back on the soft bedding, listening to the distant sound of the waves. The sea breeze wafted through the window, carrying a salty, humid scent that enveloped him in a sense of comfort. Life held promise. He contentedly closed his eyes and soon drifted into slumber. In the early morning, just as dawn began to break, Zheng Shao'an stepped out with a bamboo basket slung across his back and tools for gathering along his side. Many of the young intellectuals had already gone to the supply and marketing cooperative, but he had prepared everything before heading to the countryside, so there was no need for him to go now. He planned to stroll along the seaside to acclimatize himself to the coastal environment. If he could catch something good, that would be a delightful bonus. The salty, fishy scent of the sea enveloped him as he walked towards the eastern horizon along the winding village path. The sand beneath his feet gradually becoming soft and damp. Turning around a cluster of rocks, he was greeted with a stunning view. The golden beach stretched like a satin ribbon for miles, and the receding tide revealed a shimmering sea surface glistening in the morning light, exposing vast areas of moist tidal flats. This was fortuitous. Zheng Shao'an took a deep breath, the briny sea breeze filling his lungs. In the distance, among the rocky areas, several fisherwomen, their heads wrapped in scarves, bent down to gather something, their bamboo baskets swaying gently behind them with each movement. Nearby, in a shallow puddle, a barefoot old fisherman was using a spade to search for clams, tossing each one he found into the basket at his waist with a soft thud. The beach, left behind by the retreating tide, was adorned with delicate water ripples, as if meticulously combed. Occasionally, small fish that had failed to escape the tide floundered in the shallow pools, splashing fine droplets of water into the air. In the crevices of the rocks, vibrant green seaweed sways gently with the breeze, releasing its distinctive briny aroma. It is indeed far more comfortable than other rural locales. Zheng Shao'an stepped onto the damp beach, sinking half an inch into the cool sand, while the refreshing sea water seeped between his toes. He lifted his gaze to the horizon, where the seamless blend of sea and sky expanded his heart as several fishing boats departed from the harbor, trailing long, white wakes behind them. Zheng Shao'an rolled up his pant legs and, barefoot, stepped into the moist sand. The coolness of the sea felt delightful as his soles sank into the fine grains. This endeavor of gathering from the sea proved to be quite engaging. He crouched down, sifting through the sand with his hands. Before long, he encountered a hard object. Upon extraction, it revealed itself to be a small clam. Ah, what a promising start. Zheng Shao'an tossed it into his bamboo basket. After a few more paces, he discovered several clams huddled together, gleefully collecting them all, the basket jingling with their presence. They would surely make a delicious stir-fry, he thought, licking his lips in anticipation. The beach was dotted with puddles left behind by the retreating tide. He bent over to peer into one of the pools. startling a few small fish that darted away in a flurry. Quick little creatures, he mused, continuing his search. The rocks were cloaked in slick green moss, and he cautiously lifted a stone, revealing several small crabs that scuttled away in an instant. Cowards, Zheng Shao'an chuckled, scolding them lightly. After a while longer of foraging, his basket was nearly half full of clams. Weighing it in his hands, he noted its considerable heft. This place was indeed bountiful. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he remarked to himself how much better this was than the vegetable market in the city. Though he had no prior experience of gathering from the sea, he found the activity quite enjoyable. In the distance, a few fishermen's children ran towards him, barefoot and frolicking on the sand. A little boy shouted, "Comrade, there are sea snails in the rock crevices over there." Zheng Shao'an waved back, "Thank you, young comrade." Following the direction indicated by the child, he soon found several small sea snails nestled in the rocks. Though modest in size, their freshness was a delightful discovery for his evening meal. Zheng Shao'an reveled in the thought. As the sun rose higher, warming the beach, he continued gathering, and his bamboo basket was nearly full. Weighing it once more, he noted that while it brimmed with finds, there was nothing particularly valuable. Yet, for his first sea gathering, the haul was commendable. Just as he was about to shift his position, a voice called out, "Comrade, you've had quite a successful haul." Zheng Shao'an looked up to see Li Sanpao, whom he had encountered the day before. This lean young man grinned widely, revealing a set of bright white teeth. "Not too shabby, just some trinkets," Zheng Shao'an replied. Shaking his basket, Li Sanpao leaned closer to inspect and exclaimed, "You collected so many on your first outing? Comrade, you truly have a knack for this. Just luck, really?" Zheng Shao'an smiled, though their isn't much of value. "There are so many gathering from the sea now that the good finds are quickly taken." Li Sanpao sighed. "I came before dawn and only managed to gather a few small fish and shrimp." Zheng Shao'an's eyes flickered with interest. "I have heard that the rocky area is abundant with goods." That was in the past. Li Sanpao shook his head fervently. "Now, the rocky area is nearly depleted. There are hardly any kelps left. Shall we tempt our luck?" Zheng Shao'an suggested. "I possess some knowledge of marine creatures' habits." Li Sanpao, albeit skeptical, replied, "Is that true? Let's give it a try. After all, we have nothing else to do." Zheng Shao'an patted him on the shoulder. "Come on, lead the way." The two of them made their way to the rocky area, stepping cautiously. Zheng Shao'an discreetly drew a drop of spirit spring water from his space, letting it trickle down his pant leg into the sea. This was a concoction he had devised the previous night, and it might attract some marine life. After drinking the spring water, his senses were greatly heightened. Otherwise, he would not have been able to find so many clams. "Here we are." Li Sanpao pointed to a dark expanse of rocks ahead. "I usually can't be bothered to come here." Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh my goodness!" There, nestled within the crevices of the rocks, several plump crabs were leisurely climbing about. Zheng Shao'an, quick and nimble, darted forward, thrusting his right hand into the gap between the rocks. With a resounding clap, he firmly grasped a fist-sized blue crab, its formidable pincers flailing in the air. "Good heavens!" Li Sanpao exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging out. "That must weigh half a kilogram." Zheng Shao'an chuckled, expertly tossing the crab into a bamboo basket. "What a stroke of luck." Bending down to peer beneath the rocks, his eyes brightened. "There's more over here." In the shadow of the rocks, 5 or 6 crabs were huddled together, disoriented by the spirit spring water. "Sanpao, quickly! Such large blue crabs. Don't let them escape." Chapter 16. The Jealous Young Educator. Li Sanpao suddenly regained his senses and hurriedly rushed forward. In mere moments, the two of them had successfully captured all the crabs. Catching crabs requires a certain technique. One must grasp the creature by its back, lest its pincers inflict considerable pain. Although Li Sanpao lacked prior experience in this realm, he had certainly witnessed such creatures in motion. Now, on this island, without a bit of skill, starvation would be his only fate. What a windfall! Li Sanpao exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. If sold, these could yield a handsome profit. Zheng Shao'an, however, waved his hand, urging caution. "Not so fast. Let me see what else we can find." As he walked along the edge of the rocks, he suddenly halted. "Sanpao, look over there." In the shallow water beneath the rocks, several mantis shrimp were leisurely swimming, their their slender bodies glistening with a bluish hue under the sun. Wow! Li Sanpao's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming in surprise, "These are quite rare." Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng Shao'an rolled up his sleeves and went to work. His movements were swift and precise. He deftly seized the tail of a mantis shrimp, rendering it unable to escape despite its thrashing. Li Sanpao watched in awe, stammering, "Brother Anzi, have you truly never fished in the sea before?" His astonishment was palpable, clearly admiring Zheng Shao'an's prowess. Even as a native islander, he could not match Zheng's skill. The young educators who had come to the countryside before were either mired in swamps or idling about without finding anything. Zheng Shao'an was undoubtedly an exception. "It's all from reading," Zheng Shao'an casually remarked as his hands continued to work, quickly catching 7 or 8 of the shrimp. Li Sanpao attempted to mimic him, but was met with a sharp sting from the mantis shrimp, causing him to shake his hand in pain. "Ouch! These things are strong." Zheng Shao'an chuckled heartily. "You must grab the tail, avoid their pincers." As they busily worked, a sudden soft sound caught their attention. Zheng Shao'an turned toward the noise and spotted a dark object basking in the sun atop a rock. The sea splashed against it, creating a series of gentle sounds. "Is that a black gold abalone?" he exclaimed. "What a treasure!" Black gold abalone is a rare find along the coast, especially one as large as a palm. It is indeed a gem seldom encountered in a lifetime. Li Sanpao was momentarily dumbfounded. "What? Can there really be black gold abalone here?" Zheng Shao'an, already sprinting forward, confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed a black gold abalone, a substantial specimen leisurely crawling along the rock. This. Li Sanpao struggled to articulate his thoughts. "We've been scavenging this area for 10 years, and this is the first time we've seen such a treasure." Zheng Shao'an carefully pried the black gold abalone loose, holding it in his hands, feeling its weight. "What do you think? Is it valuable?" "Valuable beyond measure," Li Sanpao exclaimed, jumping with excitement. "The supply and marketing cooperative will pay a fortune for this. One could equate to half a month's work points." "Brother Anzi, you are truly remarkable." Zheng Shao'an grinned broadly. "Let us see what else we can find." The ensuing spectacle left Li Sanpao utterly questioning his existence. It was as if Zheng Shao'an had awakened a divine insight, discovering treasures wherever he ventured. Amidst the crevices of the rocky shore, he unearthed a lobster weighing over 2 pounds, and from the depths of a tide pool, he skillfully retrieved plump sea cucumbers. Even the most ordinary clams seemed to yield their largest specimens to him. "Brother Anzi, you are truly remarkable," Li Sanpao exclaimed, gazing in admiration at the increasingly full bamboo basket. "From now on, I shall follow in your footsteps. Take me with you on your coastal escapades. I won't mind the details. I only wish to learn your craft. What keen eyesight you possess." Zheng Shao'an wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. The effects of the spiritual spring water exceeded his expectations. It was akin to possessing a talisman for coastal foraging. He wondered if, after upgrading, he might gain some form of clairvoyance. That would be splendid. The crux of coastal foraging lies in one's perceptiveness. Without it, treasure could easily be overlooked amidst the throngs of people, wandering aimlessly like headless flies, oblivious to the valuable bounty beside them. "There's a waterhole over there. Let us investigate," he suggested. The two approached a deeper pool, where Zheng Shao'an crouched to examine it closely. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. "Sanpao, prepare the net." Before Li Sanpao could grasp the situation, Zheng Shao'an lunged into the water. Splash! Water erupted as he seized a sea base measuring over 2 feet in length. The fish thrashing wildly, drenching both men. "Hold it down," Zheng Shao'an shouted. Finally coming to his senses, Li Sanpao rushed to assist. Together, they exerted immense effort, ultimately subduing the magnificent creature. "Good heavens," gasped Li Sanpao, panting. "This fish must weigh around 10 pounds. Zheng Shao'an, equally exhausted yet exhilarated, replied, "Tonight's feast will be splendid." As the sun ascended higher in the sky, their bounty continued to grow. The bamboo basket could no longer contain their haul, prompting Li Sanpao to remove his shirt to serve as a makeshift sack for the larger catches. "Brother Anzi, we've struck it rich this time." He grinned widely at their plentiful spoils. In all my years, I've never seen anyone gather such a magnificent haul in a single outing. Zheng Shao'an patted him on the shoulder. Follow me, and you shall reap such rewards every day. That's a promise, Li Sanpao declared, thumping his chest. From this day forth, you are my elder brother. I shall not quibble over the spoils. I only seek a hearty meal. Zheng Shao'an chuckled heartily at his earnestness. What could be simpler? Today, I shall ensure you feast to your heart's content. It was surprising to find such sincerity in this lad. While country folk are often characterized by their honesty, finding one so straightforward was indeed rare. However, there are unwritten rules by the sea. Whatever one catches belongs to them. Though they had worked together, it was Zheng Shao'an who had spotted the treasures. The lad, in his honesty, had suggested a fair division, which pleased Zheng immensely. Perhaps he could even gain a little brother in this countryside. He swiftly retrieved a small iron pot and a seasoning pack from his storage, items he had long prepared for such an occasion. Sanpao gathered some dry twigs. Zheng Shao'an instructed, gesturing toward the desiccated branches along the shore. We shall cook right here. Li Sanpao scampered off to collect firewood, while Zheng Shao'an began to prepare the seafood. With deft hands, he skillfully scaled and gutted the fish, meticulously cleaned the crabs and mantis shrimp, and sliced the black gold abalone into delicate pieces. Anzigo, your culinary skills are impressive, Li Sanpao remarked, returning with a bundle of firewood, his eyes wide with astonishment. You're even more agile than the seasoned fishermen in our village. Oh, it's nothing, Zheng Shao'an replied with a grin as he set up a makeshift stove and kindled the fire. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the iron pot. The crabs and mantis shrimp tumbled in the boiling water, gradually transforming into an alluring shade of red. Zheng Shao'an threw a few stones into the fire, and once heated, placed the fish and abalone slices on to roast. With a sizzle, the fish met the scorching stones, causing oil to splatter and fragrance to envelop the air. Sprinkling salt and chili powder enhanced the aroma, making it even more intoxicating. Here, give it a try. Zheng Shao'an offered a skewer of grilled fish slices to Li Sanpao. Upon taking a bite, Li Sanpao's eyes widened in delight. Oh my goodness, this is incredibly delicious. Slow down, don't burn yourself, Zheng Shao'an cautioned. Savoring a slice of abalone himself, the tender and springy texture bringing him immense satisfaction. Isn't this far better than gnawing on dry bread? I thought I'd endure hardship on this island, but with such a lucky hand, good days are within reach. The two indulged in their feast, buoyed by the morning sea breeze. Li Sanpao, while eating, exclaimed, Anzigo, with your skills, you could easily be the head chef at the commune canteen. Suddenly, he recalled something. These seafood could be exchanged for work points. That black gold abalone alone could fetch at least 20 work points. Zheng Shao'an's eyes lit up. Oh, is there such a benefit? Absolutely. Li Sanpao began to count on his fingers. A strong laborer earns just 10 work points a day. With today's catch, we could exchange for more than half a month's worth of points. Zheng Shao'an felt elated at the thought. Did this mean he could sustain himself by fishing and avoid collective labor? Sanpao, how about going out to sea with me tomorrow to fish? Zheng Shao'an proposed suddenly. Based on today's catch, there must be more treasures in the sea. Li Sanpao rubbed his hands together in excitement. Sure, our village has fishing boats. We can set sail before dawn. It's settled then, Zheng Shao'an declared, raising his water jug. Cheers! After they had feasted and tidied up the leftover seafood, Li Sanpao insisted on giving all their catch to Zheng Shao'an. Anzigo, we agreed that I would just learn the techniques, no splitting. Zheng Shao'an graciously accepted, handing him the large sea base. Take this home for your family to enjoy. Watching Li Sanpao leave with a joyful spring in his step, Zheng Shao'an hefted the heavy bamboo basket, a smile gracing his lips. Life on this island was indeed becoming increasingly promising. As Zheng Shao'an made his way back to the village under the darkening sky, the salty sea breeze enveloped him, and the distant lights of the fishing village twinkled into view. Passing by the youth dormitory, he spotted Duyali sitting on a small stool at the entrance, washing clothes. In the moonlight, her slender figure appeared particularly fragile. Zheng Shao'an paused, retrieving several plump crabs and mantis shrimp from his bamboo basket. These are for you to enhance your meal. Du Yali, taken aback, rose to her feet, wiping her damp hands on her apron. This, so much? Did you catch all of these? Take them, Zheng Shao'an insisted, unceremoniously placing the seafood into the basin she held. I had a bountiful catch today. I cannot consume it all by myself. Blushing, Du Yali accepted the offering, murmuring her gratitude. Thank you, Comrade Zheng. Under the moonlight, Zheng Shao'an noticed that her fair arms were slightly sunburned. Frowning, he retrieved a bottle of sunscreen and a jar of moisturizing cream from his supplies. This sunscreen was imported, something not yet available domestically, procured from the black market. At that time, it was still an uncommon item, but he had purchased it regardless. Little did he know it would serve a purpose now. After all, in these times, families were preoccupied with merely filling their stomachs and striving for prosperity. Who would pay attention to appearance? In a few years, when life improved, people would start to care about sun protection. I'm going fishing tomorrow. The sun at sea is quite harsh. He handed her the items. Apply this on your face and this on your body. Otherwise, you might get sunburned. Du Yali cradled the precious skincare products, her eyes sparkling with delight. This must be quite expensive? I cannot accept it. It was brought from the city. It's worth very little. Zheng Shao'an waved his hand dismissively. Remember to apply it generously. The UV rays at sea are strong, and getting tan would not be appealing. Du Yali's ears flushed crimson, and only after expressing her thanks did she accept the gifts. Just as Zheng Shao'an turned to leave, a sharp, derisive laugh echoed from behind. Oh, isn't this Du Yali? Collecting gifts from men in the dead of night. How shameless. Lu Meiwan had appeared at the dormitory entrance, a fan in hand, her expression one of disdain. Two followers flanked her, the usual companions in her bullying antics. Du Yali's face drained of color, nearly dropping the seafood and skincare product from her grasp. Lu Meiwan, what nonsense are you spouting? Her voice trembled. Comrade Zheng was merely what? Lu Meiwan interjected sarcastically, delivering items in the dead of night. Who knows what his intentions are? Chapter 17. The Hat of Capitalism. Suddenly, Lu Meiwan caught sight of the sunscreen in Du Yali's hand, and her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, you even have capitalist goods, she exclaimed. Du Yali, isn't this a case of indulging in the very essence of capitalism? You are supposed to be a sent-down youth, yet you engage in such pursuits. This is sheer hedonism. You shall be criticized for this. I did not, Du Yali stammered, her eyes welling with tears. Zheng Shao'an let out a cold laugh and strode back towards them. Lu Meiwan, mind your language, he interjected sharply. Upon seeing Zheng Shao'an, Lu Meiwan felt emboldened rather than intimidated. What? Am I mistaken? Delivering gifts to female comrades in the dead of night, and these capitalist trinkets at that. What are your intentions? None of your business, Zheng Shao'an retorted, cutting her off. Do I need your approval to give gifts to anyone? Lu Meiwan was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing with indignation, before she exclaimed, I am merely looking out for Du Yali. What kind of girl accepts gifts from men? Furthermore, she suddenly fixed her gaze on Du Yali's face, a malicious grin spreading across her lips. With a face like hers, no amount of makeup can disguise the truth. She's simply unattractive. Even if she were to adorn herself like a flower, it would still be akin to decorating cow dung. The sycophants behind her chimed in enthusiastically. Sister Meiwan speaks the truth. No amount of cream can mask Du Yali's rustic appearance. Indeed, she should take a good look in the mirror. Even one of our Sister Meijuan's fingers is more appealing. Du Yali bit her lip, tears glimmering in her eyes. Zheng Shao'an suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth laced with derision. Lu Meiwan, you're absolutely right, he proclaimed. Lu Meiwan was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Zheng Shao'an's agreement. Indeed, those lacking in beauty should refrain from vanity, Zheng Shao'an continued leisurely. Some individuals, resembling a scene from a car crash, prance about in a foolish manner. How appalling. You. Lu Meijuan's face contorted with rage. Who are you referring to? Whoever speaks, I speak of, Zheng Shao'an shrugged. For some, being unattractive is not a fault. But to flaunt oneself while being frightful, that is indeed a transgression. You are talking nonsense. Lu Meiwan shrieked. Am I ugly? Zheng Shao'an scrutinized her from head to toe, shaking his head in disbelief. That round face, those triangular eyes, that upturned nose. Lu Meiwan, did your parents nurture you with the placenta? If I were you, I would seek to be reborn. Otherwise, one should be humble, to be unattractive yet seek the limelight. Is that not appalling? The onlookers among the sent-down youths erupted in laughter. Even Du Yali could not suppress a smile. Lu Meiwan trembled with fury. Zheng Shao'an, you. What about me? Zheng Shao'an interrupted. Have I said anything incorrect? Look in the mirror and see your own visage. How dare you call others ugly? He turned to Du Yali. Comrade Du, remember, do not engage with those who are both unattractive and pretentious. It is contagious. Du Yali nodded, her cheeks flushed. Lu Meiwan was so infuriated that tears welled up in her eyes. Zheng Shao'an, you are bullying me. I will report you to the captain. Go ahead. Zheng Shao'an sneered. It's just the right opportunity for the captain to judge who instigated this first. What an absurdity it is for you to critique others' appearances. Do you even have the face to do so? He turned to Du Yali and said, Tomorrow, I will bring you some fresh seafood. Remember to apply sunscreen. With that, he didn't spare Lu Meiwan a glance and strode away with his bamboo basket. Behind him, Lu Meiwan's hysterical screams and her followers' flustered attempts at consolation echoed in the air. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Zheng Shao'an's lips. This woman deserves it. Zheng Shao'an delivered some mantis shrimp to the captain before returning to his quaint courtyard, securing the gate behind him. The moonlight poured like water, casting a silvery glow on the bluestone path. He hurried in the main room, placing the heavy bamboo basket on the 8 immortals' table. Today's harvest was indeed abundant. Zheng Shao'an rubbed his hands together, excitement shimmering in his eyes. With a thought, he stepped into the space. Before him, the sight opened up. The seedlings in the black soil had grown taller, and the pond's surface glimmered with rippling light. Carefully, he poured the seafood from the basket into the pond. The palm-sized black gold abalone unfurled gracefully upon entering the water, slowly sinking to the bottom. A few blue crabs waved their large pincers and swiftly hid among the crevices of the stones at the pond's edge. The mantis shrimp darted about, weaving silvery lines in the water. Remarkably, they adapted quickly. Zheng Shao'an squatted by the pond, watching the seafood frolic in the water, a smile involuntarily forming on his lips. He stirred the pond water with his hand, the cool sensation traveling from his fingertips. The fish and shrimp in the water seemed to sense the essence of the spring and swam towards him. Fatten them up before consuming. Zheng Shao'an clapped his hands, stood up, and surveyed his surroundings. Once he catches some prized fish, this pond will be even more valuable. As he contemplated, the streamlined silhouette of a tuna flashed in his mind. This fish is primarily exported to Japan, fetching a handsome price. If he could catch a few to raise in the space, wouldn't that be a fortune? In this day and age, tuna prices are quite steep. Since he was already on the island, he must catch some lucrative fish. He needed to devise a plan to acquire a fishing boat. Zheng Shao'an stroked his chin thoughtfully. Tomorrow, I will first go out to sea with Li Sanpao to assess the situation. Exiting the space, Zheng Shao'an stretched lazily. He yawned, removed his shoes, and stepped onto the kong. The quilt on the intricately carved wooden bed was soft and comfortable, exuding the scent of sunshine. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the sound of the production team's whistle resonated throughout the fishing village. Zheng Shao'an quickly dressed and hurried towards the drying ground at the village entrance. In the distance, he spotted Captain Wang Dihai standing atop a large rock, holding an iron trumpet as he counted the number of people. Is everyone here? Captain Wang surveyed the crowd, his gaze lingering on Zheng Shao'an for a few extra seconds. Today, we will divide into 2 groups. One group will assist the old fishermen in mending nets, while the other will go to the seaside to dry kelp. The youth workers stood in small clusters, with Lu Meiwan and her entourage lingering at the edge, their faces betraying reluctance. Suddenly, Comrade Wang Dihai beckoned Zheng Shao'an over. Come here for a moment. Zheng Shao'an approached briskly. Captain, what instructions do you have? Wang Dihai lowered his voice. Everything you gave me yesterday has been converted into work points. He produced a slip of paper. Here's the receipt. Take a look. Zheng Shao'an examined the note, which clearly stated 5 blue crabs, equating to 15 work points. The total amounted to over 30 work points. So much? Zheng Shao'an exclaimed, surprised. Wang Dihai chuckled amiably. You've got quite a treasure here. The supply and marketing cooperative is eager for it. He glanced around, lowering his voice further. If you're willing, you can exchange seafood for work points in the future, bypassing collective labor. Zheng Shao'an's eyes lit up. Is that acceptable? What is inappropriate about it? This is the established rule, Wang Dihai replied, patting him on the shoulder. There are myriad ways to contribute to the collective. It would be a shame to squander your talent on drying kelp. Zheng Shao'an nodded in understanding. Thank you for your consideration, Captain. Wang Dihai smiled contentedly and turned to the loudspeaker. Comrades, please pay attention. The work assignments for today are as follows. Zheng Shao'an watched from the sidelines as the other youth workers were assigned to various labor tasks. Du Yali was placed in the group repairing fishing nets, diligently listening to the old fisherman's instruction. Lu Meiwan, however, was assigned to dry kelp, disdainfully pinching the kelp's edge with 2 fingers. All right, everyone, let us get to work. Wang Dihai cleared his throat, raising the metal loudspeaker to announce. Have you all noted your positions? Group 1 will repair fishing nets on the east shore, while Group 2 will dry kelp on the west bank. Let's reassign. Lu Meiwan, Zhang Hongying, you will learn net repair from Old Li. Du Yali, Wang Shaohua, you are to dry kelp. Just as he finished, Lu Meiwan shrieked, Captain, why hasn't Zheng Shao'an been assigned any work? She pointed accusingly at Zheng Shao'an standing aside, her eyes glinting with jealousy. Everyone else has been assigned. Why not him? He should be made to repair nets. Let him suffer. Who does he think he is to embarrass me before so many people yesterday? Wang Dihai frowned. Comrade Zheng has already converted his work points and is exempt from participating in collective labor. What? Captain, you must be mistaken. Lu Meijuan's voice suddenly escalated. Why should he be exempt from work while we toil endlessly? It's unfair. What about this work points conversion? It's all subject to your word. I saw it. He whispered to you for quite a while yesterday. This is favoritism, undermining the collective. Her followers chimed in. Exactly. Why the preferential treatment? ISNT this taking the back door? We deserve a break too. Wang Dihai's expression darkened as he raised the loudspeaker and bellowed, silence. He strode boldly before Lu Meiwan, pointing an accusatory finger at her. What are you clamoring about? Comrade Zheng submitted over 10 pounds of mantis shrimp and 5 large crabs yesterday. Enough to earn over 30 work points. That equates to the labor of 10 days for you all. The onlooking youth immediately gasped in astonishment. 10 over 10 pounds? Lu Meijuan's complexion drained of color, her voice trembling. Did he catch all that by himself? Not at all. Wang Dihai scoffed. If you possessed such skill, I would grant you a break too. Li Sanpao squeezed through the crowd, excitement bubbling forth. I witnessed it firsthand. Brother N's technique is remarkable. He catches them with his bare hands. I plan to fish with him today. Captain, I'll be following Brother from now on. At this proclamation, many local fishermen cast envious glances. Even they, seasoned veterans of the sea for decades, could not boast of such a bountiful haul in a single day. This newcomer, it seemed, had distinct prowess. Lu Meijuan's face oscillated between shades of green and white, her lips pressed tightly together in silence. At that moment, Zheng Shao'an stepped forward, addressing Wang Dihai. Captain, I wish to visit the beach to see if I can catch more seafood. Go ahead, Wang Dihai replied amiably, patting his shoulder. Just be cautious. Zheng Shao'an nodded, and as he turned, caught sight of Du Yali, who was preparing to leave with a bamboo basket of sun-dried kelp. He quickly approached her and whispered, Comrade Du, the sun is fierce by the sea. Remember to apply the sunscreen I gave you. Du Yali's cheeks flushed slightly, and she responded softly, Thank you, Comrade Zheng. I will be careful. And Zheng Shao'an lowered his voice further. Keep her distance from Lu Meiwan. If she troubles you, just let me know. Du Yeti noded gat fudi. Her eyes sparkling. You, be cautious at sea as well. As they spoke, Lu Meijuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She suddenly rushed over, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, in broad daylight, what secret whispers are you sharing? Are you plotting to give him special treatment? Chapter 18. How I live my life is none of your concern. Zheng Shao'an cast a cold glance at her, retorting, What business is it of yours? Lu Meiwan, infuriated, stomped her feet and exclaimed, Du Yali, do you have no shame? Seducing a man in broad daylight. You think because he can catch seafood, you could just cling to him? You're nothing but a siren, luring men. Du Yali's face turned pale, nearly dropping the bamboo basket she held. Zheng Shao'an stepped in front of Du Yali, glaring down at Lu Meiwan. Try speaking again, and see if I don't make it impossible for you to remain on this island. His voice, though not loud, carried a chilling menace. Lu Meiwan instinctively took a step back, her lips trembling, rendered speechless. All right, enough of this. Let's get back to work. Wang Dihai interjected at the opportune moment, or you'll lose your points. Lu Meiwan shot an angry glare at Du Yali before sulking off with the others towards the shore. Once Du Yali was out of sight, Zheng Shao'an turned to Li Sanpao and waved, "Come on, let us head out to sea." Li Sanpao cheerfully followed. "Where are we going fishing today, Brother Anzi?" "We'll start by trying our luck at sea," Zheng Shao'an replied as they walked. "I've just arrived on the island, and am unfamiliar with the treasures this sea holds." He then turned to Li Sanpao. "By the way, how much does it cost to rent a fishing boat at the dock?" Li Sanpao slapped his forehead, a simple smile spreading across his dark face. "What are you talking about, Brother Anzi? My family are fishermen. We have our own boats. Why would we pay to rent? That would be a waste. A trip out to sea might not even cover the rental fee." "Really?" Zheng Shao'an's eyes brightened. "How big is the boat?" "A 6-meter wooden boat with a sail. Last year, we added a small motor. It can run by itself. Li Sanpao gestura animatadli. It just doesn't have a net lifting machine, so we'll have to pull the nets ourselves. But fishing out at sea will be no problem. My father often took me fishing." At this, he chuckled innocently. "Although my skills aren't great, even with a fishing net, I can't guarantee we'll catch anything substantial. But whether we have a net lifting machine or not, 2 strong men can certainly manage." Zheng Shao'an's spirits lifted instantly as he patted Li Sanpao on the shoulder. "Good lad. From now on, you'll work with me. I'll count your work points and pay you additionally." "Really?" Li Sanpao exclaimed, rubbing his hands in excitement. "Brother Anzi, are you serious?" "Of course." Zheng Shao'an laughed. "When I, Zheng Shao'an, make a promise, I keep it. Let us head to the dock to check out the boat. If it suits us, we can set sail today, fishing at sea and catching some fish. By then, you'll be well fed, and everyone will envy you." "All right." Li Sanpao jumped in excitement. "Brother Anzi, wait for me. I'll go home and get the boat keys." As he turned to dash home, Zheng Shao'an quickly called after him, "Wait, take these with you first." With that, he retrieved 2 straw hats and 2 pairs of sunglasses from his space. The sun out at sea is harsh. Wear these. Li Sanpao took the brand new straw hat and sunglasses, marveling at them. This is so considerate. The fishermen among us set sail bare-chested, never having donned such attire. From now on, you must adhere to proper standards." Zheng Shao'an donned sunglasses, instantly exuding an air of nonchalance. "Let us head to the dock." The two meandered along the village path towards the harbor. The sea breeze greeted them, laden with a salty tang. In the distance, the ocean shimmered, while seagulls circled gracefully in the low sky. As Zheng Shao'an walked, he contemplated the day as agenda. With a fishing boat, the potential of his spring water would be vastly enhanced. If he could catch a few valuable fish, not only could he exchange them for labor points, but he might also fetch a handsome price on the black market. Most importantly, with a fishing vessel, he could venture into deeper waters in search of rare marine treasures, tuna, yellow croaker, abalone, all of which could yield substantial profits. With these thoughts in mind, Zheng Shao'an quickened his pace. "Sanpao, hurry up." Upon reaching the dock, they found Li Sanpao's fishing boat quietly moored at the shore. It was a 6-meter wooden vessel, its hull adorned with a blue and white paint that, though somewhat faded, appeared sturdy and reliable. "Brother Anzi, this is my family's boat." Li Sanpao proudly patted the hull. "Last year, we fitted it with a new motor, and it runs like the wind." Zheng Shao'an scrutinized the fishing boat, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad, let us board." Li Sanpao swiftly untied the ropes and leaped aboard, starting the motor. With a throaty rumble, the fishing boat gently pulled away from the dock. The sea breeze enveloped them, imbued with a damp, salty aroma. Standing at the bow, Zheng Shao'an savored the rhythmic undulation of the boat amidst the waves. Sunlight danced upon the water's surface, creating a glimmering spectacle, while a few seagulls glided gracefully above. "Brother Anzi, where shall we fish?" Li Sanpao inquired, steadying the helm. "Shall we venture near the shore? There are plenty of fish there." Zheng Shao'an surveyed the surroundings, noticing the nearshore area teeming with fishing boats, fishermen casting their nets. The coastal fish had been nearly depleted. Zheng Shao'an shook his head. Let us head further out. The fishing boats surged into the deep sea, the swells growing larger, causing the vessel to rise and fall. Li Sanpao confidently steered the helm, his dark face illuminated with excitement. Brother Anzi, look over there. Li Sanpao suddenly pointed towards a frothy patch of sea to the right front. There's a school of fish. Shall we stop here? Zheng Shao'an squinted, assessing the situation before shaking his head. Too small, it won't do. Li Sanpao hesitated momentarily, but obediently continued forward. Shortly thereafter, he spotted another area where fish were actively swimming. What about here, Brother Anzi? No, Zheng Shao'an replied, shaking his head once more. After several rejections of Li Sanpao's suggestions, the young man could no longer contain his impatience. Brother, just how big a fish are you hoping to catch? Li Sanpao exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. Zheng Shao'an smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. I guarantee it will astonish you. Li Sanpao gasped, his hands gripping the helm, trembling with anticipation. He refrained from further inquiries, concentrating instead on navigating the fishing vessel into the depths of the ocean. Approximately an hour later, the boat arrived at an unfamiliar expanse of water. In the distance, several small islands were faintly visible, and the color of the sea had grown deeper. Zheng Shao'an stood at the bow, squinting to scrutinize the surface of the water. His vision, enhanced by the mystical spring water, allowed him to perceive the underwater world with remarkable clarity. Schools of fish swam gracefully through this marine territory, including some of considerable size. This is the spot, Zheng Shao'an suddenly declared. Stop the boat. Li Sanpao quickly shut off the motor, and the vessel gently rocked upon the waves. He hurried to the front, craning his neck to peer into the ocean. Brethren, do you think? Is it really fish here? He stammered, confusion etched across his dark face. I don't see even a shadow of a small fish on the surface. Zheng Shao'an smiled mysteriously, producing a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handing one to Li Sanpao. You know nothing, my friend. The finest fish hide in the deep waters. Li Sanpao accepted the cigarette, his hands trembling slightly. But brethren, my father brought me here before and we caught nothing. That was because your father did not seek in the right place, Zheng Shao'an replied, patting him on the shoulder. Quickly, bring out the bait. I shall teach you a new trick. Li Sanpao, somewhat skeptical, dashed into the cabin and emerged with a tin bucket containing a half-full mix of foul-smelling fish entrails and shrimp shells. Brethren, this is my family's secret bait recipe, made from fermented rotten fish and shrimp. Zheng Shao'an took the bucket, nearly overcome by the putrid odor. Suppressing his nausea, he pretended to stir the contents while discreetly retrieving a small vial of spring water from his spatial pocket, pouring it into the mixture. What is that? Li Sanpao gaped at the glass bottle in Zheng Shao'an's hand. A secret ingredient from the city, Zheng Shao'an replied enigmatically. With this added, the fish will be drawn to the scent. Strangely enough, once the spring water mingled with the bait, the originally repugnant odor transformed into a refreshing aroma, laced with a hint of sweetness. Li Sanpao inhaled deeply, his eyes widening. Incredible, brother, in this scent. I've never encountered such fragrant bait. Zheng Shao'an smiled silently and retrieved 2 makeshift fishing rods crafted from thick bamboo. The fishing gear of this era was quite rudimentary, consisting merely of a bamboo pole tied with nylon line, lacking even a proper reel. Come, attach the bait. Zheng Shao'an divided the prepared mixture into 2 portions. Today, let me broaden your horizons. Li Sanpao clumsily affixed the bait to the hooks, stealing glances at the glass vial in Zheng Shao'an's grasp. Brethren, can I? Focus, Zheng Shao'an playfully reprimanded. You'll have your hands full once the fish start biting. With the baited hooks delicately cast into the ocean, the fishing line traced a graceful arc through the air before plunging into the deep blue waters with a soft splash. He firmly grasped the bamboo rod, reveling in the refreshing sea breeze against his face. Brethren, your casting technique is remarkably professional. Li Sanpao watched in astonishment, exclaiming, more impressive than my father. Zheng Shao'an smiled without uttering a word, his gaze fixed intently upon the sea. He subtly summoned the power of the spiritual spring. An invisible allure began to spread beneath the waves. In less than 3 minutes, the bamboo pole began to tremble violently. "We've got a bite." Li Sampao exclaimed. Leaping with excitement, Zheng Shao'an rose calmly, his hands firmly gripping the bamboo pole. The force emanating from below was astounding, bending the rod into an exaggerated arc. What an enormous fish this must be! Li Sanpao's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice quivering. Zheng Shao'an skillfully began to reel in the line, engaging in a tug-of-war with the colossal fish beneath the surface. The water erupted in splashes, revealing a glimmering silver silhouette rolling amidst the waves. "It's a large bass." Li Sanpao leaned over the side of the boat, enthusiastically slapping the hull. "It must weigh at least 10 pounds. After a fierce struggle lasting several minutes, Zheng Shao'an finally hoisted the magnificent fish above the water surface. Under the sunlight, the shimmering bass thrashed wildly on the deck, splattering water everywhere. "Goodness!" Li Sampao exclaimed, hurriedly pinning down the fish. "I've never seen a bass this large in my life." Zheng Shao'an wiped the sweat from his brow and chuckled. "This is just the beginning. Let's secure the fish and continue." This time, he deliberately switched to a larger hook, casting the rod into the ocean with a flick of his hand. Zheng Shao'an stood steadily at the bow, feeling the subtle vibrations transmitted through the rod. He squinted slightly, his fingers gently tapping the bamboo pole as if conversing with the fish beneath. "Brother Anzi, you've been sitting for 10 minutes. Why haven't you?" Before Li Sanpao could finish his sentence, the bamboo pole in Zheng Shao'an's hands suddenly bent into a perilous arc. Chapter 19, Encountering Goats on the Island. "Here it comes," Zheng Shao'an exclaimed in a low voice, his hands gripping the bamboo rod tightly. The fishing line sliced through the water, creating sharp trajectories and emitting a piercing sound. This force, Li Sanpao stared in astonishment at the taut fishing line. It must be a colossal creature. Zheng Shao'an slightly parted his legs, leaning back as he engaged in a tug-of-war with the massive fish beneath the surface. His arm muscles tightened, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The fishing line alternated between tautness and slackness, producing a grating sound. "Reel it in. Hurry," Li Sanpao urged anxiously, stamping his feet. "Don't rush." Zheng Shao'an calmly adjusted his angle. "This one is clever. Pulling hard now would only snap the line." Suddenly, the fish beneath made a swift turn, causing the line to become taut in an instant. Zheng was nearly yanked off balance by the sudden force, almost tumbling into the sea. "Be careful, Brother Anzi." Li Sanpao rushed forward to steady him. "I'm fine." Zheng regained his balance, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. "This fish has incredible strength. It must be a red snapper." A massive splash erupted on the surface of the water as a brilliantly red fish leapt into the air, shimmering like a jewel in the sunlight. It thrashed wildly, sending droplets flying, which formed a small rainbow in the sunshine. "Good heavens!" Li Sampao exclaimed, his words tumbling out in excitement. "What a gigantic red snapper! How much could this be worth?" Zheng remained focused, diligently reeling in and letting out the line. His wrist moved with dexterity, applying pressure at times and relaxing to allow the fish to swim. This technique gradually sapped the fish's strength. After 20 minutes, the hefty red snapper, weighing around 7 or 8 pounds, was finally brought to the side of the boat. Li Sanpao eagerly grasped the landing net, but nearly scared the fish away in his excitement. "Be gentle," Zheng reminded him in a low voice. "Red snappers are incredibly smart. They struggle fiercely at the sight of a shadow." Holding his breath, Li Sanpao carefully lowered the landing net into the water. Just as the red snapper swam past the net's opening, he yanked it up. "Got it!" he shouted in exhilaration, lifting the still struggling crimson fish into the air. Under the sunlight, its scales glimmered with a dazzling red hue, and water droplets from its tail splashed onto both of them. Wiping the seawater from his face, Zheng chuckled. "Isn't this fish beautiful? It could sell for." Before he could finish his sentence, the fishing rod in his hand began to tremble violently once more. This time, the force was even more ferocious, the line being pulled out a good 10 meters in an instant. "Another one." Zheng quickly tightened his grip on the rod. "This one feels even bigger." Li Sanpao hurriedly placed the red snapper into the live well, nearly slipping on the deck from the spilled seawater as he turned. Bradaransi, have you stumbled upon a fish haven or something? Zheng merely smiled in response, wholly absorbed in the subtle vibrations transmitted through the fishing rod. His new opponent was evidently more cunning, alternating between fierce surges and moments of stillness, as if gathering strength. This one is clever. Zheng Shao'an gritted his teeth and declared, I see you're trying to engage me in a psychological battle. Suddenly, the fishing line went slack, nearly causing Zheng to lose his balance and fall backward. In that fleeting moment as he adjusted his stance, the large fish beneath the surface seized the opportunity and surged frantically into the depths of the sea. The reel spun rapidly, emitting a piercing screech. The line was on the verge of breaking. Li Sanpao, in a state of desperation, began to jump anxiously. Without hesitation, Zheng Shao'an thrust the fishing rod into the specially designed holder on the side of the boat, swiftly retrieving a damp cloth to wrap around the line. The intense friction caused the cloth to emit wisps of white smoke, yet miraculously, the line held firm. What a close call! Li Sanpao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exclaiming, This fish must be possessed. After nearly 40 minutes of a tug-of-war, a massive grouper finally surfaced. Its grayish-brown body was adorned with dark spots, and its wide mouth opened and closed to reveal sharp teeth. It's a dragon grouper, Li Sanpao exclaimed in astonishment. These creatures can bite off a finger, my father says. Zheng Shao'an cautiously managed the line, guiding the exhausted grouper closer to the side of the boat. Just as Li Sanpao prepared to net it, the fish suddenly flipped, its tail crashing against the water-esque surface, sending a spray of water drenching the two men. Ghoul, ghoul, ghoul. Li Sanpao spat out the briny seawater. This beast is quite stubborn. Zheng Shao'an chuckled. Now, this is entertaining. If the fish were all obediently hooked, would it even be called fishing? In the end, the dragon grouper, weighing a hefty 15 to 16 pounds, was subdued. As it was hoisted onto the deck, its weight thudded heavily, causing the small boat to sway slightly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the catch in the cabin had piled up into a small mountain. Li Sanpao counted their spoils, muttering incessantly, 3 red snappers, 5 groupers, 7 or 8 yellowtail. Zheng Shao'an, with a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, was about to speak when he suddenly noticed a dazzling golden light shimmering beneath the surface of the sea, narrowing his eyes for a clear view. He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A dense school of small yellow fish was swirling around their fishing boat, glistening with golden hues in the sunset. Sanpao, look! Zheng Shao'an exclaimed, pulling the still-counting Li Sanpao by the arm. We're about to strike it rich. Li Sanpao followed Zheng's pointing finger, his mouth agape in disbelief. Good heavens! Is that a school of yellowfish? How could there be so many? Zheng swiftly dragged the fishing net from the cabin, a heavy creation woven from coarse hemp rope, weighing at least several pounds. Don't just stand there, help me cast the net. In a flurry, the two men organized the net. Zheng Shao'an positioned himself at the bow and forcefully cast the net into the air. It arced gracefully and plopped into the sea with a splash. Brother in your net-casting skills. Li Sanpao stared in awe. You must be the true fisherman. Zheng Shao'an had no time to entertain his flattery. He gripped the net line tightly, feeling the vibrations from beneath the water. The line trembled violently in his hands, seemingly alive. Quick, pull the net, Zheng Shao'an commanded. The two men exerted their strength, yet found the fishing net utterly unmoving. Li Sanpao's face flushed crimson, the veins in his arms bulging in. Anzigu, why is this net so heavy? No kidding. Zheng Shao'an gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This net weighs at least 300 or 400 pounds. What? Li Sanpao nearly lost his grip. 300 or 400 pounds. I've never seen so many fish in my life. With all their might, they gradually hoisted the fishing net upwards. The rope cut into their palms, and their arms trembled from fatigue, yet neither dared to let go. Put in more effort. Zheng Shao'an gasped. It's almost up. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light shimmered on the surface of the sea, and the net finally broke free from the water. Inside, small yellow fish were packed tightly together, their glimmering bodies sparkling under the sunset, as if they had scooped up a sky full of stars. My heavens! Li Sanpao plopped down on the deck, gasping for breath. This is just too much. Zheng Shao'an, equally exhausted, wore an unmistakable grin. Hurry. Let's unload the fish. We need to cast the net again. Again? Li Sanpao gazed at his trembling hands. Anzi, my arms feel like they belong to someone else. Enough nonsense. Zheng Shao'an kicked him lightly. The school of fish will soon disperse. We can't miss this chance. With strained arms, the two men poured a net full of small yellow fish onto the deck. The golden pile formed a small mountain, the fish wriggling about and making a lively sound. Li Sanpao, witnessing the spectacle, suddenly burst into tears. Anzi, I've never seen so many fish in my life. If my father knew. Zheng Shao'an, observing Li Sanpao's tear-streaked face, couldn't help but chuckle while scolding him. Look at you, so easily stirred. If we catch something bigger in the future, you might just jump into the sea. Li Sanpao wiped his tears and stammered. Anzi, you don't understand. My father spent his entire life fishing and never witnessed such a magnificent scene. All right. Zheng Shao'an patted his shoulder. Get to work. It's almost dark, and if we don't finish up soon, these fish will spoil on the deck. Enduring the ache in their arms, they began to gather the small yellow fish scattered across the deck. Zheng Shao'an grabbed a handful of fish and tossed them into the cabin, their golden bodies shimmering in his hands. Sanpao, move faster. Zheng Shao'an urged. The sky doesn't look good. We might not make it back before the tide rises. Li Sanpao looked up at the sky, his expression suddenly changing. This is bad. Anzi, we need to hurry to shore. If the tide rises, our little boat won't hold up. Zheng Shao'an scanned the surroundings and pointed to a nearby small island. Let's head there for shelter. We'll spend the night on the island. They quickened their pace, managing to stow away the boat's full catch just before darkness enveloped them. Li Sanpao started the engine, and the small boat chugged toward the island. Upon reaching the shore, Zheng Shao'an selected 2 of the most succulent red snapper from the hold. Tonight, we shall feast on these. Li Sanpao swallowed hard, exclaiming, Brother-in, these fish could fetch a handsome price. Foolish lad. Zheng Shao'an chuckled while shaking his head. No matter how valuable something is, one must first satisfy their hunger. The two kindled a bonfire on the beach, with Zheng Shao'an skillfully preparing the red snapper. The fish scales shimmered under the firelight, resembling precious gemstones, while the flesh exhibited an enticing shade of pink. Soon, the aroma of roasting fish wafted across the island, causing Li Sanpao to swallow again in anticipation. Cool me. Have a taste. Zheng Shao'an offered the freshly grilled fish to Li Sanpao. Without hesitation, Li Sanpao took a bite, his eyes widening in astonishment. By my mother, this is incredibly fragrant. Zheng Shao'an savored a piece of his own fish, the delectable flesh melting in his mouth, infused with the unique sweetness characteristic of ocean fish. He sighed contentedly. This is what life is all about. The two indulged in the grilled fish by the bonfire, occasionally sipping the rice wine that Zheng Shao'an had retrieved from his space. After their hearty meal, Li Sanpao was visibly drowsy, stifling yawns. Brother-in, I shall sleep now, he declared, collapsing onto the sand, soon drifting into a deep slumber. Zheng Shao'an added more wood to the fire, gazing up at the starry sky while listening to the rhythmic crashing of the waves. By dawn, they would return to the village with their bountiful catch. And at that thought, a faint smile graced his lips as he wrapped himself in his coat and lay down. Just as Zheng Shao'an closed his eyes, a sudden bleating sound pierced the night. He jolted awake, thinking he had misheard. Sanpao, did you hear that? He began, only to see Li Sanpao spring up abruptly, wide-eyed. Goodness, brother-in, how could there be goats on this island? Are we encountering sea monsters? Chapter 20. Save the drowning child. Having grown up on the island, he had heard numerous legends. If he were to encounter one, it would spell disaster. He had yet to marry. He certainly did not wish to perish by the sea. Zheng Shao'an seized his flashlight and shone it towards the source of the sound. Not far off, behind a rocky outcrop, a sizable male goat stared at them with its bell-like eyes, its twisted horns glinting in the moonlight. Indeed, it was a goat. Zheng Shao'an chuckled, pondering how such a creature had made its way to the island. Be careful, brother-in, Li Sanpao suddenly screamed. It's charging at us. The goat kicked off with its hind legs, lowering its head and charging towards them. Zheng Shao'an swiftly sidestepped, and the goat collided with a palm tree behind them with a resounding thud, shaking loose the leaves. That creature was quite powerful. Zheng Shao'an patted his chest, still shaken. Was in heat. Goodness. An amorous male goat was the most troublesome. The goat shook its head and changed direction, this time heading straight for Li Sanpao. Oh, my dear mother. Li Sanpao, terrified, turned to flee but tripped over a fishing net on the beach, landing in a most undignified manner. The goat paid no heed to this, charging forward and delivering a forceful headbutt to Li Sanpao's rear. Ow! Li Sanpao let out a wretched cry, rolling on the sand while clutching his backside. Brother-in, save me. This beast thinks I'm a nanny goat. Zheng Shao'an laughed so hard he could hardly stand upright. Sanpao, your rear indeed is quite the allure. It's no wonder the goat has taken a liking to you. Brother-in, you're still laughing. Tears streamed down Li Sanpao's face. My backside feels like it's blooming. The goat seemed determined to pursue Li Sanpao, lowering its head once more and charging at him. This time, Li Sanpao, having learned from his previous misfortune, rolled aside like a lazy donkey, causing the goat to miscalculate and plunge into the sea with a splash. Deserved it. Drown, you beast. Li Sanpao scolded, covering his rear. However, to their astonishment, the goat was an excellent swimmer, paddling vigorously before making its way back to shore, shaking off the droplets of water and charging at them once more with fierce intent. Is this never-ending? Zheng Shao'an, now irate, retrieved a shovel from his belongings. Sanpao, get out of the way. Let me take my vengeance. The goat seemed to sense the impending threat, halting its advance and fixating warily on the shovel in Zheng Shao'an's hands. Under the moonlight, a standoff ensued between man and beast. Suddenly, the goat lowered its head and launched itself at Zheng Shao'an like a cannonball. Come at me. Zheng Shao'an stood his ground, swinging the shovel with all his might and striking the goat squarely on the forehead. With a dull thud, the shovel made solid contact. Yet the goat merely shook its head, remaining upright and even more agitated, snorting fiercely as it charged again. Ah, you're quite resilient. Zheng Shao'an felt invigorated, sidestepping the goat's onslaught and delivering another blow with the shovel. This time, he exerted a bit more force, striking the goat's hind leg. The goat bleated in anguish, staggering a few steps before regaining its footing. Brother-in, has this goat turned into a spirit? Li Sanpao crouched behind a rock, peering out cautiously. Shall we run? Run? What are you talking about? Zheng Shao'an spat on the ground defiantly. Today we must bring this beast down. The goat seemed to comprehend Zheng Shao'an's words, its eyes turning crimson, retreating a few steps before charging forward with sudden ferocity. This time, Zheng Shao'an had learned from experience. As the goat approached, he swiftly sidestepped. Simultaneously, he swung his shovel with great force, striking the goat squarely on the side of its face. With a sharp crack, the shovel landed solidly against the goat's visage. The creature finally succumbed, shaking its head before collapsing onto the sandy beach, its forelegs twitching for a moment before falling still. Brother-in, did you kill it? Li Sanpao cautiously inquired as he edged closer. Zheng Shao'an kicked the goat lightly with his foot. Not dead, just unconscious. He crouched down to inspect it, and suddenly burst into laughter. Sanpao, tomorrow we shall feast on roasted goat. Really? Li Sanpao's eyes sparkled with excitement, only to quickly grimace as he clutched his backside. That beast really gave me a hard time. All right. Zheng Shao'an patted his shoulder. Tomorrow, the goat legs are yours to remedy your sore rear. Li Sanpao's face flushed slightly. Brother-in, you always tease me. Zheng Shao'an laughed heartily, finding a length of rope to securely bind the goat's legs before dragging it to the bonfire. Now that's settled, he said contentedly, admiring today's bounty. Not only fish, but also a goat. Tomorrow, the villagers, especially Lu Meiwan and her crew, would surely be envious. The next morning, golden rays of dawn glimmered upon the sea surface. Zheng Shao'an and Li Sanpao, invigorated, navigated their small boat back home. Brother-in, I was laughing in my dreams last night. Li Sanpao grinned broadly while steering. What a tremendous haul this trip has been. Zheng Shao'an stood at the bow, the sea breeze caressing his face, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Is this all you aspire to? Wait until we return to the village. There will be even more excitement. As they neared the shore, Zheng Shao'an seized the opportunity while Li Sanpao was distracted, swiftly stowing the tightly bound goat into his space. Huh? Li Sanpao scratched his head suddenly. Brotherin, why do I feel like we're missing something? Missing what? Just focus on steering the boat. Zheng Shao'an replied nonchalantly. Oh. Li Sanpao responded with a simple-minded grin, soon humming a cheerful tune. The small boat chugged into the dock, and just as they prepared to unload, they noticed a large crowd gathered on the shore. What is going on? Li Sanpao craned his neck to see. Why are there so many people? Zheng Shao'an narrowed his eyes. Let's go take a look. The two hopped off the boat and made their way through the throng. Li Sanpao strutted confidently, resembling a triumphant general returning from battle. As they squeezed into the crowd, they beheld a ragged woman kneeling on the beach, cradling a frail boy of about 5 or 6 years in her arms. The child's complexion was ghastly pale, lips tinged with blue, his emaciated body writhing restlessly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Alas! An elderly fisherman nearby shook his head, lamenting, "This malaria strikes with ferocity. I fear he may not survive." The crowd echoed his sentiments, sighing in unison, some unable to bear the weight of despair. Indeed, last month, young Lu's boy suffered the same fate, and before the boat could arrive. Such misfortune! Our children on this island must not fall ill so easily. Courage, dear mother, urged Li Sanpao, leaning close to Zheng Shao'an's ear. Brother Anzi, the humidity by the sea is intense. It is commonplace to contract malaria here. Yet with no doctors on the island, we can only leave it to fate. Zheng Shao'an observed the child's agonized expression, his heart clenched. In these times of inadequate medical care, even a minor ailment could prove fatal. He recalled reading that in the 1970s, rural infant mortality rates were alarmingly high, particularly in coastal fishing villages like this one. How many times has it been? Someone inquired. The 5th time. The child's mother wept, her eyes swollen from crying. Since last night, he has been unable to stop. Now he cannot even drink water. The crowd sighed once more. Those who make a living on the island know that malaria is most fearful of diarrhea. Once dehydration sets in, even divine intervention may be futile. Zheng Shao'an pushed through the throng and squatted down. Let me take a look. What are you doing? A weathered fisherman interjected, blocking his way. Young man, do not meddle. This illness can be contagious. I am a doctor. Zheng Shao'an lied with unwavering composure. I studied medicine in the city and happened to have an effective remedy. Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred with excitement. Li Sanpao's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering when Anzi had become a physician. The child's mother clutched Zheng Shao'an's sleeve as if it were a lifeline, pleading, "Doctor, please save my dog boy. He is only 6. Zheng Shao'an gently pried open the child's clenched jaw to reveal a white-coated tongue and bleeding gums. He pretended to retrieve something from his pocket, discreetly drawing out a small vial of spring water from his spatial storage. "Step back, do not block the wind," he instructed, and the surrounding people instinctively retreated a few steps. He lifted the child's head, carefully administering the spring water. Initially, the child resisted, but once the liquid entered his mouth, his throat involuntarily began to swallow. "Drink slowly," Zheng Shao'an coaxed softly, though uncertainty gnawed at him. Though the spring water was miraculous, its efficacy against malaria remained uncertain. The child's mother watched anxiously, her nails nearly digging into her own arm. "Doctor, will this dark liquid work?" "Have no fear," Zheng Shao'an replied steadfastly. "This is a concentrated quinine solution, specifically for malaria." In truth, the vial contained nothing more than ordinary spring water, merely darkened by a sprinkle of enchanted soil. In these times, rural folk had never seen genuine quinine. They would believe whatever he claimed. "How much do you want?" The child's mother suddenly recalled, her voice trembling. Everyone on the island knew that medicine from the city came at a steep price. If the costs were exorbitant, she could not afford it. Zheng Shao'an shook his head. No payment necessary. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. Such a generous offer in these times. No payment? A sharp female voice suddenly pierced through the crowd. "I see it's utterly futile." Zheng Shao'an frowned, turning his head to discover Lu Meiwan pushing her way through the throng with a few followers. She wore a brand new floral shirt today, her face adorned with a layer of snow-like cream, making her stand out conspicuously in the grimy fishing village. "Ah, isn't this Zheng Shao'an?" Lu Meiwan remarked with an affected tone, crossing her arms. "When did you switch careers to become a doctor?" A tall, slender young woman behind her chimed in. "Indeed, just yesterday you were fishing, and today you're treating patients? What a rapid transformation." The crowd stirred, villagers exchanging knowing glances. Meiwan is right. Another follower raised her voice deliberately. "I reckon he wants to earn a good reputation, but fears the responsibility if the medicine fails. Hence he claims not to charge." Lu Meiwan lifted her chin with pride, approaching the child and dramatically covering her nose. "Oh dear, it's gotten this bad already. What are you hoping to save?" She turned to the child's mother, saying, "Auntie, I advise you to abandon all hope. This child is beyond saving. Instead of wasting time here, you might as well spend money on a proper coffin. What faith can one place in a barefoot doctor?" With that, she shot Zheng Shao'an a scornful glance. Does he relish the attention? Does he seek to steal the limelight? Today, she was determined to see Zheng Shao'an stumble. Otherwise, the better his reputation. The more those young women from the educated youth group would flaunt themselves, riding high above her. No, today, she must teach them a lesson. Chapter 21. A Romance with a Young Female Educator. The surrounding fishermen erupted in outrage. How can this girl speak so callously? Those from the city truly differ. Their hearts are so cold. The child is still struggling for breath, and she suggests preparing coffin? What sort of person is she? Li Sanpao, anxious, stamped his feet. Lu Meiwan, cease your nonsense. My Anzi brother is simply being kind-hearted. Lu Meiwan cast him a disdainful glance. Kind-hearted? I perceive it as mere pretentiousness. She turned to Zheng Shao'an, raising her voice in exasperation. "Oh my, good heavens! What on earth did you give that child to drink? It looks murky. It can't possibly be mud soup, can it? Even if you seek money, you cannot endanger others with such concoctions." Upon hearing this, the child's mother panicked and grasped Zheng Shao'an's wrist. "Doctor, what exactly did you give my dog child?" Before Zheng Shao'an could respond, Lu Meiwan interjected. "What else could it be? Surely, it is a deceitful trick. He is merely a young, educated youth from the countryside. Where could he possibly acquire miraculous medicine? He lacks any ability himself, yet seeks to make a spectacle. Auntie, you must have been fooled by him." Indeed, a tall, slender female educator chimed in. "I have heard that some charlatans use incense ash to swindle people. Cannot be." As these words left her lips, the villagers' expressions shifted. Some began to murmur, could it truly be a scam? City folk are often crafty. That child appears even worse off now. Upon hearing this, the child's mother burst into tears, clutching Zheng Shao'an's clothing. "You are going to kill my dog child?" Li Sanpao, in a state of utter desperation, positioned himself in front of Zheng Shao'an. "Villagers, my Anzi brother is genuinely kind-hearted. You must not wrongfully accuse a good person." Yet, Zheng Shao'an remained silent, merely observing the child lying on the beach. The spirit spring water should have begun to take effect, but it requires time. Lu Meiwan, noticing his silence, felt even more triumphant. "See, he is guilty, too ashamed to even explain." She turned to the onlookers. "Everyone can see clearly now. This Zheng Shao'an is nothing but a fraud. Remember his name. Do not let him escape. She is guilty of both greed and malice. Look at what she has done to that child." Indeed, the tall, slender female educator echoed. "He must be attempting to experiment on the child. This is outrageous. He should be arrested. If by some stroke of luck the child survives, it will be credited to him. Should the child fail to recover, he will claim the illness was too severe. Such claims are all too familiar to us in the city." The crowd grew increasingly agitated, with several impetuous young fishermen rolling up their sleeves, seemingly ready to take action. Li Sanpao, in a frenzy, jumped up and down. "Anzi brother, speak up." Just then, a faint call echoed from the beach. "Mother." Though the voice was soft, it struck like thunder, silencing the crowd completely. The child's mother suddenly turned around, only to see that the previously lifeless dog boy had opened his eyes and was attempting to raise a small hand. "Dog boy," she exclaimed, embracing her child, tears and snot streaming down her face. How do you feel? Does your stomach hurt?" The dog boy managed a weak smile and softly replied, "Hungry." This single utterance of hunger brought a collective sigh of relief from those around. Anyone raised by the sea knows that when a patient expresses hunger, it is a sign of recovery. As long as he could eat, survival was assured. Lu Meijuan's face instantly drained of color, and she instinctively took 2 steps back, exclaiming, "No, it cannot be." The tall, skinny young woman was also taken aback, stammering, Could it be a fleeting moment of clarity? Yet, the dog boy's subsequent actions completely contradicted her skepticism. The little one struggled to sit up and reach for the food bag cradled in his mother's arms. The onlookers erupted in excitement. Incredible. Truly miraculous. This medicine works so fast. Comrade Zheng is indeed remarkable. A shameless, benevolent divine healer. Li Sanpao, overwhelmed with excitement, slapped his thigh and declared, "Did you see that? Our Anzi is a divine healer." Lu Meijuan's complexion shifted from white to green, then to red, resembling a spilled dye vat. She clenched her fists, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Just moments ago, this child was on the brink of death, and now he was recovering? How could that be possible? This illness would have been fatal even in the city. How could Zheng Shao'an possibly cure him? This must be a coincidence. She shouted sharply. The child was bound to recover. He just happened to come across him. Exactly. The tall, skinny young woman chimed in to support her claim. However, the villagers were not convinced, and the atmosphere erupted. "Shut your mouth. Just a moment ago, you said the child had no hope, and now you say it was merely coincidence? How can a city girl be so heartless?" An elderly fisherman, his face etched with wrinkles, approached with a cane, pointing a trembling finger at Lu Meijuan, scolding, "Get lost. Go far away. You're an eyesore here. Yes, go away." Others echoed. Lu Meijuan, chastised, retreated, her face turning the color of liver. She shot a venomous glare at Zheng Shao'an. Her eyes filled with hatred as if she wished to devour him whole. "We'll see about this," she hissed through clenched teeth before turning to leave. A few followers trailed behind her, looking like a pack of chastened dogs. Even from a distance, her sharp voice could still be heard. What a farce. Just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Her followers exchanged glances and began to murmur among themselves. "Sister Meijuan, calm down. So what if someone was saved? What is there to be angry about? We shouldn't stoop to his level." Silence. Lu Meijuan abruptly turned, slapping her palm against a tree trunk by the roadside. "I cannot swallow this indignation. Zheng Shao'an has only been in the village for 2 days, and he is already establishing himself. What will become of me? Can I still live my life? Accompanied by that insufferable brat." She had even resorted to cosmetics. Gasping for breath, her eyes glimmered with resentment. "A mere, detestable youth dares to flaunt authority before me." However, another follower hesitated, voicing concern. "His reputation in the village is currently so esteemed. What is there to fear?" Lu Meijuan gritted her teeth, declaring, "I, Lu Meijuan, am also someone of significance in the city." Suddenly narrowing her eyes, she revealed a sinister smile. "Just wait. I shall find a formidable ally in the countryside." At that moment, her companions exchanged glances, afraid to speak. They understood what Lu Meijuan meant by ally. In these times, without a man to lean on in the rural areas, women indeed find themselves vulnerable to mistreatment. It seemed that witnessing Du Yali's support from Zheng Shao'an had sparked her jealousy. Lu Meijuan adjusted her collar and lifted her chin. "Let us return." Striding in her high heels, her gait resembled that of a defeated rooster, yet she endeavored to maintain an appearance of triumph. Meanwhile, on the beach, villagers surrounded Zheng Shao'an, all extolling his virtues. Comrade Zheng is truly a living bodhisattva. His medical skills surpass even those of city doctors. Do you have more of that medicine? In the future, if anyone in our village falls ill, we shall rely entirely on you." Li Sanpao puffed out his chest, more pleased than if he had received praise himself. "I have always said that Brother Anzi possesses genuine talent." Zheng Shao'an waved his hand, humbly responding, "Please, do not speak so highly of me. I merely happened to bring some medicine. The child's recovery is due to his own good fortune." He glanced at the sky, signaling to Li Sanpao, "It is getting late. We should head back." The two squeezed through the crowd and made their way toward the dock where the fishing boats were moored. Along the path, Li Sanpao excitedly rubbed his hands together. Brother Anzi, today has truly been a bountiful harvest. That large mackerel, Zheng Shao'an calmly interjected. I've already collected the fish. I will sell them in the county and share the profits with you. This, Li Sanpao scratched his head. Brother Anzi, do you need my help carrying so many fish? Do not worry, I can manage. Zheng Shao'an patted him on the shoulder. I will even give you a salary for your efforts. After parting ways, Zheng Shao'an headed straight toward the youth station. From a distance, he spotted Du Yali peering out the door, her eyes lighting up upon seeing him return. I heard you save someone? Du Yali jogged to meet him, her cheeks flushed with excitement. The entire village is buzzing about it. Zheng Shao'an smiled. It was nothing. I just happened to have medicine. Du Yali suddenly lowered her voice. Where did you get the medicine? I bought it in the city. Zheng Shao'an casually fabricated a few lines. Come, let us eat in the cafeteria first. In the commune's cafeteria, the two served themselves and sat down. Zheng Shao'an noticed Du Yali had piled her bowl high with brown rice and could not help but advise, eat a little less. Huh? Du Yali was taken aback. Why? You will find out soon enough. Zheng Shao'an smiled mysteriously. Trust me. Although Du Yali was puzzled, she obediently limited herself to half a bowl of rice. After finishing their meal, darkness had already descended. Zheng Shao'an glanced around to ensure no one was watching and whispered, Follow me. Where to? Du Yali asked, nervously twisting the hem of her garment. To my home, Zheng Shao'an replied in a lowered voice. I want to show you something wonderful. Du Yali's face flushed crimson. Isn't that inappropriate? What are you thinking? Zheng Shao'an chuckled. I'm inviting you to dinner, a proper meal. With a hint of skepticism, Du Yali followed Zheng Shao'an to his modest abode. Upon opening the door, an enticing aroma enveloped her senses. This is... Du Yali's eyes widened in disbelief. On the table lay a generous plate of oil-braised prawns, accompanied by a steaming pot of goat meat soup. Standing at the threshold, her eyes round and her fingers nervously twisting her clothing, she stammered, How can I accept this? You worked so hard for it. Zheng Shao'an, smiling, pulled out a chair. We are both educated youth from the city. It is only natural for us to look out for one another. Please sit down and enjoy. Cautiously, Du Yali took a seat, her gaze fixated on the plate of prawns, swallowing hard. The shells glistened with oil, exuding an irresistible fragrance. It had been ages since she had indulged in such a sumptuous feast. You have a kind heart, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Not only did you help me while I was in the city, but also, Zheng Shao'an placed a large prawn on her plate. Don't just talk. Eat while it's hot. Blushing, Du Yali peeled the prawn shell, and as the tender meat touched her palate, her eyes sparkled with delight. It's so delicious. Try this goat soup, Zheng Shao'an. Serve her a bowl. I simmered it for a long time. As they dined and conversed, Du Yali gradually relaxed, recounting her life in the city, laughing heartily at amusing anecdotes. Zheng Shao'an noticed that when she laughed, a small dimple appeared on her right cheek. You have a lovely smile, he remarked instinctively, feeling warmth rise to his ears after the words escaped him. Du Yali's face turned a deep shade of crimson, her chopsticks nearly slipping from her grasp. What are you saying? Her heart raced like a startled deer, thumping wildly as she dared not meet Zheng Shao'an's gaze. To be fair, Zheng Shao'an was exceptionally handsome, a stark contrast to the dark, rugged men from the countryside, possessing both thoughtfulness and masculinity. Most importantly, he was attentive to her needs. Could it be that he was harboring? Chapter 22. The Black Market at Sea. Upon this thought, Du Yali gently bit her lip, feeling a dryness in her throat. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became somewhat ambiguous. Zheng Shao'an, realizing he had inadvertently let something slip, hastily lowered his head to focus on his meal. They continued to eat in silence, occasionally exchanging glances before quickly averting their eyes, each hesitant to speak first. After finishing their meal, the sky had completely darkened. I should be going, Du Yali said, rising with a slight tremor in her voice. Zheng Shao'an nodded. I'll walk you back. They strolled along the rural path, their shadows elongated by the moonlight. Occasionally, their arms would brush against one another, causing them to instinctively recoil as if jolted. Upon reaching the entrance of the female youth dormitory, Du Yali turned to him. Thank you for your hospitality today. Will you come again tomorrow? Zheng Shao'an suddenly inquired. Du Yali looked up in surprise, meeting his expectant gaze, her heart racing. Why yes, just then, the dormitory window slammed shut with a loud bang. They looked up to see Lu Meiwan standing at the window, her expression dark as she fixed her gaze on them. Du Yali took a nervous step back. I'll go in now, Zheng Shao'an nodded. See you tomorrow. After watching Du Yali enter, he turned to leave, unaware that Lu Meiwan was standing there, teeth clenched and fists tightly balled. What's there to be proud of, Lu Meiwan mumbled under her breath. It's just a matter of catching a few fish. She watched Du Yali hum a tune as she entered the building, her anger causing her chest to rise and fall rapidly. Just wait in a few days, you'll see with that. She forcefully pulled the curtains shut and hurled her pillow onto the bed. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. In the following days, Zheng Shao'an, seizing the opportunity of fishing at sea, quietly cultivated a considerable number of marine fish in his spatial realm. The fish fry in the spiritual space grew rapidly, becoming plump and tender in just a few days. Meanwhile, the crops, such as corn and sweet potatoes he had planted, also ripened, their heavy ears bending the stalks. Zheng Shao'an planned to harvest them soon and replace them with another batch for planting. This golden finger of his was remarkably efficient at growing things. However, an abundance of grain also posed a dilemma. He needed to devise a way to sell it on the black market. Although the black market did not inquire about the source, producing such a large quantity of grain at once might draw unwanted attention. It was a minor complication. One evening, as Zheng Shao'an was organizing his fishing nets, the team leader Wang Fuhai approached with a furrowed brow. Comrade Zheng, Wang Fuhai squatted beside him, pulling out a pipe and taking a few puffs. The food supplies in the team are running low, and everyone is quite hungry. Zheng Shao'an continued working. Isn't seafood plentiful? Alas, Wang Fuhai sighed heavily. You, coming from the city, wouldn't know, seafood makes one increasingly thin, and overindulgence can lead to illness. Just a few days ago, Oldly S. boy ate too much seafood and ended up with a terrible stomachache, nearly costing him his life. But on this island, fish is our primary sustenance. If we don't eat this, what else can we? Zheng Shao'an nodded to himself. In this era, the rural populace lacks nutritional knowledge, unaware that while seafood is high in protein, it is deficient in carbohydrates and fats, leading to malnutrition if consumed over long periods. However, Wang Fuhai's words carry some truth. Living on an island where the land is primarily sandy, it is no wonder that there is no fertile black soil suitable for planting crops. It is little surprise that illnesses are rampant among the people. Comrade Zheng, Wang Fuhai suddenly lowered his voice. You know many people in the city. Could you perhaps find a way to procure some grains? Or at least have some connections? The recent years of famine have left a desperate shortage of food. If this continues, I might not be able to hold on to my position as captain. Zheng Shao'an's eyes brightened, though he feigned contemplation on the surface. I know a few friends at the Grain Bureau. If there's a shortage, I could reach out to them. Wang Fuhai's eyes lit up. He momentarily forgot about his pipe. Really? But Zheng Shao'an chose his words carefully. They require fresh catches in exchange, and they must be live. That's easily managed. Wang Fuhai slapped his thigh. As fishermen, we certainly have no shortage of live fish. As long as we acquire food, no one will starve. Zheng Shao'an nodded. I will contact them tomorrow. However, he deliberately paused and sighed. Captain, to be frank, I have a bit of a predicament. Could you agree to one condition? Name it. As long as we can secure the grains, any condition is acceptable. Zheng Shao'an pointed at a dilapidated fishing boat moored nearby. I wish to purchase a new vessel. But in this day and age, buying a boat on my own would invite gossip. With the year-end approaching, it is a prime time for collective economic development. Fishing boats are owned by the collective. To set out to sea, one must either rent a collective boat or possess a family legacy of fishermen like the Li Sampow family, which would avoid any rumors. As a sent-down youth, if I were to buy a fishing boat, I might be criticized as a capitalist. Thus, I must find a substantial backing. By broaching this matter with Wang Fuhai, they could present it as a joint investment with the collective. With the collective's endorsement, no one could raise objections. Wang Fuhai furrowed his brow. This considerate captain, Zheng Shao'an coaxed. With a new boat, our fishing efficiency will increase, resulting in more grains in exchange. Moreover, my purpose for coming to the Zhoushan archipelago was to settle down and contribute. wasn't it? Formally, it would be a joint investment with the collective, but I would cover the cost myself. Wang Fuhai stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before his eyes brightened. Excellent. Let us proceed with that. He lowered his voice. However, we need to draft an agreement stating that the collective is acquiring a new fishing vessel, and you will serve as the captain. I'll provide you with a letter of endorsement, but remember, you must keep this under wraps. Hearing this, Zheng Shao'an broke into a smile. Deal. It's settled then. As Zheng Shao'an accepted the letter of endorsement from Wang Fuhai, his fingers gently brushed against the bright red collective seal, and a significant weight lifted from his heart. Thank you, Captain. He solemnly folded the proof and tucked it into his pocket, declaring, I shall head to the county town to inspect the fishing boats and aim to return swiftly. Wang Fuhai patted him on the shoulder, saying, I trust you to handle matters well. He continued, by the way, I have arranged for a diesel-powered boat to take you to the county town tomorrow morning, along with the fish catches accumulated over the past few days. No problem, Zheng Shao'an nodded. I will prepare this evening. As Zheng Shao'an stepped out of the brigade office, he unexpectedly collided with the exuberant Li Sanpao, who came rushing towards him. Bradaransi, Li Sanpao exclaimed, grasping his arm, his dark face brimming with excitement. I heard you were going to the county town to buy a boat. Take me with you. I've never been to the county town. Zheng Shao'an hesitated, catching the hopeful glint in Li Sanpao's eyes, privately lamenting. If this fellow accompanied him, his covert mission would be jeopardized. Sanpao, Zheng Shao'an feigned gravity as he patted his shoulder. This trip to the county town is time-sensitive and the task is demanding. You should refrain from tagging along. Li Sanpao immediately grew anxious. Brother Anzi, I can help. Moving fish, watching the boat, running errands. I'm capable of any task. That's not the point, Zheng Shao'an's eyes darted, a plan forming in his mind. I was thinking your fishing skills need further refinement. When I return with the new boat, if your technique remains so rudimentary, it would be a waste of a fine vessel, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Li Sanpao's face fell on the verge of tears. Brother Anzi, are you disparaging me? Nonsense, Zheng Shao'an replied sternly. I am doing this for your own good. Consider it. If the new boat sets sail and you cannot catch any fish, what a disgrace that would be. Spend these days practicing in the village, and I will return to evaluate your progress. Li Sanpao scratched his head, reluctantly acquiescing with a nod. Well, all right then. Brother Anzi, please return quickly. Rest assured, Zheng Shao'an sighed with relief. By the way, can you assist me in loading the fish onto the diesel boat tomorrow morning? After sending off Li Sanpao, Zheng Shao'an returned to his residence and promptly entered his space to commence harvesting. The rice in the fertile fields was heavy, the golden ears bending under their own weight. He wielded his sickle and swiftly gathered over 10,000 pounds of premium rice. The fish in the pond were particularly plump, with more than 3,000 pounds of bass and lively yellow croaker. Zheng Shao'an meticulously selected a batch of uniformly sized fish, intending to present them to the brigade as a showpiece. Before dawn the next day, Zheng Shao'an stealthily made his way to the dock. The diesel-powered boat was ready, with 2 members sent by Wang Fuhai inspecting the machinery. Comrade Zheng, the fish have been loaded. One member pointed to the cabin. As you requested. They're all live fish, and the oxygen pump is installed. Zheng Shao'an nodded, and while the others were distracted, he discreetly reached into the fish compartment and secretly stored most of the fish in his space, leaving only 100 or so pounds for appearances. What about Sanpao? He inquired deliberately. That lad arrived before dawn, and after moving the fish, he said he would return to practice his fishing skills. The member chuckled. He seems quite dedicated. Zheng Shao'an inwardly laughed, amused that the foolish boy truly believed him. The diesel engine roared to life, and the small boat slowly departed from the dock. Zheng Shao'an stood at the stern of the boat, watching as the fishing village slowly faded into the morning mist, his mind already devising his forthcoming plans. After the vessel had traversed a certain distance and confirmed the absence of onlookers, Zheng gathered all the remaining fish from the cabin into his space. Consequently, the diesel engine boat became considerably lighter and its speed increased. How curious. Why is the boat moving so swiftly today? Pondered one of the crew members at the helm. Zheng feigned ignorance, leaning against the railing with his eyes closed, indulging in a moment of tranquility. He contemplated selling the team's fish upon reaching the county town, followed by disposing of his goods on the black market. The rice and fish he had brought along should yield a substantial sum and valuable tickets. Most importantly, he needed to expedite the purchase of a new fishing vessel. With his own boat, future endeavors would become significantly more convenient. The sea breeze caressed his face, and a subtle smile graced Zheng Shao'an's lips. The fishing boat drifted upon the sea for a day and a night. By the following dawn, the diesel-engine vessel finally docked at the county pier. Two accompanying crew members emerged from the cabin, yawning and stretching. "Comrade Zheng, shall we unload the fish first?" inquired the elder crew member, rubbing his tired eyes. Zheng waved his hand dismissively. "There's no rush. You both should head to the guest house for some rest. The contacts I have are not fond of meeting strangers. I will call for you once the handover is complete." The younger crew member hesitated. "Is that advisable?" "The captain instructed us to keep watch." "Do not worry," Zheng reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, lowering his voice. "The personnel from the Food Bureau are meticulous in their dealings. We must cooperate. Go catch some sleep and return to the pier in the afternoon to find me." Chapter 23. Acquiring a new fishing vessel, two members exchanged glances, and upon contemplating the prospect of a restful night's sleep, they nodded in agreement. Before departing, the elder member reminded, "Comrade Zheng, should anything arise, kindly seek us at the dock's guest house." As he watched the two depart, Zheng Shao'an promptly set his plans into motion. He glanced around, ensuring no one at the dock was observing, and swiftly transferred the grains from his hidden space. 3,000 pounds of premium rice, corn, and sweet potatoes were neatly arranged within the ship's hold. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zheng Shao'an beamed at his labor's fruits. "This should suffice," he murmured to himself. By the black market's valuation, the worth of these provisions far surpassed the meager haul of a few hundred pounds of fish, promising to astonish Wang Fuhai and the villagers. For Zheng, it was not a loss either, with the rapid growth in his hidden space. He had ample outlets for his goods. Once everything was in order, Zheng Shao'an secured the ship's hold and departed the dock with light luggage. He inquired along the dock until he finally located the county's largest fishing vessel marketplace. From a distance, dozens of fishing boats were neatly moored along the shore, ranging from weathered wooden vessels to brand-new, iron-hulled ships. "Comrade, are you looking to purchase a boat?" A middle-aged man clad in a blue work uniform approached, a thick catalog of boats in hand. Zheng Shao'an nodded. "I wish to see new vessels, particularly those equipped with netting machinery." The vivid memory of his last outing with Li Sanpao, hauling nets at sea, lingered in his mind, and his arms still ached from the exertion. Since his hidden space was proving so fruitful, he could not afford to lag behind. With a netting machine, it would be far more convenient. Ideally, he could haul in hundreds or even thousands of pounds. Now, that would be impressive. "This way, please." The man's eyes lit up, and he eagerly led the way. "We have several newly arrived fishing vessels, all from state-run shipyards, ensuring top-notch quality." Upon reaching the dock's end, a brand-new iron-hulled fishing vessel lay quietly at anchor. Its hull was painted a deep blue, the deck spacious and even, with a brand-new diesel engine mounted at the stern. This vessel was launched just this year. Equipped with a 24-horsepower diesel engine and an electric netting machine, the boat dealer proclaimed, patting the hull as he spoke. The hull can accommodate 5 tons of catch and is outfitted with a live well and an ice-making machine. Zheng Shao'an's eyes brightened. This was vastly superior to Li Sanpao's old wooden boat. He leapt onto the deck for a thorough inspection and found the hull to be solidly welded, with equipment complete. Even tuna could be frozen alive for transport. "Oh, what a dream boat. How much?" he inquired. The dealer rubbed his hands together. "This one is priced at $1,200, but I can offer a discount." Zheng Shao'an felt a tightening in his chest. Indeed, the price was steep. He feigned disinterest. "This fishing boat doesn't seem so remarkable. $1,200 is rather excessive. Perhaps I shall explore other options." The dealer's expression faltered. "Comrade, this price is already the lowest. A firm price, $1,000. Zheng Shao'an produced his official procurement certificate. "This is for public purchase. A formal invoice can be issued." Upon seeing the document embossed with a large red seal, the dealer hesitated momentarily before finally conceding. "All right, consider it a friendship." After settling the payment and completing the necessary formalities, Zheng Shao'an received his brand-new ship certificate and keys. He eagerly started the diesel engine, the roar resonating within him, igniting waves of exhilaration. At last, he possessed his own vessel. Navigating back to the dock, Zheng transferred the remaining supplies of grain and fish into the cargo hold of his new ship. With 7,000 pounds of grain alongside over 5,000 pounds of live fish, the hold was brimming to capacity. The crew had indeed provided a generous exchange for the goods. For the fish that could not be accommodated, he simply secured them in nets, hanging them over the sides of the boat. This would surely suffice for Longu's needs. With everything in place, Zheng turned the ship's bow towards the southern dock, the notorious hub of black market transactions. The southern dock gradually came into view. It was a secluded location, infrequently frequented by vessels, making it an ideal spot for clandestine dealings. From a distance, Zheng spotted a familiar figure standing at the water's edge. Longu. Longu, Zheng called out as he approached the shore, tossing the mooring rope. Longu's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the gleaming fishing boat. Zheng, is this your ship? Just purchased it, Zheng replied, leaping ashore and patting the side of the vessel. What do you think? Quite splendid. Isn't it? Longu circled the fishing boat, marveling at its features. Goodness, a 24-horsepower diesel engine and an electric net hauler. This ship must have cost a fortune. Only 1,000, Zheng said, lowering his voice. However, the cargo I brought today is worth far more than the vessel itself. Longu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. How much do you have? Zheng invited Longu aboard the fishing boat, a sly smile playing on his lips. Why don't you take a look at the hold? Peering into the cabin, Longu gasped, his breath hitching in astonishment. The hold was stuffed with bulging sacks of grain. The sight alone was astonishing. How much is here? He stammered. Oh, not much, Zheng replied nonchalantly. Just 7,000 pounds of grain and 2,000 pounds of fish. 7. Longu's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly biting his tongue in shock. In all his years in the black market, he had never encountered anyone capable of presenting such a substantial amount of grain at once. Just then, Zheng leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Longu, there's actually even more. What? Longu exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face. More? Zheng gestured towards the water's surface. Look there. Following Zheng's finger, Longu squinted to see several enormous fishing nets submerged beneath the waves, heavily laden with the unmistakable flickering of live fish within. You've hidden the fish underwater? Longu stuttered, utterly flabbergasted. Indeed, Zheng replied, his demeanor relaxed. When the hold was full, I simply used nets to keep them submerged. It preserves their freshness and saves space. Longu, rendered speechless by the revelation, walked around the boat in awe. He discovered 3 massive nets hanging from either side, each brimming with live fish. The scale and ingenuity of Zheng's operation were beyond anything he had ever witnessed. Zheng, my dear brother, Longu swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. This method of yours is rather audacious. Having navigated the underworld for so many years, I have never encountered such a transaction. Zheng Shao'an chuckled. Isn't it to avoid attracting unwanted attention? Moreover, in business, safety is paramount. Longu nodded repeatedly, his gaze toward Zheng Shao'an shifting significantly. What he previously perceived as merely a somewhat connected youth now appeared to be a formidable player, capable of orchestrating such a substantial transaction with a cunningly discreet approach. The ability to present such ample provisions clearly indicated an extraordinary background. Brother Zheng, Longu's tone became noticeably more respectful. I shall take all of your goods. The price will certainly meet your expectations. Zheng Shao'an surveyed their surroundings and lowered his voice. Longu, unloading so much cargo at the dock is too conspicuous. I know of an abandoned cove to the east. We can conduct our transaction there. Longu understood immediately, signaling to his subordinates, listen to Brother Zheng. Drive the trucks to the east cove. Half an hour later, the fishing vessel docked at a secluded cove encircled by mountains, with only a narrow path leading out. In his previous life, he had heard the fat lady's family mention this place, and he never imagined it would prove useful. Brother Zheng, you have an excellent eye for locations. Longo praised, giving a thumbs up. Zheng Shao'an smiled. Safety first. Now, let us begin tallying the goods. As bags of grain were unloaded onto the shore, Long Ji's men were left astounded. These were premium quality rice and flour, the likes of which were rarely seen in the market. Brother Zheng, this grain. Longo picked up a grain of rice, chewing thoughtfully. It is even more fragrant than what one finds at the grain station. Having worked in the black market for so long, he had never encountered such fine quality produce. This young man certainly had an impressive backing. Zheng Shao'an smiled mysteriously. A special channel. Brother Long understands. I understand. I understand. Longa nodded vigorously, a glimmer of respect in his eyes. When the live fish were pulled from the net, exclamations filled the air. Brother Zheng, this, Longa swallowed hard. I will value this batch at 2,200 plus 30 industrial coupons. What do you think? Zheng Shao'an quickly calculated in his mind, spending 1,000 on the boat while profiting an additional 1,100. After accounting for the fuel costs, this venture was equivalent to the wages of an ordinary family over 3 years. Industrial coupons were even more valuable, unobtainable by mere wealth. This exceeded all expectations. Longo was straightforward. He nodded, however, feel free to voice any demands. Longo patted his chest confidently. Zheng Shao'an pointed toward the cabin. I also require some quality equipment. I heard Brother Long can procure imported fishing gear. Long Ji's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. A shipment of Japanese goods just arrived a few days ago, and I was wondering how to offload them. He turned to his subordinate, issuing a few commands. And shortly after, someone appeared carrying a wooden box. Brother Zheng, take a look. With utmost care, Longo opened the box. A carbon fiber fishing rod, a high-strength nylon line, and this. He extracted a palm-sized device, the latest sonar detector from Shao'an, capable of precisely locating schools of fish. Zheng Shao'an's eyes lit up. Damn it! Who said this era was lacking in advancement? It's simply that such innovations have yet to reach the market. Quality goods reside in the black market. Shao'an had been developing this technology since the 1940s, and by the 1970s, sonar detection had matured, finding widespread application in civilian fishing. After all, by this time, Shao'an had already established itself as Asia's foremost power, while the 4 Asian tigers were still in their developmental stages. Comparatively, many in Huaxiao were unable to enjoy a bowl of white rice at every meal. Yet, it was precisely this circumstance that provided numerous opportunities for rise after the reforms. In the decades to follow, Huaxiao would once again stand tall at the pinnacle of the world. Just a 3rd generation and a half aircraft could leave the opposition scrambling. Of course, that is a tale for another time. At this moment, Longo produced a small notebook, saying, "And this is a ticket for 500 pounds of diesel. Should last you a while." The transaction proceeded smoothly. Zheng Shao'an tucked away the thick wad of cash securely and meticulously inspected the fishing gear and diesel ticket. The collaboration was pleasant. He and Longo shook hands. "Next time you have good goods, I'll come to you." Longo grinned broadly. "Brother Zheng, you're quite generous. If you ever need anything, just let me know." Watching the truck laden with goods drive away, Zheng Shao'an patted his bulging pocket, feeling quite pleased. After deducting the cost of the boat, he still had over 1,000 left. In the 1970s, that was a substantial amount. If he continued this way for a few more trips, he could become a 10,000 yuan household. He mused to himself. No wonder everyone loves being a middleman. The money comes swiftly. Isn't that better than honestly farming or fishing? Chapter 24. The Pangs of Jealousy. Unable to bear witness to others' good fortune. Even if one were to cultivate the land for a lifetime or cast nets into the sea endlessly, it would not guarantee such substantial earnings. Fortunately, this life led to the Zhoushan archipelago. Otherwise, all potential would have been squandered. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware of the considerable risks inherent in this venture. With space at his disposal, he could evade the watchful eyes of the authorities. Otherwise, merely the catch and provisions would invite peril. Time was of the essence. He needed to seize the moment to earn before the economy opened up. Zheng Shao'an ignited the fishing vessel, turning its bow towards the dock. Once the economy was liberalized, wouldn't it usher in an era of abundant wealth? With capital in hand, what business could he not pursue? As Zheng Shao'an navigated the new fishing boat slowly towards the county dock, he contemplated his forthcoming plans. Since time was to be stretched, why not take this opportunity to visit the supply and marketing cooperative and procure some scarce goods to bring back? This would prevent any suspicions from the inn staff. After mooring the boat and securing the cabin door, he made his way directly to the cooperative in the town center. A lengthy queue had formed at the entrance, with several attendants adorned in red armbands sternly maintaining order. After a half-hour of waiting, Zheng Shao'an finally managed to squeeze inside. The counter displayed a range of everyday items, yet the most sought-after were seeds and essential goods. "Comrade, do you have vegetable seeds?" Zheng Shao'an inquired. The attendant glanced up at him, her impatience palpable as she pointed to a corner. "Over there, help yourself." Upon approaching, he discovered that the shelves contained only a few packages of cabbage and radish seeds. The packaging crumpled and clearly outdated stock. "Is this all?" he asked. "Just this. Take it or leave it," the attendant replied without lifting her gaze. "Seeds are in short supply. Being able to purchase anything is fortunate enough." Zheng Shao'an chuckled inwardly. In his spatial realm, whatever he planted would flourish, rendering the quality of seeds irrelevant. However, to maintain appearances, he still paid for a few packets and also grabbed some needles, thread, and soap among other essentials. After completing his purchases, he sauntered through the county, indulging in a bowl of noodles at a state-run restaurant before leisurely making his way back to the dock. As dusk descended, Zheng Shao'an surmised it was time to find the two accompanying comrades. "Comrade Zheng, you've finally returned," exclaimed the elder member, visibly relieved. "We were beginning to worry something had happened." "Nothing of the sort. I merely visited the cooperative to buy some items," Zheng Shao'an replied, brandishing the bag in his hand. "Let us go, it's time to head back." The trio returned to the dock, where Zheng Shao'an gestured towards his new fishing vessel. "You two take the diesel-powered boat and head off first. I will follow in the new boat." The younger comrade's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Comrade Zheng, this ship is truly impressive." "Indeed, it's a reflection of the team's support," Zheng Shao'an chuckled. As night deepened, the two boats departed the dock, one after the other, steering towards the fishing village. The sea breeze was cool, and Zheng Shao'an stood in the cabin, gazing at the faint glimmer of fishing lights on the horizon, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This journey not only addressed the village's food concerns, but also paved a path for his own future. Next, it was imperative to make the most of this vessel and the spatial advantage to amass his initial fortune before the era of reform and opening began. As dawn broke, the two fishing boats gently approached the dock of the Zhoushan archipelago. Zheng Shao'an stood at the bow of the boat, and from a distance, he could see a crowd gathered by the shore. At the forefront was Captain Wang Fuhai, who rubbed his hands together incessantly, his face alight with anticipation. Behind him stood Du Yali and Li Sanpao, both wearing expressions of excitement. As Zheng Shao'an leaped off the boat, Wang Fuhai immediately approached him, grasping his hand and shaking it enthusiastically. "Comrade Zheng, you have finally returned. Have we secured the grain? Are our fish all right?" Zheng Shao'an smiled and pointed towards the cabin. "Captain, there are no issues at all. The leaders are very satisfied and provided us with 3,000 pounds of grain. It's all on the boat." "How much?" Wang Fuhai's eyes widened in astonishment. He rushed to the side of the boat, lifted the hatch, and gasped in disbelief. "My goodness!" His voice trembled. "So much grain. This will sustain our village for quite a while. 3,000 pounds. His initial expectation had been a mere 1,000 pounds. He never anticipated that Zheng Shao'an would double that amount. Truly, this lad is reliable. The villagers gathered around, their eyes gleaming as they beheld the cabin brimming with bags of grain, each one rubbing their hands together in excitement. "Wonderful, wonderful. There's food on the island now. Comrade Zheng is remarkable, accomplishing tangible results right upon his arrival. We are all saved. Comrade Zheng, you are indeed our village's savior." Wang Fuhai patted Zheng Shao'an's shoulder, beaming with joy. "This truly resolves our major predicament." Du Yali, standing nearby, looked at Zheng Shao'an with sparkling eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed. "I knew it. Comrade Zheng would definitely succeed." Li Sanpao was even more exuberant, hopping about and shouting, "Brother Anzi is indeed impressive. He has single-handedly resolved our grain crisis." Who else could do such a thing? The villagers echoed his sentiments, and soon the dock was filled with praises for Zheng Shao'an. At that moment, a delicate voice emerged from the crowd. "Oh, Comrade Zheng, you're truly a hero of our village." Everyone turned to see Lu Meiwan approaching, clad in a brand new floral dress, her face adorned with powder, and her lips tinted with red, swaying her hips as she walked. She deliberately squeezed next to Zheng Shao'an, reaching out to link her arm with his. "Comrade Zheng, you must be exhausted from this trip. Would you like me to massage your shoulders?" Zheng Shao'an frowned and subtly stepped aside. "No need, Comrade Lu." However, Lu Meiwan persisted, inching closer with a voice that sent shivers down the spine. "Oh, don't be so distant. We are all educated youth. It's only natural to look after one another. Anzi, you are so impressive." She cast a sidelong glance at Duyali, raising her voice intentionally. "With Comrade Zheng's remarkable abilities, I must learn from you. We should keep in touch. Let us not become estranged." Duyali's expression shifted in an instant, her fingers tightly gripping the edge of her clothing, her lips pressed into a thin line. Li Sanpao, upon witnessing the scene, was instantly incensed. He strode forward with determination, positioning himself squarely between Lu Meiwan and Zheng Shao'an, glaring fiercely as he bellowed, "Lu Meiwan, what do you think you are doing? Can't you see that my brother Anzi is unwilling to engage with you?" Startled, Lu Meiwan quickly donned a facade of feigned innocence, retorting, "Li Sanpao, why are you being so fierce? I merely wish to converse with Comrade Zheng. What is wrong with that?" "Bah, Li Sanpao spit dismissively. Cease your theatrics. My brother Anzi and Comrade Duyali are a match made in heaven. What do you think you are? Do you believe you have the right to associate with him? Step aside." Lu Meiwan's face shifted from pale to flushed as she shouted indignantly, "Li Sanpao, what nonsense are you spouting?" "Nonsense?" Li Sanpao sneered. "Who in the village does not know your true character, Lu Meiwan? You cling to anyone with talent, throwing all semblance of dignity aside." The onlookers erupted in laughter, some even jeering. "Exactly. Lu Meiwan, you should take a hint. Comrade Zheng and Comrade Du are perfectly matched. Why are you causing a scene? Your audacity is thicker than a city wall." Lu Meiwan, cornered and furious, stomped her feet and pointed accusingly at Li Sanpao. "You shameless individual. When you arrived on the island, you brought me clothes and saved me, and now you dare to insult me?" At this, Li Sanpao's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly fainting from the absurdity. "To hell with that. I would rescue any dog that fell into the water. What does that have to do with you? You don't think I have feelings for you, do you? I certainly do not. Young lady, such words should not be uttered. I'm not yet married." Laughter erupted at the dock. "Ha ha ha, Sanpao is right. How can this girl be so delusional?" "Exactly. Sanpao is a straightforward fellow. He would save anyone who fell into the water. Does she truly think he has feelings for her?" Hearing this, Li Sanpao recoiled as if confronted with a plague, hastily stepping back. "I would never dare to entertain such thoughts. We work honestly, saving lives. Do not implicate me. I wouldn't even marry a pig before I considered someone like this intellectual." Lu Meiwan trembled with rage, her face flushed crimson. With a forceful stomp, she pointed at Li Sanpao and screamed, "If you are not interested in me, then why are you so jealous? I was merely speaking with Comrade Zheng. Why do you interject? Besides, everyone praises him. Why should I not express my admiration? You are all just targeting me." Li Sanpao scoffed, hands on his hips. "You may praise him all you like, but why must you croak like a duck while doing so? It gives everyone goosebumps. And let be known, we are not interested in you. What jealousy? I don't even dip my dumplings in vinegar." The crowd erupted in laughter once more. "Ha ha, what a performance. Sanpao's wit is simply unmatched. It's utterly hilarious." The gathering of spectators laughed heartily, with several young men even slapping their thighs in amusement. Lu Meiwan was on the verge of tears from anger. Just as she was about to retort, a mocking voice suddenly emerged from the back of the crowd. "Surely, everyone is elevating this educated youth a bit too highly?" The onlookers turned to see a male educated youth, Zhao Shanfeng, with black-rimmed glasses and a faded Zhongshan suit, stepping forward from the throng. Zhao, who had arrived from the provincial capital last year, was known for his pretentious intellectual demeanor. Adjusting his glasses, he sneered, 3,000 gene of grain? Huh, Comrade Zheng must possess remarkable abilities. How much grain does our commune's grain station distribute in a month? Can he really procure such an amount in a single outing? Does he truly possess such prowess? He surveyed the crowd, deliberately raising his voice, in my opinion. There must be something amiss here. Either there are kickbacks involved, or there is collusion with speculators. The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the scene. Who could withstand such an audacious accusation? Was this not a deliberate attempt to harm? Wang Fuhai frowned. Comrade Zhao, one must not speak recklessly. We should base our claims on evidence. Recklessly? Zhao Shanfeng scoffed. Captain Wang, you are an elder comrade. You should be aware of the preciousness of grain these days. Why should a newcomer like Zheng Shao'an be able to acquire such a substantial amount? We know many people in the city, yet none have mentioned that a mere 1,000 jin of live fish could be exchanged for such a bounty. He then turned to Zheng Shao'an, his eyes brimming with jealousy and malice. Comrade Zheng, why not enlighten us? Where did this grain truly come from? Did you perhaps employ some underhanded means? I advise you to be sensible and confess honestly. It may lead to leniency. Before Zheng Shao'an could respond, Zhao Shanfeng continued to press. It seems some individuals think they can play clever tricks, relying on their good looks and sweet tongues to deceive us poor and lower-middle peasants. As he spoke, he pointedly glanced at Du Yali and Lu Meiwan, adding, even the female comrades have been utterly bewitched. It is truly. Chapter 25. Are you Che Guevara? How vulgar. You speak nonsense. Li Sanpao was infuriated by these words, jumping up in anger. Zhao Shanfeng, cease your baseless accusations. Brother and is genuinely assisting the team. What are you so envious of? Zhao Shanfeng retorted with a cold laugh. Envious? What a joke. I, Zhao Shanfeng, a respectable intellectual from the provincial capital, would envy a mere newcomer from the countryside? He turned to Zheng Shao'an, his eyes filled with disdain. Zheng Shao'an, do not presume that just because you have procured some grain, you can reign supreme on this island. Let me tell you, those who climb the ladder through cunning and flattery will inevitably stumble. Indeed, Lu Meiwan, sensing support, chimed in immediately. Comrade Zheng, if you're truly innocent, then clarify things for everyone. Zhao Shanfeng, buoyed by the backing, became even more arrogant. I suspect that this grain has dubious origins. Perhaps it was acquired from some black market. Zheng Shao'an, do you dare to allow everyone to inspect it? As he spoke, he grew increasingly agitated, spitting as he declared, I have encountered many who ascend through nefarious means, relying on a modicum of cleverness to deceive the poor and lower-middle peasants. And you women. Zhao Shanfeng pointed disdainfully at Du Yali and Lu Meiwan, each one of you bewitched and infatuated, utterly shameless. I spit. Li Sanpao trembled with rage. Zhao Shanfeng, cease your slanderous tirade. Brother and has resolved the grain issue for the team. Instead of expressing gratitude, you spread baseless rumors, as if you have not benefited from this grain. Zhao Shanfeng scoffed. Grain? Who knows if this grain is clean? It might well be stolen or seized. Zheng Shao'an, you must provide an explanation to everyone today. His claims grew increasingly absurd, even escalating to accusations of undermining socialist economic construction. This is typical speculative behavior. I will report you to the commune. The doc fell into a stunned silence, all present shocked by Zhao Shanfeng's malicious allegations. Zheng Shao'an gazed coldly at this buffoon, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Zhao Shanfeng was clearly envious of the villagers' affection for him and jealous of Du Yali's fondness for him, prompting him to seek conflict. He had encountered such petty individuals many times in his past life. After a brief silence, the doc erupted in uproar. Zhao Shanfeng, what utter nonsense you speak. Wang Dihai trembled with indignation. Comrade Zheng took risks to secure grain for us, and you dare to gossip? Do not think that just because you are an old, educated youth, I will treat you with courtesy. Such slander against a revolutionary comrade is absolutely intolerable. Exactly. Another robust fisherman spat in agreement. Having food is already a blessing. Why nitpick? If you, Zhao Shanfeng, are so capable, why don't you engage in speculation to provide for everyone? Do you dare? Exactly. Several women joined in with their hands on their hips, rebuking him. Comrade Zheng has genuinely brought us grain. Who cares where it came from? It is better than going hungry. If you possess any integrity, refrain from claiming your share when the rations are distributed later. Indeed, may you perish, you ungrateful wretch. Li Sanpao, incensed, leaped in agitation, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Shanfeng's nose, berating him. Zhao Shanfeng, spare us your pretentious moral high ground. Brother and sacrificed his life to procure this grain. And what have you done? Other than lurking in the shadows to utter scornful remarks, what else can you offer? You even dare to report us? Go ahead, try it. The villagers will be the first to break your legs. Zhao Shanfeng's face turned ashen from the tirade, adjusting his glasses, his body trembling with fury. You are utterly beyond redemption, pathetically ignorant. Do you dare consume this grain of dubious origin? Are you not afraid of the consequences? I suspect you have all been enchanted by Zheng Shao'an's deceitful charm. With a cold smirk, Zheng Shao'an finally interjected. Zhao Shanfeng, you claim the grain's origins are questionable? Very well, since you are so principled, do not partake when the rations are distributed. Continue subsisting on your bran and forage vegetables while we indulge in our dubious grain. I am eager to see just how long you can maintain your facade of righteousness. We shall not coddle you, young master. Perhaps you can feast on your moral superiority. At this declaration, the villagers erupted in laughter. Indeed, Zhao, the educated youth, uphold your principles and abstain. We are but ignorant commoners, unworthy of your esteemed intellect. May you starve. Zhao Shanfeng's face contorted with rage as he pointed at Zheng Shao'an, shouting, Zheng Shao'an, do not revel in your triumph. I will surely report you to the commune. Suit yourself, Zheng Shao'an dismissed with a wave, but before you do, perhaps you should consider how to fill your own belly. With that, he turned to Wang Fuhai, Captain. Let us proceed with the grain transport. There's no need to waste time on such individuals. Wang Fuhai, already harboring disdain for Zhao Shanfeng, readily agreed, yes. Let us move the grain. The villagers cheered, flocking towards the fishing boats to begin the transport of the grain. Zhao Shanfeng stood by, helplessly watching as bag after bag of grain was carried away, his frustration boiling over. You will regret this. Zheng Shao'an, wait for me. Zheng Shao'an, not even sparing him a glance, hoisted a bag of grain and proceeded to the warehouse. Li Sanpao intentionally passed by him, grinning widely. Zhao, take your time standing there. We shall go enjoy our meal. Tonight we feast on white rice. It will be delightful. Zhao Shanfeng, nearly choking on his fury, could only watch in despair as the villagers jubilantly transported the grain. Lu Meiwan, observing the villagers fervently working, had a sudden idea and sashayed toward the fishing boat. Oh, allow me to assist. Get lost. Li Sanpao swiftly blocked her path, his eyes wide with disbelief. What are you doing? Now you wish to play the benevolent one and partake in the feast? How did you speak of brethren before? You nearly turned a noble rescue into a heinous act. There is no share for you. Lu Meiwan's face flushed with a mix of indignation and embarrassment as she exclaimed sharply, Li Sanpao, on what grounds do you deny me the chance to assist? I'm a sent-down youth too. Li Sanpao spat vehemently. So now you acknowledge your status as a sent-down youth? Why didn't you proclaim it when you were cozying up to Brother Anzi just moments ago? Our fishing village has no tolerance for your duplicitous kind. The surrounding villagers echoed his sentiments, jeering, exactly. Just a moment ago, you were singing along with Zhao the sent-down youth, and now you wish to mooch off our food? Your audacity rivals the thickness of city walls. Scurry away. Do not taint our grain. Lu Meiwan, rendered utterly mortified by the onslaught of insults, felt tears welling in her eyes. Surveying the contemptuous gazes directed at her, she reluctantly retreated to Zhao Shanfeng's side. Brother, Zhao, she tugged at his sleeve, her voice tinged with a quiver of impending tears. They have gone too far. Upon noticing someone seeking refuge beside him, Zhao Shanfeng straightened his posture, adjusted his glasses, and wore a smug expression. A bunch of ignorant peasants. Comrade Meiwan, pay them no mind. Lu Meiwan immediately seized the opportunity to ingratiate herself, saying, Indeed, Brother Zhao, you are the true intellectual, far superior to that Zheng Shao'an. What is he really? Merely adept at some petty tricks. Hearing this, Zhao Shanfeng's pride swelled even further. You speak the truth. I have encountered many such individuals in the provincial capital, They are nothing but opportunists. Precisely. Lu Meiwan nodded vigorously. Brother Zhao, you know so many people in the city. You must certainly possess greater abilities than he. Raising her voice deliberately, she continued, in my opinion, Zheng Shao'an merely rides on the coattails of good fortune. If it were you, Brother Zhao, you would surely procure even more grain. Flattered by her words, Zhao Shanfen stood even taller, exclaiming naturally, my connections in the provincial capital are not something an unrefined country youth like him could ever hope to compare with. The two of them, buoyed by their camaraderie, grew increasingly animated in their exchange. Lu Meiwan, seizing on Zhao Shanfen's delight, added with embellishment, Brother Zhao, I believe that Zheng Shao'an is intentionally flaunting his status, and now he refuses to let us partake in the grain. At this, Zhao Shanfen furrowed his brow, adjusting his glasses as he cleared his throat. Let us go to the commune for a meal. I have spent a year on the island. Yet I am still an old sent-down youth. Surely, they cannot deny me rice. With a sense of bravado, Zhao Shanfen and Lu Meiwan strode toward the commune cafeteria, their noses held high in the air. Brother Zhao, let us ensure we each have 3 generous bowls. Lu Meiwan licked her lips. Let it infuriate them. Upon arriving at the cafeteria entrance, they were intercepted by the gatekeeper, Wang Taizhu. What do you want? Wang Taizhu brandished a large spoon, casting a sidelong glance at them. We wish to eat. Lu Meiwan placed her hands on her hips defiantly. What? Are we no longer allowed to eat? Wang Taizhu scoffed. What? Aren't you two the ones who complained about the dubious origins of the grain? Wei Zhao Shanfen began to respond, but Wang Taizhu waved him off. Get out of the way. Don't block the path. You. Zhao Shanfen, incensed, adjusted his crooked glasses. I will speak to the team leader. It won't matter who you seek. Wang Taizhu spat on the ground and declared, Anzi said, if you both have integrity, then do not eat. Lu Meiwan, anxious, stomped her feet in frustration. We are also educated youth. Why should we be denied food? Just because of your disrespectful words. Wang Taizhu turned and walked away. In any case, today there will be no white rice for you. The aroma of meat wafted from the cafeteria, tantalizing the two as they swallowed hard. Zhao Shanfeng adjusted his glasses. Steeling himself to enter, I am determined to eat. Let us see who dares to stop me. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he was met with a splash of scalding dishwater thrown by Li Sanpao. Ouch! Lu Meiwan squealed, jumping back. What are you doing? Li Sanpao, holding an empty basin, grinned. My apologies, I slipped. You. Zhao Shanfeng trembled with anger. I will report you to the commune. Go ahead. Li Sanpao shrugged indifferently. In any case, the grain was brought in by Anzi. Your complaints will be of no consequence. Inside the cafeteria, the villagers were indulging heartily in their meals. The sight of steaming white rice and fragrant braised fish left the two staring in envy. Give me a portion too. Lu Meiwan could not contain herself. Sure. Wang Taizhu emerged from the kitchen with 2 bowls of rice. Here you go. Upon seeing the contents, the two were taken aback. One bowl contained coarse wheat bran, topped with a few peppers and pickles. This. Lu Meijuan's voice faltered. Why should we eat this? Eat it or not. Wang Taizhu turned to leave. If you dislike it, then don't eat. Zhao Shanfeng slammed the table in frustration. This is outrageous. I will. Chu Yi. Lu Meiwan tugged at his sleeve, whispering, let us just eat something. I'm starving. Reluctantly, they held their breath and began to eat the coarse rice. Nearby, villagers exaggeratedly smacked their lips. Oh, this fish is truly delightful. White rice is simply the best. Some people claim to be above such pleasures, yet here they are eating. Zhao Shanfeng, infuriated, threw down his chopsticks, while Lu Meijuan's eyes glistened with tears. Let's go. Zhao Shanfeng pulled Lu Meiwan up. This dreadful meal, we shall not eat. The two left the cafeteria, their stomachs growling in hunger. Chu Yi. Lu Meiwan rubbed her belly. What shall we do now? Zhao Shanfeng's eyes flickered as he lowered his voice. Do not worry. Haven Tea, they just brought in grain to the island. When night falls, we will sneak a little back. Chapter 26, Caught Stealing Grain. As night fell, Lu Meijuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. So much grain was stored in the warehouse. Zhao Shanfeng grinned ominously. What is wrong with taking a little? Lu Meiwan immediately understood and joined him in laughter. Exactly. They aren't feeding us anyway. I'll come find you tonight. Zhao Shanfeng adjusted his glasses. Remember, keep it quiet. Rest assured, Brother Zhao, Lu Meiwan exclaimed, rubbing her hands together with glee. I'm the tightest-lipped person around. They exchanged a glance, each seeing greed and resentment reflected in the other's eyes. Zheng Shao'an. Zhao Shanfeng gritted his teeth. Just you wait. Meanwhile, Zheng Shao'an was serving meat into Du Yali's bowl, the cured meat glistening and looking incredibly succulent. Li Sanpao, ever perceptive, had already moved to the side with his bowl, shoveling rice into his mouth while casting furtive glances at their interaction. Eat more. I brought back some goodies from the county town this time. I'll give them to you shortly, Zheng Shao'an said softly. This nearly caused Du Yali to choke. She coughed a couple of times, her ears turning crimson. No, you've already given me so much. What is the big deal? We're from the same place. Aren't we? Zheng Shao'an scratched his nose, chuckling. When he raised his hand, the young woman froze for a moment before speaking. Comrade Zheng, your sleeve is torn. After you take it off tonight, I'll mend it for you. Just as she finished speaking, Li Sanpao burst out laughing. What? You're taking your clothes off? He exclaimed, his voice rising, causing both of them to blush. What nonsense are you spouting? Zheng Shao'an kicked him playfully. Du Yali didn't dare look him in the eye and quickly clarified. I meant, after you change, you can give it to me to fix. Oh, Li Sanpao chuckled, rubbing his hands together as he resumed eating. Now, the two of them couldn't even dare to meet each other's gaze. After hastily finishing their meal, Du Yali bid farewell to Zheng Shao'an and headed back to the youth station. Zheng Shao'an seized Li Sanpao by the ear as they exited. You little rascal. I've been gone for just 2 days, and you've already spoiled my plans. Ouch. I don't know anything. Li Sanpao grimaced in pain. Just outside, Zheng Shao'an caught a glimpse of Zhao Shanfeng glaring at him menacingly, prompting them to move on. He stroked his chin, pondering that the two of them had indeed formed an unholy alliance. However, he suspected they were up to no good. Sanpao, he called, lowering his voice. Don't sleep too soundly tonight. Once the tide goes out, we'll head to the warehouse to fish for big catches. Big catches? Li Sanpao's eyes lit up. All right, brother. As night deepened, the tide receded, and moonlight spilled upon the warehouse rooftops. Zheng Shao'an crouched in a corner when he suddenly heard the creaking footsteps approaching from behind. Brother Anzi, Li Sanpao dashed over, clutching 2 fishing rods. I brought the fishing rods. My skills have improved greatly these past few days. Upon seeing the situation, Zheng Shao'an nearly choked on his breath. What on earth are you doing with that? Li Sanpao looked utterly bewildered. Didn't you say you wanted to catch big fish? Zheng Shao'an, caught between laughter and tears, was about to explain when he suddenly heard a rustling sound from afar. Hush! He pressed down on Li Sanpao's head, and the two of them crouched into the shadows. Under the moonlight, 2 furtive figures stealthily approached the warehouse. Brother Zhao, is this really going to work? Lu Meiwan anxiously glanced around. What are you afraid of? Zhao Shanfeng adjusted his glasses. I've been in this village for a year. I know every nook and cranny. Upon reaching the back wall of the warehouse, Zhao Shanfeng skillfully cleared away a pile of weeds, revealing a dark hole. See that? He said proudly. I discovered this place last year and smuggled out quite a bit of grain. Lu Meiwan wrinkled her nose in disdain. It's so filthy. If you're so keen, go ahead. Zhao Shanfeng replied impatiently. Don't you want the grain? Upon hearing this, Lu Meiwan quickly crouched down, sticking her backside into the hole. Li Sanpao, hidden in the shadows, widened his eyes and nearly cried out. Zheng Shao'an hurriedly covered his mouth, signaling for silence. Brother Li Sanpao whispered, this big fish is. Zheng Shao'an nodded, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The warehouse echoed with the rustling of grain being packed, interspersed with the 2's curses. Zheng Shao'an, that bastard. Lu Meiwan gritted her teeth as she stuffed rice in her bag. How dare he make me eat bran? Indeed, Zhao Shanfeng growled in agreement. A mere country bumpkin thinks he can flaunt his authority before me. Once we get the grain out, let us see how he explains himself tomorrow. Ha ha! Lu Meiwan laughed sharply. At that point, we'll just say he stole it himself. A thief crying out thief. The more they spoke, the more animated they became, completely oblivious to the commotion outside the warehouse. Brotherly Sampao trembled with anger. Zheng Shao'an patted his shoulder, signaling him to remain silent. To catch a thief in the act. If the rat isn't well fed, how can it be caught in the trap? Soon, the sound of dragging burlap sacks echoed from within the warehouse. Zhao Shanfeng, still unsatisfied, stuffed his pockets until they were brimming, finally wearing a satisfied smile. Hurry, Zhao Shanfeng whispered. Let's move the goods through the hole. Lu Meiwan, with her backside in the air, struggled to push the burlap sack outward. Under the moonlight, the two resembled large rats, gradually stealing grain bit by bit. Ha ha ha, Zhao Shanfeng laughed triumphantly. These fools think the grain has sprouted legs and run away. Exactly, Lu Meiwan echoed sharply. A bunch of brainless country folk. As they continued their banter, Li Sampao's fists clenched tightly, cracking with rage. Oh, Brother Zhao, hurry up, Lu Meiwan urged, stamping her foot in exasperation, pulling Zhao Shanfeng's leg with all her might. But the more she pulled, the more stuck Zhao Shanfeng became. With his pockets stuffed full of grain, he was utterly immovable. Zhao Shanfeng found himself ensnared in a dog hole, his face turning an alarming shade of purple. Could you be any gentler? He exclaimed, You're about to rip my sleeve off. Who told you to stuff so much grain in your pockets? Lu Meiwan, infuriated, retorted. You're like a hamster. It's no wonder you're stuck. Zheng Shao'an shot a knowing glance at Li Sampao, who immediately grasped a fishing rod and dashed outside. With a resounding crash, Li Sampao kicked open the warehouse door. Who's there? Zhao Shanfeng trembled, his head still wedged in the dog hole, his rear end elevated high in the air. Zhao Jiqing, what sort of training are you undertaking? Li Sampao approached mockingly. The dog hole technique? Upon recognizing Li Sampao's voice, Zhao Shanfeng panicked. Meiwan, pull me out. Lu Meiwan, drenched in sweat, cried out, I can't. You've stuffed too much grain in your pockets. You fool. Zhao Shanfeng cursed. You can't do anything right, yet you excel in eating. Now you can't even pull me out. Hurry, if you don't get me out, we're both done for. Nonsense. Lu Meiwan retorted angrily. Who told you to greedily shove grain into your pants? Now that you're stuck, whose fault is that? I can't pull you out. You'll have to figure out yourself. Li Sampao, thoroughly entertained, burst into laughter. Oh, this spectacle is far more thrilling than the movies in town. With that, he swung the fishing rod and aimed to strike at Zhao Shanfeng's backside. Crack! Oh my goodness! Zhao Shanfeng yelped. Who hit me? Your grandfather. Li Sampao struck again. This is for stealing grain. This is for insulting brethren. With each strike of the rod, Zhao Shanfeng writhed in pain, his movements resembling that of a fish caught on a line. Meiwan, save me, he cried, desperately flailing, only to find that his struggles only tightened his predicament. Like a live target, he lay there enduring the blows. Realizing the situation was dire, Lu Meiwan attempted to flee. Thinking of running away, Zheng Shao'an swiftly stepped forward and tripped her. Ouch! Lu Meiwan fell flat on her face, her front teeth loosened. Meanwhile, Li Sampao grew more vigorous in his assault, even breaking the rod, yet continuing to strike. This is for pretending to be intellectual. This is for reporting brethren. Zhao Shanfeng's trousers were in tatters, his pale backside marked with crimson welts. Stop! I was wrong. Zhao Shanfeng wept, his nose running. I confess everything. The grain that went missing from the warehouse last year was also my doing. Li Sampao, fuming, picked up a broken piece of the rod and continued his onslaught. You scoundrel! So was you all along. Crack! Oh, dear heavens! Zhao Shanfeng writhed in agony, resembling a toad whose tail had been stepped on. With no escape in sight, Lu Meiwan rose from the ground, covering her injured mouth and attempting to flee once more, only to be seized by Zheng Shao'an by the collar. What's this? Planning to run after stealing grain? Zheng Shao'an sneered. Lu Meiwan's face turned pale, suddenly. A glint of defiance flickered in her eyes as she tore open her collar. Zheng Shao'an, do you dare to call for help? If you dare to call someone, I will accuse you of misconduct. You and that wretched person shall never find peace. In due time, you will have no choice but to marry me. No matter your capabilities, you will merely be my man. Li Sampao, observing the spectacle, was utterly astounded. My goodness! I have witnessed shamelessness, but this is a new level. He had seen individuals eager to assume the role of a partner, but never someone so audaciously demanding to be wronged. This educated youth is truly a marvel. Zheng Shao'an, unfazed, responded with a smile. You might as well strip completely. After all, there are 3 men here. You cannot pin this solely on me. At worst, everyone will see what you are made of. Go on, it won't cost me anything. Hurry up. Sanpao, you should take a good look. It would be unfortunate if you were to marry without any understanding of the world. At this point, Li Sanpao genuinely leaned in for a better view. Brethren, my mother said that looking at unclean things will lead to misfortune. Lu Meijuan's hands suddenly froze. In this day and age, a woman's purity is more precious than life itself. If this escalates, her life would be ruined. I. Lu Meijuan stammered, suddenly dropping to her knees and weeping uncontrollably. Comrade Zheng, I was wrong. I was merely confused in a moment of folly. I was misled and should not have succumbed to his provocations. It was all that scoundrel, Zhao Shanfeng's doing. Shut your mouth. Zhao Shanfeng, fuming in a corner, kicked in frustration. You were the one who suggested it first. After just being beaten, now you want to shift the blame onto me? Is all the fault to be laid at my feet? Not a chance. You're lying. Lu Meijuan shouted. If you hadn't been whispering ill of Comrade Zheng in my ear daily, would I have acted in such a manner? You are the true disgrace. Zhao Shanfeng spat back. Just a moment ago, you were calling me Brother Zhao, and now you deny me? You are the one lacking in virtue. Lu Meijuan retorted defiantly. You were the one who stole grain last year. You are the habitual offender. Chapter 27. Setting sail for fishing. Zheng Shao'an observed the 2 men engaged in a fierce altercation before turning to Li Sanpao. Sanpao, have you had your fill of fighting? Li Sanpao chocolat. Brandishing his broken fishing rod. Brother Anzi, the rod is in 2 pieces. What a thrill. Very well. Zheng Shao'an nodded. Go. Sound the gong and summon everyone. Absolutely. Li Sanpao exclaimed, rubbing his hands in excitement. I'll ensure the whole village comes to witness the spectacle. Clang, clang, clang. Li Sanpao seized a battered gong, swung his arm vigorously, and bellowed throughout the village. Thieves. Thieves in the warehouse. Come quickly. The commotion startled all the dogs in the village into a frenzy, while oil lamps flickered to life in every household. What is happening? What is all this ruckus at the warehouse? Who's stealing food? Thieves. We must see. The new rice cannot be wasted. Before long, a crowd gathered outside the warehouse. Captain Wang Fuhai, wrapped in a coat and wearing cloth shoes, was at the forefront. Du Yali and several young women followed, holding oil lamps, their faces still bearing traces of sleep. Upon witnessing the scene before the warehouse, everyone was rendered speechless. Zhao Shanfeng was awkwardly stuck with his bare backside protruding from a dog hole, his trousers in tatters, marked with red welts. Lu Meijuan knelt on the ground, her collar torn wide open, weeping profusely. What? What is happening? Captain Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. Captain, Li Sanpao immediately leaped forward, pointing at the 2. These rascals were stealing food. We caught them red-handed. They attempted to pilfer our village's rice. Shameless. Nonsense. Zhao Shanfeng suddenly yelled, They are framing me. Lu Meijuan, regaining her composure, pointed at Zheng Shao'an and lamented. They're trying to bully me. When I refused, they accused me of stealing food. Ha! Li Sanpao was incensed. Do you both have no shame? You were caught stealing food, and now you want to shift the blame? The villagers erupted in uproar. What? Comrade Zheng bullied her? Nonsense. Brother Anzi could never fancy her. Indeed, Comrade Du is 100 times better than her. Du Yali, hearing this, was infuriated, her face flushed. Lu Meijuan, you have no shame. Zhao Shanfeng, sensing some support, became emboldened. Captain Wang, Zheng Shao'an is retaliating against me, just because I exposed his profiteering. You're talking nonsense. Li Sanpao retorted angrily. It's clear you 2 were stealing food, and now you're trying to blame others? Where's your evidence? Zhao Shanfeng sneered. Who saw me steal? You 2 are in cahoots. Everyone knows that. Zheng Shao'an suddenly smiled. You want evidence, do you? With a swift motion, he yanked Zhao Shanfeng's pant leg, producing a ripping sound. A cascade of gleaming rice spilled from Zhao Shanfeng's trousers, forming a small mound on the ground. My goodness, hiding rice in your trousers? How on earth did you fit so much in there? No wonder you got stuck. The villagers were in an uproar. Wang Fuhai trembled with rage and delivered a sharp slap. Zhao Shanfeng, I have endured your behavior as a former educated youth, but I never expected you to be such a person. Captain, I was wrong. Zhao Shanfeng immediately cowered. I was just confused for a moment. Nonsense. Wang Fuhai kicked him. The grain that went missing last year was also stolen by you, wasn't it? I am deducting a month's work points from you. Wang Fuhai declared angrily. Starting tomorrow, you will go to sea to work off your debt. What? Lu Meiwan cried out. I don't know how to fish. Learn. Wang Fuhai scoffed. If you dare to slack off again, I will send you to the commune for criticism. Li Sanpao suddenly interjected. Captain, they broke my fishing rod. Compensate. You must compensate. Wang Fuhai pointed at the two of them. The cost will be deducted from your work points. Zhao Shanfeng and Lu Meiwan collapsed onto the ground, their faces ashen. A month's worth of work points gone. Forced to work at sea, and they had to pay for the fishing rod. Life was unbearable. The next morning, as dawn broke, the village dock was bustling with activity. Oh dear, why is this big boat still here? Old Zhang rubbed his sleepy eyes, perplexed by the sight of the brand-new fishing vessel. The crowd began to murmur in confusion. Wasn't he supposed to deliver goods yesterday? Why isn't he left yet? Indeed, how much does it cost to rent this boat for a day? It must be several dollars. I bet it's not less than 10. The villagers surrounded the fishing boat, speculating, none of them expecting it would stay overnight. Just then, Zheng Shao'an strolled leisurely onto the dock, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Brother Anzi, good morning. Li Sanpao followed eagerly. Why isn't this boat left yet? Zheng Shao'an smiled, pulled out a set of keys from his pocket, and, to the astonishment of the crowd, gracefully hopped onto the fishing boat. Wow! Li Sanpao jumped up in excitement. Brother Anzi, is this your boat? What? Old Zhang's pipe fell to the ground in shock. My goodness! Aunt Li nearly dropped her basket of vegetables. Did Anzi buy a boat? The dock erupted in a frenzy of chatter. Heavens! How much did this boat cost? Anzi is incredible. My word, this is the first large fishing boat in our village. Du Yali stood among the crowd, her eyes sparkling, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Brother Anzi. Li Sanpao clapped his hands in delight. Is this really your boat? I thought it was just for deliveries yesterday. Zheng Shao'an leaned against the boat's side, smiling and nodding. Come aboard. I'll take you for a ride. The captain approved the report. I co-invested with the brigade to purchase it. From now on, I will be the captain. Wow. Li Sanpao leaped 3 feet in the air. I can ride on a big boat now. Yali, you come too. Zheng Shao'an waved to Du Yali. Blushing, Du Yali carefully stepped onto the boat amid the envious gazes of the crowd. Hold on tight. Zheng Shao'an ignited the engine, and the fishing vessel emitted a thunderous roar as it slowly departed from the dock. The villagers on the shore engaged in animated discussions, exclaiming, Ah, this lad has truly made something of himself. What an impressive boat. Fishing for our village will be so much more convenient. Li Sanpao stood at the bow, exhilarated by the sea breeze, shouting, Brethren, your boat is absolutely remarkable. Du Yali leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at Zheng Shao'an's silhouette with eyes brimming with admiration. At that moment, Zhao Shanfeng and Lu Meiwan, escorted by 2 militia members, trudged to the dock, their spirits visibly deflated. Bruises from the previous night still marred their faces, and their clothes hung wrinkled and disheveled, resembling 2 drenched chickens. Why are they allowed to board the big ship? Zhao Shanfeng spotted Zheng Shao'an on the fishing vessel and immediately erupted in indignation. Captain, they are evading collective labor. Now that they're at sea, they won't earn any work points. Are we abandoning collective work? Captain, I must report this. Bring them back. Wang Fuhai sauntered over, pipe in mouth, and inquired, What is all this commotion about? Comrade Zheng has already exceeded his fishing quota this month, and Li Sanpao has also met his target. As for Comrade Du, Zheng has voluntarily covered her work points for half a month. Regarding the large boat, he purchased it with his own funds. Do you possess such capability? Indeed. Li Sanpao chimed in, hands on his hips. Brethren has brought back so much grain for the brigade. There is no need for further labor. The sea breeze whisked away Li Sanpao's laughter. Suddenly, Lu Meiwan burst into tears, exclaiming, I refuse to go to the mangroves. The tide there can be deadly. Just last year, a young intellectual from the neighboring village drowned. Wang Fuhai sneered, striking his pipe against the side of the ship. Everyone else is fine. Why would you be the one to perish? If you die, good riddance. There are plenty of young intellectuals in the countryside. He added menacingly, keep it up, and I'll toss you into the sea right now. Lu Meiwan fell silent, as if her breath had been seized. On board, the militia members shoved the two onto the dilapidated wooden boat. The planks were cracked, barely held together by hemp ropes, and rainwater from the previous night pooled in the bottom. Zhao Shanfeng scowled as he grasped an oar, which was still smeared with the foul remnants of fish scales. Lu Meiwan sat trembling at the stern, terrified of losing her balance and falling into the sea. Let us go. Zheng Shao'an pulled the horn, and the great fishing vessel let out a long, resonant sound. The diesel engine roared to life, and the boat's stern kicked up a spray of white foam. Both boats departed the shore simultaneously, yet they presented a stark contrast. One was a brand-new iron-hulled fishing vessel, its deck gleaming and mast towering, while the other was an old wooden boat, bobbing precariously with the waves, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Brethren, shall we venture into the deep-sea area? Li Sanpao eagerly clung to the railing. Zheng Shao'an smiled and replied, let us first observe how those two scoundrels earn their work points. He turned the steering wheel, guiding the fishing vessel in a graceful arc toward the mangroves. Meanwhile, on the small wooden boat, Zhao Shanfeng was already drenched in sweat from exhaustion. As the sea breeze swept through, the wooden boat spun uncontrollably, defying any attempt to steer it. Put in some effort. Lu Meiwan screamed, the boat is going to capsize. Silence. Zhao Shanfeng gritted his teeth, if you're so capable. Why don't you row? The two bickered incessantly until they finally managed to nudge their way to the edge of the mangroves. The tide had begun to rise, the murky seawater swirling with decaying branches and leaves, producing a cacophony of sound. Hurry in, shouted the militia on the shore. We must gather 50 pounds of seafood before low tide. With a steely resolve, Zhao Shanfeng propelled the boat into the mangroves. The gnarled roots resembled countless ghostly hands, threatening to ensnare the small vessel at any moment. Lu Meiwan clung desperately to the side of the boat, her nails digging into the wood. Suddenly, she let out a piercing scream as a water snake slithered between the roots, nearly brushing against her foot. Don't move, for heaven's sake, Zhao Shanfeng cursed. But in a moment of distraction, he lost his balance and fell into the waist-deep muddy water with a splash. Salty seawater rushed into his mouth and nose as he flailed helplessly, sinking deeper into the mire. The mud of the mangroves seemed to have a gravitational pull, dragging his legs downward. Help, help me, he gasped, struggling in vain, only to stir up more dark sludge. Terrified, Lu Meiwan huddled in the boat, too afraid to reach out, bursting into tears. Someone, help! The Zhoushan Islands are going to drown us. I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. Ultimately, it was the militia on shore who tossed him a rope, managing to pull Zhao Shanfeng from the depths. By then, he had become a mud-covered figure, with seaweed entangled in his hair and black water spewing from his mouth. The most unfortunate part was that as soon as he clambered back onto the boat, he felt a sharp pain in his backside. Chapter 28. The Novice Protection Period of the Fisherman. What on earth? A large blue crab had firmly clamped onto his backside, refusing to let go no matter how he flailed. Ha ha ha. The militia on the shore erupted in laughter. Zhao Jiqing. Are you delivering vegetables to the crab? Meanwhile, from afar, the cheerful sound of a horn echoed across the sea. Zheng Shao'an's fishing boat was swaying this way, deliberately splashing waves towards the two individuals. Instantly, they were drenched. Li Sanpao stood at the bow of the boat, winking at Zhao Shanfeng. Zhao Jiqing. Would you like me to share a fish with you to soothe your wounds? You seem quite afflicted by that crab. Du Yali could hardly contain her laughter, covering her mouth as she giggled. Zhao Shanfeng trembled with anger, yet he was utterly powerless against the crab clinging to his rear. Lu Meiwan, huddled in the corner of the boat, wept, her makeup ruined, resembling a ghostly figure. As the tide rose higher, the small wooden boat began to take on water. The two had no choice but to stand in knee-deep water, foraging for seafood, their legs swollen with mosquito bites. I want to go back to the city. Lu Meiwan sobbed. Shut up. Zhao Shanfeng angrily pried open an oyster, only to be cut by its sharp shell. Ouch. Ha ha, Zhao Jiqing. Even the oyster hesitates to harm your fingers. Li Sanpao laughed heartily from the bow. Would you like me to grill it for you as a meal? Zheng Shao'an glanced at the sky. The sun was already high, casting shimmering reflections across the sea. All right, Sanpao, let us not worry about them anymore. He turned the steering wheel. Let us head towards that little island in the east. The fishing boat changed direction, sailing towards the distant island. This time, Du Yali accompanied them, primarily to test the boat's horsepower and its equipment. Zheng Shao'an did not intend to venture too far. Du Yali stood at the edge of the boat, the sea breeze gently tousling her hair, adorned with a straw sun hat that Zheng Shao'an had given her. Her face radiating a blissful smile. Brother Anzi, this sea breeze is truly delightful, she softly remarked. Zheng Shao'an nodded. Yet his gaze was drawn to a peculiar shadow beneath the surface of the water. Bathed in sunlight, the sea showcased varying shades of blue, and not far ahead, a shadowy mass could be seen moving beneath the water. Sanpao, prepare the dragnet, Zheng Shao'an suddenly shouted. Their SA school of fish over there. Li Sanpao immediately perked up, swiftly darting to the stern. Brother Anzi, I'm getting ready right now. The dragnet of this era was far less advanced than that of later times. Zheng Shao'an and Li Sanpao worked together to haul the heavy fishing net from the cabin, the coarse ropes chafing their hands, the mesh varying in size. All painstakingly mended by the village's old fishermen. Although there were other nets aboard, the waves in this area were quite turbulent, and deploying different nets might entangle the underwater seaweed. Retrieving them would then become quite a challenge. Du Yali stood aside, not rushing to assist. Lacking experience in netting, she understood that it was not the time to complicate matters. In such drag netting, novices must avoid involvement at all costs. The further away, the better. Otherwise, one misstep could lead to being dragged into the water to become a ghostly figure of the sea. Zheng Shao'an held his breath, focusing intently, and, taking advantage of the moment when the two were distracted, he extended his hand slightly. The mystical spring water dripped into the ocean. In an instant, the fish that had been languidly floating in the water erupted into a frenzy. The sound of splashing filled the air as the fishing net was cast, causing waves to surge across the surface. Countless slender fish darted through the water, and with the turning of the fishing boat's propeller, the surface was alive with frothy white waves. How can there be so many fish? Du Yali's eyes widened in disbelief. Though she had never been to sea, it was her first encounter with such a vast school of fish. It was like the bustling market in the county town. Wow, brother, look quickly, Li Sanpao exclaimed, his eyes bulging as he pointed at the surface of the sea. These fish have gone mad. The ocean shimmered with silver as the sardines crowded towards the boat, splashing water high into the air. Zheng Shao'an grinned. What are you waiting for? Cast the net. They're coming. Li Sanpao fumbled with the fishing net, nearly tripping over the ropes. Du Yali hurried over to assist, and together the three of them pushed the dragnet into the sea with a flurry of activity. Slow down, Zheng Shao'an commanded. Align the net opening with the school of fish. This dragnet was over 20 meters long, with tightly woven mesh, sinking heavily into the water. As Li Sanpao released the net, he muttered, "Oh my goodness, why are these fish acting like they're bewitched? Normally we have to chase after them to cast the net, but today they're diving right in." Zheng Shao'an leaped onto the control platform and pushed the lever. Hold on tight. The fishing boat surged forward, the net yawning wide as it gobbled up the fish. After just 10 minutes, the net rope began to hum ominously. Brethren, Li Sanpao shouted, the net rope is going to snap. Zheng Shao'an quickly cut the engine. Bring up the net. Huh? Now, Li Sanpao was taken aback. Others usually drag for 3 or 4 hours. If we keep dragging it, LL burst. Zheng Shao'an dashed to the stern of the boat. Li Sanpao peered into the water and nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. The net was bulging like a small mountain, swaying in the ocean. The net lifter. Quick! The two scrambled to slot the net rope into the lifter. With a creaking sound, the machine whirred to life, gradually bringing the net bundle to the surface. Du Yali gasped, covering her mouth in awe. Heavens! The net was shimmering with silver, packed tightly with sardines. Occasionally, a few stray fish and small crabs floundered in the gaps. We're going to be rich, Li Sanpao rubbed his hands together in delight. Brother, and your boat is miraculous. Zheng Shao'an chuckled. Quick, untangle the net. As the rope loosened, with a resounding splash, the fish cascaded onto the deck like a waterfall. The gleaming sardines flopped energetically, instantly covering half the deck. A few reluctant yellow fish thrashed in the pile, splashing water onto Li Sanpao's face. Ha ha ha, this was worth it. Li Sanpao wiped his face and grabbed a fish basket to start collecting. Du Yali, disregarding the mess, crouched down to help sort. Sardines over here, miscellaneous fish over there. Oh dear, a large crab pinched her finger, causing her to shake her hand in pain. Zheng Shao'an, quick-witted and swift, seized the crab's shell and cautioned. Be careful, this creature's pincers are formidable. As he deftly detached the crab's claw, he tossed it into the fish basket. Li Sanpao, while collecting fish, muttered, Brother, and I've been around boats since childhood, but I've never encountered anything so peculiar. One net full of sardines, and hardly any bycatch. If we take this to the dock, we're sure to fetch a good price. Zheng Shao'an nodded with a smile. Sardines are indeed highly marketable. Dried fish can be preserved for 6 months, and the supply and marketing cooperative in the city is always eager for them. Du Yali was swiftly sorting the fish when she suddenly exclaimed, Why is there white foam in the mouths of these fish? Zheng Shao'an's heart sank, and he hurried over to inspect. Goodness, the water from Linquan was too rich, causing the fish to regurgitate. No worries, they're just lacking oxygen, he said nonchalantly. They just squeezed it out. Li Sanpao nodded emphatically. Exactly. This net must weigh at least 2,000 jin. Anyone would have to expel some. After a full hour of labor, the three of them finally finished sorting the fish. It must be said that selecting fish is even more exhausting than casting nets. The sardines were neatly arranged in the hold, while the bycatch and crabs were stored separately. A few fish that had slipped through the net still flopped about on the deck, which Li Sanpao sent back to the sea with a swift kick. The fishing boat carved a graceful arc across the surface of the sea, with Zheng Shao'an smoking a cigarette, squinting at the distant outline of the rocky island. Brother, should we head back? Li Sanpao approached, wiping sweat from his brow, still glowing with excitement from catching sardines. Zheng Shao'an pointed into the distance. Do you see that small island? The day is still young. Let us do some fishing. We can't let this trip be in vain. Du Yali's eyes sparkled with delight as she rushed to the edge of the boat. Really? I've never fished on an island before. Hey, fishing sound great. Li Sanpao rubbed his hands together. I could try out my new fishing rod. The fishing boat gently approached the rocky island. Zheng Shao'an skillfully found a sheltered cove to anchor. The water was crystal clear, revealing vibrant corals and schools of fish. This place is incredible. Li Sanpao leaned over the side of the boat, swallowing in anticipation. Look at that grouper. It must weigh 5 or 6 jin. Zheng Shao'an rummaged through the cabin and produced 3 fishing rods. Let us see who can catch the most. Bring it on, Li Sanpao exclaimed, snatching the thickest rod. This one is specially made for big fish. Du Yali cautiously took the thinnest rod, feeling a bit anxious. I haven't fished much before. Not to worry, Zheng Shao'an grinned. Fishing is 3 parts skill and 7 parts luck. You might just have the best luck of all. The 3 of them each found their spots. Zheng Shao'an stood at the bow, Li Sanpao squatted at the stern, and Du Yali sat on a folding chair by the side of the boat. The loser will handle all the catch, Li Sanpao announced loudly, confidently casting his first line. Zheng Shao'an calmly baited his hook with live shrimp and gently cast his line, watching as it arched gracefully through the air. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Du Yali clumsily mimicking their actions, nearly snagging her clothes with the hook, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Yali, when casting your line, it should be done this way. He approached, standing behind Du Yali, gently placing his hands over hers. Relax your wrists and push forward. Du Yali's face turned crimson. She could detect the faint scent of tobacco and the briny breeze on Zheng Shao'an. Suddenly, without waiting for Zheng Shao'an to finish his guidance, Du Yali's float sank sharply, and the fishing rod bent into a perfect arc. Du Yali gasped, nearly tumbling off her chair. Zheng Shao'an, quick-witted, swiftly steadied her shoulder. Don't panic. Slowly reel it in. What should I do now? Du Yali, flustered, gripped the rod, feeling a vigorous tugging beneath the surface. Raise the rod. Yes, just like that. Zheng Shao'an directed her from behind. Now, slowly reel it in. Don't rush. Good. Raise the rod again. Li Sanpao at the stern was left agape. Is she really catching a fish? My float hasn't moved an inch. The fish beneath the water was evidently sizable, and Du Yali's arms began to tremble. Observing this, Zheng Shao'an wrapped his arms around her from behind, assisting her in stabilizing the rod. Hold on, it's coming up. His voice, laced with mirth, resonated in Du Yali's ear. After about 10 minutes, a large, glimmering silver fish finally surfaced. Zheng Shao'an swiftly scooped it up with a net. Goodness, a grouper weighing over 3 pounds. Li Sanpao approached, envy evident in his expression. Comrade Du, your luck is truly exceptional. Du Yali, panting and flushed, exclaimed, Is it really my catch? Of course, it is yours, Zheng Shao'an replied with a smile, placing the fish into the bucket. The aura of a novice is indeed not to be underestimated. Li Sanpao, feeling disgruntled, returned to his spot. Humph, I'll catch an even bigger one. In the ensuing half hour, Du Yali managed to reel in 2 more breams. While Li Sanpao's float remained utterly still, Zheng Shao'an only caught a few small fish, all of which he released back into the sea. This is peculiar. Li Sanpao scratched his head in frustration. Is there something wrong with my bait? Just as Zheng Shao'an was about to respond, he suddenly felt the rod dip, the force nearly pulling him off the boat. Here it comes, he shouted, immediately entering a state of battle. This time, he had hooked a significant fish. Chapter 29, Refining Fish Oil. The fishing line shot out rapidly, and the reel emitted a piercing sound. Zheng Shao'an bent low, gripping the fishing rod with all his might, the veins in his forearms bulging. Brethren, steady now, Li Sanpao shouted as he dropped his own rod and rushed over. Du Yali also stood up anxiously, asking, Do you need assistance? Zheng Shao'an shook his head, fully focused on the enormous creature beneath the surface. The line fluctuated between taut and slack, as he skillfully tugged back and forth, gradually exhausting the fish's strength. This must weigh at least 20 pounds. He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. After a grueling tug-of-war lasting over 10 minutes, a resplendent golden fish finally broke the surface. Sunlight glinted off its scales, casting a dazzling golden glow. My heavens! Li Sanpao's eyes widened. A big yellow croaker. Such a massive specimen. Zheng Shao'an was equally astonished. Wild yellow croakers had become a rarity, let alone one of this size. Cautiously, he used a net to scoop up the rare catch, fearful of damaging its golden scales. How much do you think this is worth? Li Sanpao swallowed hard. Zheng Shao'an shook his head. Not for sale. We'll take it back for everyone to enjoy. Just then, Li Sanpao's fishing rod suddenly shook violently. Mine's here too, he exclaimed, dashing back to his spot, fumbling to grasp his rod. The rod bent almost to the breaking point, and Li Sanpao's face flushed with excitement. It must be bigger than Brother Anne's. Zheng Shao'an had just placed the yellow croaker in the live well when he approached. Take it slow, don't rush. Before he could finish, there was a sharp snap, and the fishing line broke. Li Sanpao froze in the posture of reeling in, his smile slowly fading. My big fish, he murmured, his voice laced with a hint of sorrow. Du Yali couldn't help but stifle a laugh, quickly covering her mouth. Zheng Shao'an patted Li Sanpao on the shoulder. All right, tonight you can have a few extra pieces of fish. As the sun began to set, their fishing competition neared its conclusion. Du Yali unexpectedly led with 3 fish, while Zheng Shao'an had only caught 1. Yet that yellow croaker was enough to overshadow the rest. Li Sanpao, on the other hand, had caught nothing, sulking as he packed up his gear. It's not fair, he grumbled. You both have the beginner's luck. You young rascal, a bet is a bet. Hurry up and pack the fish. Zheng Shao'an laughed heartily. Just as Zheng Shao'an lifted the bucket filled with fish, ready to turn away, he caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting through the crevices of the rocks out of the corner of his eye. The turbulent sea battered the rocks, and amidst the frothy waves, several rounded shapes clung to the bottom of the reef. Wait a moment. He set down the bucket and squinted, scrutinizing the area. What's up, brethren? Li Sanpao looked up while tidying his gear. Zheng Shao'an remained silent, swiftly shedding his shirt to reveal his sun-kissed, muscular torso. Before the two could react, he dove headfirst into the sea, a splash erupting high into the air. "Brethren!" Duyali let out a startled cry, dropping her straw hat in fright. The sea surface was only left with ripples spreading in circles, devoid of any human figures. Li Sanpao was momentarily stunned, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "What a discovery! Brother Anzi has found a treasure." With that, he swiftly discarded his shirt and trousers, leaving only his shorts, exclaiming, "Comrade Du, wait for me, I will be right back." Before Du Yali could finish her sentence, Li Sanpao had already plunged into the water like a cannonball, splashing her with droplets. The seawater was as clear as glass, sunlight piercing through the surface, casting dancing light spots on the seabed. Zheng Shao'an, agile as a fish, dove down to a depth of 5 or 6 meters. Holding his breath, he opened his eyes wide in search of the shadow he had just seen. Indeed, the bottom of the reef was densely populated with a dozen plump abalone, each as large as a palm. Elated, he reached out to pry one off. The abalone clung tightly, and it took considerable effort for him to detach one. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly felt a surge of water behind him. Turning around, he saw Li Sanpao making a silly face. His cheeks puffed up like a frog. Zheng Shao'an smiled and pointed at the abalone on the reef, and Li Sanpao's eyes widened in astonishment, giving a thumbs up. The two shared a silent understanding and began to scour the abalone haven. The underwater world was both tranquil and vibrant. Schools of colorful fish glided around them, while sea anemones swayed gently with the current. Zheng Shao'an pried off 3 abalones in one breath, and was about to surface for air when he suddenly caught sight of a long tentacle protruding from a crevice in the reef. An octopus. He immediately changed direction and silently swam closer. The octopus seemed to sense danger and swiftly retreated into its lair. Zheng Shao'an, unwilling to let it escape, reached in to grab it. The tentacle immediately wrapped around his wrist, the suction cups firmly adhering to his skin, sending waves of tingling pain. Quite a grip it had. Yet, Zheng Shao'an remained calm. With his other hand, he carefully located the octopus's head and pinched it firmly between his thumb and index finger. This was a trick taught by seasoned fishermen. The octopus has a soft cartilage in its head, and once grasped, it loses its strength. Sure enough, the octopus released its grip, allowing him to pull it out entirely from its hiding spot. At that moment, Li Sanpao discovered a new realm. Chasing after a lobster as thick as an arm, the lobster waved its large pincers and swam backwards swiftly, evading Li Sanpao's attempts to catch it. Zheng Shao'an swam over to assist, and together they maneuvered from opposite sides, finally cornering the majestic lobster. Li Sanpao, brimming with pride, held up his prize and winked at Zheng Shao'an. Zheng Shao'an chuckled and shook his head, pointing to his ear to indicate it was time to surface for air. The two swam upward, their heads breaking the surface, eagerly gasping for breath. "Brother Anzi, look what I caught!" Li Sanpao exclaimed, lifting the still, writhing lobster high with childlike excitement. "Not bad." Zheng Shao'an wiped the water from his face and raised his own catch. "The octopus. Let us have a spicy stir-fried octopus tonight." Duyali, anxiously pacing on the rocks, exclaimed, "You scared me to death. You've been gone for so long. This is just the beginning." Li Sanpao burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "I can hold my breath even longer. Comrade Du, just watch." With that, he dove back into the water with a vigorous plunge. Zheng Shao'an tossed an octopus onto the shore and winked at Duyali, reassuring her, "Don't worry, we're excellent swimmers." Taking a deep breath, he too submerged, swimming deeper this time. Sunlight filtered through the water, casting dappled shadows on the sandy seafloor. Suddenly, he spotted an unusual protrusion amidst a cluster of corals. A sea cucumber. Not just one, but 7 or 8 plump specimens were nestled within the crevices of the corals. As he was about to swim closer, he heard a frantic splashing behind him. Turning around, he saw Li Sanpao struggling desperately, a gigantic octopus entwined around his upper body, its tentacles wrapping around his neck. The surrounding water was whipped into frothy white waves, and the air was filled with the cacophony of splashing. Zheng Shao'an furrowed his brow and swiftly changed direction, swimming towards him like an arrow. The octopus, as large as a basin, sensed the approaching presence, and immediately lashed out a tentacle toward Zheng. He nimbly sidestepped the strike and reached out to grasp the octopus's head, applying firm pressure. The creature writhed in pain, loosening its grip just enough for Li Sanpao to break free. Together, they managed to subdue the formidable beast. As they surfaced, Li Sanpao exclaimed, "Still shaken, my goodness. This creature is incredibly strong." Zheng Shao'an laughed heartily. "Tonight, we shall have our revenge by cooking it." After several dives, their bucket brimmed with marine treasures. In addition to abalones and sea cucumbers, they had also caught a few plump blue crabs. Zheng Shao'an even discovered a nest of sea urchins beneath a large reef, their black spines revealing hints of golden roe that made one's mouth water. By the time they surfaced for the last time, the sun was tilting low in the west. As they swam back to shore, Duyali hurried over to assist them. Upon seeing their bounty, her eyes widened in astonishment. So many treasures. Indeed, Li Sanpao proudly shook his wet hair. "With me and brother and we could empty the dragon palace beneath the sea. But honestly, my luck is extraordinary when I'm out at sea with Zheng Shao'an. The marine life follows us wherever we go." Such scenes were a rarity for him on his usual outings. What a thrill! Zheng Shao'an sorted the catch, the largest lobster still futilely waving its claws. Smiling at Duyali, he said, "Tonight, you shall savor a true seafood feast." Suddenly, Li Sanpao recalled something, slapping his forehead. "Oh no, where are my pants?" In his haste, the waves had swept away his trousers. Duyali giggled, pointing to a nearby rock. "They're hanging over there." Beneath the setting sun, the three laughed and chatted as they organized their catch, preparing to return home. The fishing boat sliced through the waves, leaving a long trail of white foam in its wake. Zheng Shao'an steered the helm, his gaze sweeping over the mountain of sardines piled high in the cabin. The silver scales shimmered in the twilight, resembling a writhing hillock. "Brethren, what are you thinking about?" Li Sanpao leanat cluze, clutching the lifeless lobster that refused to close its eyes. Zheng Shao'an, with a cigarette between his lips and eyes half closed, inquired, "Sanpao, aside from drying, what else can we do with these sardines? What else is there to do? We can make soup or fry them." Li Sanpao scratched his head and continued, "My mother used to make fish sauce, which smelled so foul that even the pigs wouldn't eat it." Duyali, who was organizing the fishing gear, lifted her head at this remark. "I've read that sardines can be processed into fish oil." "Fish oil?" Li Sanpao's eyes widened in surprise. "Isn't that's sold at the apothecary? It must be quite expensive." Zheng Shao'an's eyes sparkled with realization, nearly dropping his cigarette but onto his trousers. He slammed the steering wheel with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Exactly! Fish oil! How could I have overlooked this opportunity? Sardines, yellow croakers, sturgeons, all can yield oil. Isn't extracting fish oil preferable to merely pickling them in a smoked fish?" At that moment, the fishing boat swayed, startling Li Sanpao, who clutched the mast tightly. "Brother Anzi, the boat is going to capsize." Duyali stumbled slightly and quickly grasped the side of the boat. The sea breeze tousled her hair, revealing her smooth forehead. "Comrade Zheng, do you really know how to extract fish oil?" "I learned from my father," Zheng Shao'an replied, steadying the wheel, a hint of pride in his voice. "When my father was a soldier, during winter drills, the kitchen staff would extract oil from sea fish to cook." Chapter 30. The captain's letter of recommendation. He reminisced about the traditional method taught by Zheng Minxiang, slowly simmering in a large iron pot until the fish oil gradually surfaced, skimming it off for filtration, then drying it out for a few days to eliminate the fishy odor, gazing at the hold filled with sardines. Zheng Shao'an mentally calculated the yield. This was no less than 2,000 pounds of fish, which could yield at least 100 to 180 pounds of oil. The island's scarcity of oil and salt meant that fish oil could be used for cooking and lighting, and the leftover fish scraps could feed chickens and ducks. "Ansi Jie," Li Sanpao's raspy voice interrupted his thoughts. "Can that fish oil be used to fry flatbreads?" "Of course," Zheng Shao'an replied with a smile. "It will come out golden and fragrant, even more so than lard." Li Sanpao swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the fish hold as if he could already see the delicious fried buns beckoning to him. Duyali smiled faintly. "When I interned at the medical school, fish oil was sold in capsules as a supplement. What? Li Sanpao nearly jumped. This stuff can be used as medicine? Indeed. It treats night blindness. Du Yali counted off on her fingers. It can also prevent frostbite and lubricate the intestines. Listening to their conversation, Zheng Shao'an had already formed a plan in his mind. He recalled that there was a large iron pot lying idle in the corner of the Team S warehouse, previously used for boiling salt. Firewood would not be an issue, as the back mountain was abundant with dry branches. Sanpao, he suddenly spoke up. After we finish eating, let us clean up the stove at our youth station. What for? To refine oil. Zheng Shao'an steered the fishing boat in a graceful arc. We'll start tonight. Li Sanpao rubbed his hands together in delight. Great. I'll go gather firewood right now. As he spoke, he was about to leap into the sea when Zheng Shao'an caught him. What's the rush? The boat hasn't docked yet. Du Yali chuckled at the antics of the two. Amidst their banter, the fishing boat rocked gently, revealing the fishing lights of the Zhoushan archipelago. As soon as the fishing boat docked, Zheng Shao'an jumped off, extending a hand to help Du Yali down. Be careful, this boat is unstable. Ow! Ansi Jie. Why didn't you help me? Li Sanpao, nearby, grinned widely, his teeth nearly falling out from laughter. Zheng Shao'an shot him a glare, and while walking instructed, let us first handle the stove at the youth station. After we finish the main task, we'll enjoy a good meal. Du Yeti nodded, and the three made their way to the youth station. Upon arrival, they found that mealtime had already passed, but a few flatbreads remained by the stove, left for the latecomers among the youth workers. The three hurriedly devoured the flatbreads, and after wiping his mouth, Zheng Shao'an headed outside. Sanpao grabbed the tools and started unloading. We need to get all the sardines off the boat and into the youth station. We'll refine them batch by batch. To store the lard, we'll need a large barrel. I'll head back to fetch one shortly. Li Sanpao, his mouth full of flatbread, picked up the bamboo basket and hurried after him. Just as Du Yali was about to follow, two figures blocked their path. Oh dear, is this all our great contributor is eating? Lu Meiwan sauntered in, her finger nearly poking into the flatbread basket. Zhao, you must take a look. They boast endlessly, yet aren't they still gnawing on the same humble cornmeal buns as us? Ha ha ha. Is that not arrogance? Are they not impressive? What now? With no meat to eat, they resort to this meager fare? Zhao Shan foamed, his pant legs still dripping with mud, smirked in a sardonic manner. They are, after all, dignified individuals who have earned their work points without labor. Li Sanpao gazed at them as if they were fools, while Lu Meiwan immediately erupted. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a beauty before? Ugh. Li Sanpao nearly gagged on the spot, almost retching. Don't disgust me. I thought your eyes had grown on your backside. Did you not see we are about to unload? Have you ever tasted fish oil? Those golden, crispy cornmeal buns. Our brother Anzi has gone to sea today, having caught over 2,000 pounds of sardines. Do you possess such skill? Nonsense. Zhao Shan foamed, turned pale, with your rickety boat. You think you can catch 2,000 pounds of fish? I will. Zheng Shao'an, uninterested in further banter, picked up the fish baskets and strode outside. Zhao Shan foamed and Lu Meiwan exchanged glances, defiantly trailing behind to the dock. They could not believe it. Could sardines truly be so easily caught? Just like that. 2,000 pounds. If Zheng Shao'an actually managed to catch them, he would twist off his head and use it as a ball to kick. Just as they approached, the two heard a flurry of activity from the boat's cabin. Zhao Shanfeng's face turned ashen as he leaned in closer. He witnessed Li Sanpao opening the cargo hold. Lu Meiwan's legs weakened, nearly collapsing into the mud, while Zhao Shanfeng's voice cracked in disbelief. This is impossible. Get out of the way. Li Sanpao shoved past them. Don't obstruct our path to fortune. Zheng Shao'an was already carrying 2 baskets of fish towards the youth collective, completely ignoring the two. Before the stove, the large iron pot was securely positioned. Li Sanpao, panting, brought firewood and suddenly asked, his nose twitching, Brother Anzi, is fish oil truly more aromatic than lard? Once it's refined, you could be the first to taste it. Zheng Shao'an struck a match, and the flame flared to life. Doctor Du, please enlighten Sanpao on the medicinal properties of fish oil. Du Yali, squatting and peeling potatoes, smiled slightly. It's most effective for his insatiable cravings. The two couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Sanpao scratched his head, looking sheepish. You all are just teasing me. The night on the island was stifling, and with the stove ignited, beads of sweat trickled down their spines. Zheng Shao'an, opting for relief, shed his shirt and wielded the ladle bare-chested. San Pao, open windows. This heat could cook a person alive. Li San Pao, panting like a pug, hurried to open the windows. Brother Anzi, why are we refining oil in this sweltering summer? You know nothing. Zheng Shao'an smacked him lightly on the forehead with the ladle. In summer, fish are plentiful. If we don't refine it now, will we be left to drink the northwesterly wind in winter? Du Li, rolling up her sleeves to filter the oil, had fine beads of sweat glistening at the tip of her nose. She wiped her face and smiled. San Pao, fish oil can also be used in summer. It's great for cold dishes and frying peanuts, even more fragrant than soybean oil. Really? Li San Pao instantly perked up, grabbing a tattered fan and waving it vigorously. Then I must refine more. In the large iron pot, bubbles gurgled as the aroma of fish oil mingled with the humid air of the summer night, wafting through the youth commune. A few young intellectuals next door, drawn by the enticing scent, pressed their faces against the window, swallowing hard. The refined fish oil filled no less than 17 earthen jars, nearly cluttering the commune's kitchen. Li San Pao, overwhelmed by desire, gazed longingly at Zheng Shao'an. Zheng Shao'an lifted 2 jars of fish oil, handing one to Du Yali and kicking the other towards Li San Pao, saying, "Keep these 2 jars for yourselves. We shall prepare a little feast with cornbread later." Li San Pao, elated, jumped for joy, exclaiming, "Brotherin, you're truly like a real brother to us." Du Yali smiled shyly, her eyes sparkling. "Comrade Zheng, this is too precious." "Nonsense." Zheng Shao'an waved his hand dismissively. "Hurry and lend a hand to finish moving them. It looks like rain is on the way." The 3 swiftly arranged the remaining 15 jars in a corner of the kitchen. Li San Pao even pulled a piece of oilcloth to cover them, guarding them like a miser. Glancing around, "If anyone dares to steal our oil, I will chop off their hands." "All right, now hurry back to bed." Zheng Shao'an playfully kicked him to rear. After sending the 2 off, Zheng Shao'an yawned and returned to his room. Flopping onto the Kong, he breathed in the delightful scent of fish oil filling the space. Blissfully closing his eyes, this fragrance was far more comforting than the lotion sold in the city department stores. Boom! Just as dawn broke, a thunderclap jolted Zheng Shao'an awake. Groggily, he opened his eyes to find his face damp. Reaching up to touch it, he exclaimed, "Good heavens! The roof is leaking." Raindrops dripped rhythmically through the roof tiles, landing squarely on his forehead. "Damn it!" Zheng Shao'an sprang up like a carp leaping from water, grabbing an enamel basin to place on the Kong. The clattering sounded akin to a gong. Outside, the rain poured down as if from a bucket, flooding the courtyard to half a foot deep. Peering out the window, he noted the dilapidated state of the old house, with several missing tiles, resembling an elderly woman with missing teeth. It was imperative to discuss this with the team leader. Wiping the rainwater from his face, Zheng Shao'an turned and retrieved a large raincoat from beneath the bed. He weighed a jar of fish oil in his hands. You can't catch a wolf without first parting with a child. In a hurry, he donned the raincoat, snatched a straw hat to shield his head, and braced himself against the relentless downpour. If the house wasn't repaired, he would surely find himself dwelling in a water-curtained cave by tomorrow. When seeking assistance from others, one must bring along something of value. Zheng Shao'an dashed through the heavy rain, splattering mud on his pant legs. Upon reaching the team leader's door, he overheard Wang Fuhai inside, bellowing, "This cursed weather. The pigsty has started leaking again." Team leader. Zheng Shao'an wiped the rainwater from his face and knocked firmly on the door. It creaked open, revealing Wang Fuhai in a rain poncho. "Oh, Ansi, what brings you here in this downpour? I need to discuss something with you." Zheng Shao'an shook the jar of fish oil in his hand. "I brought you a little something good." Wang Fuhai's eyes lit up, promptly stepping aside. "Come in. This rain is relentless, as if the heavens have opened." Inside, the kerosene lamp flickered, and Aunt Zhou, Wang Fuhai's wife, was mending clothes. Upon seeing Zheng Shao'an, she quickly stood up. "Anzi, you're here? Please sit down. I'll fetch you a bowl of hot water." "There is no need for haste, Aunt." Zheng Shao'an placed the fish oil and cigarettes on the table. "Here is the fish oil I refined yesterday. Let Uncle Wang have a taste." Wang Fuhai rubbed his hands together, leaned closer, and opened the jar to take a whiff. The aroma is just right. It smells even better than what is sold at the supply cooperative. Captain, I have come with a request. Zheng Shao'an spoke candidly. My room leaks like a sieve, and I would like to ask for your approval to renovate. Wang Fuhai slapped his thigh. I was wondering what it could be. It should have been repaired long ago. That house has been neglected for too long. Even the grandest of structures can have its flaws. He pulled out his smoking pipe, and Zheng Shao'an promptly handed him the front door. Wang Fuhai received it with delight, inhaling deeply. What fine tobacco! Now, as for the materials for the renovation, Zheng Shao'an inquired tentatively. This is easy to arrange. Wang Fuhai lit his cigarette and took a satisfying puff. The commune has just approved a shipment of timber. Located on the eastern island. I will write you a note, and you can acquire it at cost. Wang Fuhai's wife brought over hot water and interjected, Anzi, at your age, you should be considering a wife. Once the house is repaired, it would be the perfect occasion for marriage. Zheng Shao'an nearly choked. Aunt, I still have time. Time? What is time? Wang Fuhai laughed, exhaling smoke. Isn't Du Jiqing quite lovely? A city girl, cultured. He continued, in these times, we hope to see you young intellectuals settle down on the island and contribute to its development. Feeling a flush of warmth in his ears, Zheng Shao'an hastily shifted the topic. Captain, what about the tiles and sand? The tiles are no problem. Wang Fuhai stood up to rummage through a drawer, speaking as he searched. Last year, the neighboring brigade had leftover tiles from building a warehouse. I will have the accountant issue you a letter of introduction. As for the sand, it's even simpler. It can be easily transported from the back mountain. Chapter 31. Capturing black gold abalone on the island, he retrieved paper and pen, inscribing with fervent strokes. Anzi, my dear child, you have a promising future ahead. Purchase a boat, engage in fishing, refine oil, and bring honor to our team leader. I shall undoubtedly support you in this modest endeavor of constructing a house. Zheng Shao'an received the note. A weight lifted from his heart. Thank you, Captain. Once the house is completed, I shall invite you for a drink. Absolutely. Wang Fuhai laughed heartily. Let us make sure Du Jiqing joins us as well. As the rain outside began to subside, Zheng Shao'an rose to take his leave. Wang Fuhai insisted on giving him a package of his homemade dried shrimp. Take this. Building a house is laborious. You need to replenish your strength. Zheng Shao'an, unable to refuse, accepted the shrimp and headed outside. Just as he crossed the threshold, he heard Wang Fuhai calling from within. Anzi, be sure to hurry with the house. I'm looking forward to toasting at your celebration. Zheng Shao'an, clutching the shrimp, walked along the muddy path, shaking his head in bemusement. The captain and his wife were already anticipating the celebratory feast before any plans had even materialized. Nevertheless, on reflection, Du Yali was indeed quite commendable. Oh, what am I thinking? Zheng Shao'an shook his head, banishing the chaotic thoughts. The most pressing matter now was the construction of the house. He counted on his fingers. The timber was secured, the tiles were ready, and the sand was gathered. What was lacking now was manpower. He must summon Sanpao. Zheng Shao'an slapped his thigh. Let us recruit a few strong workers. More hands will expedite the tree felling. Upon returning home, Zheng Shao'an tossed the shrimp onto the stove, rummaging for his rain boots and machete. Just as he finished preparing, the rain outside diminished, and he dashed out the door. Sanpao, where have you gone? Zheng Shao'an shouted at Li Sanpao's doorstep. Goodness gracious! Li Sanpao, with a disheveled hairstyle, sprang out from inside. Anzi, brother, on such a rainy day. Enough chatter. Zheng Shao'an grabbed him. Quickly, go gather Guzi Dinyo and a few more able-bodied workers. Once the rain ceases, we will head to East Island to fell trees. Li Sanpao perked up at the mention of tree felling. Felling trees? For the house? Of course. Zheng Shao'an kicked him lightly. The captain has approved it. We have access to discounted timber from the commune. Let us tidy up my house. Understood. Li Sanpao thumped his chest. I'll rally the troops. I guarantee we'll have 8 strong workers. With that, he dashed into the rain without an umbrella, barefoot and shouting. Guzi, Dinyo, don't dawdle. Anzi is leading us to fortune. Zheng Shao'an watched Li Sanpao's retreating figure, nodding in satisfaction. With this lad organizing, manpower would surely not be a concern. Now, they just had to wait for the rain to cease and the waves to calm. The torrential rain poured for 2 consecutive days before finally relenting. Yet the sea remained tumultuous. Zheng Shao'an stood at the pier, watching the surging waves with a furrowed brow. Anzi, when shall we depart? Li Sanpao vigitid anxiously. The brothers can hardly wait. Zheng Shao'an squinted at the sky. Let us wait another day. The waves are too high for the small boat to withstand. I will pay everyone who comes to fell the trees, so let us all be patient. After enduring another day, the sea finally began to calm somewhat. In the early morning, Zheng Shao'an beckoned everyone aboard the grand fishing vessel. These young lads, born and raised on the island, had never laid eyes on such an impressive boat. As they stepped onto the deck, they were awestruck, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, gazing about in wonder. Wow, this ship is truly magnificent. Brother-in is quite skilled, even managing to acquire a fishing boat of this caliber. The planks, the mast, far superior to the shabby vessels of the brigade. I heard Brother-in-'s ship can catch 2,000 pounds of fish in one trip. Zheng Shao'an chuckled, shaking his head. Settle in. Save your energy for the tree cutting later. Upon uttering these words, he ignited the fishing boat's engine, which roared to life, slicing through the tranquil sea towards the eastern island. After more than an hour of sailing, the outline of the eastern island gradually came into view. From a distance, the lush greenery of the island melded into a vibrant tapestry of towering pines and stately firs, glistening in the sunlight. Zheng Shao'an squinted, observing what splendid timber, perfect for building houses. As soon as the boat docked, he rallied the men. Brothers, it's time to work. Be cautious, and choose the sturdy ones to fell. 7 or 8 strong laborers, axes and saws in hand, plunged into the forest, swiftly accompanied by the sound of wood being chopped. Li Sanpao also seized an axe, eager to join in, but was halted by Zheng Shao'an's firm grasp. What is the rush? He inquired, puzzled. Brother-in, I need to chop trees too. Zheng Shao'an pointed towards the distant beach. Look at the island. The tide has just receded. There must be treasures on the sand. Since we're here, let us gather some seafood to enrich our meal tonight. Li Sanpao's eyes brightened, casting aside his axe. Brother-in, you always think ahead. The two strolled along the beach, where the retreating tide left behind small puddles and shells scattered across the sandy expanse. Zheng Shao'an bent down to pick up a conch shell, weighing it in his hand. Given the tide levels, we should find plenty of good things. Li Sanpao, unable to contain his excitement, kicked off his shoes and dashed towards the shallow waters. The beach, abundant with marine life post-tide, revealed several small stingrays still flapping on the sand. However, these stingrays were small, lacking in meat, and offered little value, thus not worth collecting. After a few steps, Zheng Shao'an noticed numerous breathing holes in the sand, shaped like the letter V and no larger than a pinky finger, a clear sign of clams. Sanpao, bring the salt jar, he called out. The lad, bent over digging, triumphantly pulled out an octopus, laughing. Look, brother-in, this octopus tried to escape, but I caught it. The salt jar. Zheng Shao'an chuckled, retrieving the salt container from his waist. Catching clams was quite the endeavor. Typically, upon identifying a clam hole, one simply sprinkles salt at the entrance. If the clam is home, bubbles will emerge from the hole. Before long, the clams will pop out of the sand like mushrooms after rainfall. Zheng Shao'an crouched down, carefully sprinkling a pinch of salt into the clam's burrow. As soon as the grains of salt fell, several small bubbles began to rise from the mouth of the hole. A glimmer of excitement lit up his eyes, and he sprinkled a bit more salt. Suddenly, a delicate jet of water erupted from the hole, followed by the cautious emergence of a dark brown clam's head. Zheng Shao'an, quick-witted and nimble-fingered, deftly pinched with 2 fingers and pulled out a plump clam. Goodness, this clam is as thick as a finger. Li Sanpao exclaimed, lean incluse. Zheng Shao'an tossed the clam into his bamboo basket. This is a prize catch. The city folk adore it. The supply and marketing cooperative pays 20 cents per pound. After exploring several holes, they had managed to catch 5 or 6 clams. Li Sanpao, trying to mimic the technique, sprinkled salt but was too forceful, blocking the clam's hole with salt, which made him stomp his foot in frustration. All right, this is sufficient for a stir-fry, Zheng Shao'an remarked, weighing the water bucket in his hand. Clams are abundant along the coast, and the fishermen have grown accustomed to them. Primarily, these creatures yield little meat, and freshly caught ones require sand to be expelled, rendering them rather unremarkable. The truly extraordinary bounty lies hidden among the rocky areas. With this thought, Zheng Shao'an led Li Sanpao toward the rocky zone. Upon arriving, Li Sanpao eagerly retrieved a fiddler crab from a crevice. Though small in size, he was overjoyed. Just then, Zheng Shao'an furrowed his brow, his ears picking up a faint rustling sound amidst the crashing waves, reminiscent of fish scales brushing against one another as they swam. Could it be? His heart raced, and he instinctively touched his chest. Ever since he had consumed the spiritual spring water from the space, his senses had sharpened remarkably. Amidst the cacophony of the ocean, he could accurately discern the movements of the fish. What a treasure! This would make foraging for seafood far simpler in the future. Anzi go, what are you daydreaming about? Li Sanpao approached with half a bucket of clams. Zheng Shao'an discreetly pointed to the rocky area beneath his feet. Sanpao, there are big fish over here. Go fetch the fishing rods. Let us cast a couple of lines to provide a feast for everyone. Really? Li Sanpao skeptically glanced at the calm surface of the water. What big fish could possibly be here? Despite his doubts, he hurried back to the boat to retrieve the fishing gear. Zheng Shao'an knelt by the rocks, his fingers lightly gliding across the water surface. The scene, 3 meters underwater, vividly materialized in his mind. 7 or 8 hefty black sea bream were foraging around the rocky crevices, the largest among them weighing no less than 5 pounds. The golden finger had yet another remarkable function. How futile his earlier efforts scouring the beach now seemed. Ansi jie, Li Sanpao returned, carrying 2 bamboo fishing rods. What bait should we use? I brought shrimp and sandworms. Let us use this. Zheng Shao'an selected a lively shrimp from the bucket, pinching its back gently. As the juice oozed from the shrimp meat, he discreetly released some spiritual spring water. Instantly, the fish below stirred restlessly. The fishing line sliced through the air, plunging swiftly into the water. Zheng Shao'an fixed his gaze on the surface, watching the descent of the hook as if in slow motion, the trajectory clear and precise. As the lead sinker descended to within half a meter of the massive black sea bream, he abruptly jerked his wrist. The bamboo pole arched into a crescent shape, while the reel emitted a shrill cry. Li Sanpao's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, there's indeed a big catch. Amidst the splashes, a shimmering silver-black sea bream breached the surface, its tail slapping against the rocks with a resounding thud. Could weigh 2 pounds, perhaps. Li Sanpao's tongue became entangled. Brother Anzi, you're incredible. How did you know there were fish here? He had seen nothing moments before. The current here was swift. Logically, schools of fish should not gather in such a tumultuous spot. Zheng Shao'an chuckled, deftly replacing the bait with fresh shrimp, then casually remarked, the tide has just receded, and it is still slowly rising. It rained a couple of days ago, making the sea a bit more turbulent than usual. All these fish have been driven towards the shore. The black sea bream love to burrow. It's easy to catch them. With the second cast, he astonishingly hooked 2 yellowfin bream simultaneously. The lumberjacks in the distance, hearing the commotion, hurried over to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing 2 or 3 fish piled by the rocks, Erguzi's jaw dropped wide enough to fit an egg. Brother Anzi, your fishing skills are more remarkable than those of seasoned fishermen. Zheng Shao'an called out to the onlookers. Everyone, put in some effort. Once you finish cutting the trees, I'll treat you to a grand feast of fresh fish tonight. Brother Anzi, could you catch a little prawn too? Erguzi, eagerly rubbing his hands, added, I had it once last year. The meat was so tender. Dream on. Li Sanpao smacked him on the back of the head. Get back to work. Do you think Brother Anzi would shortchange you? The crowd erupted in laughter and dispersed. The forest again filled with the crackling sound of lumberjacks at work. Zheng Shao'an continued to cast his line, the fishing line tracing graceful arcs. After 7 or 8 casts, each brought in black sea bream, the smallest weighing at least a pound. Chapter 32. Catching blue crabs in the mangroves. Brother Anzi, have you stumbled upon a black bream nest? Li Sanpao jested while filling his bucket with fish. If we keep this up, we shall feast solely on fish tonight. There's no rush. The finer catch lies ahead. Zheng Shao'an replied with a mysterious smile, casting his line once more. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a vivid red flash between the crevices of the rocks. It was Zheng Shao'an's pupils dilated, and his breath quickened. Before him swam a magnificent east starry flounder, its entire body a rich crimson adorned with azure spots, leisurely gliding through the rocky terrain. The fish was as long as an arm and weighed no less than 5 or 6 pounds. "Sanpao," Zheng Shao'an whispered urgently. "Fetch the live shrimp." "What's the matter?" "Bradaransi," Li Sanpao asked, puzzled, as he handed over the basket of shrimp. "Do you see that?" Zheng Shao'an pointed underwater. "The east starry flounder." "What?" Li Sanpao nearly leaped in surprise. "That's the one served at state banquets." Zheng Shao'an carefully pinched off the shrimp's head, allowing its juices to seep out. This delicacy could fetch an exorbitant price in the city. Yet, this was merely a prelude. In the future, the price of the east starry flounder would soar to absurd heights. Just this one fish could equal the monthly wage of a city worker. The fishing line silently descended into the water. Zheng Shao'an held his breath, gently manipulating the fishing rod. The east starry flounder seemed to sense something and elegantly turned, swimming slowly towards the shrimp bait. It was hooked. Zheng Shao'an flicked his wrist, and the rod bent into a graceful arc. With a tremendous splash, the east starry flounder leaped from the water, its red scales shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. In an instant, it returned to the sea. "Oh my goodness!" Li Sanpao exclaimed, dropping to the ground. "This fish, it's too beautiful." The east starry flounder continued to struggle fiercely, the fishing line creaking under the strain. Zheng Shao'an remained composed, alternating between loosening and tightening the line, engaging in a tug-of-war with this noble denizen of the sea. "Be careful, Anzi. Don't let it dive into the rocks," Li Sanpao urged, hopping anxiously. "If the hook gets snagged on the reef, we'll have no choice but to cut the line. That would be a disaster." "Rest assured," Zheng Shao'an deftly maneuvered the fish toward open waters. This east starry flounder was large and required considerable effort. He skillfully adjusted the tension on the line. Whenever the fish exerted force, he would gently ease the line, and as soon as it paused, he would pull again. The hook pricked its flesh, compelling the fish to flee further. After a series of back-and-forth struggles, the east starry flounder began to tire. Observing its diminished vigor, Zheng Shao'an suddenly lifted his rod high. The fishing rod traced a graceful arc through the air, revealing the resplendent fish before their eyes. Li Sanpao grabbed the net, his hands trembling. "Goodness, how many work credits could this one fetch?" "Work credits?" Zheng Shao'an chuckled incredulously. "This fish is worth the equivalent of 2 months of your labor." Upon hearing this, Li Sanpao's hands trembled even more, nearly causing the net to plunge into the sea. "My dear mother," he exclaimed, hastily securing the prize coral trout, fearful of losing even a single scale. "Brother, this fish cannot die. I could never afford the loss." Zheng Shao'an prodded the smooth scales of the coral trout with his finger, his heart brimming with joy. To his astonishment, he discovered such a treasure by the rocks. The coral trout, being precious, would fetch an astronomical price if nurtured in the spirit spring space for a while longer. "Sanpao, go fetch a bucket from the boat to hold some seawater for it." Zheng Shao'an glanced at the sky, noting the late hour. "It's time we reel in our lines and head back." Li Sanpao scampered off to get the bucket, muttering, "This fish needs to be raised in clean water, right? I heard that precious fish are delicate." "Use seawater," Zheng Shao'an replied, pouring 2 drops of spirit spring water into the bucket discreetly as he took it. "Have you lost your mind? Coral trout are sea fish. They must be kept in seawater." The moment the coral trout was placed in the water, it perked up immediately, its vibrant scales shimmering in the sunlight. Li Sanpao stared in awe. "Brethren, why is this fish so beautiful? It looks like something out of a painting." Zheng Shao'an chuckled, carefully placing the bucket in a shaded area, then called out to Li Sanpao, "Gather up the fish he caught. We'll have grilled fish for dinner tonight." After tidying up their belongings, they began their journey back. In the distance, the sound of chopping would echoed. "Brothers, time to wrap up," he shouted. "Tonight we feast." Li Sanpao trailed behind, cradling the freshly caught black sea bream, resembling a showy local magnate. From the woods emerged 7 or 8 sweaty men, with Guzi carrying a half-log on his shoulder. Upon seeing the fish, their eyes lit up. "Brethren, you actually caught fish?" "Of course," Li Sanpao exclaimed, tossing the fish to the ground and mysteriously lifting the bucket's lid. A splash of vivid red erupted from the bucket, drenching everyone in water. "Goodness!" Dinyo plopped down on the ground, astonished. "Why does this fish look as if it's been painted with rouge? And it has rosy cheeks." "Coral trout," Guzi shouted, his hands trembling like a sieve. "I've seen this in the Commune's propaganda posters. This is fit for a national banquet." A crowd of rugged men surged forward, craning their necks to peer into the bucket. "Why do the scales have blue stars? I heard this fish makes broth that is simply divine." "Broth, my foot. It should be steamed. That is how they serve it in the big restaurants in the city." Zheng Shao'an chuckled at their banter, pulling out matches. "Let us set up a fire. There will be plenty of fish." Li Sanpao immediately leapt up. "I'll go gather firewood." Guzi swallowed hard, tugging at him. "Why the hurry? Let me have another look at this treasure." "Look at what? If you keep staring, your eyes will fall into the bucket." Li Sanpao kicked him aside and dashed into the woods. The others hastily cleared a space, moving stones to build a fire pit. Zheng Shao'an spread the clean black sea bream over the rocks, pulling out a small knife to scale it. "Brethren, about the coral trout," Dinyo said, rubbing his hands together as he approached. "How about I help you with that?" "Get lost," Zheng Shao'an chided with a laugh. "This fish must be lively and wriggling when we take it back. A dead one holds little value." The fire crackled and blazed, while fish skewered on branches sizzled and released fragrant oils. Li Sanpao, seemingly out of nowhere, produced half a packet of salt and began sprinkling it generously over the fish. "Delicious. Truly delightful." Guzi gnawed at the fish's tail, exclaiming, "1,000 times better than the pickled vegetables at the communal canteen." Zheng Shao'an tore off a piece of fish belly and savored it, the salty and fresh flavors exploding on his palate. Squinting at the pile of firewood resembling a small mountain, he mused, "At this rate, we'll have enough by noon tomorrow." "Absolutely." Daniel thumped his chest. "When have we ever faltered in our work?" As night deepened, the sounds of the ocean mingled with the laughter and banter of the men. Li Sanpao sprawled on the beach, belching contentedly. "Brother Anzi, I'll help you with the house repairs tomorrow. Just provide the meals." "You wish." Zheng Shao'an kicked him lightly. "We haven't even fetched the tiles yet. The day after tomorrow, we must go to the neighboring brigade to haul supplies." "Count me in." Guzi raised his hand. "I heard they've got a flock of hens laying eggs over there." "Forget it." Laughter erupted among the group. "You're just trying to swipe their eggs again." Amidst the jovial banter, Zheng Shao'an glanced at his pocket watch. "All right, everyone, let's rest. We need to rise early tomorrow." As the night grew darker, the sound of waves crashing against the shore became increasingly distinct. Lying in the makeshift grass shelter, Zheng Shao'an listened to the symphony of snores, his eyes shining like 2 tiny light bulbs. He quietly retrieved his pocket watch. It was 2 a.m. The tide must be receding. "Sanpao, wake up." He pinched Li Sanpao's nose, causing the lad to yelp and spring up, only to have Zheng Shao'an swiftly cover his mouth. "Shh, don't wake everyone." Chapter 33. The Explosion of Blue Crabs. Li Sanpao's eyes widened as he caught sight of Zheng Shao'an tucking a net bag into his waistband under the moonlight, instantly shaking off his drowsiness. "Brethren, at this hour, let us venture into the mangroves." As Zheng Shao'an stepped outside, he began to mutter, "This morning I noticed enormous crab tracks over there, larger than a palm." Blue crabs?" Li Sanpao stammered, hastily putting on his rubber boots. These creatures could fetch 5 or 6 yuan each at the supply and marketing cooperative, nearly half a month's wages for a city worker. The two of them ventured into the mangroves, stepping cautiously while wielding a flashlight. The moonlight was fragmented by the gnarled branches, mingling the scent of the tide with the sour aroma of decaying leaves. Suddenly, Li Sanpao grasped Zheng Shao'an's arm. "Brother, this place feels eerie. Last year, Lu the Lame encountered a water ghost, right?" Zheng Shao'an scoffed, sweeping the flashlight beam across the muddy shore, revealing distinct crab claw imprints. "Look at these tracks. They are larger than what Lu the Lame has in his trousers. Are you afraid of ghosts or eager for fortune?" Li Sanpao burst into laughter, his tension dissipating significantly. At the moment the beam of light sliced through the darkness, the entire mangrove seemed to come alive. Countless fiddler crabs scuttled back into their burrows. Mudskippers leaped on the mudflats, and a muted thud echoed from afar, as if a heavy object had plunged into the water. My goodness! Li Sanpao clutched the handle of his hatchet tightly. Yet, Zheng Shao'an squatted down, his fingertips tracing a star-shaped indentation in the mud. 5 deep grooves radiated outward, with remnants of a dark blue crab shell clinging to the edges. A king crab? Li Sanpao's voice quivered. Zheng Shao'an shook his head, directing the flashlight deeper into the mangroves along the tracks. It's a serrated blue crab. Judging by these claw prints, it must weigh at least 3 gene. 3 gene? Li Sanpao nearly bit his tongue. He had only ever seen the largest blue crab weighing a mere 1.5 gene. Where had he ever encountered a 3-gene specimen? This was no ordinary blue crab. It was a behemoth. How? How do we find it? It's too dark to see, and this area is unfamiliar. One misstep could send us tumbling into the water. Li Sanpao freta. In their village, he would not have been so apprehensive. However, on the East Island, they seldom ventured, especially at night, into the mangroves. The mangroves were fraught with peril, rife with whirlpools and swamps, and a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. Thus, the village children were strictly forbidden from entering the mangroves. Only those who had erred were taken there for labor reform. You know nothing. The mangroves are abundant. Zheng Shao'an chuckled lightly, speaking up. This side of the mangroves is teeming with seafood, especially at night. Blue crabs are active at night, and when they encounter a flashlight, they emerge from their burrows. It's a sure catch. Li Sanpao swallowed hard and began to shift stones beside him. All right, brethren, we shall hunt for blue crabs with you. After watching this fellow turn over 3 stones without success, Zheng Shao'an grinned, pulling out an iron rod as thick as his thumb from his waist. Sanpao, take note. He stealthily approached the edge of the mudflat in the mangroves, where the tide had just receded, revealing a myriad of tracks left by blue crabs. He crouched down, gently tapping the iron rod against the surface of the water. Tap, tap, tap. The ripples spread, disturbing the blue crabs hidden beneath the mud, their claws slightly ajar. Alert to the commotion above. Brother Anzi, will this work? Li Sanpao whispered, fearful of scaring away their quarry. Shoo, point the flashlight right there soon. We shall catch the big ones. Chapter 34. The bountiful harvest of the mangroves. Zheng Shao'an gestured for silence, and the iron rod continued to rhythmically strike the surface of the water. Suddenly, the muddy water splashed violently as a large, dark claw erupted from the depths, fiercely clamping onto the iron rod. Hooked! Zheng Shao'an exclaimed in a low voice, his wrist flicking as he yanked upward. With a splash, a palm-sized blue crab was dragged to the surface, its claws steadfastly gripping the iron rod, while its 8 legs flailed wildly, sending mud and water flying in every direction. Wow, impressive. Li Sanpao's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he hurriedly grabbed a bamboo basket and rushed over. Zheng Shao'an deftly flipped his wrist, and with a thud, the blue crab fell into the basket, still clinging tightly to the iron rod. It was only upon entering the bamboo basket that the crab realized its predicament, indignantly waving its massive claw, producing a sharp clacking sound. Did you see that? Just like this. Zheng Shao'an chuckled, shaking the mud off the iron rod. Blue crabs are notoriously temperamental. The moment they sense movement, they are eager to fight. A single strike of the iron rod guarantees a catch. Li Sanpao swallowed hard, quickly pulling out his own iron rod, mimicking Zheng Shao'an's technique as he struck the water. Tap, tap, tap. The muddy water churned again, provoking another blue crab, which clamped onto the iron rod with a resounding snap. Li Sanpao, nearly jumping with excitement, shouted, Bradaranzi. I caught one too. Don't rush, pull slowly, Zheng Shao'an advised. Li Sanpao, imitating Zheng Shao'an's method, gave a sudden tug, and the blue crab fell into the bamboo basket with a thud, its claws wildly flailing in protest. Ha ha ha, this creature is truly foolish, Li Sanpao exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in delight. A single strike and it's hooked. It's even easier than fishing. Zheng Shao'an smiled silently, continuing to strike the water. Tap, tap, splash, tulp, tulp, splash. One blue crab after another was caught, the commotion in the bamboo basket growing louder as the crabs clashed with one another, producing a cacophony of clacking sounds, as if they were engaged in battle. In less than half an hour, the basket was nearly full, heavy and cumbersome for Li Sanpao to carry. Brother Anzi, this is an overwhelming amount. Li Sanpao stared at the overflowing basket of blue crabs, his eyes wide in disbelief. The supply and marketing cooperative pays over 2 yuan per pound for these creatures, and this basket must weigh at least 20 pounds. Zheng Shao'an weighed the basket in his hands, grinning widely. This is just the beginning. Let's keep going. The two continued along the edge of the mangroves, the iron rods drawing in blue crabs with every strike, as if enraged warriors charging forth with their claws raised. Splash, splash, splash. Each crab larger and more ferocious than the last. The bamboo basket soon reached its capacity. Li Sanpao, unable to contain his excitement, removed his outer jacket to cradle the remaining blue crabs, his face flushed with exhilaration. Brother Anzi, we are bound for fortune. Wiping the mud from his face, Zheng Shao'an replied with a smile. This is just the start. When dawn breaks and the tide fully recedes, there will be even larger ones beneath the mudflats. Li Sanpao's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Then what are we waiting for? Let's continue. The two individuals became increasingly engrossed in their fishing. The sound of iron rods striking the water resonating through the tranquil mangroves. The blue crabs seemed provoked, eagerly presenting themselves one after another. The bamboo basket overflowed, their jackets bulging with the catch, and even the pant legs were rolled up to accommodate the weighty crabs, producing a satisfying clattering with each step. Brother Anzi, at this rate, we shall deplete the entire stock of blue crabs in the mangroves. Li Sanpao exclaimed, his laughter wide and unabashed. Zheng Shao'an glanced at the sky. The eastern horizon was tinged with a pearly light. The tide had receded significantly, revealing a multitude of blue crab burrows in the mudflat. Come, let us venture over there. He indicated toward the mire deeper within the mangroves. The water is surely deeper there, and abundant treasures await. Chapter 35. The blue crab explosion. Li Sanpao excitedly followed, as the two of them trudged through the marsh, sinking deeply with each step. Suddenly, a blue crab, nearly the size of a bowl, clamped down fiercely on the iron rod, its strength nearly causing Zheng Shao'an to stumble. Wow, has this creature turned into a spirit? Li Sanpao exclaimed, stepping back in shock. Zheng Shao'an firmly grasped the iron rod and with a vigorous flick, sent the blue crab crashing onto the muddy shore. Its 8 legs flailed wildly, and its pincers snapped open and shut with ferocity. This must weigh around 4 pounds. Zheng Shao'an exclaimed with enthusiasm. The supply and marketing cooperative will pay at least 10 yuan for such a large blue crab. Li Sanpao swallowed hard and quickly wrapped it in his coat, fearing it might escape. The two of them continued their sweep, collecting blue crabs until dawn, when the tide began to rise, prompting them to reluctantly cease their efforts. Alongside the blue crabs, they also caught 3 or 4 horseshoe crabs and flower crabs. However, in comparison to the blue crabs, these were insignificant. As the tide rose, they finally returned to their camp. Everyone was awake, and after a quick meal of cornbread, they ventured into the woods. At this pace, they would surely be able to return today. Brethren, how do we prepare these blue crabs? Li Sanpao squatted on the ground, troubled by the sight of the flailing blue crabs. Surely, they cannot be sent directly to the supply cooperative like this. Although lively, crabs lose their value once they become lethargic. Even the villagers knew that crabs that are half dead are inedible. Consuming them could lead to stomach issues. Moreover, with so many blue crabs in one place, conflicts were inevitable. At that moment, 2 crabs were locked in a struggle, each refusing to relent. Zheng Shao'an pulled a piece of grass rope from his waist and chuckled. Silly boy, the most valuable part of a blue crab is its large pincers. If they fall off, the price would drop by at least half. As he spoke, he crouched down and deftly grabbed a blue crab. Watch closely. This is how you bind them. With his left thumb and index finger pinching the sides of the crab's shell, his right hand swiftly looped the grass rope around its legs. The crab's legs thrashed about, and its pincers snapped, yet it could not pinch him. First bind the legs, then the pincers. Zheng Shao'an skillfully secured the blue crab, transforming it into a neatly tied bundle. Lu Laotu, who purchased the crabs for the cooperative, had a keen eye. Even a missing leg would be noticeable. After a night of catching, they could not afford to lose value. Li Sanpao watched in awe. Brother-in, your technique is like magic. It's even quicker than my father's. Stop the flattery and hurry up and learn to bind them. Zheng Shao'an tossed the grass rope to him. Remember, if it's too loose, they will escape. If it's too tight, you'll suffocate the crab. It needs to be just right. The two of them busied themselves at the edge of the camp for most of the morning and finally managed to bind dozens of blue crabs. Li Sanpao shook his sore arms. This work is more exhausting than chopping wood. Just then, a commotion arose from the forest. They saw Erguzi and Dinyo emerging, struggling under the weight of the last few larch logs, sweat glistening on their faces. Brother, and we've finished cutting all the wood. Zheng Shao'an rose and brushed the dirt from his hands, exclaiming, well done. The wood is securely bound. We shall tow it back with the boat shortly. Dinyo, wiping the sweat from his brow, inquired, what about the tiles and sand? Zheng Shao'an replied, I have already arranged with Accountant Wang from the neighboring team to fetch the tiles this afternoon. He gestured towards the pile of timber, adding, as for the sand, it is quite straightforward. The commune has an abundance of river sand, and we can simply collect it upon our return. Chapter 36. Renovating the island cottage. Zheng Shao'an directed the crew as they neatly stacked the freshly cut cedar logs onto the deck of the boat, the robust timber glistening with a glossy sheen under the sun. He picked up a hemp rope and skillfully tied a secure knot on the gunwale. Erguzi, shift the wood a bit this way. It needs to be tightly bound, or it might tumble into the sea during the journey, and there would be no way to retrieve it. All right, Erguzi called out, and alongside Dinyo, they maneuvered the logs into position. Li Sanpao stood nearby, assisting in tightening the hemp rope, the coarse fibers leaving several red imprints on his palms, yet he paid no heed to the pain. Zheng Shao'an crouched at the bow, meticulously inspecting each knot. He tugged firmly and, seeing the wood remain steadfast, nodded in satisfaction. Done. This way, even in rough seas, it won't fall. The crew hurried to secure the last few logs, the decks slightly sagging under their weight. Standing at the stern, Zheng Shao'an observed the bustling figures around him, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. The morning light danced upon the sea, creating shimmering reflections, while the distant mangroves appeared particularly lush after the tide receded. He inhaled a deep breath of the briny sea breeze and called out to the crew. Is everything checked? Prepare to head back. All set. No problems. They chimed in unison, their faces illuminated with uncontainable joy. The diesel engine roared to life, and the fishing boat gradually moved away from shore. Zheng Shao'an steered the vessel, carefully avoiding the rocks and shallows. The heavily laden boat sat low in the water, gliding smoothly across the surface. Li Sanpao squatted at the bow, occasionally glancing back at the securely tied logs, anxious about any potential mishaps. Don't worry, it won't fall. Zheng Shao'an reassured him with a smile. This knot I learned from an old fisherman. The more it bounces, the tighter it binds. Erguzi leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Brother Anzi, I heard you caught a blue crab weighing over 4 gene. How much will the supply and marketing cooperative pay you? At least $10. Zheng Shao'an squinted his eyes, enough to buy 2 gene of pork. The crew collectively swallowed hard at the mention. Dinyo rubbed his belly. Once the house is fixed, we must have a proper feast. The fishing boat sliced through the tranquil waters, leaving a long trail in its wake. In the distance, the outline of the island began to sharpen. As the vessel approached the shore, a crowd of villagers had already gathered at the dock, eager to witness the arrival. Zheng Shao'an tossed the mooring rope around a wooden post and turned to Li Sanpao. Take Erguzi and the others to the supply and marketing cooperative. Remember to have old Lu Wei in front of you. What about you, Brother Anzi? Li Sanpao hesitated, clutching a bamboo basket filled with blue crabs. Zheng Shao'an pointed to a few water buckets in the corner of the cabin. I'll first deal with these miscellaneous fish to prevent them from spoiling. Saying this, he pulled 2 coins from his pocket and handed them to Li Sanpao. After you finish, remember to go to Accountant Wang's place to bring back the tiles. Use the remaining money to buy 2 packs of the Qianmen. Once Li Sanpao and the others had walked away, Zheng Shao'an glanced around to ensure no one was watching and promptly lifted the lid of the water buckets. Inside, the eastern starry flounder swam languidly, while the horseshoe crabs and flower crabs were jostling within another bucket. With a thought, he drew both the buckets and their contents into his space. In the serene expanse of the space, the spiritual spring flows gently, while Zheng Shao'an places fish and crabs beside the shallow pool at the spring's edge. The instant the grouper encounters the mystical spring water, it instantly becomes invigorated, flicking its tail energetically, while the horse-faced crab releases its pincers, joyfully bubbling away. It is indeed a nurturing environment here. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zheng Shao'an casually plucks a few wild fruits hanging in the space, tucking them into his pocket. In recent days, he has diligently transplanted numerous mangrove plants into the space, which have now sprouted tender green shoots. Upon returning to the dock, he finds Daniu leading a group of educated youth to transport sand and soil from the back mountain. Zheng Shao'an assists in carrying several baskets, and then heads to the village entrance to fetch a cart for the roofing tiles. By the time the sun sets, the area in front of the educated youth dormitory is already piled high with construction materials. Chapter 37, Jealousy in the New House Anzigu. I sold 103 pieces. Li Sanpao dashed back, clutching crumpled bills in his hand. Old Lu said that the 4-gene 2-liang green crab would be priced at 15 yuan. Zheng Shao'an took the money, counted it, and handed 30 yuan back to Li Sanpao. Tomorrow, go to the town and buy some lime and nails, then we shall commence work. All right. The following day, just as dawn began to break, the area in front of the educated youth point buzzed with activity. Zheng Shao'an was crouched on the ground, using lime powder to mark the foundation lines, when he looked up to see Zhang the carpenter approaching from the east of the village, carrying a plane and a saw. Anzi, I heard you were building a house. Zhang the carpenter set his tools down. I brought some old cedar wood, perfect for making door and window frames. Just as Zheng Shao'an was about to express his gratitude, Aunt Wang arrived with a basket. Anzi, I steamed some buns. Let everyone fill their stomachs before getting back to work. He had resolved the village's grain issues, and everyone was unsure how to express their thanks. The villagers were simple folk. Whenever there was work to be done, they would lend a hand, especially for someone like Zheng Shao'an, who devoted himself wholeheartedly to the betterment of the village. The warmth of their enthusiasm was palpable. As the sun crested the treetops, more than 20 people had gathered in the clearing. The old party secretary led a few strong laborers digging in the back hill, while women busied themselves mixing mud. Children scampered about delivering tools, and even 70-year-old Grandpa Zhao leaned on his cane to offer advice on how to build the walls sturdily. This water channel in front needs to be half a foot deeper. The rafters must be perfectly straight. The tiles need to be laid this way to prevent leaks. Everyone chimed in with suggestions, and Zheng Shao'an listened intently, occasionally responding with agreement. Zhang the carpenter, accompanied by several young men, began sawing the wood, and amidst the flying shavings, the frames for the doors and windows gradually took shape. The dilapidated old wooden window was soon replaced with a new decorative window, instantly elevating the appearance. Li Sanpao and Guzi were tasked with transporting soil, the cart creaking back and forth, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads in the sunlight. Anzigu, the mud has arrived. Daniu pushed a wheelbarrow loaded with freshly mixed yellow mud. Zheng Shao'an took the handle of the cart and poured it into the wall foundation. A few seasoned hands immediately gathered around, using wooden mallets to compact the mud. At noon, Aunt Wang called everyone to lunch. A large iron pot was set up on a makeshift stove, the aroma of cabbage stew wafting far and wide. Zheng Shao'an squatted by the wall, eating, while he overheard the children debating what color paint the new wall should be. Red. The entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative is red. Blue looks beautiful, like the ocean, if you ask me. The old party secretary interjected, puffing on his dry tobacco. A coat of lime water will brighten it up and prevent moisture. The afternoon's work was even more fervent. The women formed a line passing tiles, while the men set up ladders to lay them on the roof. Zheng Shao'an stood below, passing materials, listening to the clattering sounds from above. Zhang the carpenter called from the middle of the ladder, "Pass me 2 more ridge tiles." All the leaky tiles were discarded carelessly. falling to the ground and shattering. There were already people waiting below, clearing away the shattered tiles to be taken to the tile factory for disposal, which could provide a bit of extra money. As the sun began to dip towards the west, the last tile was finally laid. The newly reinforced earthen wall glistened with a damp sheen, and the freshly whitewashed window frames gleamed like snow. Li Sanpao jumped down from the rooftop, wiping the dust from his face. "Brother-in, I tested the chimney. It doesn't emit any smoke." The crowd gathered around the new house, pointing and discussing. Some suggested oiling the door hinges, while others insisted that the window paper should be pasted with rice soup. Zheng Shao'an expressed his gratitude to each person, feeling a warm glow in his heart. Meanwhile, Lu Meiwan and Zhao Shanfeng trudged back from the Red Forest, their pant legs caked with foul-smelling mud, and their hands marked with a few bloody scratches from crab pincers. From a distance, they could see a throng of people at the youth station, filled with joyous laughter and cheerful chatter. "What's going on?" Lu Meiwan squinted her eyes, and upon realizing the situation, she couldn't help but exclaim, "That beast is even building a house now?" Chapter 38. The Destruction of the Knowledge Youth Upward Movement. In the golden glow of the setting sun, the newly constructed tiled houses shimmered, and Zheng Shao'an was surrounded by villagers, engaged in jovial conversation. Zhao Shanfeng's eyes turned green with envy as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. How many days has it been since coming to the countryside? He asked, repairing houses and purchasing fishing boats. Where does he acquire the funds? It must be through unscrupulous means. Lu Meijuan's voice shifted in pitch. Why should he prosper? We toil endlessly, suffering through labor and penalties. And now we must endure labor reform. Meanwhile, his life just keeps getting better. Zhao Shanfeng felt a bitter pang. He had been on the island for a year without the means to renovate his home. Now, he was suffering due to Zheng Shao'an. If it weren't for Zheng Shao'an denying him rice, would he have resorted to theft and gotten caught? Damn it, he still dreams of a better life. The veteran knowledge youth are still enduring hardship. His eyes burned with fury. This beast, how long has he been here? And he has already charmed the islanders like lapdogs. I refuse to accept this. Beside him, Lu Meiwan seized Zhao Shanfeng's arm. Let us go. We shall report him. This good-for-nothing, if he doesn't work. He should expect to stay on the island. The two charged into the crowd with fervor. Lu Meiwan kicked over a lime bucket, sending white powder scattering across the ground. Zheng Shao'an, you are indulging in capitalism, she shouted, her finger nearly poking Zheng Shao'an's nose. Look here, everyone. This man does not earn work points or labor. He perpetually seeks special privileges, while the other knowledge youth toil to dry seaweed and mend fishing nets. He acts as if he's above it all. What is this? Are you of a superior breed? Zhao Shanfeng, eyes red, and chimed in, exactly. We labor daily in the mangroves, and he, on the other hand, is secretly amassing wealth. He spat as he pointed at the new house. Where did these bricks and timber come from? Is he not selling off collective assets? It's only been a few days, and he already has a house and a fishing boat. Our entire brigade will be hollowed out by you. The onlooking villagers were taken aback. The old party secretary furrowed his brow, about to speak, when Lu Meiwan erupted again. Knowledge youth coming to the countryside are here for re-education by the poor and lower-middle peasants, not to live as a lord. She clutched her tattered clothing, her voice hoarse with emotion. Let everyone judge. We are battered and bruised from our transformation, yet he is residing in a new house. This is a journey towards capitalism, hedonism. He deserves to be criticized. Back in the city, we were educated to prioritize the collective. Renting a house is one thing, but now he has money for renovations? Where did that money come from? Doesn't anyone realize? Previously, Zhao said he was engaging in speculation and taking kickbacks, and no one believed him. Now, can you all see it? Zhao Shanfeng seized the opportunity to stoke the flames. Those fish and crabs of his must have been stolen from the production team. What genuine knowledge youth goes out to sea every day? He forcefully kicked a fishing net against the wall. This is the evidence. Zheng Shao'an watched the two with cold indifference. Li Sanpao, infuriated, was about to rush forward but was restrained by Zheng. He chuckled softly, observing the two in their frenzied display, and asked, What is this? Which rule stipulates that educated youth are forbidden from building houses? Lu Meiwan was infuriated, screaming hysterically. Stop pretending. This is nothing but bourgeois hedonism. We must report this to the county. Yes, report it. Zhao Shanfeng echoed, raising his voice. Let the Revolutionary Committee see if this is a case of special treatment. Is it not undermining the movement of sending educated youth to the countryside? Chapter 39. One must guard against deceit. Before Zheng Shao'an could utter a word, the old party secretary spat disdainfully. What nonsense! He thrust his hand, holding a pipe, against his waist, pointing an accusing finger at Zhao Shanfeng. When you two pilfered from the production team's grain, where was your sense of collectivism? When Anzi was laboring for the brigade to procure food and save lives, what were you doing? Lacking personal merit, you can only envy others? The onlooking villagers burst into laughter. Indeed, last time, when Anzi distributed grain to us, you two shamelessly tried to mooch off him. You even slacked off during the mangrove restoration. Just yesterday, I saw you both napping under a tree. Can't stand to see others prosper? Quick to escalate matters. I see your education has gone to waste. Li Sanpao interjected vehemently. Zhao Shanfeng, do you still have the audacity to speak? Last month, you secretly sold collective fertilizer vouchers. Does anyone not know? Zhao Shanfeng's face turned pale. Nonsense. Lu Meiwan, sensing the tide turning against them, screamed, stop changing the subject. We're discussing Zheng Shao'an's capitalist endeavors. All of you are poor and lower-middle peasants. Do you really want to encourage such behavior? Have you all lost your minds? Does he think of you while indulging in his feasts? Capitalism, indeed. Li Sanpao did not hold back. Anzi's timber for building was sanctioned by the brigade, and the tiles were exchanged for labor credits. I witnessed it firsthand. What enjoyment are you talking about? My brother shares his bounty, bringing everyone to feast and fish together. This is what they call the rich leading the poor, and you two, always shirking work, feeling envious when you can't earn enough labor credits. This statement stirred an uproar among the crowd, who chimed in, while Anzi helped us sun-dry fish. You two were munching cucumbers in the shade. Zhao Shanfeng faked illness to avoid work. Lu Meiwan even pretended to feign on male youth. Zheng Shao'an nearly laughed aloud. The sordid past of these two was even more colorful than he had imagined. The team leader, Wang Fuhai, approached with a grim expression. Have you made enough noise? Keep it up, and I'll dock your labor credits for 6 months. Zhao Shanfeng, attempting to salvage his dignity, retorted, Captain, about that house. What about it? Wang Fuhai shot back. Anzi paid double labor credits in lieu of manpower, and he hasn't skimped on materials. If you have the ability, you can pay too. I'll even sign for you two. Bring forth your labor credits and funds. Lu Meiwan, desperate, exclaimed, where would he get so many labor credits? It must be. Shut your mouth. Li Sampa Ushota. One fish caught by Anzi is worth 20 labor credits. Can you match that? Wang Fuhai waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. Keep it up, and I'll send you to the commune study class. The villagers, reveling in the spectacle, began to jeer. Just leave. You're embarrassing yourselves. The mud from the mangroves hasn't been cleared yet. Hurry, or you'll miss dinner. Zhao Shanfeng, drenched in the spittle of the crowd, retreated in shame, tugging Lu Meiwan along as they fled behind the rocks. In a fit of fury, Zhao Shanfeng kicked a shell away, cursing, damn it, these country bumpkins have all been bought off. Lu Meiwan gritted her teeth in frustration. This cannot simply be overlooked. That scoundrel now possesses both a ship and a house. Will there be any good days left for us in the future? Had I known Zheng Shao'an was so capable, I would never have opposed him. It is too late now to seek comfort and prosperity. And to make matters worse, she has set her sights on that little vixen, Du Yali. Why should it be so? Zhao Shanfeng seethed with anger, his teeth grinding in resentment. He shall not have it easy. I am determined to bring that young man down. Let him bask in his triumph for now. I am eager to see just how long he can revel in his success. Chapter 40. Conditions for spatial upgrade. Capturing the tuna. The two individuals locked eyes, each perceiving the simmering anger reflected in the other's gaze. Meanwhile, Zheng Shao'an had just bid farewell to the assisting villagers and turned to find Wang Fuhai squatting in the corner, smoking a dry cigarette. His brow furrowed, as if he could crush a fly. Captain, what troubles you so? Zheng Shao'an approached, offering a cigarette. Wang Fuhai accepted it, letting out a deep sigh. Ah, Anzi, you have no idea. The wells on our island are nearly dry. The old wells have run out, and the newly dug ones yield nothing but brackish water. A single sip could choke a person. How can we possibly consume this salty water? The number of villagers suffering from water scarcity is increasing daily. The threshold of the brigade office is nearly worn away from constant foot traffic. He took a long drag from his cigarette, worry etched on his face. If this continues, we'll have to arrange for ships to transport water from the mainland. And the fare for one trip could buy half a load of grain. Alternatively, we could distill seawater. But where can we find trees on the sea that can withstand burning? I fear that next year, I shall be dismissed from my post as captain. I'm getting old, and I'm becoming useless. Zheng Shao'an frowned. The island's water shortage was indeed a grave issue, especially with the population growing. Life without fresh water was untenable. If this situation dragged on, it could lead to even more severe problems. Water scarcity. In this day and age, lives have been lost over a mere drop of water among neighboring islands. Wang Fuhai's concerns were not unfounded. Captain, how about I attempt to locate a spring? Zheng Shao'an pondered for a moment before speaking. Wang Fuhai was taken aback, nearly dropping his cigarette. You look for a spring? Zheng Shao'an nodded, casually elaborating. I learned some traditional methods for finding water from my grandfather when I was a child, and having roamed the island these past few days, I believe there may be several locations that could harbor water. In truth, he had discovered last night that his enhanced senses, due to the Lingquan water, allowed him to faintly perceive the sound of underground water flow. Moreover, since nurturing the Eastern Star fish, the spiritual energy in the space seemed to have significantly heightened, subtly indicating a trend towards an upgrade. Finding a spring is no trivial task. Wang Fuhai's eyes lit up, springing to his feet. Anzi, if you can indeed locate fresh water, I will immediately commend you for your great contribution. Points, rewards, whatever you desire. Zheng Shao'an chuckled. All right, then I thank the captain in advance. I shall set out to explore first thing tomorrow. Wang Fuhai, brimming with excitement, clapped him on the shoulder. Excellent. If you truly succeed, you shall be a benefactor to our island. After bidding farewell to the captain, Zheng Shao'an stood in the courtyard, listening to the distant sound of the waves, contemplating his plans for the following day. If a fresh water well could indeed be established on this island, life for the villagers would greatly improve. Zheng Shao'an returned to the newly renovated house, lay back on the Kong, and concentrated. In an instant, he found himself standing within the Lingquan space. The spring water shimmered even clearer than before, and the Eastern Star fish swam leisurely in the shallow pool, its red spots sparkling under the sunlight. Zheng Shao'an crouched down and stirred the water with his hand, suddenly noticing a faint glow emanating from the surface. Space upgrade completed. New feature, capable of sensing marine life within a 10-meter radius. Next upgrade requirement. Cultivate bluefin tuna. What? Bluefin tuna? Zheng Shao'an nearly bit his tongue in astonishment. Where on earth can one find such a creature? In his previous life, he had indeed heard of it. This fish was extraordinarily expensive, fetching prices exceeding 10,000 even in the 1970s. Yet in coastal waters, one would be fortunate to even catch a glimpse. To pursue it, one would need to venture into deeper waters, necessitating a large vessel. It seems he must seek opportunities to engage in fishing for golden money fish, to earn foreign currency for a modest livelihood, ultimately amassing the initial capital required for his entrepreneurial endeavors. Chapter 41. The Captain's Request. Digging a well. Never mind. Let us not dwell on that. Zheng Shao'an shook his head. Now that he could sense marine life, finding fish and springs became far more convenient. He approached the edge of the space and discovered that the wheat seedlings he had previously planted had grown to half his height, lush and verdant. This space is indeed quite extraordinary. Exiting the space, Zheng Shao'an lay on the Kong, listening to the sound of the waves outside. Tomorrow, he would first seek the spring, and in a few days, venture out to sea for a stroke of luck. He yawned and drifted off to sleep. The next day, just as dawn broke, the loudspeaker of the production team crackled to life. Attention, everyone! Attention, everyone! Wang Fuhai's voice boomed from speaker. Today, all members gather at the brigade headquarters to accompany Anzi in search of a spring. As Zheng Shao'an opened the door, he saw Li Sanpao rushing over. Brother Anzi, the captain sent me to call you. Everyone is waiting. When the two arrived at the brigade headquarters, the courtyard was already packed with people. Wang Fuhai stood atop a stone grinding mill, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Listen up. Today, everyone must help out. If we find a spring, each person will earn 10 work points. Count me in. Count me in." Villagers eagerly raised their hands. "Brother Anzi, I'm in your group." Li Sanpao jumped with enthusiasm. "Me too," Aunt Wang declared, tucking a spatula into her waist. "My husband drilled wells back in the day. I know a thing or two." Just as the crowd buzzed with excitement, a sneering voice emerged from the back. "Putting on a show." Zhao Shanfeng pushed his way to the front with Lu Meiwan, his face full of disdain. "Zheng Shao'an, you can't even hold a hose steadily, and you think you can find a spring? Don't tell me you're just leading everyone on a leisurely outing." Lu Meiwan chimed in, "Exactly. In this scorching heat, making everyone run around. Who's going to compensate for the work points?" The lively atmosphere instantly fell silent. Aunt Wang stomped her foot in anger. "You two harbingers of misfortune. Anzi is kindly helping everyone find water, and here you are pouring cold water on him." Wang Fuhai's face darkened, and he slammed his tobacco pipe against the millstone. "Zhao Shanfeng, Lu Meiwan, you both must go today. Carry a hoe and a rope. Nothing less." "What?" Zhao Shanfeng was dumbfounded. "Captain, we speak another word and I'll deduct work points." Wang Fuhai glared. "You waste time nitpicking instead of doing real work." Zheng Shao'an chuckled lightly and stepped forward. "Captain, let's set off. I suspect there might be water behind the mountain." "Good." Wang Fuhai waved his hand decisively. "Follow Anzi's lead." Zhao Shanfeng and Lu Meiwan, their faces darkened, reluctantly shouldered their tools. Lu Meiwan muttered under her breath, "Just wait and see. Let us see what he can find." Li Sanpao deliberately squeezed past them, bumping Zhao Shanfeng's shoulder. "Excuse me, don't block the way." Zhao Shanfeng and Lu Meiwan trailed at the end of the line, watching Zheng Shao'an, who was surrounded by the crowd ahead, with resentment boiling within. "Oomph." Zhao Shanfeng spat on the ground, his disdain palpable. "Look at him, reveling in his own arrogance." Lu Meiwan, with a furrowed brow and a lowered voice, said, "Brother Feng, we cannot simply concede defeat. If we truly locate the spring later, we must devise a way to be the first to claim it. How we do that?" Zhao Shanfeng squinted his eyes. "That fellow is quite cunning. Are you foolish?" Lu Meiwan tugged at his sleeve. "Let us pretend to search nearby. If we hear any commotion, we shall rush over and assert that it was our discovery." "Exactly." Zhao Shanfeng's eyes brightened. "At that moment, we shall be the first to declare it. Who could possibly prove that he found it?" Chapter 42. Exploring water sources with the youth brigade, the two exchanged glances, each detecting a glimmer of scheming in the other's eyes. Lu Meiwan added, "If we don't find anything, we'll spread the word that he's a fraud, making it impossible for him to hold his head high in the village." Zhao Shanfeng grinned maliciously and nodded. "Let be so." The group ventured deeper into the forest along a winding mountain path. Zheng Shao'an led the way, occasionally pausing to close his eyes and listen to the sound of water flowing beneath the ground. The Zhoushan archipelago sprawled widely, yet the omnipresence of seawater created considerable interference with the water sounds, rendering the search challenging. After several unsuccessful attempts at different locations, the group had yet to strike water. However, locating a spring was indeed a technical endeavor, and no one voiced complaints. Even a surveying team from the provincial capital would require time to accomplish the task. Zheng Shao'an continued guiding the group through the woods, stopping periodically to attune himself to the environment. He would sometimes bend down to touch the earth or scoop up a handful of soil to inhale its scent. The soil here was loose and quite moist. Zheng Shao'an pointed to a depression lush with ferns, declaring, "Let us dig here first." Wang Fuhai immediately called out, "Old Zhang, old Wang, bring a few young men over to start digging." Zhao Shanfeng and Lu Meiwan were assigned the dirtiest job of clearing away the excavated sludge. After only a few shovelfuls, this mud is crawling with bugs. It's disgusting. Enough with the racket. Li Sumpo, when digging a well, who doesn't encounter insects? Stop being so delicate. Without lifting his gaze, Zheng Shao'an remarked, "If you can't handle it, you can go back. No one is stopping you." "You." Lu Meiwan, infuriated, stomped her foot and threw the shovel down. I'm not doing this anymore. Zhao Shanfeng quickly grabbed her arm, whispering, don't be impulsive. Are you willing to forfeit your work points? Just bear with it a little longer. Once we find water, we'll claim the credit. Reluctantly, Lu Meiwan picked up a shovel again and shouted towards Zheng Shao'an, don't think you can take all the credit. After digging approximately 2 meters deep, only a trickle of murky water seeped through. Zheng Shao'an shook his head. This isn't right. The water is too scarce. It's not the main vein. Let us try another location. The group followed Zheng Shao'an deeper into the woods, arriving at a moss-covered rock face. Zheng pressed his ear against the stone. Closing his eyes in concentration, I hear water. Really? Wang Fuhai mimicked him, pressing his ear against the stone, but heard nothing. Anzi, your ears are incredibly sharp. Zhao Shanfeng, lurking behind, scoffed sarcastically. What a charade. Could there possibly be water behind this wretched rock? Zheng Shao'an dismissed him with indifference, commanding, we need a break through this rock face. Sanpao, go fetch a pickaxe. The task of chiseling the rock was both dirty and laborious, and Zhao Shanfeng was assigned to carry the debris. Before long, he found himself bent over in exhaustion, muttering, is this truly work meant for humans? Then leave if you don't want to do it. Zheng Shao'an replied coldly, no one has begged you to stay. As Zhao Shanfeng was about to erupt in frustration, Lu Meiwan quickly grasped his arm and whispered, be patient. Once we strike water, we shall. After laboring tirelessly for the better part of the day, they finally succeeded in chiseling a small opening in the rock face, yet only a slender trickle of water emerged. Zheng Shao'an furrowed his brow and remarked, this is still inadequate. The flow is far too meager. As dusk descended, Wang Fuhai wiped the sweat from his brow and suggested, shall we call it a day and resume tomorrow? Zheng Shao'an gazed thoughtfully toward the distant isle, contemplating, tomorrow, let's explore that location. The subterranean aquifers of the archipelago are interconnected. There may be a more substantial water source over there. Chapter 43. Claiming credit? Do you think you deserve it? On the way back to the village, Zhao Shanfeng and Lu Meiwan lagged behind. Lu Meiwan rubbed her aching shoulders, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, I'm utterly exhausted. That rascal is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Zhao Shanfeng smirked. Let him revel in his triumph. Once we find water, just wait and see how I deal with him. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zheng Shao'an set sail with over 20 strong laborers to a nearby island. The sea was shrouded in mist, and the oars broke the tranquil surface with a splashing sound. Brother-in, do you really think there is water on this island? Li Sanpao inquired while rowing. Zheng Shao'an stood at the bow, feeling the sea breeze against his face. The underground water systems of the islands are interconnected. The few spots we found yesterday, though minimal in volume, indicate that there is indeed a freshwater layer nearby. Zhao Shanfeng scoffed from behind. You're acting as if it's all true. I see you're just leading everyone around aimlessly. Lu Meiwan chimed in, exactly. After a whole day of digging yesterday, we only got a bit of murky water. Not enough to feed a chicken. Zheng Shao'an chose to ignore them, focusing intently on the changes in the surrounding environment. Once the small boat reached the shore, everyone disembarked onto the uninhabited island. The vegetation here was denser than on the main island, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea, mingling with the fragrance of grass and wood. Zheng Shao'an crouched down to pick up a stone and gently struck it against the rock face. The collision produced a resonant thud. This sound, Zheng Shao'an's eyes brightened. There's a cavity inside. He struck several more spots before suddenly halting in front of a vine-covered rock wall. The echo here was particularly dull, reminiscent of striking a water-filled barrel. This is it. Zheng Shao'an pushed aside the vines, revealing a damp rock face. Look, water is seeping through the crevices of this stone. Aunt Wang leaned in to touch it, exclaiming, oh, it truly is. This water doesn't taste salty at all. Zhao Shanfeng squeezed over to take a look, sneering. Is this little amount of water enough for anyone to drink? I think you're just... Shut up. Li Sanpao suddenly erupted, slapping Zhao Shanfeng across the face. I've tolerated you for long enough. Brother-in is leading us to find water, and all you do is chatter. The slap sent Zhao Shanfeng stumbling backward, nearly losing his balance. He covered his face, staring incredulously at Li Sanpao. You dare to hit me? That's exactly who I hit. Li Sanpao rolled up his sleeves. If you dare to speak again, I'll toss you into the sea to feed the fish. Lu Meiwan was about to scream, but shrank back upon receiving stern glares from several women, immediately silencing herself. Zheng Shao'an raised his hand. All right, let us get to work. Old Zhang, take your team and start chiseling this rock face. Be careful, don't let it collapse. A dozen strong laborers took turns. The sound of pickaxes striking the stone resonating like a rhythmic melody. As the rock face was gradually chipped away, the flow of water increased. Look, the water is rising. A young man exclaimed with excitement. Zheng Shao'an cupped his hands to catch some water and tasted it. It's fresh water. Sweet. The crowd erupted in cheers. Zhao Shanfeng and Lu Meiwan stood at the periphery, their expressions a tumult of emotions. Brother Feng. Lu Meiwan tugged at Zhao Shanfeng's sleeve. Let's. Zhao Shanfeng's eyes darted, and he suddenly shouted, Everyone, please step aside. I discovered this place first. I mentioned yesterday that there might be water here. The scene fell into an immediate silence. Everyone gazed at Zhao Shanfeng as if he were a fool. Were they all blind? Li Sanpao's face flushed with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? Yesterday, you clearly said Anzigo was a fraud. Exactly. Aunt Wang interjected, hands on her hips, scolding, shameless scoundrel, trying to claim credit. Zheng Shao'an let out a cold laugh, pulling a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. Zhao Shanfeng, didn't you claim this place was your discovery? Then tell me, what is the structure behind this rock wall? What is the direction of the water flow? If you can elucidate, the credit is yours. But if you cannot, it merely reveals your jealousy towards your revolutionary comrades, and we shall send you for re-education through labor. Chapter 44. The Brigade's Reward. A Bounty of Fish. Zhao Shanfeng stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Zheng Shao'an unfurled the map, revealing meticulously detailed topographical representation and waterway directions. This is the exploration map I sketched last night. You claim to have discovered this location, so enlighten me. What do the markings on this map signify? Zhao Shanfeng's face flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and rage. Who knows if you merely fabricated this? He retorted. You overheard my conversation with Lu Meiwan yesterday. Enough. Bellowed Li Sanpao. Zhao Shanfeng, if you continue with this nonsense, I shall send you back to the main island for the captain to adjudicate. The crowd echoed their agreement. Get lost. Shameless scoundrel. Keep this up, and we'll toss you into the sea. Recognizing the precariousness of his position, Zhao Shanfeng sulkily retreated with Lu Meiwan to a corner. Soon, a half-human height opening was chiseled into the rock face, and crystal-clear spring water gushed forth, sparkling under the sun's rays. What splendid water! Old Zhang exclaimed, cupping his hands to drink deeply. It's both sweet and refreshing. Zheng Shao'an attentively observed the flowing water. This must be the main vein of an underground river. If we drill a well on the main island, we should be able to tap into even more water. The group excitedly discussed their plans, with some already calculating how to construct irrigation channels and build reservoirs upon their return. On the way back, Zhao Shanfeng and Lu Meiwan deliberately lagged behind. Damn it! Zhao Shanfeng kicked a stone in frustration. I cannot swallow this indignation. Lu Meiwan maliciously suggested, Brother Feng, I have an idea. She leaned in and whispered a few words into his ear, and a sinister grin gradually spread across Zhao Shanfeng's face. Excellent. Let us proceed with that plan. You want to know what hit him? Meanwhile, Zheng Shao'an stood at the bow of the boat, gazing at the shimmering sea, his mind calculating the forthcoming strategies. Discovering fresh water was merely the first step. The methods of channeling it to the main island and how to allocate it were critical considerations. Moreover, he touched the exploration map cradled in his arms, a slight smile gracing his lips. The map indicated not just this singular water source. With these freshwater points, the entire archipelago's way of life would undergo a monumental transformation. As the boat approached the shore, Wang Fuhai was already waiting at the dock with a group of villagers. How did it go? The old captain inquired impatiently. Zheng Shao'an disembarked with a smile and a nod. We found it. It's the main vein of an underground river, and the water flow is substantial. Li Sanpao quickly handed over a water jug. Captain, give a taste. I just filled it. Wang Fuhai carefully took the jug and sipped cautiously. His eyes widened in astonishment. Sweet. This is indeed fresh water. Trembling with excitement, he turned to the eager villagers waiting at the dock and exclaimed, "We've found fresh water. Our island is saved." A wave of jubilation erupted at the dock. Several elders wiped tears of joy. Women embraced one another, and children darted through the crowd, shouting, "We have water! We have water!" Ansi. Wang Fuhai clapped Zheng Shao'an on the shoulder, his voice thick with emotion. "You are truly our island's great benefactor. The team has decided to reward you with 300 pounds of fish, in addition to 50 work points." 300 pounds of fish. Zheng Shao'an's eyes sparkled with excitement. Moreover, it was an additional reward, if stored in his space. It could triple in quantity within 7 or 8 days. However, he soon realized that something was amiss. Such a reward, presented in front of so many people, would undoubtedly raise suspicions if it were to vanish suddenly. Chapter 45. Preparing dried fish. At the appointed time, a portion will be stored in the space, while the remainder will be sun-dried. Zheng Shao'an smiled broadly and clasped his fist towards Wang Fuhai. "Captain, this is a collective effort. I would never dare to claim all the credit for myself." He turned around and lifted 2 large mackerel from the cart, directly placing them into Wang Fuhai's arms. "Take these 2 home for soup, the rest of the fish." Zheng Shao'an gestured grandly. "Today, each brother who helped will receive 2 fish." Suddenly, the dock erupted in excitement. "Brotherin is so generous. How can we accept this? We are earning work points and receiving fish. It is all thanks to Brotherin." Li Sanpao gleefully bounced up and down, quickly beginning to distribute the fish. "Line up, everyone. There's enough for all." Zhao Shanfeng and Lu Meiwan approached, but Zheng Shao'an did not even glance at them. "You two complained of exhaustion after digging just 2 shovels of dirt yesterday. How can you dare to ask for fish?" "Exactly." Li Sanpao hid the fish basket behind him. "Those who try to be clever don't deserve any." Laughter erupted among the crowd. "Serves you right. Your skin is thicker than a city wall. Don't delay everyone from lining up." Zhao Shanfeng's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he tugged Lu Meiwan away. "Pa, who wants it?" Lu Meiwan turned back to scold. "Zheng Shao'an. Just wait." Zheng Shao'an paid them no mind and continued distributing fish to the villagers. Aunt Wang, clutching her fish, wiped tears from her eyes. "Anzi, my little grandson hasn't tasted fish in 6 months." "Annie, here, take another small one." Zheng Shao'an handed her another fish, perfect for making soup. Once the fish were distributed, over 200 pounds remained on the cart. Zheng Shao'an called for Li Sanpao to carry the leftover fish home. "Let us go. We need to dry the fish." "All right." Li Sanpao cheerfully hoisted half a fish. "Brotherin, should I call Du Jiqing to help?" "Go ahead." Zheng Shao'an nodded. "Tell her to bring a kitchen knife." Du Yali was mending clothes at the youth station when she heard they were drying fish and hurried over with a kitchen knife. "Brotherin, should we chop off the fish heads for soup?" She quickly tied on her apron. Zheng Shao'an selected the largest few mackerels. "These will be kept for immediate consumption. The rest will be dried." While Li Sanpao went to buy salt, he quickly stored over 100 pounds of fish in the space. The fish in the spiritual spring were startled, splashing water everywhere. When Li Sanpao returned with the salt bag, Du Yali was already squatting by the wooden basin, scaling the fish. With swift movements of a knife, silver scales flew in all directions. Zheng Shao'an couldn't help but admire her. He hadn't expected this girl to be so unpretentious. "Wow, Du Jiqing's technique is quite impressive," Li Sanpao remarked, squatting down and drawing a dagger to slice open the fish's belly. The entrails spilled into the enamel basin, releasing a fishy odor mingled with the sea breeze that filled the air. Zheng Shao'an fetched 2 buckets of water from the well, pouring them over the pile of fish on the bench. Blood flowed down the seams of the bench, attracting several wild cats that circled at the corner. "Salt is here." Li Sanpao tore open the coarse sack, grabbing a handful of coarse sea salt to stuff into the fish's belly. "This salt will give the fish great flavor." Du Yali took the bowl of salt, her fingers dusting the grains onto the fish's body. As the salt met the damp skin of the fish, it crackled and dissolved, sparkling in the sunlight. "Anzi, have you cleaned the gills?" she asked, lifting a large yellow croaker and giving it a shake. Zheng Shao'an inserted 2 fingers into the fish's head, deftly pulling out 2 crimson gills. This part is the most pungent. It must be thoroughly removed. Chapter 46. The affection of Du Jiqing. The trio worked in perfect harmony, akin to a well-oiled machine. Li Sanpao skillfully dispatched the fish. Zheng Shao'an rinsed them, while Du Yali sprinkled salt with finesse. The pile of fish on the bench visibly diminished, and the strings of fish hanging from the eaves became increasingly dense. With a decisive chop, Li Sanpao severed the fish head and tossed it to the corner, where a wild cat sprang up to seize it, scampering to the wall to relish its prize. "You wasteful fool," Du Yali chided playfully. "The fish heads make for a delicious broth. Not to worry, there are plenty more," he replied nonchalantly. Zheng Shao'an shook the water from his hands and picked up a 2-kilogram pomfret, threading it onto a bamboo skewer. The fish's mouth pierced the skewer's end, and with a soft plop, it emerged from the tail, droplets of blood trickling down the bamboo. The sun began to blaze, and beads of sweat clung to Du Yali's temples, her apron speckled with fish scales and grains of salt. She wiped her face, but suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no! What is it?" Zheng Shao'an looked up. "I forgot to bring the twine." She pointed at the strings of fish hanging beneath the eaves. "If we let them dry any longer, there will be no place to hang them." Li Sanpao smacked his thigh. "There are bamboo poles at the drying yard. We used them last year for drying kelp. The sun is better over there. Let us move everything." Zheng Shao'an finished threading the last few fish and shook off the blood from the skewer. "Let us go. We'll move everything over." The 3 of them carried the bamboo poles laden with fish toward the drying yard. The strings of fish swayed in the breeze, glimmering under the sunlight, causing passing villagers to swallow their saliva in anticipation. "Ansi, once the dried fish is ready, let everyone have a taste. Get away with that." Li Sanpao defended the fish strings, their reserve for the supply and marketing cooperative, 1 pound for 3 pounds of coarse grains. At the drying yard, Zheng Shao'an tiptoed to place the bamboo pole on the wooden frame. The briny sea breeze swept in, causing the fish strings to rattle. Du Yali adjusted each fish mouth to ensure they didn't stick together. "They need to dry for 3 days, she noted. Zheng Shao'an wiped his brow. "We must bring them back tonight. If the dew dampens them, they'll be ruined." Li Sanpao counted the bamboo poles. 1, 2, 3. Goodness, 12 poles. That's enough to trade for 2 sacks of corn. Suddenly, Du Yali burst into laughter. Zheng Shao'an turned to her as she pointed at the largest string of fish. "Look, doesn't it resemble a production team holding a meeting?" Sunlight filtered through the fish gills, casting a myriad of shadows on the ground. The fish mouths opened and closed, indeed resembling a group of people engaged in lively discussion. "Indeed it does." Li Sanpao laughed heartily. "This plump fish must be team leader Wang." The 3 of them erupted into laughter. In the distance, the bell signaling the end of work rang out, and villagers gradually gathered to witness the spectacle. "Ansi, are you selling those dried fish? I'll trade you for eggs. Trading at the cooperative is a better deal. How about I swap some taro with you?" Zheng Shao'an smiled and waved his hand. "I still have use for these dried fish. I'll save some for everyone next time." From behind the crowd, Zhao Shanfeng spat disdainfully. "What's there to show off about?" He pulled Lu Meiwan away, turning to leave. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Zheng Shao'an hung the last few strings of fish. The sea breeze, laden with a salty tang, enveloped him, while the soft sound of grains of salt crystallizing on the fish skin drifted through the drying yard. After bidding farewell to Li Sanpao, Zheng Shao'an watched as Du Yali tidied her apron in preparation to leave. Suddenly, he spoke up. "Du Jiqing, allow me to escort you home." Du Yali posed her movements, a subtle flush creeping to her ears. "No, there's no need to trouble you, Anzi Ge. I can return by myself." The night had fallen, and the path was fraught with danger. Without allowing her to protest further, Zheng Shao'an took the kitchen knife from her hands. "Moreover, you have been of great assistance. It is only right that I see you home." Chapter 47. Stealing grain? Caught red-handed. Under the moonlight, 2 figures walked side by side along the village path. Du Yali lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Zheng Shao'an cleared his throat and spoke. Du Ziqing, I have something to discuss with you." "Huh?" Du Yali abruptly looked up, the moonlight illuminating her flushed cheeks. Zheng Shao'an halted. gazing earnestly at her. I wish to pursue a romantic relationship with you. With a sudden rush of heat, Du Yali's face turned as red as a boiled shrimp. Stammering, Anzigo, what? What are you saying? I'm quite serious. Zheng Shao'an retrieved a pristine handkerchief from his pocket. I brought this from a county town and have been reluctant to use it. Du Yali's gaze fixated on the embroidered lotus flowers on the handkerchief, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. This isn't appropriate. I realize this may seem sudden. Zheng Shao'an scratched his head. But I believe we are from the same place. You are kind-hearted, efficient in your work, and what? Du Yali inquired softly. And you are exceptionally beautiful. Zheng Shao'an finished, feeling a wave of shyness wash over him. Du Yali chuckled softly, quickly tucking the handkerchief in her pocket. Well, I must first report to the team leader. I'll do it tomorrow. Zheng Shao'an's eyes brightened. Rest assured, I will treat you well. Du Yali lowered her head, tracing circles in the dirt with her toes. Then, I shall take my leave. She turned and dashed away, her braids swaying gracefully in the moonlight. Zheng Shao'an watched her retreating figure, his heart filled with delight. In this day and age, a handkerchief serves as a token of affection. Once he speaks to the team leader tomorrow, this matter will be settled. As the evening's smoke dissipated, Zhao Shanfeng and Lu Meiwan crouched behind the rocks, plotting. That scoundrel Zheng Shao'an, fixing houses, finding springs, and now even drying fish. Zhao Shanfeng gritted his teeth, rubbing a packet of poisonous beans in his hands. I'll show him. Lu Meiwan produced 2 packets of coarse salt from her pocket, smirking. After the poisonous beans, sprinkle some salt. Even if it doesn't kill him, it will surely make him suffer. They exchanged a glance, each seeing malicious satisfaction in the other's eyes. We shall act once the night is fully upon us. Zhao Shanfeng licked his cracked lips. The grain drying yard will be deserted at night. We must be swift. Lu Meiwan nodded. We'll toss the salt bags into the sea, undetected. Who would suspect us? This time he must pay. As twilight descended, the village fell silent. All the kerosene lamps extinguished one by one, leaving only the strings of fish drying in the gentle breeze at the grain drying yard. Zhao Shanfeng and Lu Meiwan stealthily approached the grass stack beside the drying area. Listen, Lu Meiwan whispered. Do you hear someone speaking? Zhao Shanfeng perked his ears, listening intently before scoffing. Nonsense. It's just the fishtails slapping in the wind. Beneath the moonlight, Zhao Shanfeng and Lu Meiwan crept forward like 2 mischievous mice. Reaching the fish rack. Huh, let us see you show off now. Zhao Shanfeng pulled out the poisonous bean powder and maliciously sprinkled it over the fish. This will teach you a lesson. Lu Meiwan unwrapped the salt bag, the white grains cascading down with a soft rustle. Damn you! They cursed as they sprinkled the salt. Zhao Shanfeng brandished a pair of scissors, intent on severing the rope. I'll cut it all. He gritted his teeth. Tomorrow, the fish will be all over the ground. Let us see how you'll eat then. Suddenly, Lu Meiwan tugged at his sleeve. Brother Feng, listen. From a distance, faint footsteps could be heard. Zhao Shanfeng's hand trembled, causing the scissors to clatter to the ground. Quick, hide behind the straw stack. Just as they crouched down, the door of the drying yard creaked open. Chapter 48. Sabotage in the Granary. Zheng Shao'an and Li Sanpao stood at the entrance, their oil lamp casting a glow upon the gaping doorway. Brethren, Li Sanpao exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm. Someone is stealing the dried fish. Without hesitation, Zheng Shao'an seized a shoulder pole leaning against the wall and dashed towards the haystack. Come out, he commanded. The haystack rustled twice, yet remained still. Damn it! Li Sanpao sprang up, brandishing a shovel and striking the haystack. I'll count to 3. 1. The haystack trembled. 2. Don't hit, don't hit. Zhao Shanfeng emerged, hands raised, his trousers smeared with a powdery substance. Lu Meiwan followed closely, her heel caught in the hay, nearly tumbling headlong. Zheng Shao'an directed the lamp forward, illuminating grains of salt and a pair of scissors strewn across the ground. Li Sanpao's keen eyes narrowed as he seized Zhao Shanfeng by the collar. Stealing fish and carrying scissors? Are you trying to harm someone? Zhao Shanfeng stammered. Who's stealing fish? We were just passing by. Don't talk nonsense. Zheng Shao'an kicked over a nearby sack of salt. Passing by in the middle of the night at the granary? Do you take me for a fool? Lu Meiwan cowered behind Zhao Shanfeng. We're just going to take a look. Suddenly, Zheng Shao'an snatched a pomfret from the nearest fishing rod, holding it close to the lamp. The fish's gills were coated with a white powder. You dare to poison? He growled. Sanpao pry open his mouth. Li Sumpo, without a word, gripped Zhao Shanfan's jaw with his powerful hands. MMM. Zhao Shanfan struggled desperately, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. Zheng Shao'an shoved the fish towards him. Here, taste the poison you prepared. The salty fish slapped against Zhao Shanfan's face, the salt mingling with the powder, coating his mouth. Ugh! Zhao Shanfan gagged, eyes rolling back as his legs flailed on the ground. Now I know how it feels. Zheng Shao'an tugged his hair, slamming his head against the fishing rod. If you meant to poison rats, I'll send you straight to meet the king of hell. Li Sanpao swung his arm, delivering 2 resounding slaps. You bastard! Brother and is looking for water, and you're playing tricks, poisoning the fish. Dazed, Zhao Shanfan's vision blurred with tears and mucus. I was wrong. It was Lu Meijuan's idea. Nonsense. Lu Meijuan shrieked, recoiling. You were the one who stole the poison from the barefoot doctor. Zheng Shao'an sneered, turning to grab a fish coated in powder. You want to escape either. As Lu Meijuan attempted to flee, Li Sanpao executed a sweeping kick, knocking her down. She landed face first in the dirt, and before she could rise, her mouth was filled with salty fish. Ugh, so salty. Lu Meijuan lay on the ground, retching, her makeup mingling with tears into a muddy mess. Zheng Shao'an stepped on Zhao Shanfan's back. Sanpao, get the rope. Li Sanpao swiftly grabbed a drying rope, binding the two together back to back. Help! Murder! Zhao Shanfan howled. With a thud, Zheng Shao'an slammed the shoulder pole onto the ground. Keep screaming, and I'll hang you both on a flagpole. Lu Meijuan wept so profusely that her false eyelashes fell off. And Zig, I was wrong. It was all Zhao Shanfan's coercion. Li Sanpao dragged the two of them to the entrance of the sun-drying yard, wrapping the rope around the door ring thrice. Sanpao, summon the others. Li Sanpao struck the gong with resounding force, raising his voice to cry out, Come and see. Zhao Shanfeng and Lu Meijuan are sprinkling poison powder on the public fish. Chapter 49. The Toxic Bean Medicine? Sent for labor reform. What? These two scoundrels. Truly despicable. The villagers, wielding kerosene lamps and carrying shoulder poles, surged towards the grain drying ground. Wang Fuhai, wearing cloth shoes, rushed to the forefront, his beard bristling with rage. What is happening? Captain. Li Sanpao pointed at the two men bound like Zhongzi. These two brutes sprinkled toxic bean powder on the dried fish and even cut the ropes. If it weren't for Brother Anzi discovering it in time, 300 pounds of fish would have been ruined. Nonsense. We didn't tea. Zhao Shanfeng was about to argue when suddenly his stomach growled, and his complexion turned ashen. Puffed. A long, foul-smelling fart erupted, causing Li Sanpao to leap back in shock. Damn, this guy released poison gas. Lu Meijuan suddenly clenched her legs, her face turning crimson. Aye. Puffed. A stream of foul liquid cascaded down her pant leg, pooling on the muddy ground of the drying field. Ugh! The onlooking villagers recoiled in unison, covering their noses and gagging. These two beasts are truly disgusting. They deserve it. Let them consume the toxic bean powder themselves. Retribution. Retribution indeed. At this moment, Zhao Shanfeng could no longer hold it in. He released a torrent, soaking his pants and filling the air with a terrible stench. Captain, help me. He twisted and squirmed, resembling a writhing maggot. I can't hold it anymore. Wang Fuhai trembled with rage, slamming his smoking pipe onto the ground. Zhao Shanfeng. Lu Meijuan, you two are audacious. You dare to ruin the fish that the collective has rewarded? Captain, we are wronged. Lu Meijuan cried, her face smeared with tears and snot. But as she trembled, another stream of yellow liquid gushed forth. Ugh! Several women nearby retched. Wronged? Li Sanpao picked up the paper bag of toxic bean powder from the ground. The evidence is right here. Captain, look! Wang Fuhai took it, and his face darkened like a charred pot. Good. You dare to steal the toxic bean powder from the barefoot doctor. You are destroying collective property. You show contempt for the entire brigade. Captain, we. Zhao Shanfeng attempted to defend himself, but his stomach churned violently once more. This time it splattered everywhere, even filling his shoes. Ugh! Li Sanpao pinched his nose and jumped back, realizing this fool soiled himself. Zheng Shao'an let out a cold laugh, yanking a fish covered in toxic bean powder from the fishing rod and thrusting it toward Zhao Shanfeng's mouth. Here, want to taste again? No, no, no. Zhao Shanfeng recoiled in fear. Brother Anzi, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Now you realize your mistake? Zheng Shao'an grabbed him by the collar. If I hadn't discovered it, the entire village would have eaten this fish tomorrow, and everyone would be suffering from severe laxation. Are you trying to harm everyone? Upon hearing this, the gathered villagers erupted in outrage. How can one be so malicious? Beat him to death. Send him to the commune. Wang Fuhai, trembling with fury, pointed at the two and shouted, compensate. For the ruined fish, double compensation. 600 pounds. If there's even one missing, we'll dock your work points for half a year. Zhao Shanfeng turned pale upon hearing this. Captain, there is no way he has 300 pounds of fish. At most, it weighed a mere 100 pounds, and I only caught 2. Damn it. Zheng Shao'an, that scoundrel, is even falsifying records. No matter how much the fish may shrink, it cannot diminish to such an extent. Zheng Shao'an nearly chuckled, astonished at how the fish he received from the space could still manipulate these two scoundrels. Clearing his throat, he solemnly stated, Captain, the 3 of us have spent the entire afternoon preparing dried fish. Who can tell how many he has squandered? Chapter 50. The Experimental Field of the Island. Perhaps they even stole it. This remark nearly drove the 2 individuals to the brink of despair. When they arrived, there was only so much. How could they have stolen anything? Yet, now they found themselves in this predicament, their explanations falling on deaf ears. Captain, how are we supposed to procure 600 pounds of fish? Lu Meiwan could not contain her tears. Procure it? Wang Fuhai scoffed. Then you can rot in the small dark room. You want to be released until the debt is paid. Lu Meiwan cried out, Captain, I truly never intended to harm anyone. It was all Zhao Shanfeng's coercion. What nonsense! Zhao Shanfeng retorted, turning to scold her. It was clearly your idea. The 2 argued like dogs in a fierce quarrel, their voices rising amidst the foul stench of the drying yard. Li Sanpao, pinching his nose, seized a carrying pole and struck at them. Still arguing? Keep it up, and I'll hang you on the flagpole to dry. Don't hit. Don't hit. Zhao Shanfeng yelped, jumping in pain. Yet with each leap, he involuntarily expelled more waste from his trousers. Wang Fuhai, unable to bear the sight any longer, waved his hand. Take them away. Lock them in the small dark room. Tomorrow, I'll send them to the commune for processing. A group of sturdy young men, holding their noses, hoisted the 2 by their ropes, resembling the way one would carry a pig to the brigade office. As Zhao Shanfeng and Lu Meiwan stumbled along, they left a trail of droppings behind them. Ugh, how disgusting. They deserve it. They brought this upon themselves. The villagers cursed and followed, some throwing rotten vegetable leaves at the pair. Zheng Shao'an stood in the drying yard, observing their woeful figures with a cold smirk. They brought this misfortune upon themselves. Li Sanpao, still pinching his nose, carried the fish that had been tainted by the poisonous powder, cursing as he walked. These 2 beasts are ruining good things. Zheng Shao'an patted his shoulder. No worries, I have a method to deal with it. Upon returning to his own courtyard, Zheng Shao'an sent Li Sanpao off to rest. Sanpao, you've worked hard today. You should go home and sleep. Brother Anzi, what shall we do with the fish? Li Sanpao scratched his head. No need. I have a traditional method. Zheng Shao'an smiled mysteriously. Tomorrow they will be as good as new. After Li Sanpao left, Zheng Shao'an stored all the fish in the Lingquan space. With a splash, the spring water washed over the fish, dissolving the white powder and purifying the fish of any foul odor. These fish had not been wasted, and he had acquired 600 pounds for nothing. Delightful. The key was that these 2 imbeciles would spend the next 10 days to half a month in the small darkroom, serving as a means of purifying their vision. In the following days, Zheng Shao'an thoroughly grasped the temperament of the Zhoushan Islands. This wretched island had its merits, yet it failed to produce grain. Each day, watching his fellow villagers slurp down their brown rice porridge, he felt as though a cat were scratching at his heart. Damn it! Zheng Shao'an squatted by the sea, fiddling with his fishing line. I can't keep relying on tricks forever. In the distance, several children were collecting seashells, their little faces pale and sickly. Bradaransi. Li Sanpao ran over with a fishing net. Today we caught 2 baskets of rotten kelp. Zheng Shao'an gazed at the heap of green kelp, grimacing in distaste. Every day, it is either fish or seaweed, to the point where one could almost expect birds to emerge from one's mouth. Sanpao, how is it that there is no rice on this island? Huh. Li Sanpao erupted in laughter. Anzi, are you dreaming? This wretched island, doesn't he even have a rat to drop its droppings? Zheng Shao'an remained silent, his grip on the seaweed tightening. As he walked back under the moonlight, the sea breeze, laden with a briny scent, invaded his nostrils. He squatted on a rocky outcrop, producing a crumpled piece of paper, and, after striking 3 matches, finally managed to ignite it. The low-quality tobacco made him cough violently, yet his mind grew increasingly lucid. He had come to understand the reality of life on this desolate island. Each household's rice jar was cleaner than a face, and during last year's famine, even the rats had jumped into the sea out of hunger. If it weren't for his clandestine provision of grain from his own supply, countless souls might have perished from starvation this year. Yet, this is not a sustainable solution. Chapter 51. Transforming Salinized Land. Zheng Shao'an took a deep drag from his cigarette, recalling a recent meeting at the commune where other production teams reported their yields, while his Zhoushan brigade could scarcely hold its head high. Captain Wang slouched in a corner, smoked in silence, the folds on the back of his neck so pronounced they could trap a fly. A plan had to be devised. He extinguished the cigarette, but, counting on his fingers, the grain in the mystical space was plentiful, yet would eventually be consumed. After all, Zheng Shao'an could not remain a mere grain-keeper for eternity. Could he? What would happen if he were no longer on the island one day? Would his fellow villagers be left to fend for themselves? The most pressing concern was the tightening policies. During his last visit to town, he had seen posters at the supply and marketing cooperative warning against speculation and hoarding. If he continued to covertly trade grain, it was only a matter of time before he faced dire consequences. The moonlight cast a shimmering glow over the sea, resembling a layer of salt sprinkled upon it. Zheng Shao'an was suddenly reminded of his childhood back in his hometown, running barefoot in the mud while helping his father plant rice. The green seedlings would tickle his calves as he dashed about. If only he could cultivate rice on this island. He slapped his thigh in realization. Yes, that's the idea. But then doubt crept in. He knew this wretched island's soil all too well. The salinity was so severe one could pickle vegetables with it, and the fierce sea winds could sweep a person away. Last year, a foolish lad had insisted on planting sweet potatoes behind his house, only to yield tubers no larger than a mouse's egg. Perhaps he could try using the spring water. Zheng Shao'an stroked his chin in contemplation. The spring in his space was quite miraculous. It might just remedy this salinized land. Even if it didn't work, he could always surreptitiously water the barren fields with some enriched soil from his space at midnight. A few distant barks of dogs broke the silence. Zheng Shao'an sprang to his feet, making his way home under the moonlight. Passing the drying yard, he spotted several children huddled in a corner, sharing grilled fish, each taking turns savoring the treat. Bradaransi, the children exclaimed, rushing towards him, the smallest among them thrusting the last piece of fish into his hand. Zheng Shao'an felt a pang of emotion. He squatted down and ruffled the child's hair, saying, "Wait, I will plant rice for you to eat." If this endeavor succeeded, the islanders would no longer need to anxiously await relief supplies. With newfound determination, he slammed his fist on the Kong table, causing the oil lamp to sway perilously. That very night, he knocked on the dilapidated wooden door of the captain's home. What? Plant rice? Wang Dihai nearly broke his pipe in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? The oil lamp crackled ominously. Zheng Shao'an rubbed his hands together. Captain, I've learned a couple of tricks from the agricultural technical station in the city. Nonsense. Wang Dihai struck the table with his pipe. In my entire life, I've never seen a sea island that could grow crops. Outside, the waves crashed against the rocks with a rhythmic roar. Zheng Shao'an, undeterred, retorted, "How will we know unless we try? Just grant me 2 acres of barren land." Wang Dihai scrutinized him for a long moment before letting out a sigh. "You reckless youth." The old captain wiped his face. "All right, those 2 acres of salinized land at the back mountain are just lying idle anyway. Upon your arrival on the island, you immediately commence the endeavor of uplifting the community, seeking to elevate our island. Are you? Such an endeavor is hardly feasible within a mere decade. Yet, driven by your fervor, I shall shoulder this burden on your behalf. Zheng Shao'an's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Let me make myself clear. Wang Dihai raised his tobacco pipe. If the crops fail, do not shed tears. Your labor will be duly accounted for. Thank you, Captain. As Zheng Shao'an dashed out the door, he nearly stumbled over the threshold. However, the thought of tilling the land the following day filled him with such excitement that he scarcely managed to sleep that night. The next morning, as the sea mist lingered, Zheng Shao'an set forth with Li Sanpao and a group of young men towards the hillside. Armed with hoes and shovels, they tread upon the dew-slicked, rocky path. Their shoes caked with damp oyster shells, each step emitting a crisp crunch. Brethren, can this land truly be cultivated? Li Sanpao scratched his head. Eyeing the barren, saline alkali soil, his mind steeped in doubt. Zheng Shao'an remained silent, crouching down to grasp a handful of earth, rubbing it between his fingers. The clumps were hard and unyielding, with grains of salt seeping through his fingers, glistening in the sunlight. He spat upon the ground. The moment his saliva touched the parched soil, it was swiftly absorbed by the cracked earth. Let us turn the soil. He rose, hefting the hoe and striking the ground with force. Thud! The blade met the saline crust, sparks flying forth, sending a jolt through his hands. Li Sanpao winced at the sight. This ground is harder than stone. Less chatter, more work. Zheng Shao'an gritted his teeth and struck again. As the sun ascended to the height of the mast, 7 or 8 young men, having heard the news, rushed to join. Elengzi, carrying a herald, shouted, "Brother is planting rice? We're here to lend a hand. This is not farming. This resembles mining." Chapter 52. Stealthily cutting the fishing net, a multitude of voices surrounded them. Can this land truly yield rice? Surely, Brother Anzi must be a celestial being descended to earth. Those from the city are indeed different. Their knowledge is vast. My grandmother says that this soil doesn't even require salt for pickling duck eggs. Brother Anzi, is the method you brought from the city truly effective? Dainiu wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his face full of skepticism. Zheng Shao'an paid them no heed, continuing to till the earth. The hoe struck the hard soil with a dull thud, echoing far into the distance. The soil of the saline alkali land was as hard as stone. With each swing, only a white imprint remained. Zheng Shao'an decided to switch to a shovel, stepping on the blade and forcefully pushing down. The shovel's edge creaked as it embedded into the ground. With a vigorous lift, a whole crust of salt alkali was overturned, revealing a slightly softer layer beneath. There is still some moisture down here. Li Sanpao's eyes brightened, and he followed suit as several began to dig layer by layer. Brother Anzi, why is this soil so salty? Erlangzi licked his fingers, spitting in disgust. It's utterly disgusting. Of course, this is saline alkali land. How could it not be salty? Zheng Shao'an wiped his sweat and retrieved a military water bottle from his pocket. First, let us pour some medicine to neutralize it. Otherwise, it will be too laborious. He carefully opened the cap and poured out the spring water. The clear stream seeped into the earth, and the cracked soil bubbled as if it were parched. Wait, why has the color of this soil changed? Li Sanpao crouched down, astonished to see the formerly white soil gradually transforming into a rich brown. The secret formula from the agricultural technology station, Zheng Shao'an fabricated a response. A new technique from the city specifically for treating saline alkali land. The crowd murmured in awe, their motivation to work intensifying. As the soil was nearly turned, Zheng Shao'an took out a small cloth pouch from his pocket and cautiously opened it. Inside were the rice seeds soaked in spring water from the night before, each one plump and exuding a delicate fragrance. Why do these seeds smell so good? Li Sanpao leaned in to sniff, his face reflecting surprise. They've been treated with medicine. They're precious. Zheng Shao'an shot him a glare. Don't touch them recklessly. He knelt down, tracing shallow furrows in the turned soil with his fingers, then carefully placed a few seeds inside. Brother Anzi, this is too meticulous. It's akin to embroidery. Erlangzi scratched his head. Do you think this is fish feed? Zheng Shao'an retorted sharply. The seeds must be sown in rows. Otherwise, they crowd together. And how will they bear ears? The crowd suddenly understood and began to mimic Zheng Shao'an, bending down to sow the seeds. Brother Anzi, if this truly grows, will we be able to eat rice every day on our island? Li Sanpao grinned widely while scattering seeds. Of course. Zheng Shao'an wiped his sweat. When we harvest the rice, I'll treat you all to white rice with salted fish. Excellent. The crowd erupted in cheers, their enthusiasm soaring. The sun beat down, causing beads of sweat to sizzle against the soil. Zheng Shao'an, bare-chested, opened the trenches ahead as sweat dripped onto the ground with a hissing sound. The youngsters formed a crooked line, their postures while sowing resembling a flock of cormorants planting rice. As the evening glow painted the sea crimson, the 2 acres were finally sown. Zheng Shao'an crouched at the edge of the field, surreptitiously watering the seedlings once more. Li Sanpao sprawled on the ridge, grumbling, brother, and if this doesn't work, shut your mouth. Zheng Shao'an hurled the empty watering can at him. Within 3 days, we shall see sprouts. Yet the very next evening, the slow-witted fellow came rushing in a flurry. They're sprouting. They VE sprouted. The men playing cards in the sunlit yard all scampered towards the back mountain. The tender green shoots, adorned with dewdrops, emerged from the saline alkali soil, resembling a constellation of verdant stars. Li Sanpao trembled as he reached to touch the tips of the seedlings, exclaiming, "Incredible! Truly incredible!" Wang Dihai squatted at the field's edge, rubbing his tobacco pipe, and after a pause, managed to utter, "You little rascal, did you really manage to grow this?" Zheng Shao'an grinned, the sea breeze blowing the salty sweat into the corners of his mouth, leaving a bitter taste. In the distance, the bells marking the end of the workday chimed, mingling with the joyful cries of children eager for their rice, echoing far into the twilight. News spread like wildfire, and within days, it reached several nearby islands. Have you heard? The poor folks on Zhoushan Island are going to grow rice. Nonsense. Can saline alkali land even yield rice? I might as well grow gold bars. It's true. My cousin went to trade seafood yesterday and saw the lush green seedlings with his own eyes. On Half Bay Island, beside a heap of fishing nets at the dock, several young people resembling educated youth squatted, smoking. The leader, clad in a pristine laborer's jacket, had a Shanghai brand watch peeking from his wrist. Huh, improving saline alkali land? Zhou Jinlong flicked the ash from his cigarette, a sardonic grin forming at the corner of his mouth. My father works at the Agricultural Science Institute, and I've never seen such technology. His companion, sporting a middle-part haircut, quickly chimed in. Exactly. Brother Long is from a proper agricultural family. Who is that Zheng to compare? I heard he's just a poor kid fresh from the countryside. Another youth with a pockmarked face whispered, what skills could he possibly have? Zhou Jinlong abruptly crushed his cigarette, but against the rocks, the sparks extinguishing with a sizzle. The tide will rise tomorrow night. He squinted towards Zhoushan Island. Let us go fertilize for Comrade Zheng. The pockmarked face gasped, Brother Dong, if we get caught, what is there to fear? Zhou Jinlong kicked over a shell at his feet. We must let these bumpkins know that they can't be part of the advanced production team. He narrowed his eyes, gazing at the distant silhouette of the Zhoushan archipelago. Huh, a mere young, educated youth, daring to steal my thunder? When we go to the commune meeting, am I supposed to watch that little brat from Zhoushan receive accolades? Absolutely not. The sea breeze suddenly intensified, causing the tattered fishing nets to rattle. In the dimming light, the outline of Zhoushan Island flickered, with several seabirds circling above the rice fields, casting fleeting shadows. The following day, in the dead of night, the waves crashed against the rocks, producing a muffled clamor. Zhou Jinlong, accompanied by 3 accomplices, stealthily rowed a small boat toward Zhoushan Island. Beneath the boat, 2 burlap sacks of coarse sea salt shifted, creating a rustling sound as the vessel swayed. Brother Long, are we really going to do this? The pockmarked face recoiled, his voice trembling. If we get caught. Coward. Zhou Jinlong delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. You talk too much. After we finish scattering the salt, let us pour a few buckets of seawater onto the fields, ensuring that their seedlings wilt by tomorrow. Chapter 53. Dare to cause trouble? I'll toss you into the sea to feed the fish. The small boat quietly approached the shore. Under the moonlight, 2 acres of rice fields shimmered with a verdant glow. the tender green seedlings swaying gently in the sea breeze, flourishing even better than in ordinary patties. Damn, they have truly managed to cultivate this. Zhou Jinlong crouched at the edge of the field, scooping up a handful of soil to sniff, his expression darkening. Why does this soil have no hint of salinity? The land of our half-bay island could easily pickle salted duck eggs. Brother Long, look. A young man with a middle part suddenly lowered his voice, pointing at the field ridge. What's that? By the edge of the ridge lay several bamboo tubes filled with clear water, gleaming with an unusual luster under the moonlight. Zhou Jinlong leaned in for a closer look, and to his surprise, a few plump grains of rice floated atop the water, as if deliberately soaked there. Playing tricks. He kicked over the bamboo tube by the ridge, causing the water to splash everywhere. With a sinister grin, he tore open a burlap sack, grabbing a handful of coarse salt and scattering it over the seedlings. Let these poor fools try to farm. Let's see if they can still laugh tomorrow. Exactly. Improving saline alkali land? Dream on. The young man with the middle part joined in the jeering, flinging salt haphazardly into the field. When all the seedlings die by tomorrow, let's see what they bring to the commune to take credit for. A freckled-faced man squatted nearby, frantically pouring seawater onto the ground while cursing. The Zhoushan Islands are filled with a bunch of fools. They really think they can grow rice? Bah! As the group continued their tirade, suddenly, a sharp crack of a breaking branch echoed from behind a ridge. Zhou Jinlong whipped around, and, in the moonlight, two shadowy figures stood nearby, holding water buckets. Zheng Shao'an raised the kerosene lamp high, its dim yellow light illuminating Zhou Jinlong's twisted face. Who are you? Li Sampa Ubaluba. Rushing forward and gripping Zhou Jinlong's wrist with a hand like an iron claw. What are you doing on our land? Zhou Jinlong winced as Li Sampao squeezed his wrist, his expression shifting. Let go. Do you have any idea who I am? Zheng Shao'an approached with the lamp, its glow revealing Zhou Jinlong's arrogant visage. He squinted, assessing him. You're not from our island. These faces are all unfamiliar. But the leader here, he certainly resembles a second-generation rich kid. Li Sampao paused, leaning in for a closer look. Damn, you're really not from here. Who the hell are you? Coming to the island in the middle of the night to steal something? On this island, from the 70-year-old grandmothers to the newborn girls, Li Sampao knew everyone. These people were clearly not from their island. Something's off. There's definitely something wrong. Nonsense. Zhou Jinlong shrugged off Li Sampao's grip, tugging at his collar. My family is quite wealthy. Why would I bother stealing from you poor folks? Besides, what is there to steal from your Zhoushan Islands? Your seawater or your salt? Then what are you here for? Li Sampao pointed at the half-spilled sack of salt on the ground. Speak clearly. The young man with the middle part quickly interjected. We are here to learn. I have heard that you have cultivated rice, and I came to observe the scale and to learn how it is done. Zheng Shao'an let out a cold laugh. You dare to come in the middle of the night to learn? I didn't see any of you during the daytime visit to the production team. The pockmarked face stammered, We had matters to attend to during the day. Matters? Li Sampao kicked over a nearby seawater bucket. You bring salt and seawater to learn? Do you think I'm a fool? We have painstakingly reclaimed this land. If you pour a basin of salt, our rice seedlings will surely rot. You scoundrel, you dare to ruin our crops, and you are not afraid of divine retribution. Zhou Jinlong, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, tore off the mask. It was I who did it, so what? He pointed at Zheng Shao'an's nose, acting as if he were invincible. I advise you to be sensible and let us go. I have connections in the commune. If you offend me, you will not have a good outcome. Hurry up and release us. Zheng Shao'an exchanged glances with Li Sampao. Sampao, Zheng Shao'an asked leisurely. What was the consequence for the last person who offended us? Li Sampao grinned, his fists cracking ominously. We taught him a lesson. Before Zhou Jinlong could react, darkness suddenly enveloped him. Bang! Li Sampao's fist landed solidly on his nose, causing blood to gush forth. Ah! Zhou Jinlong clutched his face and retreated 2 steps. You dare. Dare you say? Li Sampao lunged again with another punch. This fool was originally a simpleton, a man who worked the fields. He possessed exceptional strength. With one punch, Zhou Jinlong saw stars and could barely stand. The middle parted hair, sensing the situation was unfavorable, attempted to flee. But Zheng Shao'an caught him by the collar. Where do you think you're going? Were you not here to learn? If you leave, how can you possibly learn? Zheng Shao'an smiled, yet the middle-parted hair felt a chill run down his spine. Learn, you scoundrel. Before he could finish his sentence, Zheng Shao'an executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. The pockmarked face, frightened to the point of trembling, turned to jump into the sea. Li Sanpao dashed forward, grabbing him by the ankle and dragging him back. Where do you think you're running? With a casual toss, all three of them lay on the ground, wailing. At this moment, Zhou Jinlong finally regained his composure, glaring fiercely at Zheng Shao'an. What nonsense! Zhou Jinlong wiped away the blood from his nose, his eyes reddening. There are only two of them. Can three of us not handle them? Attack! If we kill them, we'll toss them into the sea. If anything goes wrong, I will take the blame. Upon hearing this, the middle-parted hair and the pockmarked face were instantly invigorated. Let us get them. The three of them charged forward with a roar. Zheng Shao'an grinned and placed the oil lamp on the ridge of the field. Sanpao, it's just the right time to stretch our muscles. All right. Li Sanpao charged like a wild bull, knocking the middle-parted hair over and delivering two resounding slaps. Smack! This slap is for ruining our crops. Smack! This slap is for coming here in the dead of night to stir trouble. A resounding slap was delivered, aimed at those who failed to appreciate the value of collective property. The young man with a middle part staggered, stars dancing in his eyes, his lips split. Brother Long. Help me, please. Just as Zhou Jinlong intended to intervene, Zheng Shao'an delivered a swift kick to the back of his knee. Thud! Zhou Jinlong collapsed to the ground. Zheng Shao'an seized him by the collar, striking his face repeatedly. Damn it! My crops are thousands of miles away from your little island. And yet you dare provoke me? Are you some reincarnated rabbit spirit, always envious of others instead of attending to your own affairs? When it was time to learn, I didn't TC anyone from your island, but when it comes to causing trouble, there are always a couple of you around. Do you people have no shame? Is this how you handle things? Zhou Jinlong, dazed and bloodied, muttered, Do you even know who my father is? The boy still refused to yield. His eyes filled with resentment as he shouted, Let me tell you, my father is Director Zhou of the Agricultural Research Institute. If you dare to hit me, I will make sure you regret it. Next year, don't expect to receive even a grain of rice from our island. Zheng Shao'an chuckled, raising his hand for yet another slap. Smack! I don't care who your father is, he retorted, gripping Zhou Jinlong by the collar. If you fall into my hands, I won't hesitate to end you. It would be beneath me to dirty my hands on someone like you. You dare to harm my crops? Destroy collective property. Is it? Zhou Jinlong attempted to maintain his defiance. Just wait. When I get back. What will you do when you return? Zheng Shao'an sneered. Are you going to have your father bring someone to arrest me? Zhou Jinlong gritted his teeth. Yes. Just you wait. Unexpectedly, Zheng Shao'an let out a light laugh and said, Do you really think you can escape? He suddenly leaned closer, his voice dropping to a sinister whisper. You came here quietly, didn't you? Zhou Jinlong was taken aback. Zheng Shao'an narrowed his eyes, a chilling smile gracing his lips. I could toss you into the sea right now to feed the fish. No one would ever know. A clean death would provide nourishment for my crops. Chapter 54. The Commune's Red Lantern memoir. Upon uttering those words, several individuals simultaneously changed their expressions. Particularly, Zhou Jinlong began to break into a cold sweat. It is well known that numerous souls go missing each year in the village. Yet whether they have merely succumbed to the sea or been cast into its depths by others remains a mystery. Observing the fierce determination in Lord Zheng Shao'an's demeanor made it abundantly clear that he was not jesting with them. Zheng Shao'an was indeed audacious. Trembling, he stood, a damp patch forming in his trousers, while Zhou Jinlong's face was a canvas of tears and snot. Brother, Zheng, I was wrong. I'll compensate. I will reimburse everything. Zheng Shao'an seized him by the scruff of his neck and dragged him toward the sea. Compensate? With what? My prize rice seedlings are far too precious. As the words left his lips, Zheng Shao'an brandished a fish spear from the boat and struck it against the rocks with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying onto Zhou Jinlong's face. Look at this. Li Sanpao emptied the remaining coarse salt from the sack into the ocean. After spending half a year improving the saline land, You nearly ruined it, you scoundrel. Your island truly has no shame. Overwhelmed, Zhou Jinlong could no longer bear it. His face streaked with tears. Stop hitting me. We'll pay, all right? Pay. Zheng Shao'an grasped Zhou Jinlong's collar, sneering coldly. Sure, bring forth the payment. Zhou Jinlong swallowed hard, trembling as he reached into his pocket. I only have 100. 100? Li Sanpao's eyes widened, and he delivered a sharp slap. Do you think this is a beggar's fare? This rice seedling is worth its weight in gold. 300, not a cent less. Zhou Jinlong's complexion turned pale. 300? What nonsense is this? The seedlings haven't even been planted yet. This is clearly extortion. Refuse? Zheng Shao'an narrowed his eyes, thrusting the fish spear toward Zhou Jinlong's groin. Then we shall proceed, as previously discussed. Zhou Jinlong's legs weakened, nearly bringing him to his knees. I will pay. I shall provide it. In a flurry, he rummaged through his pockets, pulling out every crumpled bill, even shaking out the coins from his trousers. You're still 50 short. Li Sanpao counted the money and glared. Zhou Jinlong's face was a mask of despair. I truly have nothing left. This is all I possess. Brother, have mercy. I truly see my error. We shall never dare again. Curse it. Had he known he would be caught, he would never have brought anyone along. Now, he was left with neither fortune nor men. What a tremendous loss. Zheng Shao'an disdainfully glanced at him. You wretched miser. No wonder you envy others. Strip off your clothes to settle the debt. Huh? Zhou Jinlong was taken aback. What huh? Li Sanpao stepped forward to tug his belt. Strip when told to. If you hesitate, I will remove your undergarments as well. Zhou Jinlong's face flushed crimson, yet upon seeing the fish spear in Zheng Shao'an's hand, he dared not resist. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and removed his trousers, standing bare-legged in the chilling sea breeze, shivering in the open air. The others, with their middle-parted hair and pockmarked faces, dare not utter a word. Get lost. Zheng Shao'an delivered a swift kick to the man's rear, exclaiming, if you dare to come again and ruin our village's crops. Next time, it won't be as simple as pulling down your trousers. Zhou Jinlong, clutching his groin, limped towards the boat, casting a venomous glare over his shoulder. His eyes filled with malice reminiscent of a venomous serpent. Li Sanpao weighed the cash in his hand and grinned. Brother Zheng, we've profited handsomely from this. Zheng Shao'an scoffed. Profit? This rascal harbors ill intentions. He will surely seek trouble later. What are we afraid of? Li Sanpao spat on the ground defiantly. If he dares to come back, I will strip him of his undergarments. At that moment, Zhou Jinlong, exposed and embarrassed, clambered onto the small boat, his center-parted hair and pockmarked face hastily grasping the oars, paddling vigorously. Once the boat drifted away from the shore, the group finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it! Zhou Jinlong pounded his fist on the boat's deck, wincing in pain. Zheng Shao'an. This isn't over. The man with the center-parted hair recoiled, murmuring softly, Brother Long, perhaps we should just let it go. Let go of what? Zhou Jinlong slapped him. When have I ever suffered such humiliation? 300 yuan. He dared to strip me. If I swallow this grievance, how will I survive on the island? Curse it. A newcomer thinks he can trample over me? The pockmarked face, nursing his swollen cheek, stuttered, but that guy's truly formidable. They had dominated the island for so long. Well, had they ever encountered someone as tough as Zheng Shao'an? One man had defeated 3, leaving them with no strength to retaliate. Formidable. Zhou Jinlong gritted his teeth. Is he more formidable than a bullet? He narrowed his eyes, fixating ominously on Zhoushan Island in the distance. Just wait. When I return to confront my father, I will make that scoundrel kneel and beg for mercy. As the small boat drifted further away, Zhou Jinlong's curses grew louder. Zheng Shao'an, just you wait. We'll settle old and new scores together. I will make you wish you were dead. The sea breeze scattered his fierce words, yet the venom of his rage coiled tightly within his heart like a viper. This vendetta he vowed to remember. In the ensuing days, Zheng Shao'an remained diligently occupied. By day he toiled, and by night he ventured into the rocky areas and mangroves, hoping for fortune, setting traps and the like. The traps, coupled with the mystical spring water, yielded considerable bounty. The space was now filled with various fish and shrimp, and he had improved his nets by reducing the mesh size. Consequently, he would be able to catch more fish in the future, saving time in the process. One midday, while Zheng Shao'an squatted along the ridge, inspecting the growth of the rice seedlings, he suddenly heard the community loudspeaker crackling to life. "Attention all members." The voice of Captain Wang Dihai resonated through the speaker. "Tonight at 7. We will be screening a film on the opposite Dajiao Island, the Red Lantern. Everyone is invited to attend." Zheng Shao'an's eyes brightened, and he promptly set aside his hoe and dashed home. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he spotted Du Yali hanging the laundry. He hurried over, taking 2 steps at a time. "Darling, there's a movie screening at the commune tonight. Let us head over early to secure front row seats." Du Yali dropped a piece of clothing into the basin, her eyes widening in surprise. "Really? Could there be any doubt?" Zheng Shao'an grinned. "They're showing the Red Lantern on Dajiao Island. Let us go together." A blush crept onto Du Yali's cheeks as she turned and dashed into the house. I need to change my outfit." Watching his wife's joyful retreat, Zheng Shao'an felt a surge of happiness. In those times, attending a movie was a rare treat, especially for young intellectuals like them living on an island. Moments later, Du Yali emerged, adorned in her treasured linen suit. The deep blue fabric accentuated her fair skin, and a small red star pin adorned her collar, making her appear both spirited and beautiful. "Do I look good?" She shyly twirled around. Zheng Shao'an's eyes widened in admiration. "You look stunning. My wife looks beautiful in anything." "You flatter her, always thinking of nonsense. I haven't even agreed to marry you yet. That's just a matter of time. Wouldn't you agree, my dear wife?" Chapter 55. The Cunning Man's Mischief. Du Yali blushed and playfully punched him. "Who is your wife?" "How shameless." Zheng Shao'an chuckled, pushing his bicycle as he headed outside. "It's only a matter of time. Come on, I'll take you to the movies." "Slow down." Du Yali jogged to catch up, nimbly jumping onto the back seat of the bicycle, her fingers subtly tugging at Zheng Shao'an's shirt. "Hold on tight." Zheng Shao'an pedaled vigorously, the bike swiftly darting forward. The sea breeze whistled past their ears, and Du Yali's braid brushed against his back, tickling him. "Zheng, over here." At the dock, Li Sanpao stood on tiptoe, waving his hand, accompanied by a few young intellectuals. Zheng Shao'an skidded to a halt, balancing on one foot. "You've got some quick legs." "Of course." Li Sanpao patted his chest proudly. "I rowed over, and we've already claimed our spot on the front row." The fishing boat belched black smoke, crammed with people. Zheng Shao'an guided Du Yali onto the vessel, where familiar faces filled the deck, passing sunflower seeds and peanuts, creating a festive atmosphere akin to a celebration. "I heard they're showing the Red Lantern today." "Indeed. The last time I watched it was last year in the county." "Everyone settled down," the old boatman shouted, and the fishing boat swayed gently as it set course for Dajiao Island. From a distance, they could see the beach teeming with people from various production teams, all holding torches and lanterns, resembling fireflies. Make way! Make way!" Li Sanpao swung his arms to clear a path. "We, from the Zhoushan Islands, are at the front." After much effort, they squeezed to the front row, where the rocks had already been marked with chalk. Just as Zheng Shao'an sat down, he overheard someone protesting from behind. "Why do they get to sit in the front?" Li Sanpao turned around, scolding. "Are you blind? Can't you see the chalk marks on the rocks? We claimed this spot at noon." The person shrank back, silenced. Du Yali whispered, "Did you really come at noon?" Zheng Shao'an leaned closer to her ear. "It's a lie. That fool rode faster than us just now." Du Yali chuckled softly, playfully pinching him. Suddenly, the buzz of conversation on the beach fell silent. The projector operator stood on a stool, calling out, "Comrades, the movie is about to begin. Quiet down." With a swish, hundreds of mouths closed in unison. The film projector clicked into action, casting a beam of light onto the white screen. The familiar opening music echoed across the beach. Images appeared on the screen, and everyone leaned forward, intrigued. "Oh my, it's been so many years since I've seen a big movie. This is my first time. Can that little character move? Can it come out? Look at you, so naive. Quiet down and watch first." As the film began, Zheng Shao'an pulled a handful of roasted sunflower seed from his pocket and placed them in Du Yali's palm. Freshly roasted from the supply and marketing cooperative, 5-spice flavor. Du Yali's eyes sparkled, and as her fingertips brushed against his palm, she teasingly scratched it. "Where did you get the tickets?" "I traded with old Zheng." Zheng Shao'an grinned. "For 2 yellow croakers." Just then, on the screen, Li Yuhe made his appearance, eliciting a wave of applause from the audience. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Zheng Shao'an seized Yali's hand. The young girl struggled momentarily, but, blushing, surrendered to his grasp. "Here, eat this," he said, producing an oil paper bag containing sweet, marinated pears soaked in cool water. Yali took a small bite, the juice trickling down her chin. Zheng Shao'an wiped his thumb and playfully sucked on his finger. "Delicious, isn't it? You're incorrigible." Yali, flustered and concerned about being seen, pinched his thigh. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted from the back row. It was the appearance of Jiu-san. "Li Sampa Ushota, Traito," provoking laughter from the crowd. Zheng Shao'an unscrewed his military canteen and offered it to her. "Take a sip. Don't choke." In truth, he merely wished to admire the delicate curve of her neck as she tilted her head back. As the film reached its climax, the audience sang along to the familiar refrain. Yali quietly hummed, and Zheng Shao'an rested his chin on his hand, captivated by her profile, her eyelashes glimmering like delicate fans under the silver screen's light. "Are you watching the movie or me?" Yali suddenly turned her head. "The film pales in comparison to your beauty." Zheng Shao'an leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Even as the movie played on, their hands remained intertwined, refusing to part. Meanwhile, Zhou Jinlong lurked behind the rocks, his eyes wide with rage. "Isn't that Zheng Shao'an?" The pockmarked-faced man craned his neck, pointing toward the front row. "Of course I'm not blind." Zhou Jinlong snapped, slapping the back of his head, his gaze fixated on Zheng Shao'an and Yali's retreating figures. Another henchman grunted in disdain. "That bastard stripped us bare last time. And now he is here with a pretty girl to watch a movie? How infuriating." Zhou Jinlong chuckled darkly, since she is Zheng Shao'an's woman. He licked his back teeth, his eyes glinting maliciously. "Let us kidnap her. After we're done, let us see how he holds his head high." The pockmarked man trembled in fear, "But, Dragon Brother, if we get caught, it's the firing squad for us. These days, crimes like this are no joke. One wrong move, and we'll be paraded through the streets." "Fool!" Zhou Jinlong kicked him in the knee. "What is there to fear? We're in the wilderness. Who would know it was us? Besides, with a girl as beautiful as her, isn't it a waste to let Zheng Shao'an have her? Let's savor her first." The two henchmen exchanged glances, rubbing their hands together with lewd grins. "She really is a stunner." Zhou Jinlong sneered when the show ends. "We'll follow them and find a secluded spot to strike." He squinted, glaring at Yali's silhouette, and vowed, "Zheng Shao'an, I'll make you understand the consequences of crossing me." As the movie concluded, the beach was abuzz with excitement. Yali remained engrossed in the story, her eyes sparkling. "Li Yuhe is so brave. Just hearing about that bowl of wine makes my blood boil." Zheng Shao'an chuckled, pinching her cheek. "If you like it so much, I'll borrow a projector from the brigade tomorrow, and we can watch it again at the drying field." "Really?" Yali, filled with surprise, grasped his sleeve, only to hastily release it. "Do not tease me. That machine is precious." Li Sanpao chimed in from the side. "Oh dear. Brother Zheng is aiming to be the model husband, isn't he? Off you go." Flustered, Yali stomped her foot, exclaiming, "Who wants him to be a husband?" The crowd erupted in laughter, and Yali's cheeks flushed even deeper. She tugged at Zheng Shao'an's shirt hem, stammering, I need to go to the restroom." Zheng Shao'an immediately turned, saying, "I'll accompany you." "Are you foolish?" Yali exclaimed, pinching him in a panic. "The men's and women's restrooms are not in the same direction. How can I?" Her words trailed off, her ears reddening to the point of embarrassment. Zheng Shao'an scratched his head. "Then I'll wait for you at the entrance." "Hurry back." "I know," Yali replied, jogging towards the ladies' room, her braids swinging with each step. Li Sanpao leaned in, winking, "Brother Zheng, your clinginess resembles that of a sticky toffee." Zheng Shao'an kicked him lightly, retorting, "Get lost. I enjoy it." Meanwhile, Yali hummed the tune of the Red Lantern as she made her way to the restroom, her heart brimming with sweetness. She couldn't help but chuckle at the memory of Zheng Shao'an secretly squeezing her palm, thinking, "This rascal, he is never serious." Just then, A smooth voice called out from behind. Which man are you thinking about? Chapter 56. Slay these beasts. Du Yali turned around and saw 3 dark figures blocking the path. The leader, a tall and slender man, was chewing on a root, his face taking on a ghastly hue in the moonlight. Who are you? She stepped back cautiously. Oh, so the woman of Zheng Shao'an pretends not to recognize us? Zhou Jinlong yanked her braid, exclaiming, Your man has stripped me bare. A jolt of pain shot through Du Yali's scalp as she kicked towards his groin, shouting, Let go. Damn. Zhou Jinlong jumped back. You're asking for it. Aren't you? At that moment, the man with a pockmarked face seized her neck from behind, saying, Dragon brother, this woman is quite feisty. Help! Du Yali managed to scream before the man, with the middle-parted hair, covered her mouth with a hand reeking of oil from a canvas glove, making her nauseous. The 3 of them dragged her towards the rocks, while the crowd on the beach continued their raucous chatter, oblivious to the commotion. Behave yourself. Zhou Jinlong pressed her chin down onto the grass, declaring, We'll wait for Zheng Shao'an to come collect his trash. In a desperate attempt, Du Yali sank her teeth into his palm. As he howled in pain, she tried to escape, only to be caught by the pockmarked man, who seized her by the collar. With a sharp sound, 2 buttons flew off her shirt. Looks like we're in for a treat today. The middle-parted man panted as he unbuckled his belt, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Zhou Jinlong, shaking his bleeding hand, grinned wickedly. Let us strip her and hang her on the rocks for the whole island to see. Zheng Shao'an's woman, trembling with fear. Du Yali's tears streamed down her cheeks. Please, don't touch me. Meanwhile, Zheng Shao'an had been waiting at the entrance for about 10 minutes. As the crowd began to disperse, he grew increasingly anxious at Du Yali's absence. Has she fallen into a pit? He muttered, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Several female intellectuals who had followed Du Yali had returned, yet she remained missing. Li Sanpao approached, cigarette in mouth. Brother Zheng, what is up? Yali has been in the restroom for ages. Zheng Shao'an furrowed his brow. Haven't the other girls returned? Li Sanpao gestured in the distance. I just saw them chatting as they walked back. Zheng Shao'an's expression darkened, and he sprang to his feet. Something's wrong. Let's go check. He strode purposefully toward the women's restroom, with Li Sanpao sensing the urgency and hastening to follow. As they rounded a pile of rocks, they heard a series of lewd laughs. Hey girl, scream all you want. No one will save you. Ha ha ha. Zheng Shao'an's woman is ours to play with today. If you want to blame someone, blame your filthy man for crossing us. With a ripping sound, fabric tore, and they could faintly hear Du Yali's sobbing protests. Get away. Don't touch me. Zheng Shao'an's mind went blank, fury coursing through his veins. I'll tear you apart. He roared, seizing a rock from the ground and charging forward. Zhou Jinlong was pinning Du Yali down when he heard the commotion, turning around. He was met with a rock crashing into his face. Zhou Jinlong's nasal bridge collapsed on the spot, blood gushing forth as he clutched his nose, wailing in agony before collapsing. Zheng Shao'an, upon recognizing the visitor with the pockmarked face, was struck with terror and turned to flee. Run? Not a chance. Li Sanpao lunged forward, pinning him to the ground, delivering 2 resounding blows to his head. Before the middle-parted hair could react, Zheng Shao'an delivered a powerful kick to his lower back, sending him sprawling to the ground, followed by a foot planted firmly on his groin. Ah! The middle-parted hair screamed like a slaughtered pig, rolling on the ground while clutching his groin in distress. Chapter 57. The Captain's Plea. Zheng Shao'an forcefully pulled Zhou Jinlong aside, yanking Du Yali to her feet. Her clothing was in disarray, the collar torn, and her face stained with tears, trembling in fear. Without hesitation, Zheng Shao'an removed his jacket and wrapped it around her, his voice trembling. It's all right, I'm here. Du Yali clutched his arm tightly, tears streaming down her face. Brother Zheng, what do we do about these ruffians? Li Sanpao asked, viciously stepping on the back of the pockmarked face. Zheng Shao'an's gaze was chilling, slowly turning to glare at the wailing Zhou Jinlong. He spoke deliberately, beat him to a pulp. Zhou Jinlong, covering his nose as blood seeped between his fingers, crawled back in terror. Zheng Shao'an, if you dare touch me, my father won't let you off. Your father? Zheng Shao'an scoffed, placing a foot on his chest. I'll incapacitate you today, and let your father come to collect your corpse. Damn you! How dare you touch my woman? Who gave you the audacity? With that, he swung his fist, delivering a relentless barrage to Zhou Jinlong's face. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of fists striking flesh was jarring. Zhou Jinlong initially screamed in agony, but after several blows, blood filled his mouth, rendering him unable to cry out. The pockmarked face, terrified, would himself, pleading desperately, "Brother Zheng, please spare me. We were wrong. We won't dare again." Wrong? Zheng Shao'an flicked the blood from his hands, coldly regarding him. Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Li Sanpao seized the pockmarked face by the hair, slamming him against the rocks. You dare to touch the girls from our youth commune? You're asking for death. Bang! Bang! With 2 strikes, blood appeared on the pockmarked face's forehead, and he rolled his eyes, unconscious. The middle-parted hair, clutching his groin in pain, paled at the sight of Zheng Shao'an approaching, retreating in fear. No, don't hit me. I didn't do anything. Truly, didn't he do anything? Zheng Shao'an kicked him in the face. You're nearly down to your pants, and you say you did nothing? Rage surged within him. Crack! The sound of a nasal bone fracturing was clearly audible. The middle-parted hair screamed and fainted. Li Sanpao glanced at the 3 half-conscious ruffians on the ground, spitting, "Brother Zheng, what should we do? Toss them into the sea to feed the fish." Zheng Shao'an replied coldly. "Leave them on the rocks, strip them, and bind them. Let them experience the taste of humiliation." Li Sanpao grinned, understood. In no time, they stripped Zhou Jinlong and his companions down to their underwear, binding them to the rocks. The sea breeze chilled them, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Zheng Shao'an shielded Du Yali behind him, nodding towards Li Sanpao. "Go, ring the gong. Call everyone over." Li Sanpao dashed out, shouting, "Come quick. We've caught some rogues." He seized a bronze gong hanging by the beach, striking it with a resounding clang. The crowd dispersed, quickly returning, the torches illuminating the rocky shore. What is happening? Oh my! Aren't those the rascals from Half Bay Island? Oh dear, how shameless! Why are you not wearing any clothes? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. Zhou Jinlong and his 2 companions were bound stark, naked to the rocks, trembling with bruised faces. The man with a pockmarked face had a large wet patch in his trousers, crying out with snot bubbles forming. "Captain Wang, help! Zheng Shao'an from Zhoushan Island is going to kill us." Wang Dihai, the production team leader, pushed through the crowd, illuminating the faces of the 3 with his flashlight. His expression turning ashen. "What on earth is this? You are here engaging in such disgraceful behavior? Where are your clothes? Where is your team leader?" Li Sanpao leapt up to report. If it weren't for Brother Zheng's timely arrival, that girl Yali would have. He then tugged at Du Yali's linen-style collar, revealing a torn button. Du Yali burst into tears, and the surrounding female, educated youths immediately rushed to wrap her in clothing. Their eyes glistened with anger as they glared at the offenders. "How can you lack all sense of shame? You intend to harm a young lady. She is an educated youth from the Zhoushan Islands, and you have no decency to act like a rogue. May the heavens strike you down. You deserve to be punished." Chapter 58. Crafting Nylon Fishing Nets. Nonsense. Zhou Jinlong, with his cheeks puffed, attempted to defend himself. "We were merely having a chat with her." "Chat my foot." Wang Dihai swung his arm and delivered a resounding slap that left Zhou Jinlong's head buzzing. "You brought 2 good-for-nothings to harass a young female intellectual, and now you still refuse to admit it?" The crowd erupted in uproar. "Scoundrel! Let us parade him through the streets. Send him to the commune for punishment." Wang Dihai, infuriated, trembled as he unbuckled his belt and struck Zhou Jinlong several more times. "Last year you were caught peeping at women bathing, and you think you've evaded justice? This time, you'll be publicly denounced." He turned to the militia. "Secure him tightly. Tomorrow we will hold a meeting. Our island's young intellectual has been wronged, and she will be avenged right here. After the denunciation, your captain will take you back for punishment." Zhou Jinlong crumpled into a heap, weeping and pleading for mercy. Suddenly, a voice with a pockmarked face let out a wail. This coward even wet himself, and the foul stench trickled down the rocks. "How unfortunate!" Wang Dihai waved his hand in disgust and turned to pat Zheng Shao'an on the shoulder. "Thankfully, you're quick-witted. First, take Xiao Du back to the intellectual station. This matter will be dealt with seriously in the team. The fishing boat chugged back, belching black smoke. Du Yali, wrapped in Zheng Shao'an's coat, huddled in a corner of the cabin, trembling. Zheng Shao'an squatted beside her, peeling peanuts and softly comforting her. It's all right. I'm here. No one will dare to bully you again. Tomorrow, we will bring that beast to our island for public denunciation. The uncles and aunts in our village adore you, and they will surely throw rotten eggs at him. Just wait and see who dares to bully our island girls. Hearing this, Du Yali finally smiled through her tears, subtly leaning closer to Zheng Shao'an. Thankfully, you are here. Huh, it's nothing. Upon arriving at the intellectual station, Zheng Shao'an returned home. Just thinking of Zhou Jinlong and his cohorts sent a chill through his gaze. How dare that beast lay a hand on his woman, seeking death. The next morning, as dawn broke, the copper gong of the production team sounded loudly. Zheng Shao'an sprang out of bed like a carp leaping from the water, quickly dressing and rushing outside. On the way, he encountered Li Sanpao, who still had sleep in his eyes, excitedly rubbing his hands together. Brother Zheng, Captain Wang wants us to set up a stage at the drying ground. The drying ground was already crowded with people, as several militia members tied Zhou Jinlong and his companions to wooden stakes. These three had spent the night frozen on the rocks of the Zhoushan archipelago and now resembled wet chickens, shivering uncontrollably. Bow your heads. Wang Dihai kicked Zhou Jinlong behind the knee. Now you're scared, huh? Where's your bravado from when you were harassing? The pockmarked face still bore a damp stain in his trousers, sobbing with tears flowing. Fellow villagers, spare my life. I will never dare again. Bah! A rotten egg flew from the crowd, splattering against his face. This ignited an uproar, as the crowd erupted in shouts. Scoundrel! Bullying a young female intellectual deserves execution. It has been years since our island has witnessed such scoundrels. Du Yali was encircled by the young female intellectuals, her delicate face ashen. Zheng Shao'an squeezed through the crowd, handing her a net bag filled with rotten vegetable leaves. Do not be afraid. Throw with all your might. Wang Dihai leaped onto a stool, raising his voice through a megaphone. Comrades, the purpose of today's denunciation meeting is to address these rogue elements. Before he could finish, Captain Liu from Banwan Island barged in with his men. Old Wang, we shall handle our own people. Handle what nonsense? Wang Dihai's voice boomed louder than the megaphone. Those who act like ruffians on my territory must be dealt with by me. The two captains were on the verge of a confrontation, but ultimately, the commune's secretary intervened. Let us proceed with the denunciation. Afterward, you may take them back for re-education. Chapter 59. The successful production, a lively scene unfolded. Zhou Jinlong, adorned with a tattered shoe around his neck, bore a pockmarked face and a middle-part hairstyle, while he and two others knelt on the platform like quails. I'd announce. Suddenly, Li Sanpao sprang forth, declaring, Zhou Jinlong was caught peeping at women bathing last year. Well done. Wang Dihai swung his shoe sole and struck. He has a criminal record. Rotten vegetable leaves and foul eggs rained down upon the stage like a deluge. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Shao'an grasped Du Yali's hand, asking, Isn't this satisfying? Du Yali smiled, biting her lip, and suddenly hurled a rotten potato, which struck Zhou Jinlong squarely on the forehead. Juice splattered across the face of the pockmarked man beside him, evoking peals of laughter from the crowd. The struggle session continued until noon before dispersing. When Captain Liu led the disheveled individuals away, Zhou Jinlong's father chased after him, delivering a couple of kicks. You little rascal. You brought shame upon me. On the way back, Li Sanpao mimicked Zhou Jinlong's cowering posture, causing Du Yali to double over with laughter. Zheng Shao'an approached, pushing his bicycle. Hop on, brother will take you for a ride. Blushing, Du Yali leaped onto the back seat, instinctively wrapping her little hands around his waist. The sea breeze rushed past as Zheng Shao'an pedaled swiftly, deliberately bumping over potholes. Du Yali, startled, pounded his back. Slow down. If I fall, you will pay for it. You won't fall. Zheng Shao'an grinned over his shoulder. I've got you covered. Embarrassed, Du Yali buried her face in his back, her fingers playfully pinching his lower back. Zheng Shao'an laughed, causing the handlebars to wobble. Seagulls soared overhead, while the surface of the sea glimmered, brightening the spirits. In the evening, After escorting Du Yali back to the youth station, Zheng Shao'an was humming a tune while wiping down his bicycle. Wang Dihai approached, hand behind his back. Shao'an, come here for a moment. What's up, Captain? Zheng Shao'an draped the rag over the bicycle seat. Wang Dihai, frowning, squatted down, tapping his pipe. The fishing nets have been tearing frequently lately. The fish have all fled, and the harvest has decreased by half. Taking a puff, he looked up, worry lines deepening on his forehead. You're clever with ideas. Can you think of a solution? Zheng Shao'an picked up a twig and began drawing in the dirt. The hemp rope nets we're currently using rot when soaked. We need to switch materials. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, how about nylon line? The supply and marketing cooperative just received a new batch. It's sturdy and lightweight. Currently, the nets are handmade by villagers, utilizing hemp rope, which is cumbersome and prone to wear. The nylon ropes utilized in future generations would be far superior for fishing. Is that feasible? Wang Dihai squinted. Not only do we need to change the line, but we must also modify the mesh size. Zheng Shao'an gestured. Narrow at the top and wider at the bottom. So once the fish enter, they cannot escape. We should also craft a few traps specifically for crabs and shrimp. Wang Dihai slapped his thigh. Exactly. You organize it and take whatever you need directly from the warehouse. Zheng Shao'an turned and called out, Sampao, go to the youth station and gather people. Li Sampao, who had been prying oysters from the rocks, sprang up at the call. Understood. This lad dashed off. His pant legs splattered with mud. In less than the time it takes to smoke a half a cigarette, the threshing floor was abuzz with activity. The young intellectuals, carrying bamboo poles and holding hemp ropes, gathered around, chattering excitedly. What invention is Brother Zheng up to this time? I've heard he intends to weave a new fishing net. Zheng Shao'an planted a branch firmly into the ground and declared, listen carefully. We're going to weave a new type of fishing net made of nylon. What is nylon? Someone scratched their head in confusion. It's the latest supply from the cooperative, 10 times stronger than hemp rope. Zheng Shao'an took the hemp rope from Li Sampao's hands and demonstrated. See this? This worn-out net rots after just 2 days in the water, while nylon can last for half a year without damage. The young intellectual's eyes sparkled with interest as they clamored. How much will it cost? How will we create the mesh? Will it still be like the current square design? Foolish. Brother Zheng just said it should be narrower at the top and wider at the bottom, like a funnel. Zheng Shao'an picked up a piece of charcoal and began sketching on the drying ground. The mesh at the top is small, so when the fish swim in, they become disoriented. The mesh at the bottom is large, ensuring they cannot escape. Li Sampao squatted nearby, adding to the excitement. Let us sew on a few pockets specifically for catching crabs. Once their claws are trapped, they're finished. Exactly, Zheng Shao'an exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Get someone skilled at drawing to sketch the design. The drying ground instantly buzzed with activity. The young intellectuals fetched stools, pulled strings, and one bespectacled individual even took out a notebook to draw. Brother Zheng, shall we add a buoy? It could signal when a fish collides. Chapter 60. Setting sail. Zheng Shao'an felt a surge of joy. You've got some talent, my friend. After toiling late into the night, the design for the new fishing net was finally complete. Zheng Shao'an, shaking the blueprints, boasted, if this net comes to fruition, our island's fish catch will triple this year. Before the rooster had crowed the next morning, Zheng Shao'an kicked Li Sampao awake. Let's go find a place to get this made. The two pedaled their bicycles through the commune. The master at the commune's agricultural machinery factory took one look at the blueprints and waved his hand dismissively. Nylon thread? Our machines can't handle that. An old worker at the county shipyard, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, scoffed, Comrade, your idea is commendable, but we can't weave that kind of pattern here. Sitting despondently at the entrance of the county shipyard, Zheng Shao'an chewed on a blade of grass and sighed. What now? The blueprints are ready, yet no one can make them. Li Sampao kicked a stone in frustration. Zheng, we've wasted a whole day, and we can't even find a reliable factory. Let us go back and talk to the captain. Zheng Shao'an pedaled his bike with determination. We can't let this effort go to waste. The two rushed into the production team's office, where Wang Dihai was busy tallying accounts. He looked up. How did it go? Have you found a place to get it made? That is precisely why we're here. Captain, Zheng Shao'an slammed the blueprints onto the table. The agricultural machinery factory said they lacked the equipment, and the shipyard said they can't weave the shuttle. We searched the entire commune and found no one who can help. Wang Dihai pondered while puffing on his pipe. Our island may lack some technical prowess, but if this fishing net truly comes to fruition, we could significantly increase this year's catch. Li Sanpao plopped down on a bench. Captain, you have to think of a solution. Suddenly, Wang Dihai slapped his thigh. Of course. Don't we have a naval unit on the island? They are equipped with advanced technology and might be able to assist. Zheng Shao'an's eyes lit up, right? How could we have forgotten them? Quickly, Wang Dihai gestured. You two ride your bikes to the camp and find Lieutenant Zhao. Just tell him our production team needs support. All right. Zheng Shao'an grabbed the blueprints and dashed out. Li Sanpao pedaled after him. Zheng, slow down. My bike chain is about to snap. At the entrance of the naval base, a sentry raised his rifle. Halt. What is your business? Zheng Shao'an quickly produced an introduction letter. Comrade, we are from the Zhoushan Island production team and need to see Lieutenant Zhao urgently. The sentry glanced at their muddy attire before turning to report. Before long, a tall man in military uniform with prominent brows and eyes strode out. Who is looking for me? Lieutenant Zhao. Zheng Shao'an stepped forward. We are from production team and would like to request your assistance in making a batch of new fishing nets. Zhao Qingjun glanced at the blueprints and raised an eyebrow. Oh, this design is quite intriguing. Turning to the page with the trap design, he was even more astonished. Who drew this? It's quite professional. Li Sanpao proudly puffed out his chest. That would be our Zheng, a talented individual from the Educated Youth Program. Lieutenant Zhao smiled, appraising Zheng Shao'an. Well done, young man. This blueprint is even more detailed than what we have in our logistics department. Zheng Shao'an scratched his head. Lieutenant, do you think you can help us make this? Our island's fishing nets are old and falling apart, and the fish have all but disappeared. Of course. Why would we? Zhao Qingjun slapped his thigh. The military and the civilian community are one family. Just as we have a net weaving machine in logistics, and there is a stockpile of nylon thread. He turned and called out to the communicator. Go, fetch the logistics squad leader, Old Zhou. In a short while, a lean veteran came running over. Zhao Qingjun handed him the blueprint. Old Zhou, take a look, can this be done? Old Zhou squinted at it and chuckled. This design is brilliant. Narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. Once the fish go in, they won't be able to escape. He gave a thumbs up to Zheng Shao'an. Young comrade, you have some ideas. Company Commander Zhao replied cheerfully. All right, we'll take care of this. We'll start work tomorrow, and you can come pick up the goods in 3 days. Zheng Shao'an was so excited that he rubbed his hands together. Thank you so much. Commander Zhao, you have really helped us out. Commander Zhao laughed heartily. What is there to thank? If your production goes well, we soldiers will be pleased too. He patted Zheng Shao'an on the shoulder. You're a talented young man. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, don't hesitate to come to us. Zheng Shao'an and Li Sanpao cheerfully saluted in a somewhat awkward manner, hopped on their bicycles, and hurried back. The sea breeze rustled their clothes, and Li Sanpao shouted at the top of his lungs, Zheng Ge, this time we'll be in the limelight. Zheng Shao'an grinned. Indeed, once the fishing nets are ready, let us see who still dares to say we're just wasting time. Chapter 61. Catching blue crabs in the mangroves, Zheng Shao'an and Li Sanpao sped back to the village on their bicycles, braving the sea breeze. As they entered the village, before they could even settle onto the ground, they spotted Wang Dihai pacing back and forth in the threshing yard, hands behind his back. Upon seeing them, he immediately approached, inquiring eagerly, so how did it go? Did it work out? Indeed, Zheng Shao'an exclaimed, propping his bicycle upright with a foot, his face alight with joy as he produced the blueprints. The commander said they would have it ready in 3 days and praised our drawings as professional. He also mentioned that our production is commendable, which pleases their unit. Li Sanpao interjected excitedly, his face aglow, adding that Shao'an is a talent and that they could seek assistance from him in the future. Wang Dihai's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he smacked his thigh, exclaiming, I knew you could accomplish great things. He took the blueprints, scrutinizing them with nods and exclamations of wonder. This design is even more refined than the ship's cabin plans I drew back in my day. If this comes to fruition, our catch will surely double. We must properly acknowledge Shao'an's contribution. With a raised eyebrow and an unmistakable smile of excitement, he declared, I will write a report to the commune, putting your name forward for the title of Outstanding Educated Youth. You deserve it. Please no. Zheng Shao'an waved his hands, insisting, I merely did what I could. Modesty is unnecessary. Wang Dihai chuckled. Your idea is worth the effort of 3 labors. If not you, then who else should I report? Li Sanpao, grinning, scratched his head. What about me? I helped too, didn't I? You can be recognized as an outstanding assistant. Wang Dihai retorted with a sidelong glance, shaking his smoking pipe playfully. However, you two should not rest tonight. I hear the tide is rising fiercely in the mangroves to the west of the village. Once it recedes, there will be a plethora of crabs. Zheng Shao'an's eyes lit up. Going to the sea? Precisely. Wang Dihai grinned. We've just devised a new net design, and it's time to catch some goods. We can't just boast without substance. Absolutely. Zheng Shao'an eagerly agreed. Captain, I will prepare the harpoon, the net, the snakeskin bag, and the flashlight. Tonight, we shall turn the mangroves upside down. Too many people will scare off the crabs and shrimp. Just the 2 of you will suffice, Wang Dihai advised, his tone imbued with caution. Be careful on the slippery paths after dark, and don't overexert yourselves. Rest assured, Li Sanpao puffed out his chest. The 2 of us have traversed the sea trenches thrice. We fear nothing. Boasting won't cost you anything. Zheng Shao'an playfully kicked him. Let us go. We'll each return to gather our tools and meet back here at the threshing yard after dark. As evening fell, the sun sank beneath the ocean, casting fiery hues across the horizon. Zheng Shao'an, with a snakeskin bag slung over his shoulder and a flashlight around his neck, donned worn rubber shoes. In his right hand, he wielded a self-crafted trident, while his left grasped a short-handled iron shovel. Upon stepping out of his door, he found Li Sanpao squatting by the threshing yard, laden with gear. This time, I brought a secret weapon, Li Sanpo Bruklaimat. A mysterious look on his face as he produced a glass jar from his pocket. According to my 3rd uncle, crabs and shrimp are terrified of this. Garlic mixed with sesame oil. It keeps the soles of your shoes from slipping and wards off snakes. Isn't your 3rd uncle just a con man selling snake oil? Zheng Shao'an questioned skeptically. What do you know? He may boast, but this stuff actually works. Li Sanpao, trembling, cautiously unscrewed the bottle cap, and a pungent aroma, mingled with garlic and rancid oil, assailed Zheng Shao'an's senses, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Come on, let's hurry, Zheng urged, pulling him towards the outskirts of the village. The 2 set off from the grain-drying yard, traversing the gravel path leading to the seaside. Along the way, the youth dormitory still glowed with the flickering light of kerosene lamps, the sounds of sizzling dishes occasionally wafting through the air. Are we just hunting crabs tonight? Li Sanpao inquired as they walked. Not just that, Zheng replied in a hushed tone. The mangrove's terrain is intricate. There are ditches, mud, and piles of stones, where many fish and shrimp conceal themselves. We might even catch some green eels or yellow eels. And sandworms. Li Sanpao's eyes sparkled. I used to accompany my father to catch them when I was a child, using a branch to poke into the sand and pulling one out with each thrust. That depends on your aim, Zheng chuckled, but tonight our focus is on crabs and shrimp. Let's not be greedy. Before long, they arrived at the edge of the mangrove. It was a vast expanse of tidal flats, soaked by the sea, with slender tree roots protruding from the dark, muddy ground, their canopies resembling umbrellas. As the night breeze rustled through the leaves, Zheng said, "Turn on the light." He activated the flashlight, and its beam instantly pierced the darkness, casting white rays across the tidal flats. "This place is quite eerie," Li Sanpao remarked, rubbing his arms. "Do you think we might encounter a yellow eel spirit tonight?" "Stop indulging in tales," Zheng retorted, giving him a light kick. "Come on, let us venture deeper. The water recedes quickly over there." They waded through the muddy water, gradually immersing themselves into the mangrove. Where the flashlight's beam fell, some crabs scuttled slowly, diving into their holes at the sight of the light. Chapter 42. The muddy nest of the mangroves quick. "Over there, a large one," Li Sanpao exclaimed, pointing urgently at a muddy hollow ahead, his voice lowered to a whisper. Zheng Shao'an swept his flashlight in that direction, revealing a blue-shelled crab peering out, its gray-blue shell glistening with a slick sheen under the light, its claws waving swiftly. "Blue crab, Zheng Shao'an's voice brimmed with excitement. Don't move yet. I'll coax it out. As he spoke, he deftly extracted a piece of salted fish head from his bag, crouching down and skillfully maneuvering the fish spear, inching closer to the crab's burrow. Li Sanpao crouched beside him, holding his breath, his eyes fixed intently. Where did you learn this technique? I picked it up from old fishermen, Zheng Shao'an whispered. Blue crabs are timid. If you startle them, they retreat into their holes. You must entice them. As the fish head slowly approached the crab's den, the crab's two antennae quivered slightly, and soon enough, it cautiously emerged, its claws testing the air, evidently intrigued by the bait. Patience. Wait until it is fully out, Zheng Shao'an murmured. When the blue crab took its final step forward, his eyes sparkled with anticipation, and he swiftly thrust the fish spear down. Clang! The iron spear struck precisely behind the crab's shell, causing it to thrash violently, mud splattering everywhere. Grab it, Zheng Shao'an shouted. Li Sanpao immediately opened the snakeskin bag, swiftly scooping the blue crab into it and twisting the opening shut. Wow, this one is quite strong. Li Sanpao chuckled, his eyes narrowing in delight. This must weigh at least 1.5 pounds. Look at those claws. They're as thick as pebbles. Zheng Shao'an couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. The blue crab has a thick shell and heavy claws, rich and roe. If we take this home and steam it with a bit of vinegar, it could easily accompany 3 bowls of rice. Indeed, Li Sanpao grinned widely. If the first one is this big, we must be in for a lucky day. The two continued onward, the ground becoming increasingly muddy, sinking half an inch with each step. Zheng Shao'an held the spear upside down, gently tapping the handle against the ground, cautiously probing ahead with each stride. Be careful. This area is quite muddy, unlike the beach. Getting stuck would be troublesome. Should we not venture too deep? Li Sanpao suggested tentatively. Have no fear, I know the way. Zheng Shao'an replied with a smile, pressing on. After about 50 steps, there's a stretch of shell beach where the water is clear and the mud shallow. That's where the crabs are most abundant. How do you know this so well? Li Sanpao inquired. I scouted the area a few days ago during low tide and tossed in some leftover fish scraps, just waiting for today, Zheng Shao'an explained. You sly fellow. You set this up in advance. Li Sanpao exclaimed, realizing they were here to reap the rewards of Zheng's planning. Gathering crabs is akin to waging war. One must have a strategy, Zheng Shao'an chuckled in response. Catching crabs is not a matter of luck. As they stepped onto the shell beach, the flashlight illuminated a shimmering surface, revealing shallow pools exposed by the receding tide, with blue crabs and small shrimp cautiously nestled among the rocks and tree roots. Let us get to work, Zheng Shao'an commanded, brandishing the fish spear as he charged forward. Li Sanpao crouched down, wielding an iron spade to excavate a hole, and within moments he unearthed a small green crab that was desperately attempting to burrow into a puddle. Don't run away. He pressed down on the crab's back with one hand while swiftly pinching its pincers with the other. Huh, you thought you could escape? Zheng Shao'an, with a deft flick of the fork handle, lifted another crab that had scuttled into a sandy nook. This creature was rather clever. Yet no matter how swiftly it tried to evade capture, it could not escape my grasp. Suddenly, Li Sanpao leapt up, exclaiming, it bit me. Where? Zheng Shao'an hurriedly shone the flashlight in his direction. There, he observed Li Sanpao's left index finger ensnared, a small crab clinging tightly and refusing to relinquish its hold. Wincing in pain, Li Sanpao grimaced, Hurry, help me pry it off. Chapter 63. The explosion of the barrel upon witnessing Li Sanpao's finger ensnared by the blue crab. Zheng Shao'an hastily discarded the fish spear and retrieved a stick, thick as a half pencil, from his pocket. Grasping the crab shell with one hand, he wedged the stick into the crab's claw with the other. Hold still just a moment, he whispered urgently. I won't move. Li Sanpao grimaced, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. With a sharp crack, Zheng pried the claw open, and it fell into the muddy water with a splash, shaking its small legs as if in defiance. Li Sanpao collapsed onto the ground, cradling his finger. Oh dear, that creature's grip is akin to a tiger's claw. It nearly crushed my bone. Serves you right. Zheng chuckled, scolding him as he picked up the ferocious crab and stuffed it into a bag. I warned you to wear gloves. The blue crab's grip is the fiercest. How could I wear gloves? I need to feel the mud. Li Sanpao retorted, feeling aggrieved. How can I tell if it's hiding without the tactile sensation? Should you lose a finger, you'll return to the village as a laughingstock. Laughingstock, my foot. My wife will be the first to feel sorry for me. If Du Jiqing discovers you were pinched by a crab, would she still sympathize? Li Sanpao was momentarily silenced. Then gritted his teeth. Let us get back to work. Enough of your chatter. We need to gather more tonight. The two resumed their task, spirits renewed. They split up, each wielding a flashlight and a shovel or fish spear, diligently scouring the beach for treasures. Zheng Shao'an cautiously traversed the edge of a puddle, his eyes fixated on the foamy circles and tiny muddy lines left by the crab's movements. There's a hole, he exclaimed softly, crouching to clear a small mound of sand. As he removed just an inch, a large blue crab darted out of the hole with lightning speed. Quick, quick! Zheng's reflexes were sharp, and he seized its shell. The crab immediately waved its formidable claws, snapping loudly with impressive strength. Goodness, this claw is even thicker than the last one. He flipped the crab over, confirming it was a female, her belly swollen with rich roe. Li Sanpao. This one we shall save for dinner tonight. Li Sanpao, still digging nearby, did not look up. Deal. Let us make a spicy braise with ginger, scallions, and wine. It will be so delicious you won't be able to move. No sooner had he spoken than he sprang up, holding a blue crab aloft, his eyes gleaming. Look at this one. Symmetrical claws, long legs, and a hard shell. At least 2 pounds. Go on, boast. Zheng laughed at 2-pound blue crab. You must be pulling out a sea turtle. Li Sanpao chuckled, stuffing the crab into the bag and resuming his search. Just wait. I'll definitely pull out a giant today. Though this stretch of beach was small, it teemed with resources. Before long, they had collected 7 or 8 blue crabs, along with several red crabs and a handful of small shrimp. Suddenly, Zheng's flashlight flickered and went out. Huh. He tapped the flashlight and shook it. It was dead? I have a spare. Li Sanpao tossed him a small, dark flashlight, recently equipped with new batteries. All right. Zheng Shao'an caught it, illuminating the path ahead. After only a few steps, an unexpected crack echoed beneath him. Suddenly, his feet slipped away. Oh no, my goodness. He found himself plummeting into a muddy pit. His trousers instantly soaked and chillingly cold. Li Sanpao rushed over. Did you fall into a ditch? It's not a ditch, it's a collapsed mud hole. Zheng Shao'an grumbled as he struggled to climb out, cursing the careless soul who had left this trap unmarked. Finally emerging, he was covered in muck, resembling someone pulled from a rice paddy. Forget it. I won't make a fuss. I'll just take a different route. As he brushed off his clothes, he shifted to the right. Just a couple of steps later, Li Sanpao shouted, Here it comes. Zheng Shao'an, a big cargo is coming. Zheng Shao'an looked up to see. Under the flashlight's beam, a blue crab, as large as a palm, leisurely making its way across the puddle, its claws raised majestically. Quick, don't scare it. Zheng Shao'an hissed. Li Sanpao crouched slowly, gripping a makeshift bamboo fork, inching closer. Wait. Zheng Shao'an whispered urgently. Don't use the fork. The crab shell is too tough. It could break. Then what should we do? Use a net. I don't have a net. Use your hat. But I still have cigarettes in my hat. Li Sanpao was nearly in tears. Don't ruin my precious stash. Chapter 64. The eel don't ruin my precious pack of cigarettes. Li Sanpao exclaimed, nearly in tears. Zheng Shao'an could not help but chuckle and scold him. What are you thinking about cigarettes at a time like this? Hand me your hat, and I'll replace it with a new pack later. Can you really afford it? Li Sanpao grumbled, yet he reluctantly removed his hat, carefully cradling the pack of cigarettes in his arms before handing over the damp liberation cap. As Zheng Shao'an took the hat, he deftly flicked his wrist, causing the brim to open, and pulled a thin rope from his waist pouch, swiftly tying it into a pouch-like form while murmuring, You should see what kind of crab this is. It's a male with a hard shell and heavy claws, tastier than the females. You seem to know quite a bit. Li Sanpao exclaimed in disbelief. Of course. I spent 2 years by the sea with old fishermen. I've seen all kinds of tricks. With that, he stealthily approached, crouching low, and tossed the hat pouch into the puddle. With a swift motion of his right hand, he disturbed the water, and the pouch perfectly covered the crab's head. Got it, he whispered triumphantly, tightening the rope and effectively trapping the crab within the pouch. Wow, Li Samparu Vespat. You really caught one. The art of gathering sea creatures relies on keen eyesight, courage, and skill. Zheng Shao'an grinned widely, emptying the hat pouch into a snakeskin bag. With a large blue crab clacked its claws and thrashed at the bottom. Their eyes met, sparkling with excitement. As they spoke, a sudden long ripple appeared at the far end of the puddle. Li Sampao frowned. What was that? It doesn't seem like a crab, Zheng Shao'an replied, shining his flashlight in that direction. A dark shadow darted through the muddy water, twisting like a snake, its tail splashing water everywhere. Oh my, that S! Li Sampao's eyes widened. An eel? Zheng Shao'an gasped. A large eel. Be careful, it bites. Li Sampao stepped back cautiously, recalling tales from his father about how eels latch onto one's hand and refuse to let go, even unto death. Don't shout, you'll scare it, Zheng Shao'an urged, his gaze fixed on the shadow while subtly adjusting his spear to the forefront. After a moment of swimming in the puddle, the shadow suddenly raised its head, revealing its broad, shiny, serpent-like visage, bubbling water escaping its mouth, with crimson tongue flickering in the night. It was an old eel. Zheng Shao'an licked his dry lips, estimating it weighed at least 6 pounds. Don't act rashly. It's very slippery. Li Sampao Varnat. Trust me, Zheng Shao'an replied, taking a deep breath, his eyes locking onto the target. Suddenly, the eel turned, its tail sweeping as if to burrow into a crevice between the stones. In a flash of cold determination, Zheng Shao'an thrust the spear forward. Clang! The spear struck precisely between the eel's neck and gill, and the creature writhed violently, thrashing through the water and mud, creating chaos. Hold it down, Zheng Shao'an shouted. Li Sampao, disregarding his shoes, jumped barefoot into the puddle and swung a shovel down onto the eel's rear, flipping the struggling creature back over. Hurry, get the bag. Zheng Shao'an lunged forward with great force, pinning the eel to the ground with his knees. With deft precision, he drew forth a harpoon, swiftly wrapping and twisting it around the thrashing creature, securing the still wriggling eel within a coarse cloth bag. With a sharp snap, he tied 3 tight knots with a rope. Both men collapsed to the ground, breathless and covered in mud. Damn it, Li Sampao gasped. Today's endeavor was worth it. That was an old eel. Zheng Shao'an's face flushed crimson, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. This single catch could fetch at least 5 or 6 coins. 5 or 6 coins, Li Sampao exclaimed, sitting up abruptly. I might not even earn that much in 3 months. Look at this skin, this sinew, this flesh, stir-fried eel slices, soup, eel stew. Each is a delicacy, Zheng Shao'an chuckled, shaking the bag, the eel still vigorously writhing within. We should hurry back. Today's haul is considerable. If we linger any longer, dawn will break upon us. Right, let us retreat. Li Sampao sprang to his feet, shaking off the mud and water. If we delay any further, the tide will return, and we'll be stranded here. Carrying their respective bags of bounty, the 2 men navigated the slippery, muddy terrain toward the shore. Along the way, Zheng Shao'an remained vigilant, observing the movements of the water pools, murmuring to himself, next time, I must return at low tide. I have yet to fully explore this area. Chapter 65. The half-gene white-beard shrimp as the tide recedes. I must return for another visit. This stretch remains unexplored. Zheng Shao'an muttered to himself while shouldering a snakeskin bag as he made his way to the shore, his shoulder drenched and shivering from the cold breeze. Hey, Shao'an, didn't we agree that we would set the traps tonight? Li Sampao suddenly remembered, halting in his tracks. I left my few traps in the cow shed and didn't bring them out. I've got them, Zheng Shao'an replied, turning back to extract 3 folded old rattan traps from the bottom of his carrying basket, prepared since yesterday, and today was indeed the perfect moment. Goodness, you're quite meticulous. Li Sampao grinned. Let us quickly find a waterway to set the traps. We shall aim for a bountiful catch. Under the veil of night, the duo made their way to a meandering river mouth not far from the clam beach. This waterway, a small inlet left by the receding tide, wound its way into the bay. Although shallow, it was a vital thoroughfare for fish, shrimp, crabs, and eels. This place is just right, Zheng Shao'an observed. The bottom comprised of silt mixed with gravel, perfect for concealing treasures. He squatted down and began to prepare the first trap. Li Sanpao moved several stones to weigh down the edges of the trap, ensuring that the tide wouldn't wash it away, while also searching for a few willow branches to use as markers. I have the bait. Zheng Shao'an rummaged through his basket to retrieve a foul-smelling mass of chicken intestines and bits of dead fish, a scent that irresistibly attracted shrimp and crabs. You've come prepared, Li Sanpao praised. Less talk, more action. Zheng Shao'an swiftly placed the bait into the central basket of the trap, securely fastening the iron wire latch and using a hook to secure both ends. Now, let us place the first one towards the southeast. With that, he tossed the trap into the water with a splash, watching as the wooden frame, weighed down by stones, slowly sank, leaving only a tattered cloth buoy bobbing on the surface. The second one goes to that patch of water grass to the south. Zheng Shao'an carried the trap, wading through the water for a few steps. Look at this patch of grass. It surely harbors shrimp. You truly are an old fox. Your nose is keener than a dog's. Li Sanpao followed closely behind. Taking advantage of the still receding tide, they set 3 traps in different directions, east, south, and west, each secured with rags and marked with branches, ensuring clear identification. All right, we shall return after a short while. Zheng Shao'an rubbed his hands together, his fingers stiff from the cold, seeking a sheltered spot to wait. Hey, Li Sanpao pointed towards a protruding rock nearby. The wind is gentler over there. We could take cover for a bit. The two of them nestled against the rock, the wind howling past their ears, as the sky began to brighten faintly in the distance. Imagine if we could sustain ourselves with this in the future. That would be quite splendid, Li Sanpao mused, chewing on a blade of grass. Do not take it too lightly. Zheng Shao'an gazed at the water surface. This endeavor, if spoken of prettily, is merely living off nature's bounty. If not, it is a gamble with one's life. One misstep into a muddy pit, and with the rising tide, your life could be forfeit. Yet, you are still here, Li Sanpao chuckled. Your life is as resilient as a piece of beef tendon. Even beef tendon requires a good pull to move. Zheng Shao'an stretched lazily, noting that it was nearly time to begin. He was the first to rise, tying the rope back around his waist and picking up a sturdy wooden stick to probe the path ahead. Li Sanpao followed closely, stamping his feet and shivering. Had I known, I would have worn an extra pair of cotton trousers. This water stings like daggers. Upon reaching the first trap, Zheng squatted down and said, "Come, move this stone aside." Li Sanpao gritted his teeth and shifted the stone that was pressing down, while Zheng grasped the cloth strip and gave a tug. With a splash, the trap burst forth from the water. The two leaned in for a closer look, their eyes lighting up instantly. "Hey, it's brimming," Li Sanpao exclaimed, spotting eels, loaches, and even a large mudfish. There were shrimp as well, including both flower and river shrimp. Zheng dragged the trap to the shore, deftly unfastening the opening, and a wave of fishy odor wafted towards them as the slippery creatures flopped out in a frenzy. "Quick, bag them." Li Sanpao shouted, grabbing a snake kimbak. Collecting the catch with glee, this trap alone must yield at least 1.5 pounds of eels. These are wild loaches, not farm-raised. They'll fetch double the price, Zheng remarked with a smile. This trip has proven worthwhile. The second trap was not far off, situated near a patch of watergrass. The two navigated the slippery terrain, pulling up the trap once more, and lo and behold, it was filled to the brim. "My goodness, this time, it's a bounty of shrimp," Li Sanpao exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. "Look at this white-whiskered shrimp. It must weigh at least 1/2 pound." Zheng's eyes sharpened as he carefully retrieved several bouncing grouper from the trap. These were precious commodities, eagerly sought after by seafood markets. I remember my father telling me that 1 pound of grouper could be traded for a pair of liberation shoes. In this day and age, bartering for chicken or meat is not uncommon. Zheng grinned, eager to collect the last trap. Chapter 66. Handling the eel quickly. Let us get the last one. Zheng Shao'an called out. The two men, bags in hand, trudged towards the remote waterway to the west, their feet damp with moisture. The night was waning, and the eastern horizon glimmered with a pale light, while the tide began to recede. If they did not hasten, they would soon be submerged by the rising waters while attempting to retrieve their final catch. Li Sanpao slipped, landing unceremoniously in the mud, cursing as he scrambled back to his feet. This dreadful place. Next time, I must wear rubber boots, he lamented. Your worn-out shoes are treacherous. They slip at the slightest touch of water. Next time, I shall craft you a pair with a sturdy sole. Zheng Shao'an chided with a chuckle, his eyes fixed on the last fish trap ahead. The buoy of the trap had been partially submerged by the rising water, and the fabric strips clung to the surface, while the surrounding vegetation thrashed violently, suggesting something was stirring within. Li Sanpao furrowed his brow. Why is there so much commotion in the water? It seems a hefty creature has entered the trap. Zheng Shao'an narrowed his eyes, readying the bag in his hand. We may be fortunate enough to catch something substantial, he murmured, squatting down. With one hand pressing the nearby water plants, he grasped the fabric strip of the buoy and whispered, "Let us move that rock aside." The stone was larger than the previous two. Whoa! Li Sanpao gritted his teeth, shifting the stone, which caused the muddy water to bubble up. Zheng Shao'an seized the opportunity to yank the trap free from the water, but suddenly, something forceful tugged back, nearly pulling him into the depths. Goodness, something is struggling. He muttered under his breath, "Come lend a hand." Li Sanpao rushed over, and together they heaved the trap onto solid ground. The moment it landed, a cacophony erupted from within as something thrashed wildly. "Light!" Zheng Shao'an commanded. Li Sanpao quickly retrieved a flashlight from his pocket, directing its beam inside, only to gasp in astonishment. By heavens, it's another eel, and it's even larger than the last one. Inside the trap, a glossy black eel coiled in the shape of an 8, its dark skin glistening. Its round eyes shone ominously, and its mouth was slightly agape, revealing rows of serrated teeth. Alongside it were 3 large crabs and 2 bass, but the eel was undoubtedly the prize, having presumably been the first to enter the trap when the water rose. "I estimate this eel weighs at least 7 or 8 pounds, Zheng Shao'an remarked, his voice tinged with excitement. "But that's not all. Look at this creature. It shows no signs of submission." Zheng Shao'an reached to open the trap, but the eel suddenly raised its head, letting out a hissing sound as it bit down on the wire frame, its tail splashing water everywhere. "Goodness gracious!" Li Sanpao jumped back a step. "It dares to bite. Is it still alive? Do you think eels are like goldfish, losing their vigor once inside a trap?" Zheng Shao'an grinned, retrieving a sturdy stick from behind him. "Watch this." He pressed the stick against the trap's opening, softly instructing, "Pull the opening to the left, and I will coax it out from the right. Be careful. Don't let it bite you," Li Sanpao cautioned as he tugged at the latch, preparing the bag for their prize. Zheng Shao'an leaned forward, his wooden stick striking with the precision of a serpent emerging from its lair, deftly dislodging the head of the sea eel from the mouth of the cage. "Quick, cover it," he commanded in a low voice. Li Sanpao swiftly enveloped the creature with the bag. Just as the sea eel darted out, Zheng Shao'an's stick descended upon its back like a flash of lightning, producing a sharp crack as it flattened the creature, rendering it considerably more docile. "Seal it," Zheng Shao'an shouted. Chapter 67. The mud and sand entangle the old stones, where fish, shrimp, and crabs delight in burrowing. "Seal it," Zheng Shao'an commanded. Li Sanpao gritted his teeth, yanked the snakeskin bag tight, and the eel within thrashed violently, nearly pulling him into the water. It continued to wriggle. Li Sanpao was drenched in sweat, astonished by its immense strength. "Come on, let us secure the bag again." Zheng Shao'an hurriedly stepped forward, retrieving a length of hemp rope from his backpack. "We'll use a tight knot, leaving a little gap for ventilation. We don't want to suffocate it. We can sell it later for a few more cents." As Li Sanpao gasped for breath, he fumbled to tie the knot, his fingers numb with cold. "If we take this to the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow morning, how much do you think we can get?" The eel weighed 7 to 8 pounds, and with the grouper and white shrimp, we must have a total of 15 to 16 pounds. "The cooperative pays 80 cents per pound," Zheng Shao'an mused, weighing the bag. "At least 12 or 13 yuan as a baseline." 12 yuan? Li Sanpao inhaled sharply. "That's enough to buy my sister a pair of cotton pants. Your sister's old pants are falling apart. It's high time for a change." Zheng Shao'an nodded. "Next time we haul in a catch, I'll save enough for you to buy fabric tickets." "Ah, Shao'an, you truly are like a brother to me." Li Sanpao clapped him on the shoulder, overwhelmed with gratitude. "We must work hard. Tomorrow morning we'll head to town and buy some sweet potato chips to nourish my mother." Your mother suffered a severe cough last year. A bit of dry food will help her stomach. Zheng Shao'an sighed. What we're living now is truly a matter of what is destined to be will come to pass. Without hard work, how can we find sustenance? Just then, Li Sanpao's expression changed. Shao'an, the bag is moving again. What is there to fear? It's just wriggling. Zheng Shao'an firmly pressed down on the bag. In our line of work, we must be more cunning than it is. But what if it bites its way out? Have you ever seen its teeth? The eel's teeth are serrated. One bite could tear skin and pull tendons. We must be cautious, Zheng Shao'an declared, picking up 2 recently deceased clams from the rocks. Here, let us place these at the bag's opening to attract its attention, so it calms down. Do you really believe in this method? Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. This is what old fishermen taught me. Zheng Shao'an squinted his eyes. Eels survive on their sense of smell. As long as it catches a whiff of the clam, it will settle down. He deftly wedged the clam shells into the seams of the bag. Indeed, the large eel calmed considerably, only occasionally stirring as it adapted to its new surroundings. All right, we secured the bag. Let us place it in the shadow of the rocks and check the second set of traps later. We're setting more traps? Li Sanpao sneezed, his nose reddening. You truly aren't afraid of the cold. If you fear the cold, you can return to the warm calm. Zheng Shao'an looked up at the sky. Dawn was breaking, perfectly timed for the next round of low tide. If we missed this window, it would be a wasted effort. Then where do you suggest we place the next one? Let us change locations and head toward that long cape. Zheng Shao'an pointed to a stretch of black mudflat recently exposed by the receding tide. There's a rocky area there, where the mud and old stones intertwine. Fish, shrimp, and crabs love to burrow there. Then we must hurry. Li Sanpao rubbed his hands together, feeling the day's heat intensify, causing the fish to retreat. The 2 men resumed their journey with their woven baskets towards the southeastern cape. After walking a few paces, Li Sanpao suddenly turned back to glance at the snakeskin bag containing the sea eel and murmured, Shao'an, do you think if this creature were any larger, it could be sold to a restaurant? Are you referring to the Sihai restaurant at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Zheng Shao'an replied with a smile. There are already people selling eels there, but few dare to catch them alive. If you were to bring this in tomorrow morning, the owner would likely be begging you for a drink of yellow wine. Chapter 68. The eel meat, will you treat me to some yellow wine? Upon hearing this, Li Sanpao's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. Is this for real? Why would I deceive you? Zheng Shao'an replied, carrying a basket as he walked forward, the mud beneath his feet squelching with each step. The owner, Peng Danian, is originally a relocated resident from Ningbo. His restaurant, established after the public-private partnership, is semi-private, and he is in dire need of fresh seafood. But doesn't he usually only purchase dead fish that have been prepped? The last time I went to sell shrimp, he was picky about everything, Li Sanpao retorted. That was because the goods you brought were subpar. Live eels, on the other hand, old Peng will use to brew rice wine. A pot of eel stew with yellow wine will draw a line of customers outside the restaurant. Zheng Shao'an squinted towards the cape. This eel weighs at least 7 or 8 pounds. In past years, around this time, the restaurant would be frantic for supplies. If we deliver it to him, I guarantee you will fetch a good price. Li Sanpao immediately perked up. If I can sell it for a decent price, I'll buy my father a pack of Nanyang de Qianmen tomorrow. He has been craving it for ages. Come on, is it the only way you can show your filial piety? Zheng Shao'an laughed and scolded him lightly. The 2 continued their exploration along the rocky area, the air thick with the damp scent of the sea. As dawn broke, a pale gold shimmer spread across the distant sea, and seabirds began to glide low over the water. Shao'an, look over there. Li Sanpao suddenly pointed at a protruding rock. Isn't that a stone crab? Zheng Shao'an glanced over, then shook his head. No, that's just a reflection off a shell. Stay still. The real stone crab nests are hidden in the mud crevices, lying low and out of sight. If you step on its tail, it will dart out. Shall we continue searching then? I still want to catch a few to make soup for my sister. How old is your sister? Does she even understand the joy of stone crab soup? Isn't that what my mother taught? She said it's good for nourishing the body, Li Sanpao replied, his face flushing slightly. She has been feeling weak. Zheng Shao'an shot him a sidelong glance. You're quite the keeper of family matters, aren't you? All right, I'll help you uncover a couple of hiding spots later. As they conversed, the pair arrived at the edge of the black beach. The mudflats were thick with dark muck, sinking to mid-ankle with each step. Zheng Shao'an crouched down first, assessing the consistency of the mud, then dug around a cluster of shells with his fingers. Sure enough, he spotted a grayish-white shrimp tail wriggling. Good, this mud is active enough for setting traps. Let us hurry and set them before the water recedes too much, Li Sanpao urged. Zheng Shao'an nodded, placing down his basket and untying 3 bamboo traps from within. These traps, woven last spring, had one end closed and the other open. Crafted from old vines and rusty wire, sturdy and reliable. First, let's sprinkle some bait. He retrieved a handful of fermented fish scraps from his waist pouch, mixed in a couple of peeled clam meats, and stuffed the mixture into the bait pouch of the trap. Carefully, he secured the trap's opening and gradually pushed it into the mudflat along the slope. Li Sanpao imitated him, finding a crevice of mud on the other side. I'll set one too. Hey, wait, don't move. He slapped his leg, exclaiming, I feel something here. Stop shouting nonsense. Zheng Shao'an crouched down to inspect. He noticed a slender tube in the mud slowly bubbling. This was not movement from crab, but a clam bed. Follow my lead and set a 3rd trap around here, and you can't go wrong. Li Sanpao obediently followed instructions, and the 3 traps were finally set just in time before the tide turned. All done, let's go. Zheng Shao'an wiped his hands and headed back to check if our eel was behaving. How wonderful it would be if life could be like this every day. Catching fish, enjoying the sea, returning home to brew a pot of soup, sticking a few tickets, and being able to buy a few new clothes for the family. Chapter 69. The drowning sea eagle. How delightful it would be if every day were like this. Catching fish, roaming the sea, returning home to simmer a pot of soup, and perhaps adding a few new garments for the family. Dream on. Zheng Shao'an chided with a laugh as he hoisted the snakeskin bag. If you were to enjoy such ease daily, who knows when you might oversleep. Hey, Li Sanpao retorted with a pout. Just wait and see. I haven't missed the morning tide even once. The two conversed as they made their way toward the shadow behind the rocks. After only a few steps, a loud splash echoed ahead, as if something substantial had plunged into the water. What was that? Li Sanpao immediately became alert, instinctively grasping a fist-sized rock and leaning forward to peer ahead. Did a stray dog fall into the water? It doesn't seem so, Zheng Shao'an replied, furrowing his brow as his gaze fixed on the shallows. In mere moments, the water's surface churned into a frothy mass, and with another splash, a large bird flapped its wings, struggling to rise from the depths. However, weighed down by its drenched feathers, it flailed and fell back into the water, creating a tumult of waves. Oh my, it's a sea eagle, Li Sanpao exclaimed, his eyes widening. How did it end up in the sea? Perhaps it chased a fish too vigorously and plunged in, losing its feathers, Zheng Shao'an speculated, his tone steady despite the gravity of the situation. This is a protected species. Encountering it is both a stroke of luck and a troublesome dilemma. Should we rescue it? What do you think? Without further ado, Zheng Shao'an set down the snakeskin bag and dashed into the water. Are you out of your mind? Li Sanpao exclaimed, stamping his feet in fright. That creature's claws could rip a face apart. Are you going to charge an empty-handed? It's currently on its back, unable to lift its head. Zheng Shao'an disregarded the cold water, rushing to the eagle's side. With a swift motion, he secured its wings and neck from behind, drawing it close. The eagle still possessed some strength, gripping his clothing fiercely, its beak emitting a low, warning cry. Stay calm, Zheng Shao'an shouted. If it weren't for your life hanging in the balance, I wouldn't even consider saving you. Oh my goodness, what courage. Li Sanpao hastily removed a piece of hemp rope from his waist. Should I bind it? No need, Zheng Shao'an replied, shaking his head as he laid the sea eagle gently on a sheltered rock. Its eyes still gleamed, indicating its awareness. We must first help it expel the water and preen its feathers. Otherwise, it will surely perish from the cold. He crouched down, meticulously smoothing each drenched feather and wiping away the salt from the eagle's eyes with his clothing. The sea eagle, with its sharp yet pained golden eyes, fixed its gaze on the industrious human before it. Its claws curled tightly, but it ceased to resist. Bring some fish, Zheng Shao'an instructed. You mean, to feed it? Li Sanpao asked incredulously. It's almost becoming your pet. If it doesn't to eat, it won't survive the night, Zheng Shao'an retorted, retrieving a portion of grouper from his basket. He carefully peeled off small pieces of flesh and gradually offered them at the eagle's beak. At first, the sea eagle only murmured softly, refusing to open its beak. However, with steady hands, Zheng Shao'an persistently approached, and the fish, imbued with the scent of seawater, finally coaxed it to swallow a morsel. "Ja!" Li Sanpao swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Shao'an, what you are doing is not merely raising birds. It is akin to training eagles." He chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Zheng Shao'an, with his head bowed, continued to feed, reminiscing about the film mountain eagle he had watched in his youth, which had instilled in him a desire to witness the true essence of these magnificent creatures. Suddenly, an unforeseen event transpired. The moment his palm made contact with the chest of the sea eagle, the sea god pearl in the space around them emitted an intense heat. Chapter 70. The Contract with the Sea Eagle. At the moment his palm made contact with the chest of the sea eagle, the sea god pearl within the spatial realm suddenly radiated warmth. A sharp sting pierced Zheng Shao'an's palm, as a subtle current surged from his fingertips into the body of the eagle. The once feeble creature jolted, its wings slightly unfurling, and the pain in its eyes appeared to diminish, replaced by a newfound clarity. "What is happening?" Li Sanpao hastily approached. "Did it grab your hand?" "No," Zheng Shao'an replied, his gaze fixed on his palm. The sea god pearl, nestled beneath his flesh, had unmistakably emitted heat, as if it had activated autonomously. In a hushed tone, he murmured, "It seems it has formed a bond with me." "A bond? You mean it has become sentient?" Li Sanpao's voice trembled with astonishment. "Have we unwittingly stumbled upon a divine encounter?" "Enough of that," Zheng Shao'an said, regaining his composure as he observed the eagle, which now lay still and silent. Its claws relaxed. "I feel as though we are connected." The sea eagle, now submissively resting, allowed him to smooth its feathers, its wings occasionally fluttering as if adapting to a transformation within its body. Li Sanpao, on tiptoes, paced around nervously, lowering his voice. "What if it decides to stay with us? You can't seriously take it back to the village. My mother would surely scold me with a chicken feather duster." "If it survives, we shall count ourselves fortunate," Zheng Shao'an replied, disregarding his friend's concerns and refocusing on the eagle's condition. After a pause, the sea eagle shook its head, as if invigorated by a newfound strength, one wing slightly unfurling while it emitted a low croak. Zheng Shao'an's eyes brightened. It was moving. Remarkable. "It has truly come back to life," Li Sanpao marveled. "Shouldn't you name it? Why bother?" "Naming a dog is one thing," Zheng Shao'an shook his head. "It is wild. Once its feathers dry, it will likely take flight." As they conversed, the sun broke over the horizon. The tide began to rise gradually, and the moisture from the rocks ascended, as the eagle seemed to sense the change in the wind, slowly unfurling its other wing. Droplets of water glistening like silver in the sunlight. It stood upright, shaking its head, testing its wings. It could indeed spread them steadily. "Hey, Shao'an," Li Sanpao exclaimed. "It's really going to leave." Zheng Shao'an simply nodded, not attempting to stop it, watching quietly as it flapped its wings. The sea eagle appeared to glance back at him, its golden eyes shimmering with an extraordinary light in the morning glow, and in the next moment, it took flight, soaring over the rocks before diving into the sea. "Wait," Li Sanpao gasped. "It didn't just fly away, it plunged into the water?" "Huh?" Zheng Shao'an stood in astonishment, witnessing the massive white figure disappear beneath the waves, creating a splash. "It won't drown, will it?" Li Sanpao shouted. "It is a sea eagle, born to dive and catch fish," Zheng Shao'an replied, furrowing his brow. "But can it truly dive so deep with its injuries?" No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous roar erupted. A colossal silhouette burst forth from the sea. It was the sea eagle, and in its talons, it held tightly to a struggling grouper. "Goodness gracious!" Li Sanpao leaped up in astonishment. "That must weigh around 20 gene, right? At least 18 or 19. Zheng Shao'an squinted, his gaze fixated on the sea eagle that remained suspended above the waves. The majestic bird spread its wings, resembling a bow against the vast sky. firmly perched amidst the gentle surf near the reef. With its beak clasping a vividly speckled grouper, it lifted its head slightly, flinging the fish onto the rocks. With a resounding splash, the fish began to thrash about. Li Sanpao's jaw dropped, his eyes darting between the fish and the eagle. Isn't this just like the legendary eagle's claw, seizing the dragon? Do not speak nonsense, Zheng Shao'an replied, his expression darkening and his tone growing serious. This eagle possesses a spirit. I see that too, Li Sanpao exclaimed, thumping his thigh. Did you not mention that the pearl of the sea god was radiating warmth? Perhaps this eagle has chosen its master. Are we about to strike it rich? Chapter 71. The sea eel, it possesses a remarkable intuition. His words were resolute, as if he had made a definitive decision. Li Sanpao plopped down on a rocky outcrop, swallowing hard. If it truly acknowledges you as its master, should we not offer a few incense sticks and bow in reverence? This creature, not only possessing human-like qualities, even catches fish as a tribute. There's no need for incense. Zheng Shao'an replied with a hint of a smile. However, since it is willing to provide fish, we must reciprocate. With that, he gently approached the edge of the rock, crouching down to adjust the grouper, then lightly patted its head and belly with his palm. The sea eagle, observing from a distance, exhibited no signs of caution. Instead, its gaze conveyed a hint of anticipation. Zheng Shao'an did not disappoint it. Seizing a moment when Sanpao was distracted, he deftly flipped his palm and retrieved a small vial of spirit spring water from his spatial pocket. He dipped his fingertip into it and applied a couple of strokes on the fish's gills and eyes. The fish's body instantly gleamed with a lustrous sheen, resembling a live fish freshly emerged from the clear spring. He flicked the fish's tail, sending it sliding towards the eagle. Here, give this a try, he whispered. The sea eagle seemed to catch a whiff of an unusual fragrance, striding over and pecked at it. It made a soft, gurgling sound in its throat. Its eyes sparkled with vigor, and its drenched feathers fluffed up as if caressed by a gentle breeze, with a faint golden halo appearing at the tips. Li Sanpao recoiled in shock. Did you just use that pearl for some trick again? Stop talking nonsense. Zheng Shao'an tucked the vial back into his sleeve, rising to brush off his trousers. This spirit spring not only replenishes human energy, but also works wonders for those ethereal beings. Shao'an, you're beginning to resemble a sorcerer. Li Sanpao mused. How about I make you a bamboo plaque that reads Zheng, the half-mystic, to hang at your door? Enough with the chatter, Zheng Shao'an chuckled. Let us tidy up and prepare for fishing. It's a rare opportunity with the tide returning. We must seize the moment. Are you truly not considering bringing that eagle back? If it acknowledges me, it will follow. Zheng Shao'an spoke lightly, yet his words carried a weighty conviction. The two emerged from a small crevice behind the rocks, retrieving their well-kept fishing rods, crafted from bamboo, with lines exchanged from the supply store's old nylon, and hooks forged from iron wire, heated and hammered. Paired with homemade sinkers and floats, they represented the pinnacle of equipment in this era of scarcity. While tying the hooks, Li Sanpao murmured, say, if that eagle could serve as a fishing hawk, what is the point of fishing? We could just let it dive down and catch them directly. Zheng Shao'an, however, did not respond to this. Instead, pulling out a small vial and using a shell spoon to scoop 2 drops of spirit spring water into the bait bowl containing clam meat and fish liver. Mixing it swiftly. You're medicating the bait again? Li Sanpao exclaimed, eyes wide. Just a trial, Zheng Shao'an replied with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Perhaps the spirit spring could lure the fish. They each selected a sheltered rock to crouch upon, casting their lines with a splash as the bait plopped into the water. The floats bobbing twice before settling into tranquility. Let us wait. Zheng Shao'an gazed at the sun rising over the sea, confident that today's catch would be plentiful. As anticipated, just after a short while, the float at Li Sanpao's end suddenly plunged beneath the surface. Here it comes. He felt a surge of adrenaline as he vigorously shook the rod, causing the fishing line to tauten instantly, the entire rod bending into the shape of a bow. Goodness, what a force! Li Sanpao shouted while retreating. Shao'an, lend me a hand. Zheng Shao'an quickly positioned himself behind Li Sanpao, extending his arm to support the rod. Don't pull too hard, reel it in. It's circling around the rocks. Li Sanpao's face flushed crimson. This surely must be a giant eel. Don't let go. Zheng Shao'an commanded in a low voice. Take your time reeling it in. We mustn't let the line snap. Chapter 72. The Harpoon and the Sea Eel. Take it slow. Do not let the line snap. Zheng Shao'an's voice was low and tense, his grip on the rod firm, his gaze fixed on the water's surface, even his breathing restrained. Li Sanpao's lips were nearly bitten through as he struggled to contain his excitement. His face flushed. It darted under the rocks again. It must be a sea eel. Zheng Shao'an steadied the fishing rod while casting a glance at the nearly submerged bamboo pole, aware that this creature was notoriously cunning, burrowing into crevices once hooked. If the line snapped, all their efforts would be in vain. What do we do? Li Sanpao exclaimed anxiously, sweat forming in his palms, the rod trembling incessantly. My line is about to break. Hold on. Zheng Shao'an clapped his arm, his gaze resolute. Follow my lead. On the count of 3, jerk the rod sharply upward to the right. Do not rely solely on brute strength. I will step on the line to drag it out of the water. Understood. Li Sanpao gritted his teeth. 1, 2, 3. He shouted. With a sudden jerk, the rod sprang upward as if released from a bowstring. Splash! The water erupted in a wave, revealing the silhouette of the fish. A dark, sinuous form with a long tail, glistening slickly, measuring over 1 meter in length. Its head as thick as a rice bowl, and its mouth wide enough to swallow an egg whole. My goodness! Li Sanpao gasped, nearly losing his grip. Is this a sea serpent come to life? It's a sea eel, a hefty beast weighing over 10 pounds. Zheng Shao'an's expression turned suddenly serious. Quickly, place the rod on the ground. Do not pull too hard or the line will snap. Huh? Li Sanpao was taken aback. I'll go grab it. Before Li Sanpao could react, Zheng Shao'an had already retrieved a harpoon from behind the rocks, launching himself into the water like a leopard. Shao'an! Li Sanpao cried out. But by then, a splash erupted, and Zheng Shao'an vanished beneath the waves. He crouched at the edge of the rocks, anxiously stamping his feet. This fool really jumped in? Ripples spread across the water, and beneath the surface, the sea eel writhed, its body soft and slick as oil, surprisingly strong, adept at burrowing into crevices, unless one could dive in and catch it alive. Thud! Another explosive sound rang out, and the water surged into a white froth. Then, a dark shape leapt from the depths. The sea eel's tail struck the surface with a resounding crack, sending sprays of water flying. Shao'an! Li Sanpao shouted. Don't engage it head-on, get out quickly. But then, a sudden eruption of blood surged from below. Good grief! His face blanched. Did it bite you? The tumultuous sounds of splashing echoed underwater, and suddenly, a figure broke the surface. The very Zheng Shao'an. His hair clung to his forehead, panting heavily, yet gripping the harpoon with fierce determination. The sea eel had been struck through its vital spot, but its body still thrashed violently. Quick, pull me up, Zheng Shao'an shouted. Li Sanpao hurriedly leaned down, grasping his arm and pulling with all his might. Together, they heaved the massive sea eel onto the rocks. Bang! A whole fish was flung onto the rocks, its body twisting and leaping, splashing a line of water. Goodness, this creature must weigh at least 15 pounds. Li Sanpao gasped for breath, his fingers trembling. Sean, have you lost your mind? Are you really going into the water to catch it? Aren't you going in? Zheng Shao'an shook the water from his hair. In this day and age, missing out on a sea eel of this caliber would make it difficult to encounter another for 10 days or more. Chapter 73. Deep Sea Fishing. Are you not going to cast? Zheng Shao'an shook the water off his head. In this day and age, encountering a sea eel of this caliber again within 10 days would be a rare fortune. Li Sanpao clicked his tongue, his gaze fixed on the thrashing eel. He swallowed hard and murmured, If that thing strikes me, I lose half my skin. Enough trembling, Zheng Shao'an retorted, seizing the harpoon and flipping the eel over. His eyes gleamed with determination as he prepared to make the next move. What? You still intend to eat it? Li Sanpao exclaimed. Raw eel is not something you can consume directly. Eat? Nonsense, Zheng Shao'an responded, swiftly drawing his knife to expertly slit open the belly of the eel. A wave of blood mixed with a pungent odor surged forth, prompting Li Sanpao to cover his nose. Oh, that's mellow. You're not actually planning to use that, are you? Of course, Zheng Shao'an continued his work without pause, quickly extracting the massive entrails. Do you realize this is the favorite delicacy of the ocean's finest? Is that true? Do you know why eels are hard to catch? It's because they feast on other eels. Zheng Shao'an tossed the innards into the fish bucket, scraping some bile off with the back of his knife and carefully collecting it in a battered tin can. This little bit of bile will drive any fish wild, be it red snapper, black sea bream, or rock bass. Where did you learn this? Old son taught me. Zheng Shao'an replied, not glancing back. Don't you remember that, old man? The year we were stranded at Jintanku for 3 days. He caught a basketful of mantis shrimp and grouper with this method. He may be gone now, but the technique must endure. Li Sanpao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. All right, let us go for something daring today. Half an hour later, as the tide receded and twilight settled into a dusky blue, they retied their bamboo rods. Zheng Shao'an deliberately soaked the hook in a tin of bile, then took a small piece of eel liver, slicing it into strips and securing it to the hook with fine hemp twine. Don't rush to cast, he instructed. I'll sprinkle some bile to attract the fish. He bent down and poured the shimmering liquid onto the surface of the sea, the scent wafting out like a hint of blood and flesh in the ocean breeze. Only you would dare use such a method, Li Sanpao muttered under his breath. Yet he followed Zheng's lead, angling the long rod and casting the hook into the water. With a splash, the fishing line broke the surface, causing a ripple to dance across the water behind the distant rocks. Zheng Shao'an narrowed his eyes and whispered, It's coming. Something is stirring beneath the surface. Be cautious. They stood still, the waves crashing around them, the slippery rocks beneath their feet glistening with water, while the bamboo rod remained taut and straight. After a moment, Li Sanpao suddenly inhalat sharply. Hey, I think the tip of the rod is moving. Is it sinking? Zheng Shao'an leaned closer. It seems so. It moved again. Li Sanpao's voice quivered, excitement building as he felt a strong tug downward, as if something was dragging the hook into the depths. Don't rush. Wait for it to tug 3 times, then pull back with a flick of your wrist. Zheng Shao'an's gaze was fixated on the bamboo pole, akin to a hawk stalking its prey. Don't force it. Be cautious not to dislodge the hook. Suddenly, the bamboo pole trembled violently. Lift, Li Sanpao bellowed, swiftly snapping his wrist back. A muffled thud echoed as the entire rod nearly bent from the strain, the force pulling him forward a step. By heavens, we've hooked something substantial. Zheng Shao'an reacted with remarkable speed, rushing forward to support the rod and steady it. This isn't a black bream, it's a giant catfish. The tail whipped through the water, sending waves crashing around them. Chapter 74. The special fishing net. Zheng Shao'an reacted swiftly, rushing forward to assist him with the rod, stabilizing it. This is not a black sea bream. It is a giant catfish. Its tail thrashed, sending waves crashing. I can barely hold on. Li Sanpao's forehead was veins bulging, his teeth gritting in a cacophony of sound. It was pulling him outward. It felt as if it were about to launch me into the air. Then crouch down. Zheng Shao'an pressed his foot against Li Sanpao's instep, urging him to lower his body. Do not stand upright. Lower your center of gravity. No matter how powerful the fish is, it cannot lift you off the ground. Huff, huff. Together, they gripped the bamboo rod, which had bent into a crescent shape. The surface of the water erupted in white foam as the large fish, caught on the hook, thrashed desperately beneath the surface, each movement akin to dragging an iron hook to the ocean floor. Shao'an, it is darting south. Li Sanpao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. If it continues to dash like this, the line will snap. Let run a bit. Zheng Shao'an shouted softly, releasing some line to ease the strain. Do not let it break. This creature possesses immense strength but lacks endurance. Tiring it out is our opportunity. Then you take over. Li Sanpao gasped, shoving the rod into Zheng Shao'an's hands, his arms trembling. I am almost out of strength. Then endure it. Zheng Shao'an gritted his teeth, lowering his entire body, feet firmly planted on the rocks, one hand gripping the rod and the other managing the line. Old beast, today we shall see whether your endurance surpasses my skill in drawing you ashore. Crack. The The bamboo rod emitted a tremulous sound, quivering as if on the verge of breaking. Heavens! Li Sanpeo's face turned pale. Shao'an, if this rod snaps. If it snaps, I will not let go. Zheng Shao'an growled low, veins bulging on his forehead. Sanpao, do not dawdle. Go fetch the spare rod. If mine breaks, you must switch immediately. Understood. Li Sanpao sprinted to the edge of the rocks, grabbing the spare rod and another spool of line, panting as he returned. Are you planning to change lines and hooks? What else? Are we to wait for this giant catfish to swim back to the depths for the new year? Zheng Shao'an gritted his teeth. I will hold it for now. Quickly tie the main line of the spare rod behind me. Make sure it is not too tight. It must be easy to release. Understood. Li Sanpao cautiously wound the line, knotting and securing it, each movement akin to tying a bundle of explosives, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Where did you learn this method? I squatted at Longtu Reef for 7 days and nights, determined to catch a deep-water blue-spotted grouper, enduring just like this. Zheng Shao'an gritted his teeth, remembering nearly snapping the rod that time. In the end, he endured for 5 hours, exhausting the creature before bringing it ashore. You truly possess a tenacious spirit. Li Sanpeo's eyes reflected unease. Had it been me, I would have collapsed long ago. If you collapse, I am still here. Zheng Shao'an grinned. Are you almost done? Just one last loop, almost there, secured. Good, release the line. The two worked in perfect harmony as the old rod suddenly slackened, and a massive catfish surged outward, leaping several yards away, sending splashes of water soaring, droplets pelting their faces like rain. The hook had likely pierced its gills. It was now thrashing wildly. Zheng Shao'an's eyes were fixated on the expanse of the sea. Li Sampo, Aim Karafuli. The moment it breaches the surface and flicks its tail, you must rush forward and scoop it up with a net. But I don't have a net. Li Sanpao exclaimed, bewildered. You fool! Zheng Shao'an bellowed, his frustration palpable. Did I not instruct you to bring a net from home? Where is it? I was preoccupied with bringing salted fish for lunch and completely forgot. Li Sanpeo's face turned pale. You imbecile! Zheng Shao'an gritted his teeth, nearly breaking the rod in his rage. Just wait. If it truly comes up, you better dive in and catch it. Chapter 75, Authentic Sea Cucumber. Just wait. When it comes up, you dive for it. Am I really supposed to jump? Li Sanpeo's face turned pale with fear, veins throbbing on his forehead. What nonsense! Zheng Shao'an's eyes reddened, gritting his teeth as he shouted. If you don't jump, you can forget about eating dried, salted fish tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud splash erupted as the giant catfish leaped out of the water, soaring into the air with its fins spread wide, like a heavy steel fork violently thrashing, creating a massive wave. Dive for it! Zheng Shao'an bellowed. With gritted teeth, Li Sanpao disregarded everything, rolled up his pant legs, and sprinted forward. His foot slipped, and with a loud splash, he fell into the sea, the waves instantly engulfing half of his body. Damn, gulp! As he opened his mouth, he gulped down a mouthful of water. Before he could react, the giant catfish swam past him, splattering him with water. Grab its tail. Pull its pectoral fins. Zheng Shao'an roared from the shore. That thing will whip you hard enough to strip your skin. Be careful not to let it bite you. Half submerged in the water, Li Sanpao held on tightly to the base of the fish's fin with one hand, while his other hand fumbled for a grip on its body. However, as soon as he exerted force, the fish violently flicked its tail, slapping him across the face and sending him tumbling into the water. Damn, I'm seeing stars. Li Sanpao floated face down, mumbling, his vision darkening. Sanpao! Zheng Shao'an roared, dropping his fishing rod without a second thought, rushing to the edge of the reef. He pushed off the ground and leaped into the water. Splash! He grabbed the collar of Li Sanpao's shirt and, reaching out to the right, noticed that the catfish was swimming slowly, revealing part of its dorsal fin as it struggled. Gritting his teeth, he lunged forward, wrapping his arms around the fish's head and body, securing it tightly in his embrace. "Huh, you're quite the fighter," he shouted, pressing down with his entire body, kicking in the water to drag the fish toward the rocks. Sanpao, stop playing dead. He kicked Li Sanpao in the rear. Come on, help me pull it up. Only then did Li Sanpao, trembling, open his eyes, his face swollen and bloodshot, but seeing the fish hadn't escaped. He He regained his vigor. Damn, I'm not dying yet. I still want to eat fish. He gripped the fish's tail with both hands. While Zheng Shao'an held onto its head, the two of them dragging it toward the beach, soaked to the bone, their arms cramping. So close. Zheng Shao'an gritted his teeth. Don't let go. I'm about to break my teeth. Li Sanpao's face turned purple with strain. If you don't put in more effort, his tail is going to take my life. Hold on, Zheng Shao'an shouted, forcefully pushing against the rocks, flipping the entire fish onto the shore. Hiss! Li Sanpao collapsed backward. Gasping for breath, this thing must weigh at least 60 pounds. I'm nearly dead. You almost became an offering to the sea. Zheng Shao'an panted, tying the fish's tail securely with a rope, then pinching its gills, grinning as he observed. Its gilled, it one teeth survive. How did you know it was a catfish? With rigid fins and delicate gills, the belly scales gleam, exuding a distinctly sour odor. What else could it possibly be? I have no concern for that. Li Sanpao shivered as he rose, declaring, Tonight, I shall feast upon an entire slab of pork belly, should you withhold it from me. I will raid your kitchen. All right. Zheng Shao'an chuckled in jest. Your earlier dive was not in vain. I observed you sliding into that crevice. It appears you have uncovered some fine treasures. Huh? Li Sanpao wiped his face. Are you still fixated on finding fish? Not fish, Zheng Shao'an replied, glancing at the rocks by his feet. Look over here. He crouched down, his fingers probing into the crevice, and with a gentle tug, he revealed several blackish-brown, soft, elongated creatures. These were no ordinary mud eels. They were, in fact, genuine sea cucumbers. Chapter 76. Authentic Seafood. This is no ordinary mudloach. It is indeed genuine sea cucumber. My goodness. Upon hearing this, Li Sanpao nearly leaped into the air. Real sea cucumber? We have struck gold. Keep your voice down. Zheng Shao'an pressed his hand firmly on Li Sanpao's head. This one must have slipped out from a crevice in the reef, likely washed in by the rising tide. If there's still a few left, we must hurry and search. Li Sanpao immediately crouched down, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he approached the rocks. Tell me quickly, in what kind of crevice can one find such a creature? In my entire life of catching fish and shrimp, I have never netted a sea cucumber. In dark crevices, just after the tide recedes, when bubbles rise from the mud, there often lurk one or two beneath. Zheng Shao'an held the fish to one side, then pulled out a small knife to slice a bit of catfish belly, placing it against the rocks. The scent of blood might lure out other creatures. Are we fishing for sea cucumbers? Li Sanpao exclaimed. Do they eat blood as well? Not fishing, but enticing them to reveal their presence, Zheng Shao'an whispered. In these times, we must outsmart them. As he spoke, he crouched down, his fingers probing into the crevice, reaching for that little cloth bag of mine, the one used for tying vegetables. Li Sanpao quickly handed over the bag, his anticipation mounting as he watched Zheng Shao'an's fingers meticulously explore the shoreline. Eureka! Zheng Shao'an's fingers curled, and he pulled out a sea cucumber about the thickness of 2 fingers and the length of his palm. Such a sight is rare in our village. If brought to the black market, the intellectuals in the city would pay no less than $3 or $4 per pound to bolster their health. $3 or $4. Li Sanpao sat down abruptly, his mouth agape. Last year, I spent an entire night digging sand with my uncle and barely earned that much. Enough of dreaming of riches. Zheng Shao'an kicked him lightly. We must swiftly handle the fish and finish our tasks before the tide rises. Later, we shall find a flat spot to boil something to eat. Right. I'm indeed hungry. Li Sanpao rubbed his belly, feeling the rumblings. Those 2 cornbread pieces from this morning had long vanished. Together, they dragged the 60-pound catfish to a shaded rock pool, rinsing off the blood with salty seawater. Then, they climbed a slope, seeking refuge beneath a sun-dried coconut grove. You start cleaning the fish, I will climb the tree. Zheng Shao'an deftly removed his wet clothes and draped them over a branch, brushing the seawater from his feet. He surveyed the area and selected an old coconut tree standing about 3 meters tall. Be careful not to fall, Li Sanpao warned, holding fish belly in his mouth and tugging at the branches. With your climbing style, one misstep could result in a broken spine. If you keep talking, I'll make sure you don't get any sea cucumber. Zheng Shao'an retorted. Using both hands and feet, he swiftly ascended to the heart of the coconut tree. yanking down a cluster of coconuts and tossing them to the ground. Hoo, bang. The coconuts hit the ground with a dull thud, causing Li Sanpao to jump. Are you trying to crack my skull open? If you weren't hit, consider yourself fortunate. Zheng Shao'an slid down the tree, dusted off his hands, and grinned broadly. Today we have truly turned the tide. Fish in hand, cucumbers too, and coconut juice for soup. If anyone goes hungry tonight, they have no one to blame but themselves. Quick, start the fire. I will prepare the fish. Li Sanpao rolled up his sleeves and got to work, declaring that the bellyache was his to bear, warning that anyone who dared to interfere would face his wrath. You, my friend, seemed solely focused on eating. Zheng Shao'an shook his head, rummaging through the dry twigs he had collected in the morning. With a small knife, he split the coconut husk fibers to create tinder and chopped the fish bones for firewood, believing that less water would yield more flavor. Today, they would indulge in a delectable stew of sea cucumber and coconut fish. As the fire crackled to life, the sea breeze caused the smoke to dance erratically. The two of them squatted before the blaze, savoring bites of coconut while methodically adding the freshly cut fish bones, and sections of sea cucumber into the pot. In an instant, an enticing aroma filled the air. Chapter 77, An Unexpected Delight. The aroma is so intense it feels like my stomach is clinging to my spine. Li Sanpao squatted beside the fire, his nose twitching like a dog's, his eyes fixed intently on the black iron pot. The rim of the pot was adorned with several slices of freshly cut coconut meat, sizzling and releasing droplets of oil as the flames danced. His mouth watered at the sight. Zheng Shao'an rummaged through the pot, retrieving the earliest cooked pieces of fish, placing them into an enamel bowl. The fish, once exposed to the heat, turned tender, melting in the mouth like tofu. Li Sanpao eagerly grasped the bowl, heedless of the heat, and stuffed a piece of coconut fish into his mouth. Upon biting into it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my heavens, this is incredibly fragrant. The fish, enveloped in coconut milk, had a chewy texture reminiscent of sea cucumber. By heavens, this is what dining should be, not merely filling one's belly, but offering a feast to the 5 internal organs. Stop boasting, or we'll truly have to pay homage to our ancestors soon. Zheng Shao'an chuckled. He too sampled a piece, nodding in agreement. How is it that this wild delicacy surpasses the old sea fish from the supply store by such a margin? Isn't that obvious? Li Sanpao replied, savoring the flavor. Those things are dried to the consistency of salted wood. Chewing them yields no taste. This, however, is fresh catch. The coconut milk has masked even the slightest hint of fishiness. All right. If you keep rambling, I fear this pot will be devoured by your mouth, Zheng Shao'an teased, carefully selecting a piece of sea cucumber with a twig. It must be consumed while hot, as it hardens when cooled. Li Sanpao eagerly took it, pinching it between his fingers and biting down. The sea cucumber was chewy yet tender, reminiscent of well-stewed tendons, producing a delightful crunch. This is even more elastic than pigskin, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Back when my grandfather served as a cook for the educated youth, he prepared this once, claiming it was a delicacy from the county hospital, something the leaders only dared to taste sparingly. Now we are finally indulging in what the city folk relish. You're just a step away from kneeling in gratitude to the sea, Zheng Shao'an remarked, extracting the remaining fish liver from the pot. Try this. It's rich and smooth, provided you're not averse to the fishiness. Am I afraid of fishiness? Li Sanpao rolled his eyes, snatching the liver in one bite. The moment he sank his teeth into it, his brows relaxed in delight. Oh my goodness. This is even more delicate than the liver from that wild rabbit we hunted. How many meals at sea would it take to yield such a catfish? Mind your tongue. Zheng Shao'an chuckled, urging him to eat quickly. Finish up so we can clean and catch another round of sea cucumbers while there is still daylight. Say, if that old Zhao Sanshui learns about our harvest, he'll surely come sneaking around in the middle of the night to pilfer our goods. If he dares to come, I'll make him gnaw on fish bones, Zheng Shao'an retorted, rummaging in his pocket for a small, worn aluminum spoon to skim the floating oil from the pot. We mustn't waste this oil. It'll be perfect to mix with cornmeal back in the village. Enough for a fragrant meal. You only know how to hoard, Li Sanpao replied, turning over the pot's bottom and retrieving a few thick fish skins. He stuffed them into his mouth, relishing the texture. After cooking, they became tender and fragrant, surpassing even his mother's pigskin jelly. As the two of them continued to eat and converse, a small pile of empty fish bones accumulated beside the fire, while the pot still contained remnants of broken sea cucumbers and coconut soup, glistening golden and exuding an increasingly rich aroma. "Come, let us pour another bowl of soup." Zheng Shao'an handed over an enamel basin, into which he poured some coconut pulp to alleviate the greasiness. Li Sanpao received it, tilted his head back, and drank it down in hearty gulps, letting out a long sigh of contentment. If every day could be filled with such a meal, reaching the age of 80 would hardly seem a challenge. Chapter 78. So what if I cooked a little for myself? Li Sanpao had just set down the enamel pot, savoring the lingering aroma of the coconut fish and sea cucumber soup, when suddenly, from the thicket, a sharp voice pierced the air. Well, so you two are indeed here cooking for yourselves." Zheng Shao'an raised an eyebrow, knowing full well who had arrived without even turning around. "Li Sanpao, Zheng Shao'an, you become quite bold. Haven't you? The team hasn't even returned from work, and here you are, secretly stewing fish and drinking soup, acting as if you're in charge." Upon hearing that voice, Li Sanpao clicked his tongue, his expression instantly souring. No wonder the soup has a hint of sourness. It's because Lu Meiwan is here. Stop trying to provoke people. Lu Meiwan stomped over, her worn rubber shoes slapping the ground, a red scarf tightly bound around her head. Her eyes narrowed to slits sharper than a knife. "Are you two stealing fish from the team? And this pot? Who allowed you to start a fire privately?" She pointed at the black pot, ready to accuse them at any moment. Zheng Shao'an slowly stood up, dusting off his hands with a sardonic smile. "Steal? Lu Meiwan, be honest with yourself. This fish was caught by the two of us at dawn. You saw us dragging back dozens of catfish, didn't you? Now you want to claim it as public property? Don't think that just because you can talk, you can get away with it." With her hands on her hips, Lu Meiwan retorted, "Whose beach is this anyway? It belongs to our commune. So what you caught here is collective property. And as for this fire, the branches are communal resources too. Even if you burned a stick, you must account for your labor points. Did either of you ask for permission?" Li Sanpao couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. "Oh, really? Do you intend to register our meal with the team office?" "Let me tell you, Lu Meiwan," he said, rising to his full height with his hands on his hips. "We didn't take a single grain from the warehouse, nor did we use a communal stove. The fish are ours, the water is from the sea. The firewood was gathered by us, and this pot was passed down from my grandmother. Is it a crime to enjoy a warm meal today?" "Oomph. Your words are quite charming," Lu Meiwan sneered. "You can eat all you want, but the scent is wafting across the entire reef. I can even smell the coconut. Are you trying to tempt others?" Zheng Shao'an simply chuckled, turning to Li Sanpao. Her words sound like someone hasn't eaten enough. Li Sanpao laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. "Not just sounds like, she is definitely hungry. Otherwise, why would she come here putting on a show? Stop changing the subject." Lu Meiwan, her face flushed with embarrassment, snapped, "I'm going to find a team leader right now to report that you two are stealing food. Unless the whole team gets an explanation today, you won't get away with this. Go ahead." Zheng Shao'an lifted his chin defiantly. "You might as well run back and call a few more people to witness this. I also want the team leader to see that you, Lu Meiwan, do no labor, contribute nothing, and spend your days merely watching what in others' pots. Let us see who is truly slacking off and trying to reap rewards without effort." Li Sanpao chimed in, "And if you're hungry, just say so. Don't beat around the bush to insult us. If you can truly acknowledge that you have chosen the wrong side today, I might be inclined to share a bowl with you next time. There is no need for such bitterness. You, shameless individuals." Lu Meiwan trembled with rage, her fingers stiffening. "Do not celebrate too soon, for I assure you, this matter is far from over." "Very well, I am ready to engage at any moment." Zheng Shao'an pointed at the pot with one hand and patted Li Sanpao's shoulder with the other. "Sanpao, pass me some fish slices. Let us savor our meal without haste." Li Sanpao cheerfully retrieved a few pieces of half-cooked fish from the banana leaves nearby and tossed them into the pot. "Did you hear that? She claims this matter is unfinished, so we must eat our fill before facing the challenge." "You." Lu Meiwan ground her teeth and stamped her foot, turning towards the depths of the forest, leaving behind a piercing remark. "Do not regret this." Chapter 79. Behold the saline alkali land. No regrets. After Lu Meiwan finished her scolding, she angrily plunged into the thicket, stepping on fallen leaves while muttering, "Selfish creatures. A dog can never change its nature." Li Sanpao curled his lip, scraping some charred residue from the edge of the pot with a piece of coconut shell. Such a person would surely be the first to stab someone in the back on the battlefield. Zheng Shao'an remained silent, ladling the last bit of soup from the pot into a jar. He lifted a coconut to his lips, took a sip, and declared, "Let's go check on our land." "Ah, yes. I've been thinking about that area for some time," Li Sanpao remarked, tossing a fishbone aside. They had sown seeds there a few days prior, and he felt an uneasy longing to revisit it. The two men cleaned the pot thoroughly, burying the fire pit with sand, ensuring not a single ember was left behind. They gathered the fish bones and coconut husks into their backpack, and Zheng Shao'an added 2 ripe coconuts before hoisting the pack onto his back. "Let us hurry to the saline alkali land before the sun sets," he urged, glancing at the sun's shadow, which was already leaning towards the western hilltop. Li Sanpao patted his belly and exclaimed, "I'm full now. My legs feel light. Let us go." The saline alkali land was not far from the reef, a piece of barren land by the sea that they had miraculously cultivated. Originally a wasteland, thick with salt and alkali, not even a blade of grass could grow there. Zheng Shao'an, clever as he was, had secretly procured a packet of improved seed from the black market, using precious spring water to nurture it thrice, coaxing forth vibrant green shoots. As they traversed a low forested area and navigated around scattered rocks, the pale expanse of land came into view. "Look!" Li Sanpao rushed to the field, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the lush green sprouts carpeting the saline alkali land, nearly leaping with joy. "Shao'an, come quickly. It's all green. Completely green." Zheng Shao'an approached steadily, his gaze sweeping over the sprouting wheat, a hint of uncontainable delight gracing his expression. "The survival rate is quite high, at least 80%. Observe the deep green hue of the leaves. It indicates a stable root system." "Wow." Li Sanpao crouched down, probing a few seedlings with his fingers. He gave one a gentle tug, but it wouldn't budge. The roots are deeply embedded, as if glued like cow tendons. With regular watering and the even terrain, and with these sunny days, they're rooting quickly. Zheng Shao'an squinted, pressing his palm against the soil. "In 10 days, we could try applying the first round of ash fertilizer." Li Sanpao grinned widely. "I must say, Shao'an, you really consider yourself an agricultural technician now? If the team saw this, they might be convinced by you." "Umph." Zheng Shao'an stood up, dusting off his hands. "I don't expect their approval. I merely wish for this barren land to yield grain. Eventually, even the most stubborn will be silenced." "Indeed." Li Sanpao rubbed his hands together. "Once we harvest the wheat, we'll bring it back to the village to dry, infuriating that sour girl, Lu Meiwan." "Her?" Zheng Shao'an chuckled softly. "Don't be surprised if she comes around wanting to lend a hand once she tastes the fruits of our labor. Then I shall make her eat the leftover husks." Li Sanpao spat, smacked his knee, and stood up. "Shall we go? If we delay any longer, the tide will rise, and we shall be left to soak in the reef crevices for the entire night." "Very well, let us return. Tomorrow morning, we shall continue to the beach to gather supplies." Zheng Shao'an hoisted the basket back onto his shoulder, and the two retraced their steps along the same path. Chapter 80. Specializing in Thieves. "All right, let's head back. Tomorrow morning we'll return to the beach to gather supplies." Zheng Shao'an hoisted the basket onto his shoulder, and the two made their way back along the same path. Just as they rounded a small depression among the coconut trees, Li Sanpao suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh dear, I almost forgot. What is it?" Zheng Shao'an turned to look at him. "The new trap we set this morning, filled with so many crushed abalone and crab legs as bait. If someone were to steal it tonight, it would be such a waste." Li Sanpao grimaced, his expression laced with concern. Zheng Shao'an's gaze turned serious. "Are you suggesting that someone might actually be watching? It's better to be safe than sorry." Li Sanpao replied, lifting his head to gaze toward the sea, where the sun was nearing the horizon. "Considering how delicious the fish we've been cooking these past few days has been, Lu Meiwan must be harboring a grudge. Not to mention, if she were to lay her hands on our trap and take those crabs, she could easily turn around and accuse us of stealing her catch." How will we defend ourselves? That makes sense. Zheng Shao'an narrowed his eyes. All right, let us head back and check. They quickened their pace, walking along the path toward the reef. After navigating around a few large basalt rocks, the grayish-white area recently exposed by the receding tide came into view. Yes, that's it. Li Sanpao pointed at a crevice marked with a bamboo stake. I remember tying a piece of red cloth there. Zheng Shao'an nodded and bent down to inspect the trap. He opened one side of the pocket S cover, peeked inside, and then smiled. Fortunately, no one has tampered with it. But just to be safe, let us add the clamps. Hee, I've already prepared them. Li Sanpao rummaged in his basket and pulled out 2 brass clamps, attaching them with practiced ease while grinning. If a thief really tries to reach and bang, it'll be more accurate than spring planting. Keep your voice down. If someone does come at night, it would be far more entertaining if they unwittingly stepped right into it. Zheng Shao'an chuckled lightly. All right, I'll be quiet. Li Sanpao loga. Crouching down to place the second clamp at the bottom of the trap, then covering it with some tattered cloth and dried grass for camouflage. There, tonight, whoever dares to touch it will have a surprise. By the time they finished, night had fallen completely. As they returned to the fishing shed, Li Sanpao still had a toothpick in his mouth, muttering, if someone really comes to steal the fish, I won't even care about the loss. I just want to see their expression when they get caught. Zheng Shao'an smiled, but said nothing, washing his face before lying down early. The wind howled through the night, the stars shone brightly, and the air was filled with the damp, salty scent of the sea. Just past midnight, a shadow stealthily approached the reef. Lu Meiwan, hunched over in an old black cotton jacket, clutched a flashlight in her mouth, her eyes darting around like a weasel on the hunt for food. You want to let me eat? Fine, I'll take it anyway. She muttered quietly, crawling over the last rock and crouching by the red cloth. Damn Sanpao, not even a fish to spare. As she lifted the layer of tattered cloth and reached inside, she cautiously glanced around. The next moment, crack, a deafening sound erupted. Yow! Lu Meiwan abruptly collapsed to the ground, her hand throbbing with excruciating pain as if struck by lightning, tears streaming down her face. Who on earth set this trap? Grimacing in agony, she endeavored to extract the clamp, only to find the pain intensifying, reminiscent of a cat biting her tongue. You 2 wretched beings. Brutes. This trap could kill someone. Oh, I feel I'm perishing. My finger is broken. Chapter 81. Stealing should be punished, you 2 wretches. Beasts. You're going to crush me to death. I'm dying. My finger is broken. Woe is me. Lu Meiwan cried, her uninjured left hand desperately tugging at the clamp, which only tightened further, contorting her face in agony as cold sweat poured down her brow. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, she abandoned her attempts to steal fish, gritting her teeth against the excruciating pain and muttering curses as she limped toward the woods. Just wait. Zheng Shao'an, Li Sanpao. I will not let this go. The following day, as dawn broke, the tide receded swiftly, leaving the tidal flats damp. Zheng Shao'an carried a basket on his shoulder, while Li Sanpao hefted a small black pot. As they stepped onto the wet sand outside their dormitory, Li Sanpao furrowed his brow upon reaching the rocky path. Hey Shao'an, look ahead at that fish trap. Why is it all dragged up onto the shore? Upon hearing this, Zheng Shao'an quickened his pace, rushing to the area marked by a red cloth. He crouched down, and his expression darkened. Indeed, someone had been here. Damn it! Li Sanpao chimed in as the clamp rattled and the fish trap shifted. Look at these traces. Someone definitely came last night. Zheng Shao'an pointed to the wet sand, indicating the footprints left on the tidal layer. The shoes have round toes, about size 40, and the steps are light, but the weight is distributed outward. Li Sanpao's eyes gleamed with realization. It can't be Lin Godin. His feet are smaller, and he wears liberation shoes. And it certainly isn't Lu Taiju. That fellow limps, and I'm quite familiar with his tracks. Zheng Shao'an smirked coldly, casting a glance toward the coconut grove. But I recognize these footprints just yesterday afternoon. We returned from the woods and left marks right here, exactly matching the sole pattern. Li Sanpao's eyes widened. Lu Meiwan. Zheng Shao'an nodded, a smirk playing on his lips. I knew that sourness of hers wasn't directed at our soup, but rather at the goods in our trap. As they spoke, Footsteps began to emerge from the direction of the grove, with several members of the collective walking and exhaling warm breaths. Hey, Sampow, you're out to sea so early today? How did the fishing go yesterday? I heard the aroma of your stew wafted 3 miles away. Zheng Shao'an casually responded, his gaze drifting to the last figure staggering in the group, Lu Meiwan. Her complexion was pale, her right hand wrapped haphazardly in white cloth, which was further encased in a blood-stained old sock. She walked unsteadily, her lips pale from biting them. Li Sampow exclaimed, immediately grinning as he approached her. Who is this? Why do you look like a chicken with its wings clipped so early in the morning? What happened to your hand? Zheng Shao'an feigned concern, adding, shouldn't you report your injury to everyone, even if you aren't working today? Shut up. Lu Meiwan gritted her teeth, hissing in a low voice. Stop with your sarcastic remarks. Oh, is that how easily you break down? Li Sampow was invigorated, deliberately addressing the bandage on her hand. Your hand looks swollen like a carrot. Did you perhaps sleepwalk last night and reach into something only to be bitten by a rat? The collective members erupted in laughter, their amusement echoing in the morning air. Enough of this nonsense, Sampow. Just look at her appearance. She doesn't resemble someone who has been bitten by a dog. Instead, it seems as if she inadvertently reached into the stove and got herself singed. Ha ha. Cease your words, for my stomach aches from laughter. Lu Meiwan could no longer maintain her composure. Her face flushed crimson as she glared at the two and exclaimed, you mustn't go too far. Too far? Zheng Shao'an suddenly wiped the smile from his face, fixing her with a cold stare. Then let me ask you, did you visit the seaside last night? Chapter 82, a bite back. Let me ask you, did you visit the seaside last night? Zheng Shao'an's voice was not loud, yet the tone pierced through Lu Meijuan's heart like a nail driving into wood. Aye. Lu Meijuan's lips twitched, her gaze momentarily faltered, but she quickly steeled herself, retorting, so what if I did? Is the sea yours? I merely took a stroll, stepped on your broken contraption. What is the matter? Oh, so you dare to be brazen. Li Sampow placed the black pot down with a thud, hands on his hips, letting out a cold laugh. A stroll? You were meandering near the reef? Did you perhaps tumble into our trap? Are you going to claim that the trap itself sprouted legs and bit you? The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. The trap has become sentient? No, our sister Meiwan is truly fortunate. Even the trap favors her. Perhaps it is enamored with her soap fragrance. Go to hell, you insolent fool. Lu Meijuan's face flushed with embarrassment as she stomped her foot, her patience wearing thin. I did come for a walk, but you left that trap there without any warning signs and set it up. Aren't you intentionally trying to harm people? If my hand gets injured, I'll see if you'll compensate me. Compensate? Li Sampow's expression changed, his anger flaring. You dare to speak of compensation? We haven't lost anything. And you want to swindle us? What is the matter? Lu Meiwan tilted her head, glaring at him. My hand is swollen like this. Do you think I injured it myself? If you don't compensate me, I'll go to the brigade and report to the commune's youth office, claiming you two set a trap to harm lives. Let us see who ends up regretting it first. As soon as the words left her mouth, a heavy silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the previously teasing members of the collective wore tense expressions. In these times, being accused of opportunism or deliberate harm could lead to severe consequences, even if one was innocent. If a particularly malicious cadre decided to use it as a cautionary tale, it could result in a descent into a life of hardship. Zheng Shao'an remained impassive, nodding slowly. All right, you claim we set a trap, do you? He gestured to Li Sampow. Bring out the trap. Li Sampow immediately understood, lifting the black pot and rummaging within, producing the brass trap and tossing it to the ground with a loud clang. Come, everyone, take a good look. Is this trap positioned towards the entrance of the cage? Indeed, I saw you marked it with red cloth yesterday, claiming it would be less likely to be stepped on, a voice murmured. Exactly, I also passed by yesterday. The trap was inside the cage, covered with tattered cloth. You wouldn't even touch it without moving the cage. Then how did she get caught? Questions rippled through the crowd. Lu Meijuan's face turning a shade of distress as she defiantly pointed at the trap, insisting, no matter where you place that thing, it's still intentional. You didn't provide a warning, nor did you say a word. This is malicious harm. By your logic, Zheng Shao'an sneered. If we place a kitchen knife on our stove to deter rats, and a rat bites you, should we also bow and apologize? You. Lu Meiwan was momentarily silenced, her breath hitching. I'll state it plainly. Zheng Shao'an stepped closer, his tone growing colder. You came to steal, got caught in the trap. And yet you dare to bite back? Do you still have any shame left? You men, relying on your numbers to bully others. Lu Meiwan's eyes reddened as she suddenly crouched down, throwing a fit. Here I am, a woman, reduced to this state by your actions. And you still have the audacity to claim righteousness? Chapter 83. Harassment. You men bully others, relying on your numbers. Lu Meiwan's eyes reddened as she abruptly sank to the ground, her feet flailing wildly. With tears streaming down her face, she cried out, "Look at what you've done to me, a woman. Do you even have the audacity to justify this?" Her voice was piercing, filled with anguish as she yelled, "Help. Someone's trying to take a life. Oh, woe is me. I will go to the commune to report this." While sobbing, she began to scatter dirt and smear mud on herself, muttering phrases about plotting against female educated youths and collective bullying. Several members of the commune frowned at her display. Two younger individuals simply turned away, their expressions betraying their discomfort. Li Sanpao couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, is this woman insane? Does she not fear humiliation?" One member murmured, "Has she ever refrained from embarrassing herself?" Another rolled his eyes, remarking that she was relying on her identity as an educated youth, knowing no one would dare confront her. At that moment, Zhao Sanshui quietly approached Zheng Shao'an, whispering, "Brother, should we do something?" To silence her? Zheng Shao'an remained silent, merely rubbing his chin, though a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. He cast his gaze toward the eastern crevice of the sea, where several rock crabs were slowly crawling, their shells reflecting a metallic sheen, their robust pincers clicking against the rocks. Rock crabs were known to be the fiercest seafood in the area, capable of snapping through vines. And if a person were to be caught, they would surely suffer greatly. A subtle smile crept across Zheng Shao'an's lips as he focused his thoughts, subtly activating the extraordinary powers of the spiritual spring. He maintained a facade of calm, gently tapping his toes against the ground. Just as Lu Meiwan was wailing, the largest rock crab suddenly changed direction, clicking its pincers as it crawled toward her right hand, which was not completely wrapped. "Oh no!" Li Sanpao exclaimed, nearly losing his composure. "Brother Shao'an, you wouldn't." "Be quiet and watch," came the reply. The rock crab moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance in no time. "You heartless people, woe is me." Lu Meiwan was still crying fervently, oblivious to the commotion at her feet, when suddenly a sharp pain struck her. "Ah!" she screamed, springing up from the ground as if ignited, hopping around in panic. "Something's pinching me. Help! Ah! Oh no, it's the rock crab." The members were startled, retreating a few steps, but soon some began to laugh uproariously. "Does this crab choose its victims? Ha! It seems this crab knows how to seek revenge. Ha! Stop laughing. She's going mad. Look at her hand. It's swollen like a turnip, and if it pinches her again, oh dear. Ah, stop pinching." Lu Meiwan shrieked in despair, attempting to swat the crab away, but missing entirely. The crab clung tightly to her sleeve, causing her to stumble and crawl away, clutching her wrist as she limped toward the woods in a frantic escape. "You wait. I will not let you get away with this." Her voice echoed in the sea breeze, growing fainter with distance. "Oh, she still intends to return?" Li Sanpao laughed so heartily that she squatted on the ground. "And I thought she would need to wear a splint for at least a year." The villagers could no longer contain themselves, and laughter erupted like thunder. Even after injuring her hand, she still dared to be obstinate. With her disposition, she would have long been pelted with rotten eggs in our village. Yet, it was Shao'an who had the solution, a single move to subdue the adversary. Li Sanpao brushed off her pant legs and looked up at Zheng Shao'an. "Brother, do you really think this matter can end here? She has threatened to report you." Chapter 84. The early tide and coastal foraging. Zheng Shao'an gazed at Lu Meiwan, who was clutching her hand and hastily retreating, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his lips. "She will not easily relent," he remarked. "Should he be cautious?" Li Sanpao scratched his head, his expression one of concern. "This woman is quite cunning. If she truly goes to the commune to stir up trouble, it could become troublesome. Even if she dares to report us, we need not fear, Zheng Shao'an replied nonchalantly. However, should she create a scene again, we shall demand a yuan datu as compensation. Yuan datu? Li Sanpao blinked in confusion. Are you referring to that old trinket of yours? Indeed, Zheng Shao'an nodded. I have long discerned her in scrupulousness. Last time, much of the dried abalone and sandworms we had laid out was pilfered by her. Does she think she can deceive us with mere words? Such fortune does not come easily. And how do you intend to deal with her? Li Sanpao inquired. The next time she misbehaves, we shall confront her directly. Zheng Shao'an's eyes glinted with a steely resolve. Let her compensate with a yuan datu. If she cannot afford it, she will have to spend 3 days in the mountains digging for earth dragons to make up the difference. Li Sanpao shivered at the thought. Your thoughts are more venomous than a crab's pincers. This is not malice, Zheng Shao'an replied calmly. It is discipline. If you do not establish rules, those beneath you will perceive you as easy to bully. Just as he finished speaking, a voice called from afar, summoning the cooks. Zheng Shao'an, Li Sanpao, hurry up and eat. The early tide is upon us. Delay, and it will all be in vain. The two responded promptly, striding towards the mess hall. They hastily devoured a few mouthfuls of dry rice accompanied by salted shrimp paste, filled a jug with cool tea, and grabbed 2 pairs of crab tongs along with baskets, before heading toward the tidal flats of eastern Hayao. This area was submerged during high tide and revealed a muddy expanse littered with shells and half-buried crab holes when the tide receded. The wind is favorable today, Li Sanpao remarked as he stood atop the seawall, surveying the surroundings. The tide is withdrawing quickly, uncovering many channels. We should split up. You head to the southern channel for flower crabs. I will scour the northern side for green clams, Zheng Shao'an instructed. He rolled up his pant legs and leaped into the mud. Remember, do not be greedy. Be cautious in areas abundant with crabs, lest you become stuck. Understood. Li Sanpao swiftly darted into the adjacent tidal flat, disappearing with a single leap. Zheng Shao'an, now adeptly prying open the sea mud near an old channel, soon uncovered a tightly curled green clam, its shell a rich shade of green and purple. Ah, today the heavens are indeed favoring us. He mused as he tossed the clam into his basket, reaching for another patch of mud. In no time, his basket was filled to the brim. While engrossed in his task, a familiar voice interrupted him with a mocking tone. Well, Zheng Shao'an, you seem rather leisurely, squatting there in search of seafood. Are you not afraid of being accused of exploiting public resources? The voice dripped with sarcasm, and upon turning, Zheng Shao'an found himself face to face with none other than Lu Meiwan. Her right hand was bandaged like a zongzi, hanging protectively over her chest, shrouded in plastic to shield it from the sea breeze. Beside her stood 2 unfamiliar male members, seemingly her supporters. How audacious of her to show up. Li Sanpao, having heard the commotion, rushed over with a fierce glare. Say little, Zheng Shao'an urged, placing a hand on his shoulder. She seeks to provoke us. We must let her make her own exit. Umph. Lu Meiwan let out a derisive laugh, her gaze drifting across the shore. You dare to pretend to be upright while bullying a woman like me? I remember it vividly. Just yesterday I was injured by a crab on this very shore, and you all stood by, watching and laughing at my misfortune. If this matter reaches the commune, your lives might just be at stake, don't you think? What does your injury have to do with us? Li Sanpao Uskufa. Crabs don't belong to us. Whether the crab is yours or not is of no concern to me. Lu Meiwan retorted sharply. The fact remains that I was hurt, and you merely stood by, mocking me instead of offering assistance. I demand compensation from you all. Chapter 85. Has your mind been salted? You want us to compensate? Zheng Shao'an let out a cold laugh, leisurely rolling up his sleeves to reveal a strong forearm, his gaze deep and turbulent like the tide. Lu Meiwan, have you been blown about by the sea breeze too much, causing your mind to be muddled? What did you say? Lu Meiwan jumped up in indignation, nearly hitting her injured right hand, grimacing in pain. If you keep this up, your left hand will be bound as well. Zheng Shao'an didn't even lift his eyelids, squatting down to pull out a green clam and tossing it into the basket with a resounding thud. Zheng Shao'an, don't go too far. The 2 male colleagues behind her could no longer restrain themselves. The taller one stepped forward. Lu Jie is a woman, injured on the shore, and you mock her? Have you no shame? Who are you? Li Sanpao glanced over, sneering. What a stray dog you are, sticking your nose into others' business. I am Zhou Dazhuang from Team 3, and this is a relative of our accountant. Lu Jie called us to mediate. The tall one raised his chin disdainfully. Mediation? Zheng Shao'an finally stood up, brushed off the dirt from his hands, and said calmly, if you truly wish to reason this out, I have been in need of a witness. What do you mean by that? Lu Meijuan's eyes widened in alarm as she took a cautious step back. What I mean is, Zheng Shao'an pulled an old silver dollar from his pocket, letting it glint in the sunlight. What is this? A yuan daitu? Li Sanpao immediately chimed in, his tone mocking. Oh, isn't this our old loss? Don't play tricks here. Lu Meijuan shot him a glare. You threaten me even though I'm injured? This is not a threat. It is a rule, Zheng Shao'an replied unhurriedly. A few days ago, you took away dried abalone, sandworm strips, and pickled sea urchins. I have counted. There are about 40 missing, over 100 strips, and 20 bottles. I didn't take anything, she exclaimed, jumping up. You didn't take anything? Zheng Shao'an grinned, pulling out a greasy ledger from his waist. You may claim you didn't tea, but the day before yesterday, when you passed by my drying rack, a sandworm strip rolled out of your basket. I saw it with my own eyes, and Aunt Wong and Air Guzzi can testify. That was something I picked up. Lu Meijuan protested vehemently. Picked up? You picked it from my basket? Li Sanpao sneered. Why not take what's cooking in our pot too, and claim you found that? You. Lu Meijuan trembled with anger. Shao'an has stated. Li Sanpao changed his tone. Raising an eyebrow, from now on, anyone caught stealing will have to compensate with a yuan daitu. If unable to pay, they shall go up the mountain to dig for 3 days for earth dragons and bring them back to dry as compensation. You are bullying us. Bandits. Lu Meijuan shouted at the top of her lungs. Then hurry to the commune and call someone to catch us. Zheng Shao'an turned to leave, tossing back a parting remark. If they come, I shall take your surname. Don't go. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will lie down at your doorstep and not leave. Lu Meijuan cried out in exasperation. Don't rush to play the victim just yet. Zheng Shao'an suddenly turned around, unexpectedly delivering a sharp retort. If I discover that your hand injury is the result of stealing sea urchins a few days ago, it will not merely be a matter of compensating you on datu, but rather an act of theft against public property. Consider your position carefully. You speak nonsense. You slander me. Her voice rose, yet the more she shouted, the more hollow it became. Come on, Sanpao, do not squander time. Zheng Shao'an patted the basket, indicating that he needed to fill it with more clams before the tide rose, so he could exchange them with Aunt Zhao for some dried vegetables. Fine. Li Sanpao spat, unhesitatingly turning to follow. Behind them, Lu Meijuan clenched her teeth in frustration, yet dared not pursue further. She understood that in today's verbal skirmish, she had suffered a complete defeat. Not only had she failed to regain her dignity, but also the very members she had hoped to manipulate into sympathy now regarded her with disdain. Let us go. Let us go. Do not linger here. The tall and lean Zhou Dazhuang quietly advised her, warning that if this continued, she would earn a reputation as a fish thief, making it impossible to return to the group. Who are you calling useless? Lu Meijuan slapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, It's your fault for being so ineffectual. You stood by and did nothing to assist me. The two of them bickered as they walked away. On the tidal flats, sunlight cascaded down. Zheng Shao'an bent low, meticulously sifting through the mud channels, his gaze sharp and focused like that of an eagle. Shao'an, there are abalone shells in this ditch. Li Sanpao shouted from a short distance away, and sandworm holes too. Do not shout. Just excavate slowly, Zheng Shao'an replied without lifting his head, first scraping away the mud to check for fresh fecal lines, as those indicated living specimens. Success. The sea breeze, laden with a briny scent, brushed against their faces as they stood in soft, muddy sludge, their movements practiced, as if they were one with the beach itself. Chapter 86. The Mangrove Explosion. The sea breeze, laden with a briny scent, caressed their cheeks, while the ground beneath their feet yielded soft, muddy sludge. Their movements were deft, as though they had melded with the very essence of the beach. Shao'an, there are abalone shells in this ditch. Li Sanpao shouted from a distance, and sandworm holes. No shouting, just scoop slowly, Zheng Shao'an replied without lifting his head, scraping away the mud in search of fresh droppings, for that signified life. Done. After toiling for a little over half an hour, their basket was nearly filled to the brim. As the sea breeze shifted, the tide began to rise. Zheng Shao'an glanced at the sky and called out, "Time to wrap it up. Let us head to the mangroves and catch some blue crabs." "Oh, are we really going today?" Li Sanpao hoisted the basket, but his foot slipped. The mud was quite deep, and just days prior, someone had nearly gotten stuck. "With me leading, you'll be just fine." Zheng Shao'an shook off the sea mud from his body. "Go call Xiaopeng and Xiaochuan. Bring along the long tongs and burlap sacks. We're going for a big haul today." The mangroves lay at the southern end of the beach, requiring passage through stony shores, gravel banks, and a wade into shallow waters. There, the roots twisted and intertwined, branches resembling nets, concealing wild blue crabs, flower crabs, and sometimes even black-shelled abalones nestled within the crevices. Upon their arrival, the sun had just ascended over the treetops, and two companions awaited them on a small earthen slope beside the mangroves. "Here they come." Xiaopeng waved at them while chewing on a piece of sugarcane. Xiaochuan and I will scout the terrain. There's movement beneath those big banyan trees to the north. "Did you notice any footprints?" Zheng Shao'an inquired as he approached. "Yes, there are some crawling sideways. It's definitely blue crabs," Xiaochuan noted, rolling up his pant legs, "and there's a fresh mound of mud, likely just surfaced. The crabs should be hiding beneath." "Well done." Zheng Shao'an nodded in approval, turning to issue commands. "Sanpao, you and the others take the long tongs and follow me into the middle depression. Xiaopeng and Xiaochuan, you tackle the northern trees, each carrying 2 burlap sacks. Remember, be gentle, and don't trample the crab nests." "Understood." The 4 of them split up, bending low as they plunged into the mud. The air beneath the mangroves was heavy with moisture. Once a foot sank in, it became a struggle to pull it out. The roots were as tangled as a spider's web, and one misstep could lead to a fall. "Damn it, one step in, and I'm stuck for ages." Li Sanpao grumbled, yet his hands worked swiftly. With a snap of his tongs, he caught a male blue crab. "Shao'an, I got something over here," he called out. Zheng Shao'an did not turn back. "Don't shout. Check for yellow on the shell. If it's not yellow, release it." "All right." Although Sanpao grumbled under his breath, he still inspected the crab shell, exclaiming, "It's all shiny. It must have just molted." "Off you go." With a flick of his wrist, the blue crab flew far, landing in the mud with a splash that sent water flying. Zheng Shao'an, too, had spotted a target. He whispered a caution, crouched down, and carefully brushed aside a clump of aquatic grass, revealing half of a crab leg. "Oh, what a big fellow," he thought as he grasped the crab's back with one hand and held the burlap sack in the other. "Come on in." "Shao'an." Xiaochuan's voice rang out from not far away. "There's movement over here. It's quite significant. The mud is all overturned." "Don't move," Zheng Shao'an shouted. "I'm coming." In a few hurried steps, Xiaochuan crouched low, one foot propped against a tree root, hands pressed into the damp earth, trembling with trepidation, sweat beading at the tip of his nose. "Where is it?" "Right here," Xiaochuan exclaimed, pointing. "I had just scraped halfway when that thing darted away, sending mud bubbling." "Hand me the tongs," Zheng Shao'an requested, carefully taking the long tongs and cautiously probing into the wet soil. Suddenly, a sharp click echoed through the air. Chapter 87. The barrel exploded. Click. The pincer seemed to grip something hard, and Zheng Shao'an's eyes brightened. With a swift motion, he pulled outward. "Success!" he exclaimed. A blue crab, as large as a palm, was dragged from the mud, its 8 legs flailing chaotically, the shell glistening with a vibrant hue, and beneath its belly nestled golden roe. "Goodness, this is a female crab." Xiaochuan's eyes widened, still carrying roe. "Shao'an, this creature is valuable. No time for chatter, let us bag it." Zheng Shao'an tossed the crab into the burlap sack, reminding him that this was a communal task, not a private venture. "Understood." Xiaochuan grinned, but glancing back at the pile, he added, "If a couple slip out, we can't let it go to waste, can we? Stop your prattling. Focus on the task at hand." Zheng Shao'an's hands and feet were in constant motion, digging into the new mud along the tree roots. This ground was soft, indicating adin. The mud was wet and yielding, occasionally making a squelching sound beneath their feet. They worked while listening to distant commotion. Xiao Pang. How is it over there? We've got 3, each one larger than the last. Xiao Pang panted in reply. Xiao Chuan was right. This northern area is a crab haven. Li Sanpao's voice boomed from a distance, a hint of urgency in his tone. Shao'an, this barrel is nearly full. Shall we switch bags? Yes. Bring the empty barrel and drag the full one up the slope. Xiao Chuan and I will continue digging. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden exclamation rang out. Xiao Pang. You've collapsed the den. It was Xiao Chuan's voice. Water was bubbling up from the mud. I didn't mean to. Xiao Pang panicked, quickly backing away from the slippery ground, where he had just stepped too softly. Sean, should we change locations? Xiao Chuan asked. Change locations, my foot. Zheng Shao'an slammed the pincers into the ground. If it collapsed, it indicates there's something beneath. This kind of ground is precisely where the crabs dwell. A collapse will force them to surface. As soon as he finished speaking, he plunged his hands back into the mud, and sure enough, a slight tremor coursed through the water below. Something was wriggling. Pass me the pincers. He clamped down with both hands and yanked upward. Another crab emerged, as large as a wine glass, its belly caked with grayish-yellow mud, snapping its claws menacingly. Sanpao, remember to tie the sack tightly. These creatures can leap half a meter high. Understood, Li Sanpao replied breathlessly. Damn, this sack must weigh 10 pounds. No wonder it feels like lead. Sean, there's movement in this mud too. Xiao Chuan called out, urging him to come take a look. Zheng Shao'an quickly crouched down, wiping sweat from his brow as he glanced at the sky. The sun hung directly between the branches, and the humidity in the mangroves was stifling, making it hard to breathe. He knelt and swept aside the wet mud, his eyes widening in astonishment. 2 symmetrical sand holes emerged, not small in diameter, resembling the impressions of 2 thumbs pressing into the earth. What is this? Xiao Chuan inquired, leaning closer. Aflua Koptin. Zheng Shao'an's voice turned grave. Xiao Chuan, swap your pincers for the longer ones. These creatures are powerful enough to bite through bone. Got it. Xiao Chuan promptly handed over the tool. Zheng Shao'an carefully inserted the long pincers into the hole, twisting gently. Click. There was some resistance. Got it. A fierce determination flashed across his face as he pulled with all his might, commanding, come out. With a resounding splash, mud and water erupted forth. A beautifully patterned flower crab, adorned with purple spots, was lifted from its hiding place. Its shell glistened as though coated in oil, and it brandished its formidable pincers, larger than a fist. Goodness gracious! Brother Shao'an, you've caught a true giant crab. Xiao Chuan exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. Put in the bag. Move swiftly. Don't let it pinch you. Zheng Shao'an shouted with a grin. Observing the seamless cooperation among the group, the burlap sacks steadily filled, while Li Sanpao carried a laden bag to the shore, soon returning for another round. Chapter 88. The royal mother crab Li Sanpao trudged ashore, burdened with a full sack, only to return shortly thereafter. Are you a reincarnated porter? Xiao Chuan glanced up at him, his face smeared with mud, resembling a digger. Do you think I want this? Li Sanpao panted, gritting his teeth as he dropped the empty sack to the ground. No sooner had he set it down than Zhao Shizhu arrived, urging them to load the truck, pressing them with an urgency akin to a death knell. What's the rush? Xiao Chuan scoffed. Let them wait until we catch 100 pounds of crabs. Enough nonsense. Zheng Shao'an did not lift his gaze, as his long pincers plunged once more. For the ground beneath was still bustling with activity. Not done yet? Li Sanpao squatted down, wiping his face with a damp cloth. This patch of mangroves hid crabs more securely than a maiden's secret. Can a maiden be so clawing and fierce? Xiao Chuan retorted, lunging to pin down a small green crab that had just been unearthed, its shell still caked with a clump of red mud, attempting to scuttle away. Did you catch it? Zheng Shao'an inquired. Catch my foot. Its legs are slipperier than a loach. Xiao Chuan cursed, using a bamboo basket to scoop it up, stuffing a small crab inside. Though not large, it brimmed with vitality. Perhaps it would yield tender meat when steamed. Enough chatter. Shao'an, you have more catch over there. Li Sanpao's keen eye caught sight of the pair of pincers in Shao'an's hand, glimmering with a bluish sheen. Is it the kind of crab that is said to be nourishing the royal mother crab? Curse your tongue. Zheng Shao'an laughed scornfully. It's merely a fat female crab with roe. Its color is just more vibrant. As they spoke, he deftly shook his hand, the pincers snapping with a crisp sound as he captured the crab by its shell's lower edge and deftly dropped it into the sack. Today's harvest will surely enrich the Zheng household for the new year, Shao'an remarked. This is not for our household, Zheng Shao'an shot back, his eyes narrowing. This is a task for the commune. Even if one crab slips from the 100 pounds, we must not allow anyone to find fault. Shao'an scratched his head, feigning ignorance. Let us continue digging. Zheng Shao'an beckoned. Don't neglect the area near the roots. The flower crabs love to hide in the damp shadows. The trio resumed their task, heads bowed in mud, their bamboo tongs and iron rakes infused with a sense of purpose, none uttering a word of fatigue. The surrounding area fell eerily silent, save for the rustling of the wind through the mangroves and the occasional distant call of waterfowl. Before long, a series of bubbles surfaced from mud. There's a hole. Li Sanpao's sharp eyes caught sight of it, quickly probing with his tongs. This time it's my turn. Be careful, Zheng Shao'an cautioned. This ground is a bit firmer. If it's a sandworm nest, we'll be wasting our efforts. It's not a sandworm. Li Sanpao's tongs clamped down, his expression shifting as he felt the weight. With a mighty tug, he pulled out a large flower crab with a green shell and yellow spots, its pincers striking his hand, sending a shock through his arm. Li Sanpao gasped, it's pinching my thumb. Hang in there. Zheng Shao'an chuckled as he approached to assist, extracting the crab and tossing it into a nearby mud pit. Damn it, Li Sanpao shook his hand. Tonight will be painful even when dipping in soy sauce. If you're in pain, I'll feel it too, Zheng Shao'an replied. Shao'an teased him, reminding him, you must remember, this is public property. You cannot secretly pocket it. Look at what you're saying. Li Sanpao retorted with a glare. Do I strike you as that kind of person? You do not, but your brother-in-law certainly does. Damn you. The two engaged in playful banter, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Show go. Suddenly, someone called from outside the mangroves. Zhao Shizhu added, we must also dig up that area behind. If it does not yield at least 70 pounds, we are not permitted to return to the village. Chapter 89. Stuck in the mud. What a nuisance. Zheng Shao'an bent down and poked the swollen clump of mud once more. Just a couple more jabs would suffice. For today, catch was indeed plentiful. Only you are quick with your hands, Zhou Monsong remarked. I managed to catch two over there, but they were hiding beneath the roots of the grass. When I pulled them out, their legs were broken. Serves you right for your foolishness. Zheng Shao'an kept his gaze lowered, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth. Do you think the blue crabs enjoy running about? They prefer to hide where the tide has just receded in the warm, moist mud. If you insist on stepping on hard ground, it would be a miracle if you catch anything. All right, you're the seasoned crab expert, and I am merely a novice. Zhou Monsong teased. Hurry up. The clouds over there are as dark as the bottom of a pot. It looks like rain is imminent. Zheng Shao'an furrowed his brow slightly. Something feels off. You take the bucket first. I'll finish up here. Done. Zhou Monsong lifted the bag and trudged back through the mud. Don't be greedy. When the thunder strikes, there will be no place to hide on the beach. As he stepped into a small pit with a splat, he nearly lost his balance, cursing under his breath before continuing on his way. Meanwhile, Zheng Shao'an cautiously probed the mud with his tongs, and sure enough, a loud snap revealed a large female crab nestled within the mud's embrace. A grin spread across his face. Well hidden, aren't you? Here's your chance to shine. He gently cleared the mud layer and noted that the crab, though sizable, had bright red claws, indicating it had yet to shed its shell. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he was just about to reach for it when footsteps suddenly approached from behind. Who goes there? He instinctively called out, turning to see a short man in a coarse cloth jacket, mud caked on his shoes, and a broken bamboo basket slung over his shoulder. Don't shout. It's Liu Erbao. The newcomer set down the bamboo basket and grinned. I've heard you're quite skilled. I'm here to learn a thing or two. You? Learn to catch crabs? Zheng Shao'an scrutinized him without courtesy. ISNT, your leg still limping? You want to wade through the mud with your rheumatism not fully healed? Even with a limp, I'm starving. Liu Erbao patted his belly. The kids at home have been craving for 2 days. If I don't bring something back today, They'll pester me all night. Then just follow my lead and take it slow. Zheng Shao'an sighed. Don't venture too deep. Although the tide has receded, there are still pits beneath the surface. If you step into one, I'll one T be able to pull you out. I understand. Lu Erbao nodded, squatting down. Teach me. How we find these crabs? Look for the mud clumps and observe the tidal marks. Zheng Shao'an pointed to a small, irregular mound of mud. See, the shiny spot over there indicates it has been disturbed when the crab turned over. And look at the floating grass nearby. Crabs sometimes dig holes and pull up bits of grass. Gently probe one by one, and be careful not to startle them. Lu Erbao mimicked his actions with a bamboo stick, and before long, a small gray-shelled crab emerged. Elated, he reached out to grab it, only to have the crab dart back into the mud with lightning speed. You're too hasty, Zheng Shao'an chuckled. When frightened, the blue crab will burrow deeper. If you can't catch it, don't chase it. There are plenty of crabs around. No need to worry about this one. Oh, so that is how it is. Lu Erbao scratched his head. Had you come out a few years earlier to teach me? My wife wouldn't have to go up the mountain to gather firewood in exchange for salt. Stop your banter. Zheng Shao'an raised the pliers and caught 2 more crabs. Be honest and take your time. Tonight, I will teach you how to make crab porridge. I guarantee it will be delicious. All right, Lu Erbao exclaimed, suddenly filled with enthusiasm. You are truly generous, Shao'an. I heard that you previously exchanged crabs for the commune and didn't keep a penny for yourself. At that time, the task was urgent. The entire village relied on that little bit of oil, salt, and vinegar for sustenance. If I don't step up, who will? But you can't always be the one to take the lead, Lu Erbao replied, his expression darkening. I heard you were almost reported last month for keeping seafood for yourself. That was slander. Zheng Shao'an's lips twitched. I had already anticipated those people. I marked the back shell of the blue crabs. If they tried to use my goods to settle their debts, they would reveal themselves once the team investigated. Damn it. There are people envious of us just trying to make a living, Lu Erbao gritted his teeth. If I encounter him again, I will definitely crush that basket. Whether you can crush it or not depends on what the captain says, Zheng Shao'an replied as he gathered the crabs and stood up. This area is nearly done. Let us move on. The tide is about to turn. The two slowly walked back along the edge of the mudflat, the terrain gradually rising, the sound of surging tides echoing in the distance. Suddenly, a startled shout rang out nearby. Who shouted? Zheng Shao'an halted, squinting to see it was Shi Sanzi. His pants soaked and his face filled with panic. My sister fell into a mud pit. Shi Sanzi exclaimed anxiously, stamping his feet. She twisted her ankle, and I can't pull her out. Why did she come here? Lu Erbao was taken aback. Isn't she in poor health? She insisted on bringing some food home, and I couldn't stop her. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shao'an immediately rushed forward. Lead the way. When they arrived, they found Shi Xiaohong sitting in the mud, her face pale, with her ankle already swollen. How could you be so careless? Zheng Shao'an squatted down and said, Come on, I'll carry you. No, I'm too heavy, Shi Xiaohong bit her lip. You all go on. I can crawl out. Stop talking nonsense. Zheng Shao'an hoisted her onto his back and instructed Lu Erbao, You lead Shi Sanzi ahead. Don't run around. I'll carry her from behind. The group finally struggled back to the beachhead. The wind had picked up, and the tide was already creeping up to the grass roots. The weather is about to change. Lu Erbao wiped the sweat from his brow. We've been quite fortunate this trip. Chapter 90. Loading the grain onto the ship, a group of individuals united their efforts, busily engaging in their tasks. The nets gradually filled with fresh fish, shrimp, and shellfish. This haul is quite satisfactory. It will suffice for several hearty meals. Zheng Shao'an remarked with contentment. Ah Fu nodded with a smile, acknowledging that gathering seafood was no simple endeavor. Yet with collective determination, there was hope for better days ahead. Shaoli wiped the sweat from his brow and cheerfully stated, I also wish to learn the skills of fishing and hunting more diligently in the future. As dusk approached, the group returned to the village, their bounty in hand, greeted with cheers from the villagers. You have truly struck it rich this time, Shao'an, the village chief exclaimed. Visibly excited, Zheng Shao'an smiled, expressing gratitude for the assistance of everyone. With such support, our future will undoubtedly improve. Ah, I wish it were so, the chief sighed. However, the seas have been unkind of late. Fish are scarce, and the tides are erratic. Just a few days ago, some young men returned from the ocean, their faces flushed with disappointment, having caught not even a single lively fish. Zheng Shao'an rubbed his fingers thoughtfully, his gaze drifting towards the shimmering sea in the distance. This is indeed the perfect season for gathering seafood. Have you not considered relying on this resource for sustenance? I spoke with Oldly a few days ago. The tides have not changed, merely the fish have migrated. We ought to explore a different location. Wang Fuhai sighed. Shao'an, it is easy for you to speak so lightly. Are you brave enough to lead a team to unfamiliar waters? The ocean can be treacherous with hidden currents. Even we young ones are apprehensive, let alone the older generation. Rising to his feet, Zheng Shao'an brushed off the fishing net from his attire. Captain Fuhai, times have changed. If we do not venture into new methods, our fishing village may indeed face starvation. Moreover, hunting has always been our forte. I have already discussed plans with several young men, and we intend to set out at dawn tomorrow. I support your hunting plans, but are you aware that the beasts in the mountains have dwindled as well? Or have all the prey gone? Wang Fuhai's voice was laden with concern. With the scarcity in the mountains, the tides by the sea may have brought in new schools of fish, and perhaps the seaweed and crabs are flourishing as well. We must adopt a dual approach and not neglect our efforts at sea. The two exchanged a moment of understanding, and suddenly, Wang Fuhai spoke. Shao'an, I trust you. Tomorrow, you shall lead the team to gather seafood, while I, along with a few of the older comrades, will prepare provisions and fishing gear to assist. We must reclaim our pride this time. Zheng Shao'an beamed, a long-awaited smile gracing his face. Very well, Captain Fuhai. We shall assemble at dawn, equipped with the sturdiest nets and poles, ready to set sail. As night descended, the fishing village began to light scattered lamps. Upon returning home, Zheng Shao'an shared the news with his wife, Zheng Shaomei. Shaomei, we must be frugal in the coming days. Our food supply is tight. Tomorrow, I will venture out with the young men to gather seafood, hoping to bring back good news for the team. Zheng Shaomei frowned with concern. Shao'an, the sea is perilous. You and the young men must exercise caution. Your health is not what it used to be. Do not overexert yourself. Zheng Shao'an chuckled softly, patting the back of her hand reassuringly. Do not worry. I will take care of myself and ensure everyone's safe return. Before dawn broke the next day, a group of over a dozen individuals had already gathered in the village, each face reflecting anticipation and anxiety. Zheng Shao'an stood at the center, clearing his throat before addressing his comrades. Brothers, as we embark on this maritime venture, though the conditions may be arduous, I assure you that through our collective effort, we shall procure sufficient seafood to weather our hardships. We must meticulously scour the coastline for crabs and small fish concealed within the crevices of the rocks, armed with our long poles to occasionally dislodge the kelp. Safety is paramount. We must not stray too far from the group. Young Li Chong scratched his head, his impatience bubbling forth. Brother Shao'an, what if we fail to catch even a single fish? If the fish are scarce, we shall rely on an abundance of crabs and kelp to diversify our provisions. Moreover, the treasures of the sea are plentiful, as long as we exert ourselves. We need not fret over our bounty, Zheng Shao'an replied, his voice steady and resolute. One by one, the wooden boats were launched into the sea, the waves gently lapping against the hulls, while the briny breeze caressed each face. Standing at the bow, Zheng Shao'an keenly observed the surface of the water. As time passed, the fleet glided along the coastline. True to Zheng Shao'an's predictions, they soon discovered a secluded rocky cove teeming with crabs and schools of small fish. Come, everyone, split up and ensure the crabs do not escape. Zheng Shao'an called out. The young men, armed with long poles and nets, busied themselves, sending sprays of water into the air, their laughter and shouts echoing across the waves. Li Chong, elated, seized a large crab, waving it triumphantly as he exclaimed, "Look what I've caught! This should suffice for a meal. Quickly, cast the net and cut that kelp. The more the better," Zheng Shao'an directed. Just then, a small boat in the distance began to sway perilously, seemingly caught in the rising winds and waves. Zheng Shao'an quickly instructed everyone be vigilant. The winds are picking up. Remain calm and steady the boats. The fleet promptly maneuvered closer to shore, as the storm intensified, the waves surging. Wang Fuhai and several seasoned comrades had been waiting on the shore, visibly relieved as the fleet returned safely. Indeed, this outing has yielded a bountiful catch. Wang Fuhai remarked with a smile. It appears Shao'an's judgment was sound. Our maritime endeavors provide us with sustenance. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zheng Shao'an replied, "This is merely the beginning. We must persevere and not allow difficulties to deter us. Tomorrow, I intend to lead everyone into the mountains in hopes of finding some game." Hunting in the mountains? That is an even more arduous task, Shao'an. Can't you grant everyone a brief respite? Wang Fuhai jested. Yet Zheng Shao'an responded earnestly. With our bellies empty, a moment of ease is unrealistic. Pursuing both mountain and sea will ensure we all have food to eat. Wang Fuhai nodded in agreement, reflecting, indeed, we must muster greater courage to endure. That night, the fishing village resonated with laughter and the bubbling of pots. Despite the challenges they faced, hope glimmered in every face. At dawn the next day, Zheng Shao'an, accompanied by a few young men wielding hunting rifles and knives, ventured along the foot of the mountains into the depths of the forest. "Brother Shao'an, are there truly wild beasts in the mountains?" Li Chang inquired as they walked. "Wild beasts are few, yet some remain scattered. We must search diligently," he replied. "While foraging by the sea, one must not neglect the pursuit of game in the mountains," Zheng Shao'an asserted resolutely. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, and occasionally, a few rabbits could be seen hopping about. The team moved stealthily when suddenly, a rustle of leaves ahead caught their attention. "Quick, hide," Zheng Shao'an whispered urgently. A slender wild rabbit darted out from the underbrush, and Li Chang raised a shotgun, taking aim. With a crisp crack, the gun fired, and the rabbit fell to the ground. "Excellent. We've secured ourselves some meat," Li Chang exclaimed with enthusiasm. In the following hours, they captured several more rabbits and a few wild chickens, though modest in number. It was sufficient to provide a hearty meal for the team. As dusk fell, Zheng Shao'an and his companions returned to the village with their catch, where villagers gathered eagerly, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Shao'an, this is wonderful. We finally have something good to eat," an excited woman exclaimed. "No matter how tough things get this time, we need not fear," remarked the village elder, Zheng Eri, with a sense of nostalgia. "With young folks like you leading the way, our village will certainly endure." Zheng Shao'an observed the lively scene, his heart warmed. He understood that the journey of pursuing both mountain and sea was far from over. Yet he believed that as long as they united in purpose, no hardship would be insurmountable. Beside him, his old comrade Wang Dehai was busy sorting fishing nets, his hair now graying, yet his eyes remained bright and spirited. He glanced at Zheng Shao'an and smiled. "Shao'an, the fish in these waters are becoming increasingly scarce. How long do you think we can sustain our foraging by the sea?" Zheng Shao'an replied with a slight smile. "Wang Dehai, we are not idle. This sea still provides for us. As long as we guard these waters, with our skills, we shall eventually prosper again." Wang Dehai sighed. "You have a point." But the sound of gunfire grows louder each day. The villagers say that armed groups have appeared atop several nearby hills, watching our grain and catch, threatening punishment if we do not pay tribute. Zheng Shao'an tightened his grip on the steering wheel. "I am aware of this. The village secretary has also warned me. We must quickly earn more and store provisions, lest we fall prey to them." As the boat approached the dock, several figures could be seen busy unloading cargo on the shore. From a distance, a few young men from the village, armed with shotguns, wore expressions of vigilance and tension. As Zheng Shao'an drew near, he heard someone call out, "Shao'an, come help. We need to unload these boxes of grain quickly, or the wind will spoil them." Zheng Shao'an leaped from the boat, rallying his crew. "Hurry, bring the nets and boxes ashore. We need to move faster than usual today." Just then, a young man in a military green jacket rushed over, breathless. "Shao'an, there's an armed patrol at the village entrance checking for contraband. I heard someone has been detained. You all need to be cautious." Zheng Shao'an furrowed his brow, a flicker of worry in his eyes. "Not again. These people truly lack insight. We are already struggling, and yet they continue to torment us." Wang Dehai whispered, "Shao'an, we must avoid direct confrontation. That would yield no benefit. We need to devise a plan to dispose of our grain and fish first, and then figure out how to deal with them." Zheng Shao'an nodded in agreement, acknowledging the need to stabilize the situation first. Xiaolu, please go to the village and see if anyone is willing to assist with transporting the goods. Today's task must not go awry. Xiaolu responded affirmatively and hurried off. Zheng Shao'an turned his gaze to the catch in his hands, reflecting. In recent years, although life has been modest while foraging and hunting, I have never encountered such a tense predicament. With the current circumstances shifting, the entire village feels as if they are perched upon a furnace, awaiting the outcome of this storm. At that moment, old Han from the village approached, leaning on his cane, his face etched with the wear of time. Shao'an, our village has weathered many storms over the years, yet I have never witnessed a situation this dire. What do you suggest we do? Zheng Shao'an sighed. Old Han, we can only hold our ground and not allow fear to overtake us. We must swiftly store the grain and sell the fish, striving to earn as much as possible. Should the day come when we can no longer endure, we will have the means to negotiate. Old Han nodded in agreement. Indeed, the grain and catch are our lifeblood. We must safeguard them. You have a discerning eye, young man. Just as they conversed, shouts erupted from the riverbank. Look, the village officials have arrived, accompanied by armed personnel. Zheng Shao'an and Wang Dehai exchanged worried glances, their brows furrowed. As the village officials stepped ashore, surveying the heavily laden fish boxes, they spoke sternly. Zheng Shao'an, you and your group must surrender today's catch and grain. It is an obligation to remit public grain according to village regulations. Zheng Shao'an stepped forward, his tone resolute. Comrade, we are all enduring hardship. Our catch and grain are our sustenance. Could we retain a portion for our own use? The official's expression darkened. This was an order that brooked no dissent. Wang Dehai interjected, what about our families? If we're left with nothing to eat, how can we continue to work? The official waved his hand impatiently. No more arguing. We will adhere to the rules. Zheng Shao'an replied in a low voice, Comrade, if this continues, we will not be able to endure. Could you grant us an extension or some leniency? The official shot him a glance. No extension. Public grain is public grain. Failure to comply will result in property confiscation. Wang Dehai clenched his teeth. Do you think your weapons give you dominion over us? We are human too. Anger flared in the official's demeanor. Do not forget who has allowed you to survive. Follow the regulations and do not challenge the order. Sensing the escalating tension, Zheng Shao'an quickly intervened. Everyone, let us remain calm. We all sincerely wish to improve our lives. Comrade, I assure you the public grain will be submitted on time, but we ask for your understanding of our difficulties. The official's tone softened slightly. Very well, for now, we shall proceed this way. However, do not delay in the future. Once the official departed, Wang Dehai shook his head with a bitter smile. It truly is becoming increasingly difficult. Zheng Shao'an nodded in agreement. There is no alternative. We must devise more ways to earn and protect what we have at home. At that moment, Xiao Zhao from the village rushed over, breathless. Shao'an, I heard that some brothers from a neighboring village planned to go out fishing tonight, armed with new rifles, intending to seize the grain from those armed personnel. Zheng Shao'an's expression changed dramatically. Xiao Zhao, we must not act recklessly. We cannot lead the entire village astray. Our reliance lies in our craftsmanship and diligence, not in brute force. Wang Dehai sighed in agreement. Indeed, violence only leads to our own detriment. Zheng Shao'an resolutely asserted. We must walk the righteous path and avoid veering into wrongdoing. Once the economy opens up, our lives will improve. For now, we must persevere. Hope is on the horizon. As dusk descended, the lights on the fishing boats flickered to life. The villagers busily loaded provisions, preparing for distribution. The sea breeze brought a refreshing chill, along with the hopes of countless individuals. Another villager approached, pointing at the diesel engine at the stern. Comrade Zheng, how powerful is this diesel engine? Can it withstand the waves? This engine is the latest 85 horsepower model from a major factory, far superior to our old boats with their 30-odd horsepower. The waves may be formidable, but the vessel is remarkably stable. This time, we shall navigate the sea more swiftly and carry greater loads, Zheng Shao'an replied, his eyes brimming with confidence. A young member scratched his head in uncertainty. But will the new boat consume more fuel? Our village is already facing a tight supply of oil. We must be frugal. Zheng Shao'an patted his shoulder reassuringly. Fuel must be conserved. Yet this new vessel is efficient in both fuel and time. The additional catch we earn will offset the fuel costs. The state is supporting our endeavors at sea, and the supply of oil will gradually become more ample. Another villager nodded in agreement. Then I and Shaoli will take the 2 old diesel boats and set off first. Comrade Zheng, you can follow with the new boat, and we shall meet in the bay. Zheng Shao'an promptly nodded. Very well. I will inspect the engine before departure to ensure everything is flawless. The fleet swiftly prepared for departure, and Zheng Shao'an entered the cabin to examine the engine, fuel tank, and navigation equipment. He understood that this mission at sea would not be straightforward. The surface of the ocean could be unpredictable, and ensuring the safety of the vessels was paramount. Chapter 91. The Diesel Engine Factory. Comrade Zheng, when shall we set sail? Inquired a young member of the team. We shall depart shortly. The sun has yet to set. It is prudent to leave early while the seas remain calm, Zheng Shao'an replied. Before long, 3 vessels roared to life, their diesel engines thrumming like a heartbeat. As they churned the waters into frothy waves, the old boats ventured forth, one after the other, with the new vessel trailing closely behind. Behold, this ship sails much swifter than the old ones, the young member exclaimed. Zheng Shao'an smiled. Indeed, let us test the capabilities of our new vessel. It shall serve as an invaluable asset for our fishing endeavors. With favorable winds guiding them, the fleet navigated towards the bay. On the deck, Zheng Shao'an stood at the bow, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. The golden rays of the setting sun danced upon the water's surface, shimmering like scattered jewels. This year's fishing season appears promising, Zheng Shao'an remarked to the young member. We must seize the moment and gather ample seafood to supply our village, ensuring that the national supply station can procure more as well. The young member nodded. Indeed, I have heard that there are government subsidies for this fishing venture. If we catch more fish and shrimp, our lives will surely improve. True, fishing is not merely about the catch. It is essential for our livelihood. Zheng Shao'an reflected with a hint of nostalgia. I remember the years when we lacked boats and power. The scarcity of seafood made life difficult for everyone. Now, with our new vessel and machinery, we must work with renewed vigor. Suddenly, a gust of wind whipped across the sea, and waves began to swell ominously. The young member, feeling the tension, asked, "The waves are rising. Should we turn back?" Zheng Shao'an maintained his composure. We cannot retreat. Though the storm may be fierce, this ship is stable. Hold on tight, for this is a true test of our resolve. As the winds howled and the waves crashed, the ship swayed. Yet Zheng Shao'an remained steadfast at the helm, guiding the fleet with unwavering determination. Fear not. Together we shall persevere and ensure a safe arrival at the bay. He called out. The young member gripped the railing tightly, shouting back, Comrade Zheng, we shall follow you. You lead us rightly. At last, the tumult subsided, and the fleet entered a natural harbor, where fishing boats were clustered densely. We have arrived. Let us unload and get to work, Zheng Shao'an instructed. They swiftly approached the shore, unloading their nets and catches in preparation for their fishing foray. Zheng Shao'an approached Li Daong, the captain of the village's fishing team. Captain Li, how do you find the efficiency of our new vessel for this fishing expedition? Li Daong chuckled, giving Zheng Shao'an a hearty pat on the shoulder. Quite impressive. This new ship is a true asset. It enhances our speed and capacity, allowing us to bring back more fresh seafood to the village. Zheng Shao'an nodded in agreement. This vessel has become a significant ally for our fishing team. Now, it is up to our diligence and ingenuity. Suddenly, young Li raised a question. Comrade Zheng, is the maintenance of this new ship cumbersome? What if the diesel engine breaks down? Zheng Shao'an smiled reassuringly. Maintenance is straightforward. The diesel engine factory has trained personnel to assist us, and repairs can be managed easily. The key lies in our care. We must conduct timely inspections to prevent minor issues from escalating into major troubles. Young Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. Then we have hope for our fishing endeavors. The atmosphere among the fishing team began to brighten as everyone busied themselves preparing nets, casting them, and setting up for the day's work. Zheng Shao'an stood on the deck, watching his companions labor with enthusiasm, his heart warmed by their camaraderie. This is indeed our era, where we brave new horizons with our boats and courage, he whispered. The sun gradually descended, casting a warm glow over the sea. With the flickering lights of fishing boats danced upon the water. Gathered on the vessel, we shared a meal, discussing the promising future of our maritime endeavors. A young member remarked with heartfelt sentiment, "With this boat, our days at sea are filled with hope." Zheng Shao'an patted his shoulder and replied, "Young man, as long as we remain united and diligent, our lives will continue to improve." Chapter 92. Returning to port, Zheng Shao'an turned back and called out, "Lao Yuan, have you finished inspecting the diesel pump over there? We don't want to encounter a power issue halfway through casting the net." From astern came Lao Yuan's voice. "Just adjusted it, no problem. There's plenty of fuel. Our boat is new and can hold out for a day and a night." "Good. Then prepare to cast the net." Zheng Shao'an nodded, his tone steady yet imbued with vigor. At that moment, a tall, slender crew member approached briskly, smiling as he exclaimed, "Zheng Ge, Uncle Sun Wu and the others from the shore have arrived. They want to see how we cast the net with the new boat. Should we let them lend a hand?" Zheng Shao'an glanced at the old boat moored nearby, where 3 or 4 individuals were waving and calling them over. "Let them come and join us. Teamwork is essential in fishing, and there's no barrier to participation." "All right." The tall crew member turned to summon them. Li Daong rolled up his trousers and stepped onto the platform, eager to see Uncle Sun, who had caught a 20-pound yellow croaker last year. His vision was remarkably sharp. On the shore, Uncle Sun Wu, holding a pipe, laughed, his wrinkles crinkling. "You all are swift. My old boat nearly got left behind." "That's because your boat still relies on wooden oars." Li Daong Tiesa. "Hurry up and see how we cast the net with our new vessel." Uncle Sun Wu boarded the boat, steadied himself, and looked around in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, this diesel engine is truly remarkable. Even the boat's planks feel sturdier. If I had known, I would have contributed more last year to get one too." Zheng Shao'an, smiling, handed him a thick hemp rope. "Uncle Wu, it's not about who has a better boat, but rather who works harder. The sooner we start, the better our harvest will be." "You're right," Uncle Wu nodded, grasping the rope. "Come on, let's get to work. All boats, heed my command. Cast the net." With Zheng Shao'an's command, the nets from the 3 boats were promptly cast into the water. One end of the hemp rope was fastened to the boat as post, while the other slowly sank alongside the net, the waves gently smoothing it out. "Cast it steadily," Li Daong shouted from the stern, reminding them not to let the waves disrupt their rhythm. Young Li and 2 other crew members vigorously swung the ends of the net, sweat dripping from their brows. Yet their faces shone with excitement. This new net had remarkable elasticity, almost like shaking out flour. "It's made of new materials. We added several strands of new hemp during weaving," Zheng Shao'an replied. "This is the new technology the county sent us. We must make good use of it." As they were busy, young Li suddenly shouted, "Hey, Comrade Zheng, what's happening over there on the water?" "It's bubbling." Zheng Shao'an's expression sharpened as he observed. "That's a school of fish stirring the water. Prepare to haul in the net." Li Daong nodded and immediately called out, "Don't just stand there. Get ready to pull." Several men tightened the ropes, gradually bringing the net closer to the boat. The rope traced water lines along the hull as the net slowly surfaced, revealing the silhouettes of fish within. "We got a catch," young Li exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "So many. Mackerel and yellow croaker. Watch the net." Zheng Shao'an tightened the main rope, instructing, "Slowly reel it in. Don't tear the net." With a resounding splash, a net brimming with marine bounty was hoisted onto the deck, the fish flopping and wriggling, their scales glinting under the sun's radiant glow. "What a remarkable start." Uncle Sun Wu chuckled, his laughter bending him at the waist. The first catch was abundant. The crew aboard joined in jubilant cheers, and the deck resonated with lively voices. "Quick, fill the barrels," urged Li Daong, wielding a small shovel, as he pressed on to pack the fresh catch before it lost its vitality, so they could later exchange it for work points at the supply cooperative in town. Zheng Shao'an nodded, reminding everyone to sort the fish. Mackerel and yellow croaker must be separated, as the commune would collect them by species. Those who sorted meticulously would receive a higher price. "Understood." The young men swiftly set to work, sorting fish, filling barrels, sprinkling salt, and sealing them, all in one seamless motion. "Let us take a short break and cast the net again in an hour," Zheng Shao'an suggested. standing to gaze at the evening glow on the horizon. Tonight heralded a low tide. They could haul in 3 nets in succession. What a boon! Li Daong wiped his brow, remarking, "You know, Shao'an, in these times we must work tirelessly at sea. Otherwise, how will we fill our bellies? To fill our bellies, we must stand tall." Zheng Shao'an replied, his eyes drifting to the several old boats. With the arrival of these new vessels, the village's fishing team could double in strength. "As long as our hands are in motion, we need not fear an empty sea," Shao Li chimed in. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in a worn cotton coat hurriedly approached from the opposite shore, breathless as he climbed aboard. "Comrade Zheng, this is bad. Technician Liang from the commune has arrived. He says he wants to inspect the diesel engine usage." "An inspection?" Li Daong exclaimed, taken aback. "Isn't he supposed to come next week?" Zheng Shao'an's expression sharpened. His arrival was fortuitous, as they had intended to showcase the new engine's performance to him. "Where is he?" "At the mouth of the bay on the other side. I just helped him settle into the dining hall for a rest." The man wiped his sweat, explaining that Liang was inquiring about the boats, starting records, fuel consumption, and maintenance status. "I've already documented all that," Zheng Shao'an replied calmly. "Go fetch the ledger. I will head over now." "I'll accompany you," Li Daong declared, lifting the water jug. "If we fish well, we must ensure that our efforts are recognized." Xiao Li, puzzled, asked, "Do we need to review the records?" "Indeed," Zheng Shao'an affirmed. "This is collective production. It's not enough for just one person to excel. If the accounts are unclear, even if you haul in a boatload of fish, no one will dare to allocate a second vessel to you." "I understand." Xiao Li nuda earnestly. "I will watch over the boat. You two go." Zheng Shao'an and Li Daong jumped onto another small skiff and paddled toward the shore. The vibrant evening glow enveloped them, casting a resolute aura around their figures. Upon reaching the shore, Technician Liang was seated at an old table, poring over a record book. In his 40s, wearing glasses and impeccably dressed, he did not lift his head as the two approached. "You arrived just in time. Who's been maintaining these records?" "I have." Zheng Shao'an stepped forward, presenting the pages he held. "Since the day the boat was launched, I have meticulously noted the fuel usage, engine start times, and return times after each outing." Technician Liang nodded, flipping through several pages, a hint of surprise crossing his face. "Your records are indeed thorough. The locations I have visited are all well-ordered." Li Daong interjected, "This boat is a collective asset of our village. It must not be squandered for even a single day. We must not only utilize it, but also do so with utmost clarity." Technician Liang closed the ledger, revealing a rare smile. "If you proceed in this manner, I will confidently draft a report to higher authorities, advocating for the approval of 2 additional backup machines next year." Zheng Shao'an clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Comrade Liang, for your support. We shall certainly demonstrate the capabilities of this new vessel." Chapter 91. The Blessing of the Sea God. Ah Fu chuckled, "Caution is paramount. Herding is not solely reliant on brute strength, but rather on strategy. Especially with the recent increase in wolf packs, we must be vigilant." Zheng Shao'an nodded, having finished packing the last bag of provisions, and noted that he could practice archery in the coming days. He also planned to take a few young men with him to the sea to replenish their seafood supplies. Ah Fu stroked his beard, remarking that it was indeed a good idea. Seafood would not only provide essential nutrition, but could also be exchanged for grain. As they spoke, a commotion erupted from the distant dock. Zheng Shao'an furrowed his brow and whispered, "This is not good. It seems someone is approaching. We must retreat swiftly." Ah Fu immediately assisted in hoisting the last bag of provisions onto the boat. "Let's take a detour and avoid being seen by them." The two quickly boarded the vessel, which gently departed from the dock and began to row upstream. On board, Ah Fu sighed, reflecting on how hunting and foraging had become more challenging in these times. The villagers needed to unite in their efforts. Zheng Shao'an gazed towards the distant treetops and recalled that Old Li at the village entrance had mentioned plans to organize a team for fishing, noting that fish were plentiful in the sea recently. Ah Fu laughed, stating that fishing was not akin to hunting. One must understand the tides and winds. Racing against time with the sea, Zheng Shao'an nodded, expressing his desire to learn fishing techniques over the next few days while also improving his physical fitness. Ah Fu patted him on the shoulder, praising his ambition, and promised to connect him with a few knowledgeable fishermen upon their arrival at the village. Zheng Shao'an smiled gratefully, thanking Afu. As the boat navigated through the river, the sun began to set, gradually revealing the village in the distance. We must quickly unload the provisions and hide them well to avoid attracting attention, Zheng Shao'an cautioned. Afu agreed, noting the increased vigilance at the village entrance and advising them to stay alert. The two hurriedly unloaded the provisions, and familiar faces from the village approached Zheng Shao'an to greet him. Shao'an, how much good fortune did you bring back from the mountains this time? Little Li from the village inquired eagerly. Zheng Shao'an responded with a smile. I brought back quite a bit of grain, along with several large wild boars and pheasants. It should sustain our village for a while. Little Li excitedly patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming, That's impressive. Hunting is not just a skill. It also requires courage. You have a bright future ahead. Afu interjected, cautioning Little Li, do not focus solely on the accolades. Herding requires teamwork. No one can succeed alone. Little Li nodded in understanding, affirming their commitment to practice together and protect the village. Zheng Shao'an felt warmth in his heart and smiled, stating, with everyone working hard together, our lives will surely improve. The evening breeze gently rustled the old locust tree at the village entrance as the villagers gathered to discuss their upcoming plans for fishing and hunting. Given the rough seas lately, we must choose an auspicious day, Afu remarked, furrowing his brow. I heard from old Zhang that the most suitable time will be when the tide rises the day after tomorrow, Little Li interjected. Zheng Shao'an took out his bow and arrows, asserting that preparation was essential not only for fishing but also for hunting. Let us first practice archery to enhance our strength. When the tide is right, we shall all venture forth together. Very well, I shall gather a few young men to join us, responded Xiao Li readily. Additionally, do not forget to bring provisions and first aid supplies. The sea breeze is strong, and we must remain vigilant in the wild, cautioned Fu. The atmosphere in the village gradually grew more fervent, with everyone filled with anticipation. As twilight descended, bonfires were lit, and a few individuals sat huddled around the flames, discussing future plans. Shane, when do you intend to go to the sea? Afu inquired. We shall set off early the day after tomorrow. It will be best to bring along a few companions, replied Zheng Shao'an. Xiaoli chimed in eagerly. I volunteer. Old Li from the village interjected. I, along with a few seasoned mountain goers, can lend a hand. Zheng Shao'an felt warmth in his heart and mused. With everyone here, no matter how arduous the journey, we shall not falter. As night deepened, the firelight cast a warm glow on each face, filled with determination and hope. Zheng Shao'an gazed at his companions, silently vowing to protect this land and the peace of his fellow villagers. At the break of dawn the next day, Zheng Shao'an rose early to prepare his gear. Afu arrived at his doorstep, saying, Come, have a bowl of hot porridge first. We have quite a distance to cover ahead. Accepting the porridge, Zheng Shao'an expressed his gratitude. Thank you, brother. Let us call Xiao Li and Old Li. We shall set off together, Afu said with a smile. Before long, Xiao Li and Old Li arrived, and the four of them shouldered their packs, armed with bows and simple provisions, embarking on their journey to the sea. Walking along the small path by the village, Zheng Shao'an attentively observed the terrain, mindful that the wind direction and tidal changes by the sea should not be taken lightly. Everyone needed to remain alert. Afu nodded. Though the sea appears calm, there are undercurrents. Our success at sea relies on experience. Xiao Li, brimming with excitement, asked, Brother, what treasures can we hope to find at the sea? Old Li chuckled. Fish, shrimp, crabs, and even shells and kelp. They are all excellent sources of nourishment. Zheng Shao'an reflected, though our lives may be tough, with diligence, we can still thrive. Upon reaching the seaside, the ocean breeze enveloped them, the briny scent mingling with the moisture of the sea, invigorating their spirits. Afu pointed towards the tidal line. Look, that is the direction of the rising tide. We must seize this moment and act swiftly. Zheng Shao'an and Xiao Li listened attentively, following Afu as they laid down their fishing nets. Do not slack off while working. Though the sea is bountiful, seizing the right moment is crucial, Afu admonished. Zheng Shao'an, busy with his tasks, marveled at how this was his first time experiencing the ocean's pulse so closely. It was truly wondrous. Xiao also bubbled with excitement. I can hardly wait to see if we can catch some large crabs. Chapter 92. The marks of baiting. Zheng Shao'an crouched down, observing his movements with keen interest, and could not help but inquire, "How do you know if there's anything beneath the sand?" Ah Fu grinned broadly. "It requires a keen eye for the sand, a discerning sense of smell, and a delicate touch. Feel this spot. Does the sand not seem a tad loose?" Zheng Shao'an followed his lead, and indeed, his fingers sank into the sand. This indicated the presence of biological activity below. Lowering his voice, Ah Fu explained, "Creatures like crabs, gobies, and clams all disturb the sand. They can burrow through the smallest of openings. We must dig quickly." Xiao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he hoisted a shovel. "I see this area is a bit loose too. Allow me to assist. Be cautious." Ah Fu firmly restrained him. "If you strike down and hit a crab shell, our efforts will be in vain." Xiao quickly withdrew, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. "Proceed slowly and gently," Ah Fu demonstrated, carefully sifting through the sand with his fingers. In no time, he unearthed a segment of a blue crab claw. "Look," he whispered excitedly. Zheng Shao'an and Xiao immediately crouched down to peer closer, witnessing the claw twitching slightly. "Indeed, there is something," Zheng Shao'an whispered, excitement causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. "What a sizable creature." Ah Fu nodded, unfastening a thick hemp rope from his waist, with one end tied to a short stick. He cautiously maneuvered the stick near the crab claw and gave a gentle tug. Suddenly, the large crab sprang forth from the sand, flailing its claws wildly. "Take cover," Xiao yelped, landing abruptly in the mud. "I've got it." Ah Fu, quick-witted and nimble-handed, swiftly captured the crab, flipping it into a bamboo basket with ease. "Impressive," Zheng Shao'an praised, giving a thumbs up. "If this crab is steamed, it would be more than enough to satisfy our appetites." "This is merely an appetizer," Ah Fu replied, dusting off his hands as he walked eastward. "There are still several unexamined crevices. Those areas hold the real treasures." The trio continued forward with their baskets, the tide having receded further, exposing a rocky area thickly coated in green moss. Xiao pointed at the rocks and asked, "Can anything be hidden within those crevices? They appear rather shallow." "Shallow does not equate to empty." Ah Fu squinted, gesturing toward a boulder resembling a cow's back. "Observe that white ring around the top. Have you not noticed?" "What is that?" Zheng Shao'an furrowed his brow. "Those are the marks of barnacles. A plethora of barnacles indicates a healthy water quality in that area, with significant tidal variations that mollusks favor for hiding." As he spoke, he quickly moved forward, prying open a rock crevice, and indeed uncovered 3 or 4 snails, their shells smooth and glossy, and of considerable size. "Come help me," he called out. Xiao hurried over, extending his hands while chattering. "This is far more entertaining than farming. Just think, if we spent our days at the sea, with no other tasks, would life not be more joyous?" "Such daydreaming." Ah Fu laughed, chiding him. "How often do you think the tides are this favorable? Besides, if you were to linger in the water daily, you might not be able to endure it." "True," Xiao mused as he gathered snails. "If my mother saw me spending all day at the sea, she would surely break my legs. The timing depends on the season, the wind direction, and the sea temperature." Ah Fu pointed towards a distant gray cloud on the horizon and urged, "Hurry, the winds from the south are about to rise. We must complete our task before the gale strengthens." "How much longer do we have?" Zheng Shao'an asked, glancing up at the sky, his expression growing more serious. "At most, a single incense stick's worth of time," Ah Fu replied decisively. "Let's split up. You two head east of the reef, and I will circle west. We shall regroup there before nightfall. Remember, regardless of what we catch, we must return once the time is up." Without awaiting their response, he turned and waded into the water. Xiao gazed at his retreating figure and remarked, "Ah Fu truly possesses remarkable skills. Learning from him is undoubtedly wise." "Less chatter, and let us get to work," Zheng Shao'an replied, feeling the weight of the basket and realizing they still had much to gather. The two of them busily scoured the reef, meticulously searching for treasures. "Xiao, there are sandbag snails over here," Zheng Shao'an suddenly called out. "Where?" Xiaoli hurried over, only to see a mound of small sand dunes forming beneath Zheng's feet. Look at the slope. It must be a sign of their burrowing, Zheng noted. What should we do? Xiaoli scratched his head. Like Affy taught us, we should probe with a hook. Before he could finish, a sudden splash erupted, and a dark shape launched itself from beneath the water, sending a spray of droplets into the air. A snake? Xiaoli leaped high in alarm. No, it's an eel, Zheng Shao'an exclaimed, quick as lightning, grabbing the bamboo basket and sprinting forward in an attempt to intercept it. The eel darted frantically into shallow waters, churning the murky depths as Xiaoli dashed after it, only to trip and fortuitously land upon its tail. Don't let it escape, Zheng shouted, pinning its head down. Be careful, it's alive. A flower eel. Xiaoli's eyes sparkled with excitement. This must be valuable, right? Of course. In the city, it fetches 70 cents per pound. Zheng panted, shaking off his sleeves. Quickly, find a rope to tie its mouth shut. Chapter 93. The tide begins to recede. I'm coming. A young boy responded from behind, hastening over in a flurry, extracting a length of hemp rope from his waistband, muttering, This leftover from tying the hook is just what I need. The eel was thrashing violently, sending splashes of water everywhere. Zheng Shao'an's hands were coated in mud, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, while Xiaoli gripped the tail tightly, unwilling to relent. Don't hesitate, Zheng Shao'an urged, one at the head, one at the tail. Hurry. The boy crouched down, deftly ensnaring the eel's mouth. With a few swift turns, he tightened the knot securely. The patterned eel thrashed for a moment but eventually succumbed, rolling helplessly into shallow water. We got it. Xiaoli exhaled with relief, plopping down into the water without a second thought for the wetness, grinning broadly. This catch is worth a week's labor. You really went all in, Zheng Shao'an puffed, patting his shoulder. If it weren't for your weight, we might have lost this eel. Totally worth it. Xiaoli beamed, his eyes crinkling with delight. Do you really think we can sell it for 70 cents a pound? That depends on its size. The boy hefted the patterned eel, giving it a shake. I'd estimate it weighs over a pound. Selling at the market to a restaurant owner would be a breeze. Should we dig a few more of these water holes, then? Xiaoli inquired. Not so. Zheng Shao'an frowned. Eels don't just linger anywhere. Today was merely a stroke of luck. If we want to catch them in droves, we would need eel traps, nets, hooks, and bait. What we did was merely opportunistic. Hey, who called out about fish just now? The boy suddenly turned and shouted. Didn't someone say they saw a shadow of a fish? A sturdy man approached, wielding a rake, his face flushed. I saw it. There truly are fish. Just over there in that little cove, shimmering. Let us go. Zheng Shao'an lifted the bamboo basket. Stop dawdling. We've got the eel. Now let us keep searching. They hurried in the direction the man pointed, arriving at the cove where a fallen red tree root jutted into the water, surrounded by a few strands of water plants and broken shells, with a gentle current stirring. Be quiet. We don't want to scare the fish away. Zheng Shao'an lowered his voice, gesturing with one hand. Everyone crouched down, holding their breath, and, suddenly, from the tangle of water plants, a fishtail flicked past. A catfish, the boy exclaimed in a hushed tone. I saw the yellow spots. Indeed, it's a catfish. Zheng Shao'an squinted. It's quite sizable, probably around 2 pounds. The water is too shallow for it to escape. Let us set up an encirclement, the man suggested, pointing to the sides. Each of us takes a corner to block the exit, and I'll drive it toward you with the rake. Don't be reckless. Zheng Shao'an waved his hand. If the fish gets startled, it can leap ashore. As he spoke, he organized the team. You, guard the west shallow entrance. It leads to the back creek. You, pile some muck to seal the northern gap. The rest of you form a semicircle, while I wade in to drive it. Everyone followed his plan, bustling about with enthusiasm. In no time at all, the cove was half blocked and half encircled, becoming a natural trap. Zheng Shao'an removed his shoes, rolled up his pants, and slowly waded into the water, the temperature alternating between cold and warm against his calves. His steps were as light as a cat's, and he held a slender wooden fork in his hand. Where? He whispered. Just ahead, by the tree roots. The boy whispered back. Zheng Shao'an nodded slightly, lowering his body as he stealthily approached the clump of aquatic grass. Suddenly, he thrust a spear with great force. Splash! Water erupted, and the grass pile burst open. Just then, A catfish flipped onto its back in an attempt to escape, only to be intercepted by the man behind him with a rake. "Got it!" the man shouted, forcefully pressing down, the rake's tines striking the fish's head perfectly. "Capture it!" Shaoli rushed forward, gripping the fish's tail with all his might. The live fish struggled with astonishing strength, but with several hands working together, they finally subdued the catfish, pressing it into the mud. "What a catch!" Zheng Shao'an gasped as he emerged from the water. "Today has truly been rewarding. One flower eel and one catfish." Shaoli grinned broadly, exclaiming, "This trip to the sea was indeed worthwhile." Indeed, the man wiped his sweat and chuckled. "It's more exhilarating than a day's labor in the fields." The youth beside them rummaged through the aquatic vegetation, suddenly exclaiming, "There's more activity beneath." The group quickly gathered around, and he lifted a small crab in his hand. Its shell a mottled gray-brown, with long legs and delicate pincers, clearly not a common species. A green-footed crab, Zheng Shao'an recognized. This creature has a hard shell and sweet flesh. It's a specialty of the estuary and can be exchanged for some food rations back home. "Let us keep searching," Shaoli exclaimed excitedly. "Perhaps there are more to find." Thus, the group continued along the mangroves at low tide, occasionally sifting through water plants, digging in the mud, retrieving snails, collecting a few small shrimp, and even capturing 2 unfortunate clams. As the sun began to set and the tide started to rise, Zheng Shao'an finally waved his hand. "That's enough for today. We've met our quota. If we linger any longer, the water will rise and trouble will ensue." They carefully packed their catch into baskets and made their way back along the dirt path to the village, each face adorned with smiles. "When will we come again?" the youth inquired as they walked. "We'll see how the weather behaves," Zheng Shao'an replied. "Fishing is unpredictable. Today has been fortunate. If we want to catch more tomorrow, we must venture further out and try the banyan root shoal. That place isn't far, but the waters are deep," the man said gravely. "Last time, someone stepped into the mud and couldn't get out. We'll need to bring ropes. Let us take a few more people and go in pairs," Zheng Shao'an grinned. "As long as one is bold and attentive, good treasures are sure to be found." As evening descended, the sky was painted with hues of sunset reflected upon the sea, and the group, baskets on their backs and rakes in hand, walked back to the village along the tidal flats, leaving a trail of footprints in the freshly reseeded wet mud. "I heard there will be a fishery exhibition in the town next month," Shaoli suddenly remarked. "Huh?" The youth's eyes sparkled. "Can we send our catch there?" Chapter 94. The flower eel. "Can we use the fishing net rope for this?" The short old bull, panting from the chase, inquired while holding up the knotted thin rope. "Absolutely. Just this one," Zheng Shao'an replied, taking the rope and deftly wrapping it around the eel's head and neck. With a swift tug to create a noose, he secured it tightly, effectively restraining the creature. The flower eel weighed approximately 3 pounds, its body resplendent with vibrant patterns and slick with a slippery mucilage. Although subdued, it still wriggled occasionally, splashing water around. Shaoli, gripping the tail with one hand, reached out to touch its head, but nearly let it slip away. Hey. Shaoli, be careful," Old Bull admonished, catching him. "If it bites your finger, you'll be off to town for stitches." "I know," Shaoli grimaced. "I was bitten once when I was a child, and the blood wouldn't stop. This time, I'll make sure it ends up in the pot." Zheng Shao'an carried the eel toward the shore, murmuring, "What a stroke of luck today. I initially intended to catch some crabs, yet here we are." Old Bull followed closely, whispering, "What do you think this creature swam from? This area typically yields only yellow eels. It's rare to see one as large as this flower eel." "Probably came in with the tide," Zheng Shao'an pondered. "Our shallow bay is near the mangrove edges, where the water is usually clear. The flower eels dislike warmth and tend to hide. Today's rain brought in some cooler water, prompting it to venture out for air. Then how about?" Shaoli's eyes brightened. "Let us bring a fish basket tomorrow and set up shop for a few days. We might just encounter more." "Dream on," Zheng Shao'an chuckled, chiding him. "Do you think flower eels are like pond fish, just waiting to be caught? This one tonight is a gift from the heavens. Don't be greedy." The group laughed as they approached the embankment, where a makeshift stove had already been prepared. 2 members guarding the nursery pond were sitting nearby, adding firewood to the blaze. "Back already?" One of them looked up, eyes lighting up upon seeing the live eel. "Oh my, is that not a flower eel?" Where did you catch it? Over by the water bay. Shaoli proudly raised his hand. It was darting around in the shallow water. We each made a dive and pinned it down. How fortunate. The man stood up, grinning. Shall we cook eel soup for lunch then? That depends on your nod, Zheng Shao'an replied, placing the eel into a water bucket. We're here for work at sea. We must report this first, whether it's for collective sharing or a duty meal. The staff member, surnamed Liu and the leader of the pond guards, nodded earnestly in agreement. You're right. I'll report this and have the secretary set up a procedure. Let's not be too rigid, Old Bull chuckled, patting his belly. We didn't set a trap this time. It was merely a chance encounter, so it doesn't count as poaching. I understand, Liu said, taking out his notebook. However, we must adhere to the rules. What is done must be recorded. You caught the fish, and I'll make a note of it. Later, the commune can allocate a reward based on duty assignments. No one will lose out. Then, thank you, Zheng Shao'an smiled, then turned to Shaoli, whispering, remember, we account for the flower eel, but if crabs happen to end up in your basket, don't be foolish and take them for others to count. I get it, Shaoli nodded, affirming that public catches belong to the collective, while personal spoils should remain undisclosed. After a brief respite, they handed the eel to Liu for weighing and registration, changed into dry clothes, and resumed their watch along the shore. The sun has gradually dipped towards the west, and the tide recedes slowly, revealing a vast expanse of dark brown mudflat. Zheng Shao'an rolls up his pant legs and approaches a bend closest to the mangroves, his gaze meticulously scanning the area. Beneath the grass, the waterways abound, providing a perfect refuge for eels. He murmurs to himself as he delicately treads along the sandy mud by the water's edge, cautious not to disturb anything. Suddenly, Shaoli exclaims from the side, Zheng, there are bubbles rising in the water over there. Could it be something? Zheng Shao'an immediately bends down to observe, noticing a series of tiny bubbles emerging from the muddy bottom, with the nearby aquatic plants gently swaying. This doesn't resemble eels. It seems more like a loach nest, he remarks, squatting down to part the water weeds with 2 fingers. In mere seconds, several slender little loaches reveal themselves. See, they're alive, he states. But these aren't worth much. If we encounter some catfish, now that would be a prize catch. Laonyo approaches and inquires, do you think we can still go to Laowa Bay? I recall years ago we caught several baskets of stone catfish from there, all plump and fine specimens. We can certainly go, but it requires a longer route, Zheng Shao'an replies while retracting his hand. If we wish to try tomorrow, we must rise before dawn. We'll need to traverse 2 flats. Let us head back early today, Shaoli suggests. After enjoying eel soup tonight, I'll clean the fish basket and return at 5 tomorrow morning. Deal. Zheng Shao'an claps him on the shoulder. Remember to bring some provisions. I fear that with the heat tomorrow, snakes might be on the move in the mountains. Best not to step on one. Snakes fear me. Chiaolilawos. My water buffalo hide gaiters are specifically designed to ward off snake bites. The trio strolls back, laughter echoing as the distant sound of the dinner gong resounds from the embankment. Dong. Zong. Dinner's ready. Today, we have flour eel stewed with winter melon. Luye belos. Urging everyone to come for their meal. Upon hearing this, the crowd rushes back from the ponds, ditches, and drying fields, animatedly discussing. Flour eel? I haven't had this in a decade. It's a waste to stew it with winter melon. It should be braised with green peppers and stir-fried for the best flavor. No need to be picky. Having something to eat is a blessing. Today, we truly benefited from Zheng Shao'an and his crew. Next time, I'll carry a bucket and join them. Who knows, I might also catch some luck. As the crowd buzzes, the aroma of fish wafts through the air, and a steaming pot of flour eel soup is soon placed on the stove. Those gathered around swallow their saliva, watching as Lu Gu uses a ladle to serve a bowl of soup to Zheng Shao'an. Here's to today, as hero. Thank you, Zheng Shao'an responds, not hesitating to take the bowl and gulp down a mouthful, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. Delightful. Quickly, everyone come. Lu Gu calls out, we still have to patrol the ponds after eating. The tide recedes quickly tonight, and who knows what might come rushing in. Chapter 95. Requesting the secretary's signature, let me do it. A tall, slender youth approached, deftly gripping a twisted straw rope in one hand. He skillfully extracted a piece of worn towel from his pocket and swiftly wrapped it around the head of the eel, which was as slippery as a relative of the loach. Without this binding, it would be impossible to secure it. You got some nerve? I thought you were terrified of fish biting your hands? Little Lee remarked, rubbing his backside while glaring. Oh, what do you know? The tall youth grinned. My uncle has been in the seafood business. I've been dealing with eels since childhood. If I don't tie this mouth tightly, it might just bite my foot and the bleeding wouldn't stop. Quit the chatter. Let us see if there are any more. Zheng Shao'an stood up, his clothes soaked through. He called out while heading downstream with a basket. Eels aren't solitary creatures. There might be one or two hiding around. Would you look at that? There really is a splash. Little Lee pointed to a nearby patch of sandy mud, which seemed recently disturbed. Let us go. The three of them dashed over. The muddy water swirled chaotically as feet stomped about, and suddenly a murky froth erupted from the bottom. Oh no, my foot, Little Lee shouted. Something's crawling up my pants leg. Quick, take off your pants. The tall youth stifled a laugh. Eels love to wriggle into people's pant legs. You might actually catch one. Take off your sister. Little Lee hopped on one foot to the side, suddenly reaching into his pant leg. There really is something. In the next moment, he yanked out an eel the length of his arm, his face a picture of astonishment. Did it crawl in by itself? No, it was looking for a hiding place. Zheng Shao'an laughed, so hard he nearly fell over. Your pant leg is wide. It thought it was a hole. Everyone burst into laughter. Quick, don't let it slip away. The tall youth hastily tossed the towel. We can't let it escape again. Little Lee covered it, panting. Today I've learned that chasing the tide is even more thrilling than chasing the mountains. Zheng Shao'an placed the two eels into the bamboo basket, covering them with a wet cloth, and said with a smile, if we manage to catch more, we could trade them for half a bag of flour at the supply and marketing cooperative. Let us move a bit further. The tall youth wiped the mud from his face. This stretch has been deserted lately. Perhaps we might even catch a blue crab. Wait until I get these boots off first. Little Lee grumbled as he drained the water from his pant legs. Eels are too bold. We need to bring a net next time. Easy for you to say. Zheng Shao'an chuckled. We need permission for a net, and that requires the secretary's signature. Do you think this stretch is our family garden? Besides, those nets aren't cheap, interjected the tall youth. There are only 2 old nets in the village, used during the former secretary's wedding banquet. Instead of thinking about this, we should just get to work, Zheng Shao'an replied, lifting the bamboo basket. Let us take these 2 back to camp and show everyone. Today our outing wasn't in vain. Upon returning to the camp at the tide's edge, they found smoke curling upward from fire. A few comrades gathered around the fire were astonished to see the trio return, soaked and carrying eels. Wow, these are the real deal. An old man squinted at them for a long while. Flower eels. These are only found in the deep sea trenches. What luck you had. The individual, tall and slender, grinned broadly as he slipped into Xiao Li's pant leg, leaving no room for escape. Laughter erupted around them. Zheng Shao'an remarked, don't just watch, tidy up the stew pot. Let us send a portion to the captain, and the rest we shall use for soup. Can this be used for soup? Isn't it too fishy? A woman hesitated. Add some ginger and a splash of rice wine. It will be just like snake soup. Zheng Shao'an replied. Forget about the fishiness. The flavor will be exquisite. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, fished out the smaller eel, cleaned and gutted it, and instructed the tall individual, go fetch Xiao Xianggu and ask her to bring some spices. Her family just dried a batch of Sichuan peppercorns a couple of days ago. On it, the tall individual exclaimed as he grabbed a knife and hurried off. Zheng Shao'an then presented the larger eel to the camp's coordinator, smiling as he said, this one will be sent to the supply and marketing cooperative for cash later to be used for the team. Understood, the coordinator nodded. I'll jot it down immediately, and when I return, you 3 will receive 3.5 work points. Why just 3.5? Xiao Li protested. I practically donated my pants. Surely I deserve at least 2. Are your pants worth that much? An elder teased. In my day, snakes crawled into my trousers and I didn't even earn processing points. The group erupted into laughter. By the fire, the eel soup began to bubble, releasing a rich aroma mingled with the scent of the sea. The pot is boiling. Xiao Xianggu exclaimed with a smile, clutching her clothing. My mother said adding a few slices of radish will enhance the flavor and reduce the fishiness. Zheng Shao'an quickly called out, come, bring out the bowls. Let us have some hot soup. We've all worked up a sweat. We mustn't catch a chill. Gathered around the fire, each person took a bowl, their faces glowing with warmth. The taste was indeed fresher than the wild chickens hunted in the mountains. Trudging through the mud here is far better than climbing the hills, Shaoli declared after downing a hearty gulp. I've made up my mind. Tomorrow at sunrise, I'll return to this shore. Who knows what sea treasures I might catch? Don't just dream of riches, the coordinator chuckled, lightly tapping his head. If you're serious, come at 5 tomorrow to set up a net. Let us try our luck at fishing. All right, I'll gather some folks to join. Zheng Shao'an clapped his thigh. Today we had a splendid start with eels. Tomorrow, let us kick off with blue crabs. Chapter 96. Fishing for eels with earthworms. Eels are elusive creatures, slippery and difficult to grasp. As Zheng Shao'an walked forward, carrying a bamboo basket, he glanced back, recalling how his brother had spent an entire night fishing with earthworms, only to return empty-handed. It was far more effective to disturb their burrows in the mud. Shaoli tossed his boots aside and stepped barefoot into the muck, smacking his lips as he remarked, "Believe it or not, this water is teeming with business." He gestured at his legs, which were already marked red from the eel's entanglement. "You were just rushing and stepped on their burrow." The tall, lean fellow chuckled, pointing ahead with his rake. "There's a gap beneath those rocks. Be careful. That's where the crabs are most likely to hide. Weren't you the one who said no one comes here? Xiao. How would you know where the crabs are concealed?" "I came here last autumn," the tall fellow replied with pride. "The tide was even more brutal back then, and I personally witnessed crabs crawling out to bask in the sun." "Well, we've arrived just in time for the early tide," he added. "Now, let me roll on my pant legs." Shaoli squatted down to retighten his straps, adding, "If you do find a blue crab, call out to me. My feet are itching to step on one." The trio continued their banter as they approached the rocky shore. The waterline had receded significantly, leaving the distant mud cracked in intricate patterns, while droplets of water still glistened faintly among the seaweed and crevices nearby. "Ah, is that a shell?" Zheng Shao'an suddenly crouched down, picking up a palm-sized shell, which upon rinsing with seawater revealed a living morsel inside. "This will be delicious for a stew tonight. Why not gather a few more?" the tall fellow suggested, bending down to search as well. At this time of year, wild snails are particularly plump. Boil them up, dip them in soy sauce and garlic, and they rival the finest delicacies. "Focus," Shaoli interjected, thrusting his rake into a crevice of the rocks. He quickly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, "Whoa, there's something moving." "What kind of movement?" Zheng Shao'an inquired, curiosity piqued. "I encountered something hard that pinched my finger." "Not a stone. Blue crab." Zheng Shao'an's eyes sparkled. "Quick, don't move. Let me handle this." With one hand grasping the basket and the other retrieving a small iron claw from his belongings, he crouched down and slowly reached into the rocky crevice. The three held their breath in anticipation, while Shaoli discreetly wiped the mud from his fingers onto his pants, his face tense with excitement. "I see it. Blue shell, with 2 large claws raised," Zheng Shao'an declared, and in an instant he clamped down. "Got it," he exclaimed, lifting triumphantly a blue crab weighing over 2 pounds. Its shell vibrant and claws robust. "Wow," the tall fellow's eyes widened. "That must be worth a couple of bucks. Not for sale. This one is for tonight's feast." Zheng Shao'an grinned, placing the crab into the bamboo basket and quickly covering it with a damp cloth. This was a prize catch, sought after in the city. "Shao'an, may I borrow your claw again?" Shaoli wiped his hands. "I spotted some movement nearby just now." "Go ahead, but be careful. Its claws are quite fierce." Shaoli took the claw, adjusted his position, and leaned closer to the rocks, murmuring, "You just sit tight and don't move. Today, you are the key to my dinner." "What about me?" Zheng Shao'an interjected. "One of you grabs, one of you clamps. What am I supposed to do?" The tall, slender figure clutched a rake in his hand, unwilling to fall behind. "No way. I shall venture over to the muddy ditch and see what I can unearth. Perhaps I might uncover a burrow of eels." "Take it slow," Zheng Shao'an cautioned. "Eels tend to nest near the water's muddy edge. Be careful not to step into a pit." I know. The tall figure waved his hand dismissively and hastened deeper into the tidal flats. Meanwhile, Shaoli, using both hands and feet, finally managed to extract a small blue crab from a narrow crevice. Though it was not as large as the previous one, it still weighed just over a pound. "Why is mine not as big as yours?" he inquired, a frown creasing his brow. Chapter 97. Observing the waterway, Zheng Shao'an chuckled. Your luck is rather poor, and your position is less than ideal. Over there lies a rocky corner, abundant with food, strong surges, and crabs love to linger. Had I known, I would have claimed that spot first. As Shaoli tossed crabs into the basket, he muttered, in this game, the early bird catches the worm. Just then, the lanky fellow nearby suddenly shouted, Hey, come here quickly. I've stumbled upon a nest of loaches. All of them. Really? Zheng Shao'an's spirits lifted. Loaches are quite valuable. Let us dig them up. The three promptly rushed over, only to find the lanky man crouched beside a puddle, his rake revealing several glistening black loaches writhing beneath the moist soil. There must be at least 7 or 8 in this nest, Shaoli exclaimed, his eyes widening with greed. Hurry up, gather some before they slip back into the mud. Zheng Shao'an retrieved a piece of tattered burlap from his pocket, spreading it across the wet ground, and began tossing the loaches onto it. Just wrap them in this cloth. When we get home, we'll stew them in an iron pot with some scallions, ginger, and garlic. I assure you, it will be so fragrant that even your wife won't bother you. My wife won't bother me? You might as well say she'll hit me with a pot, Shaoli replied with a bitter smile. A few days ago, she complained that I went to sea without catching any fish, merely frolicking with you two. I must return with crabs this time to appease her. Hey, even coastal foraging can yield results. It all depends on your willingness to put in the effort, the lanky man chuckled. Our basket is nearly full today. How about we head over to South Beach later for another try? South Beach? Zheng Shao'an hesitated for a moment. The tide recedes slowly over there. What if we end up blocked from returning to shore? Let us walk a bit and assess the situation, Shaoli suggested. After all, the tide has just receded, and we still have 2 or 3 hours. All right, let us go and test our luck, Zheng Shao'an agreed. The three of them hoisted their bamboo baskets and slung their rakes over their shoulders, making their way further afield. The sky began to brighten gently, the tideland glistening with moisture, while seabirds circled low in the distance. This work is exhausting, yet seeing the layers of mud covering our basket filled with fish and crabs brings me a sense of stability, Shaoli suddenly remarked. Indeed, engaging in coastal foraging, the more mud underfoot, the more secure I feel, the lanky man concurred. Zheng Shao'an grinned widely, patting the lid of the basket. Once the season passes and the winds pick up, fish and crabs will become scarce. We shall have to rely on these few trips to sustain us for half a month. Then we must catch more, enough to earn our keep and fill our bellies. The three laughed in agreement, quickening their pace as they continued to search while chasing the retreating tide. Just refrain from boasting, Zheng Shao'an chuckled, shaking his coat. Last time you mentioned bringing a net, yet you slept in until midday, leaving me to carry the bucket on my own. Shaoli turned his head defiantly. That was because my father took me to inspect the waterway at night, and I was busy all night. Did you forget? Spare me. The lanky man burst into laughter. If your father truly took you to work, would he allow you to be so lazy all day? I suspect you were out watching an outdoor movie the night before. Hey, how did you know? Shaoli froze, his face flushing. He spat a mouthful of seawater and exclaimed, You two are just fixated on me. Should you be searching for crabs instead? Without further ado, who are you referring to? Zheng Shao'an cheerfully adjusted his bamboo fork, pondering how crabs conceal themselves in the mud. Can one truly find them merely by probing with one's mouth? The trio exchanged jovial banter as they ventured deeper into the tidal flats. The sea had recently receded, leaving behind traces of damp warmth nestled within the mud. With each step they took, a satisfying pop of water bubbles emerged. From a distance, the occasional calls of seabirds echoed from the sand dunes, mingling with the slightly briny breeze, imparting a refreshing essence. Hey, Shao'an, look at this, exclaimed the tall and lean figure, suddenly bending down. Doesn't this patch of mud seem peculiar? Chapter 98. The three-claw mark. Zheng Shao'an strode forward, bending down to take a closer look. Oh, this mark resembles something. It appears to be a three-claw print, 2 horizontal and 1 diagonal, indicative of a blue crab. Is it really? Shaoli immediately rushed over, almost tripping in his haste. Step aside. Let me dig. Don't be reckless. Zheng Shao'an firmly grasped his arm. If this blue crab gets startled, it will dart into the water, and all our efforts will be in vain. The three of them crouched in a circle. Zheng Shao'an cautiously held a bamboo fork, slowly prying at the mud along the edge of the crab hole, while Xiao Li stood ready with a scoop. "I see the claws," shouted the tall and lean one in a hushed tone. "Over there, behind that mound of mud, it moved. I'll get it." Xiao Li, quick as a flash, thrust his scoop down. "Lift it up," Zheng Shao'an called as he leaped forward to assist. "Got it." Xiao Li abruptly raised the scoop, and with a splashing sound, mud and water flew everywhere, revealing a large blue-gray crab held aloft, its claws flailing wildly. "Wow, this must weigh at least 1.5 pounds." The tall and lean man's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Put in the bucket, put in the bucket." Zheng Shao'an quickly pulled back the cloth and carefully placed the blue crab into the eel basket, covering it with a damp cloth. "We must hurry and search. The tide hasn't turned yet." Xiao Li, feeling triumphant, clapped his hands. "So how about that? Was it worth it?" "Indeed, you are worth 3 pounds of sea mud." The tall and lean man jested. "When you return, wash your feet 3 times before entering the house. Otherwise, your mother will surely chase you with a broom." "Hey, hey, hey!" Xiao Li suddenly exclaimed. "Look over there. That entire patch of mud seems to have been overturned. Could it be an eel?" Zheng Shao'an squinted. "It does look like it. You have quite the sharp eyes." The three hurried over, carefully sifting through the mud, and indeed, they uncovered a half-buried eel, slick and immobile. "Is this fellow alive or dead?" The tall and lean man frowned. "Alive," Zheng Shao'an replied without hesitation. "Eels often play dead like this. If we are slow, it will slip back into the mud." Xiao Li cautiously prodded it with an iron fork, and the eel suddenly twisted, sending a spray of mud and water flying. "Quick! Quick!" The tall and lean man reached out to pin down the eel's tail, while Xiao Li grasped its head. With combined effort, they managed to pull it from the mud. "My goodness, this one is even thicker than the last two," Xiao Li exclaimed. "It looks just like a snake." "Stop staring. Toss it in the bucket," Zheng Shao'an urged. "Once the tide rises, they will all